Chapter 1: The World of Ghosts and Monsters. A new type of ghostly being was discovered last night in the South Shore district. It appears between midnight and 3 a.m., dancing strangely while dribbling a basketball in the hallway. According to investigation, its power is mainly related to the sound of the basketball. So far, 13 people have been killed. The authorities have named it the basketball ghost. All students must be extra careful late at night. It was a warm afternoon with gentle sunlight. Golden sunlight poured through the screen windows into the classroom, like a layer of golden dust shining brightly. Different from the other students who were focused on taking notes, a boy sitting in the very last seat looked completely shocked, like a wooden statue. I was just lying in bed reading a horror novel, and then I crossed over? A new part of memory suddenly appeared in his mind, and combined with the classroom scene around him, Jiang Xiao never thought something like this would happen to him. According to the memories of the guy also named Jiang Xiao, this world is like a parallel version of Blue Star. Technology, culture, and everything else is mostly the same. Recently, Zhou Tianwang's new song MV is still popular on all platforms. The only difference is, this world is full of evil spirits and monsters running wild. Damn, looks like I can't stay up reading novels anymore. Jiang Xiao's heart thumped wildly, feeling both excited and nervous at the same time. Pa! Right then, a Dongfeng missile precisely hit Jiang Xiao's forehead. Jiang Xiao! What are you daydreaming about? Stand up and answer what to do when you meet the night road ghost? On the podium, a middle-aged woman looked angry. This was Jiang Zhao's homeroom teacher, named Zhou Haiyan, a woman around 40 and going through menopause. The original owner of Jiang Zhao's body seemed to deeply fear her, and stood up instinctively. Night road ghost. Jiang Xiao thought for a moment and said, the night road ghost itself cannot hurt people. It uses speech to lure people, making them mentally confused, and leading them deep into the mountains to be eaten by other ghosts. If you meet the night road ghost, just walk away without talking to it. A standard answer. Seeing the female tiger on the podium calm down, Jiang Xiao secretly let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Haiyan said, sit down and listen carefully. This is about your own life and safety. Not long ago, student Li from the neighboring class was harmed by the night road ghost. Now the school has set up a ghost department, doesn't that explain enough? After sitting down, Jiang Xiao was stunned. Oh my, this world is way too dangerous. Walking at night really might lead to seeing ghosts? Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. Suddenly, a chubby round-faced boy came close to Jiang Xiao and said, quick, take out your phone, let's solo a match in Spirit in Ghost League. Ha? Jiang Xiao was dazed for a moment, then remembered the guy was talking about a mobile game. This chubby boy was the best friend of the body's original owner. The two of them were average students, not drawing much attention in class. Jiang Xiao had just crossed over, and in a world full of demons and ghosts, how could he be in the mood to play games? So he replied in a bad mood, go away, not in the mood. Seeing Jiang Xiao had no interest, the chubby boy changed the topic and said, alright, I heard today we're testing for spirit weapons. Do you think I'll awaken a dragon-slaying blade? Or a 98K sniper? Why not awaken a Gatling gun? The kind with blue flames, da-da-da-da. Jiang Xiao had just finished joking when he suddenly froze. Wait? Spirit weapons? Due to the worsening situation, after agreement between the Palace of Destiny and the Ministry of Education, the Skynet plan is officially launched. You will have a chance to enter the Palace of Destiny early and become trainee spirit tamers. On the podium, Zhou Haiyan looked serious. Students in the classroom were talking among themselves. Classmates, let's give a warm welcome to Master Chen Fan, a triple spirit tamer from the Palace of Destiny. Not long after, Zhou Haiyan voluntarily stepped down from the podium. At the same time, a tall middle-aged man walked in quickly from outside the classroom. He was wearing a gray coat, had a hooked nose, narrow eyes, and deep laugh lines, giving off a feeling of power without the need for anger. Jiang Xiao, with sharp eyes, noticed a patch on his sleeve, with a mountain surrounded by clouds and mist embroidered on it. I am Chen Fan, from the Heavenly Mechanism Palace, currently a third-level spirit master. Chen Fan's self-introduction was brief. His indifferent eyes swept over the boys and girls below, saying, humans are born with a destined spiritual weapon. It is a reflection of our inner selves and can be activated through spiritual power. The crowd below listened intently, their youthful faces filled with seriousness. Good. Chen Fan seemed satisfied with their response, saying, next, I will guide you all in testing your destined spiritual weapons. After speaking, he took out a jade stone the size of a ping-pong ball. This is a spirit stone, a treasure brought back from the ghost domain. It contains a vast amount of spiritual energy and can help you activate your destined spiritual weapons ahead of time. Just hold it in your hand. Chen Fan said and glanced at Zhou Haiyan. Zhou Haiyan understood and quickly said, students, please come up in order. First, consultant. A boy with a crew cut walked up to the podium. The others below turned their eyes to watch him. Phew. The boy with the crew cut took a deep breath and then held the spirit stone in his hand. Suddenly, a fiery red shadow floated out from his body. Wow! So amazing! The crowd exclaimed in unison. The boy with the crew cut excitedly looked at his destined spiritual weapon, but soon froze. What? What is this? His destined spiritual weapon was only the size of the spirit stone, flat and thin. It looked somewhat like a rock from the roadside. A stone, Chen Fan said. Immediately, the boy's face fell. The students below burst into laughter. But at this moment, Chen Fan spoke again. What's so funny? So what if it's a stone? Your destined spiritual weapon has 7 skill slots. It's an exceptional spiritual weapon. Wow! Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone changed slightly. Really? The boy with the crew cut looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Although he didn't understand what exceptional spiritual weapon meant, he knew from the name that it was extraordinary. Chen Fan nodded. You all must remember one thing, the type of destined spiritual weapon doesn't matter. What matters most is the number of skill slots it has. As he spoke, Chen Fan waved his right hand, and a curved blade emitting white light appeared in his hand. With the influx of spiritual power, 5 differently colored beads slowly emerged along the blade. Chen Fan said, these beads are called soul beads, and they are the most important thing for spirit masters. No matter what type of ghosts they are, they possess powers far beyond that of ordinary people. For example, water ghosts can control the flow of water to drag ordinary people in, while starving ghosts become stronger the more flesh they eat. When a ghost is killed, the soul bead will burst out, containing the abilities they had. By using a destined spiritual weapon to absorb the soul bead, you can gain their powers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao's eyes lit up, and he thought, so, the more skill slots a destined spiritual weapon has, the more soul beads it can absorb. On the podium, Chen Fan continued, you should all have played Ghost Alliance. Between a character with only 3 skills and a character with 7 skills, who has the advantage? It was a very simple analogy, and the seasoned gamers immediately understood. The boy with the crew cut was also very excited, looking like his talent was indeed good. With a good start, the remaining students grew even more excited to test their own destined spiritual weapons. Rifle. Common grade spiritual weapon. 5 skill slots. Long staff. Exceptional spiritual weapon. 6 skill slots. Scissors. Common grade spiritual weapon. 4 skill slots. Time passed slowly. Everyone was either disappointed or pleasantly surprised. It felt even more real than the day Jiang Xiao got his exam results in his previous life. One after another, most people's soul-bound spirit weapons had between 4 to 6 skill slots. Suddenly, a golden light burst out on the stage. Chen Fan's expression moved slightly, and he said, top-grade spirit weapon, 7 skill slots. On the stage, a boy wearing a clover jacket with slanted bangs looked especially proud. A silver flying knife illusion in his hand gave off a fierce aura. The crowd below burst into a commotion. Zhou Haiyan couldn't stop nodding. Good. Zhang Hai, very good. But Jiang Xiao's face didn't look so good. The reason was simple, the slanted bang boy didn't get along with him. That guy once bullied a female student at school, and the original owner of this body couldn't stand it and stepped in, which caused a grudge. On top of that, the other guy came from a wealthy family, and his followers often made trouble for him. The chubby boy behind him muttered, how did that guy awaken a top-grade spirit weapon with 7 skill slots? What dumb luck. It's fine. Just 7 skill slots, right? Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, wait and see mine. As soon as he spoke, a voice rang out. Next, Jiang Xiao. Chapter 2, I want them all. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Xiao slowly walked forward. Coincidentally, the slanted bang boy named Zhang Hai had just stepped down. Yo, Jiang Xiao ha? Zhang Hai had just awakened a top-grade spirit weapon with 7 skill slots, basking in glory. He arrogantly said, do your best. It's okay to play bad in Ghosts and Gods League, just don't suck in real life too. Ghosts and Gods League was a national game. Jiang Xiao's family was average. His usual character only had 3 skills, often getting crushed, only in the silver rank. Zhang Hai was different. His character had 7 skills, and with the power of spending money, he reached platinum and often used it to impress girls. Ghosts and Gods League? Jiang Xiao thought for a moment, then showed a big white grin and said, 3 skills are enough to crush you. What a joke. The original owner of this body might have been weak, but Jiang Xiao was a MOBA game god. Back when he played League, Jiang Xiao was a famous solo king, almost going pro. Sadly, his parents showed up later with a feather duster. Zhang Hai wasn't angry. He just laughed coldly, talk big king. Jiang Xiao didn't bother with the cocky guy, and walked to the stage. Looking at the milky white spirit stone, shaped like an egg, Jiang Xiao felt something inside. He felt a weird kind of disgust in his heart, like seeing a pile of poop. What's going on? Jiang Xiao felt strange, not knowing why he was resisting so much inside. Forget it, let's go. Just do it. Disgust or not, Jiang Xiao held back the weird feeling and grabbed the spirit stone tightly. At that moment, no one noticed the shadow under Jiang Xiao's feet rippling strangely. Whoosh! A dazzling white light lit up. Jiang Xiao was thrilled and opened his eyes wide. He saw a pitch-black dagger illusion floating out from his body. A dagger. Jiang Xiao was super excited. This was way better than those stone or scissor-type spirit weapons. The smooth shape had perfect proportions, the blade was sharp like it could cut the air. Hidden patterns on the blade glowed with a faint dark light, looking very eerie. Just the appearance alone screamed deadly weapon. But before Jiang Xiao could stay happy for long, Chen Fan's cold voice rang out. Ordinary grade spirit weapon, 3 skill slots. Whoosh! Jiang Xiao froze on the spot. Did he hear wrong? Ha 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 ha. 3 skill slots, the bottom of class 1 to 3 has arrived. In the crowd, Zheng Hai's little group burst into loud, harsh laughter. The chubby boy was shocked and said, Jiang Xiao, how did you awaken such a trashy soulbound spirit weapon? 3 skill slots. This basically set the future for Jiang Xiao. Others have 5 or 6 skills, 1 control, 1 burst, 1 survival skill, and a few that heal or deal AoE damage. What can your 3 skills do? Reality isn't a game, there's no such thing as balance. The more skills, the stronger you are. Chen Fan's gaze didn't linger on Jiang Xiao for long, quickly shifting away. Next. Jiang Xiao stood there, dazed and lost in thought. Just before, he was full of confidence, thinking he'd awaken a top-tier spirit weapon and have a bright future ahead. But in the blink of an eye, fate played such a cruel joke on him. Top-tier spirit weapon, 6 skill slots. Chen Fan's voice sounded again, followed by a girl clenching her small fist in joy, her happy expression a sharp contrast to Jiang Zhao's. This idiot, just like in the game, completely useless. Zheng Hai sneered arrogantly. One of his lackeys quickly said, Brother Zhang, why bother with this trash spirit weapon? Ha 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 ha. Zheng Hai was proud, not only in the game but also in real life, everything always went smoothly for him. Sigh. 3 skills, it is what it is. After a long time, Jiang Xiao sighed and walked back to his seat. Sitting down, the chubby boy behind him offered some words of comfort. Jiang Xiao forced a smile, it's fine. He summoned the dagger again and played with it in his hand. It was no wonder it was his destiny spirit weapon, even though it was the first time holding it, it felt as if he had been used to it for decades, like a part of his own body, giving him a sense of closeness. What a pity. It looks so cool, but why only 3 skills? Despite handling it effortlessly, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but feel disappointed when thinking about the road ahead. At that moment, he suddenly froze, as if struck by lightning. You, who just awakened your destiny spirit weapon, are now troubled, but soon, you will open a whole new door. In his pupils, a line of ink-like text suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What the heck? The line of text floated in the air, and Jiang Xiao quickly looked at the others. At that moment, the classmates in the classroom were all summoning their destiny spirit weapons, and no one noticed this anomaly. What is this? Can only I see it? Jiang Xiao rubbed his eyes. He opened his eyes again, and the text was still there. No matter where Jiang Xiao looked, the text was like a shadow, always following him. Before long, the dark ink-like text suddenly changed. Faced with the sudden change, you are a little at a loss, and then you look down and see your shadow. Jiang Xiao was confused and looked down. Instantly, his face changed drastically. Under the table, his shadow looked extremely strange. Under the sunlight from the window, everyone's shadow was almost just a faint black. But his shadow was pure black, completely black, like a black hole that devoured everything, even light couldn't escape. What terrified Jiang Xiao even more was that he could clearly see something in his shadow twisting and wriggling. Your shadow was very special, you suspected might have the ability to devour the sneaky. The ink-like text strangely changed again. What the hell? You better explain this clearly. Hey! Jiang Xiao cursed in his heart, what is this text? Why, it feels like it's just talking to itself, or is it trying to trick me? You're starting to doubt whether what you see is real, and you plan to find a ghost to verify it. This time, the text thinned out significantly, and after a while, it disappeared. Until a long time later, Jiang Xiao didn't feel any further abnormalities. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Why is my shadow so strange? What does this strange writing mean? A hint? Looking at his shadow, which had returned to normal, Jiang Xiao suddenly had a bold guess. If this is true, could my shadow really swallow evil spirits and directly gain their abilities? With this thought, Jiang Zhao's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. Thump thump. Like the beating of a war drum, Jiang Xiao felt as if a whole new world was opening up before him. No matter how talented a spirit master is, even with a top-grade spirit weapon, they only have 10 skill slots, there's always a limit. But if I'm not wrong, if my shadow can endlessly swallow other evil spirits. My future. Inconceivable. If you searched the whole world, you probably couldn't find a spirit master who could compare to me. Jiang Xiao? A top-grade spirit weapon? 7 skill slots? Nonsense. Jiang Xiao's previously clouded heart suddenly opened up, sweeping away all the gloom. Jiang Xiao, it's okay. 3 skills are actually enough. Later you can exchange for an attack soul bead, a body technique soul bead, isn't that enough? Why need so many? Isn't it just a waste? At this moment, the chubby kid, still thinking Jiang Xiao hadn't opened his heart, comforted him again. As for the healing skill, you can just find a healer in the team later. For powerful damage, just find a spirit master specialized in that. I want them all. Hearing these words, Jiang Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. Chapter 3, Soul Beads. Class 3 students, please come over here. On the playground, Zhou Haiyan was organizing the lineup. Nearby, other classes who had just finished their spirit weapon tests were gathered on the playground, a crowd of over 300 people. Standing on the high platform was Qin Fan, a third-level spirit master from the Tianji Palace, his posture straight like a spear, exuding the aura of a soldier. Once he saw that all the students had gathered, Qin Fan's voice resonated. Students, each of you has just tested your spirit weapon, becoming a respected spirit master. But I want to ask you a question. What is it that humans rely on when fighting against evil spirits? His voice was full of strength and masculinity. The students in the lineup began to murmur among themselves. After a moment, Zhang Hai, who had awakened 7 skill slots, loudly spoke, "Report." It's the spirit weapon. Others nodded in agreement, seeming to accept this answer. However, Qin Fan immediately and without hesitation replied, "Wrong. It is courage." Zhang Hai's face immediately became embarrassed. The chubby kid next to Jiang Xiao sneered, always showing off, trying to act all cool. Standing on the high platform, Qin Fan's gaze swept across the youthful faces below, and he said in a deep voice, "The strength of the evil spirits lies in the fact that they are dead. They are the fear that has been rooted deep in our minds for thousands of years. I have seen many spirit masters with monstrous talents, with as many as 10 or more skill slots. Their future is limitless. But when they face a weak wandering soul, they are so terrified that they lose the courage to pick up a weapon. Such geniuses, when facing evil spirits and carrying countless lives on their shoulders, can we trust them?" Upon hearing this, the students, who had never truly faced evil spirits, looked serious and tense. "This test is not just about your spirit weapons, there's also a practical combat section," Qin Fan continued. "If you truly want the power to fight evil spirits, if you truly want to protect your family, then the first step is for you to have the courage to face evil spirits. However, I must make it clear beforehand, any form of confronting evil spirits will involve life-threatening risks, and I cannot guarantee your safety." As soon as his words fell, the students below turned pale instantly. "What? There's actually a combat section today? I just awakened my spirit weapon, and I don't even have any skills. How can I fight evil spirits? Ghosts on the night road, starving ghosts, water ghosts. I. All the supernatural rumors they had heard since childhood now turned into nightmares. A shadow had descended upon this group of young boys and girls whose minds had yet to mature. Some were already so scared they started to stammer. "Well, Jiang Xiao, maybe we should." The chubby boy's eyes darted around, vaguely wanting to back out. The chubby boy's spiritual weapon was a shield, with 5 skill slots, ordinary and average. Jiang Xiao gave him a fierce glare. "What are you scared of? The big shots from the Tianji Palace are here, how could they just let us die? They'll just scare us a little, that's all." Seeing the expected scene, Qin Fan coldly said, "If anyone is afraid, you can back out now. It's not shameful. Backing out early will reduce the losses caused inside the ghost domain later." In no time, 2/3 of the people in the queue slumped their heads and walked out. More than half of Jiang Xiao's class also withdrew. Though Zhou Haiyan didn't feel great inside, she still comforted them, "It's okay. It happened suddenly, and Tianji Palace didn't tell us beforehand." Looking at the remaining group of 100, Qin Fan suddenly noticed Jiang Xiao. This boy, with the worst talent, having only opened 3 skill slots, actually stayed behind. This surprised him a little. Without thinking too much, Qin Fan continued, "Very good. I hope to see all 100 of you again in the large ghost domain. Next, follow me." After speaking, Qin Fan strode down from the high platform. On the playground, Zhou Haiyan and the other teachers also led the students who had actively withdrawn back to the classrooms. The next real combat session would be led by Qin Fan, a triple spirit master. "Oh? You, this waste, really dared to go to your death?" Among the crowd, Zhang Hai glanced at Jiang Xiao and sneered. "You damn brat, don't push it." The chubby boy angrily pointed at Zhang Hai's nose and cursed. Indeed, someone like you, who makes 100 ghosts retreat, must be very safe in the ghost domain. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao said calmly. 100 ghosts retreat? Jiang Hai was stunned, then arrogantly said, want to flatter me so soon? You're quite aware of the times. The chubby boy mumbled in confusion, Jiang Xiao, how can you speak well of this guy? Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiao showed a grin that begged for a beating, yeah. With your ugly face, walking on the street at night, even ghosts would be scared. After saying that, he grabbed the chubby boy and walked toward the school gate. Jiang Hai's face turned red and purple, and after a long while, he spat out through clenched teeth, good boy. We'll see about this. At the school gate, 3 buses had been waiting for a long time. Chen Fan briefly organized the group, then spoke, you should have studied the ghost sciences for a year, so you have some knowledge of ghostly beings. Next, we're going to a ghost domain that's still in its early stages. There are only wandering souls there, so as long as you stay true to yourselves, even without relying on your spiritual weapons, you can come out safely relying on your courage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it's just wandering souls. No wonder, how could they possibly make a group of high school students face fierce ghosts directly? The disaster level of ghostly beings is divided into several stages, white level, green level, red level. Among them, ghosts like the Night Road Ghost, which can only harm people when they're mentally relaxed, are only considered white ghosts. But some red level ghosts are different. Once the seal is broken, they can go on a killing spree in the city. And some high level evil ghosts can even block out the sun and destroy a city. As for wandering souls, they aren't real ghosts, they're just a mix of Yin energy. They're like Yin winds, at most letting out the mournful cries of wandering spirits. The worst outcome is being scared and losing one's soul for a few days, but a little sunlight will help them recover. Suddenly, Chen Fan took out a smooth bead. Before the ghost domain ends, whoever kills the most wandering souls will be rewarded with this green level soul bead as first prize. Whoosh! 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 As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned to the soul bead in Chen Fan's hand. Green level soul orb? So there's a reward for this practical training session. Ha, those cowards must be regretting it now. The crowd was excited, all secretly deciding to seize first place. Although they were just high school students, they spent a lot of time on their phones, so they naturally understood how precious the soul orbs circulating in society were. Even the lowest level white level soul orb could cost thousands. As for the green level soul orb, it would cost tens of thousands. If it was a rare skill soul orb, a sky-high price of 100,000 was not impossible. At this moment, even the rich second generation, Jiang Hai, swallowed his saliva. This green level soul orb, I'm going to claim it. Just then, a girl in pink spoke crisply, her tone certain. The crowd couldn't help but look at her, wanting to know who had such big words, but when they saw her appearance, the words stuck in their throats. It's her. By Qiming from Class 1. I heard she just tested out a top-grade spirit tool with 9 skill slots, she has the best aptitude in our grade. Her future is limitless. This kind of genius is probably going to leave us ordinary people behind from the start. In the center of the crowd, a girl about 16 years old, dressed in a pink robe, had a graceful figure. Her skin was as delicate and fair as fine jade, her eyebrows and eyes like paintings, and her eyes shimmered like autumn water. Chen Fan looked at her, his indifferent gaze hiding a hint of approval. Good luck, the future is in your hands, young ones. Bai Qiming was already a prominent figure on campus, with a wealthy background and good looks. Now, with the top-grade spirit tool test result, she was like a phoenix drawing all eyes. Bai Qiming, my little Meng Meng. The chubby boy at this moment had a love-struck look on his face, not knowing what was going on in his head. Jiang Xiao's mouth twitched, not bothering with the chubby boy. He looked at the proud peacock-like girl, and suddenly his lips curled into a smile. Want first place? You better ask me first. Chapter 4, Wandering Souls. The northern suburbs were located in the north of Yuqing, an undeveloped area, a range of steep mountains rarely visited by humans. There had been rumors that hikers had encountered strange events there, and after the recent earth and sky changes, a small ghost domain was born. The birth of the ghost domain was still unknown, but every ghost domain was a death zone where the living should never enter, filled with deathly energy and all kinds of evil spirits. The most famous one was the Night Demon Swamp in the Huaxi region. The city of Shijing, which once had a population of over 10 million, had now been completely covered by the Night Demon Swamp, turning it into a forbidden area for humans. The continuous mountains stretched endlessly, rising and falling like a giant dragon lying on the ground. Jiang Xiao and his group were about to enter the mountains. Each person had a different expression, some excited, others fearful. Although they were facing harmless wandering souls, for these teenagers, the pressure was not small. Jiang Xiao, how about we stick together later? The chubby boy tugged at Jiang Xiao's hand, his voice tinged with worry. Jiang Xiao shook his head. No, it's more efficient to act separately. His shadow was probably an anomaly in this world, it was best not to expose it to others. Jiang Xiao suddenly glanced at Bai Qiming, who was surrounded by followers, looking like a leader, even though she had just become a spirit master. When the time seemed right, Chen Fan spoke, "All right, let's enter the mountains." As soon as he spoke, the crowd's expressions varied. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Swish. He didn't look around like the others, but walked steadfastly on his own path. Seeing Jiang Xiao's back, the crowd's eyes changed slightly. Who is that? Seems like Jiang Xiao from Class 3? Chen Fan, standing at the edge of the crowd, secretly nodded, thinking to himself. This boy's nature is indeed straightforward and decisive, truly useful, though his talent is lacking a bit. Bai Qiming had just formed a team of 6. She originally intended to be the first to set an example as the leader, but then she saw Jiang Xiao steal the spotlight. Oomph, let's go. Bai Qiming remembered Jiang Xiao's back, then stepped forward on her path. This idiot, no skills at all, just loves to do things differently in places like this. Zhang Hai spat out in disdain, then also led the others into the mountain. In the dense jungle. Towering trees, thick bushes. Jiang Xiao focused with all his attention, walking forward slowly. It was clearly noon, but after entering this forest, it strangely felt like nighttime. Sunlight could not penetrate the layers of leaves. The forest was dark and silent, filled with a strange atmosphere everywhere. It's okay, they're just some wandering souls. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath, cheering himself up inside. SSSHHH. Suddenly, a cold wind blew through. Jiang Xiao felt a chill in his body, and his eyes suddenly changed. It's here. Along with that cold wind, a faint white mist rose around him, like morning fog in the mountains, but much paler and more sinister. A flash of dark light. A strange dagger was now reversed in Jiang Xiao's hand. Feeling the warm and jade-like touch of his life-bound spiritual weapon, Jiang Xiao finally felt a bit more confident. At that moment, the temperature in the forest suddenly dropped, like stepping into an ice cave. Young man, do you know where my eyes have fallen? At the same time, a sorrowful voice echoed in Jiang Xiao's ear, as if crying and complaining. The voice was so close, it seemed to stick to him. A cold breath even touched the back of his neck. Jiang Xiao's hair stood on end, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. The next moment, he bit his tongue hard, forcing himself to regain control of his body. At the same time, the dagger in his hand turned into dark light, fiercely slashing through the air. Rise up. A human-shaped white mist was torn open by the dagger like a trash bag. Then, a drop of pale white liquid fell from the air. Jiang Xiao quickly took out a mutton-fat jade bottle from his chest and caught the drop. This drop was the result formed after a wandering soul was destroyed. It was said to greatly help spirit tamers in their daily cultivation. Though not as precious as a soul pearl, it was still worth some money. As for the mutton-fat jade bottle, it was distributed by Chen Fan on the way here. Phew. Successfully destroying a wandering soul, Jiang Xiao let out a breath of relief. Although it was easy, he had to admit the sudden fear had left him momentarily lost. This dagger really feels comfortable to use. Jiang Xiao weighed the spiritual weapon dagger in his hand, recalling the feeling when it cut through the soul. No resistance at all, just like slicing tofu. His inner spirit power was hardly consumed. If only I had more skills, it would be better. Before Jiang Xiao could think more, suddenly, another wandering soul flew out from the white mist nearby. Why, am I dead, and you are still alive? I hate it so much. This soul was a bit more solid than the previous one, full of resentment, hating the living, longing to turn everything into death. Just hearing the voice made Jiang Xiao shiver. This was far more real than any horror movie sound effect. Jiang Xiao dared not relax, immediately waving his dagger again to wipe out the soul. Woo-woo, have you seen my daughter? My stomach is leaking, it hurts, save me. So regretful, that woman was hiding under my bed. Wandering souls formed from negative emotions, each time they appeared, their voices entered his ears, shaking Jiang Xiao's sanity. If he slipped up, these wild ghosts could capture his soul, throwing him into fear and confusion. After a long while, the white mist around Jiang Xiao finally dispersed. Looks like each time I swing the dagger, all the spiritual energy in the body will be consumed to some extent. Wiping the thin sweat off his forehead, Jiang Xiao gasped for breath, then put the dagger back into his body. However, after looking at the third of the misty water in the sheep-fat jade bottle, Jiang Xiao instantly felt that his previous efforts were worth it. Moreover, the battle with the wandering souls also gave Jiang Xiao a kind of belief. Sneaky things can be defeated. But I don't know how much others have collected now. Jiang Xiao furrowed his brows slightly. No, I am alone, but Bai Qiming and Zhang Hai are a group. If these two concentrate the resources on themselves, there's no way I can beat them. Besides, as far as Jiang Xiao knew, Zhang Hai had a lackey spiritual tool, a rifle. The life spirit tool is the reflection of the heart, everything in the world can be transformed. Not only rifles, but even Dongfeng missiles are not impossible. However, the bullets that fire are transformed from spiritual energy, and the consumption is huge, far beyond the comparison to swinging a dagger. Moreover, when the realm improves in the future, the abilities of the Spirit Master will change dramatically. In an instant, one can travel through space, shortening the distance. If a long-range Spirit Master doesn't have a life-saving skill, once they are close, it's basically game over. But at the beginning, the efficiency of the rifle would certainly surpass that of other spiritual tools. Damn! I still want to get that blue-level soul pearl. Jiang Xiao gritted his teeth, momentarily feeling helpless. But at this moment, a line of black ink-like text suddenly appeared in his pupils. Because eliminating wandering souls normally can't compare to those groups, you plan to go deeper into the forest to find a white-level sneaky thing. In a desolate graveyard, you encountered the White Mist Ghost. Chapter 5, White-Level Ghost. White Mist Ghost. The black text that appeared inexplicably in his pupils left Jiang Xiao momentarily stunned. What is this? He clearly hadn't planned to go deep to find any white-level sneaky things. Jiang Xiao vaguely felt that the other party might have its own consciousness, deliberately guiding him to act. I won't go. White-level sneaky things already have methods to harm lives, only a one-star Spirit Master can deal with them. If I go, won't I be seeking death? Jiang Xiao said deliberately, then started walking downhill. At this moment, another line of text appeared in his vision. You suspect that this line of text has other intentions, so you decide to return the same way. In the end, you lost that blue-level soul pearl and were eliminated in the Tianji Palace selection test. Jiang Xiao stopped in his tracks, his forehead immediately covered in black lines. Why does it feel like I'm playing a mud text game? Jiang Xiao really wanted to complain about his golden finger. Who was the god manipulating his game character? After thinking about the consequences, you decide to go deeper to find the White Mist Ghost. The other party had Jiang Xiao's thoughts nailed down perfectly, and his decision changed instantly. Jiang Xiao simply sat down and said, "You have to give me a clear answer. How can I deal with the White Mist Ghost? If I go back, I just lose a blue-level soul pearl. If I follow your advice, I'll lose my life." Soon, the black text in his pupils twisted into a new line of text. You tried every possible way but couldn't find a solution to deal with the White Mist Ghost. In the end, you focused your attention on the shadow on the ground. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao looked down at his shadow. At this moment, it appeared even more eerie in the ghostly environment, like the deepest darkness of hell. For some reason, the longer Jiang Xiao stared at it, the more he felt that this was not his shadow, but a living person. Whoosh! Jiang Xiao shivered, his thoughts too terrifying for him to dare to think further. You prepare to set off, walking towards the true north, and in the end, you find the White Mist Ghost in a graveyard. This time, the text in Jiang Xiao's pupils became faint and dispersed quickly without lasting long. This thing is very strange. I must figure out a way to understand it in the future. Jiang Xiao thought to himself quietly. In fact, he never planned to return the same way at the beginning. He did this to test this bizarre existence. The blue-level soul pearl, I must get it. Whoosh! A dazzling white light flashed. Then, a wandering soul that was almost about to condense into a solid form instantly shattered into countless droplets of water. Quick! Catch it! In a pink dress, Bai Qiming quickly commanded. Immediately, the people around her dared not delay and rushed forward to catch the water droplets in a jade bottle. Sure enough, wandering souls vary in strength. This wandering soul exploded so many droplets. It's a pity that the spiritual power consumption is quite large. Feeling the little spiritual power left in her body, Bai Qiming couldn't help but frown. Beside her, a young man in a blue robe laughed and said, "Qiming, you're truly the most talented spirit master in our school. This wandering soul is almost turning into a white-level ghost creature, right?" Bai Qiming suddenly glanced coldly at him. "Don't call me Qiming." The young man stiffened his expression. Whoosh! Bai Qiming withdrew the long sword in her hand and asked, "How much time is left before the sun sets?" The young man in the blue robe replied, 2 hours left. That's enough. Let's rest for a while, and then continue after we recover our strength. Bai Qiming ordered, sitting cross-legged under an old tree. The young man said, "Qiming, our jade bottles are almost full, we don't need to push ourselves this hard, right? It must be flawless." Bai Qiming's almond-shaped eyes revealed a trace of stubbornness. "I not only want to take first place in this competition, but I also want to win with overwhelming dominance. Only then will Tianji Palace see my talent." On the other side, Zhang Hai's face was pale, sweat covering his forehead. Beside him, a young man holding a blue-glowing assault rifle said anxiously, "Zhang Gu, I'm afraid we've disturbed the wandering soul's nest. We must retreat." In front of them, thick white mist swirled around. The sound of ghostly howls and wolf-like cries echoed from the mist, terrifying beyond measure. Zhang Hai gritted his teeth and said, "All right. Second, you and Xiao Zhou switch places. Remember, don't panic.
As long as we stay calm, the wandering souls can't harm us.
Afterwards, the four-person team finally broke through the vine forest.
Hoo.
Jiang Hai looked at the jade bottle in his hand, which was already half full, and was so excited that he could barely contain himself. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. This payout was worth it. Suddenly, at that moment, he turned his head sharply to the right and shouted, "Who?" A series of "oh-oh-at-it" sounds. Then, a chubby little boy emerged from the bushes. The boy's face was full of awkwardness, his lips moved but he didn't know what to say. Upon seeing the little boy, a look of mockery replaced Jiang Hai's vigilance. "I thought it was someone important."
"Turns out it's you, Zhang Dongdong."
Although the little boy emerged from the bushes, he wasn't as disheveled as Jiang Hai and the others.
At that moment, Jiang Hai immediately understood. "You must have hidden as soon as you entered the mountain, right?"
Upon hearing this, the little boy lowered his head even more.
"Useless."
Jiang Hai spat fiercely on the ground, sneering, "No wonder you can hang out with trash like Jiang Xiao.
Turns out you're also trash. Let me guess, that useless Jiang Xiao is probably hiding somewhere too scared to come out? Ha 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 ha."
Jiang Hai laughed loudly and harshly. The little boy's face turned red, angrily said, "No.
I. But he couldn't even squeeze out a complete sentence.
Forget it, Zhang Guo, why waste time with this kind of trash?
We'll never be on the same level as these useless people."
At that moment, the young man who wielded the assault rifle as his spirit weapon spoke up.
Jiang Hai nodded. "You're right, let's go."
Without hesitation, the group left, leaving the little boy all alone. The boy was full of grievance, but in a place like this, being afraid was a normal reaction. He stared dryly into the depths of the jungle and muttered, "Jiang Xiao. If only you could be with me, we would look out for each other." In the northern suburbs, in the haunted area, time had lost its meaning.
The sunlight couldn't penetrate, and the surroundings were always shrouded in gloom.
Jiang Xiao pressed forward, eventually reaching a barren land. What was puzzling was that despite it being early spring, there was not a single chirp of insects or birds. In the silence, the only sound was Jiang Zhao's footsteps on the weeds.
"I should be close now."
Jiang Zhao's sharp eyes quickly spotted several black stone tablets in the barren land.
Barren land, graves, the air thick with energy.
An ideal horror movie set. If one were alone here, it wouldn't take long before they were driven insane.
At the same time, unlike wandering spirits, white-gray ghosts already had the means to take lives, and even the smallest mistake could result in death here.
Even though Jiang Xiao had something to rely on, his heart still raced. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind, seemingly from the depths of hell, swept through. The grass, as high as a person's waist, rustled, like a melody of wandering souls, sending chills down the spine. Jiang Xiao decisively gripped his dagger-shaped spirit tool again, focusing intently on his surroundings. Soon, a thick white mist, so dense it was almost suffocating, surrounded him from all sides. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiao found himself fully engulfed in the mist, his vision obscured by a vast expanse of white, making it impossible to discern anything.
This is bad.
Jiang Xiao knew this was the work of the white mist ghost. At school, there was a special ghost course, teaching about these low-level ghosts. Among them was the white mist ghost. A white mist ghost belonged to the white-gray category, a collective of countless wandering spirits with strong resentment, often dwelling in graveyards.
Its ability was to summon dense white fog, obscuring vision and hiding its true form to take lives.
This was even trickier than the so-called night road ghost. Just as Jiang Xiao was on high alert, he failed to notice a withered hand slowly emerging from the mist behind him. Its skin, like dead tree bark, was wrinkled and revolting to look at, exuding a cold and eerie aura. The white mist ghost hid within the mist, blocking all perception. Whoosh! The withered, chicken skin-like arm silently reached out, gripping the back of Jiang Zhao's neck without a sound. In an instant, Jiang Xiao felt as if he had fallen into a freezing abyss, and a wave of intense panic washed over him. Jiang Zhao's pupils dilated, and he tried to slash with the dagger in his hand. But the dry hand transmitted an overwhelming amount of energy, ruthlessly invading every bit of his flesh and blood. Quickly, a layer of frost formed on Jiang Zhao's face, and his entire body shook with cold, losing all ability to fight. This is the white mist ghost's ability. Jiang Zhao's lips trembled as he spoke. Under the shadow of death, he did not lose his basic reasoning. After absorbing a large amount of yang energy, a glimmer of life emerged in the white mist ghost's grayish eyes. The white mist ghost appeared as an old man, dressed in a black shirt from the last century, his face etched with deep wrinkles, and his gray eyes cold and unfeeling, so terrifying that just looking at him could make a child cry. With death looming, Jiang Zhao's shadow finally underwent a strange change. The eerie shadow moved like liquid, slowly detaching from Jiang Zhao's body and shifting beneath the white mist ghost. Crack! The white mist ghost's lifeless gray eyes suddenly shifted. It looked down at the strange black shadow beneath it, seemingly puzzled. Whoosh! In an instant, the shadow shot out a tendril, like ink, wrapping around the white mist ghost's body tightly. In that moment, a hint of panic appeared on the white mist ghost's otherwise emotionless face. It opened its dry mouth, let out a silent roar, wanting to escape the shadow beneath. But the black tentacles were so menacing, like a python that had caught its prey, unwilling to let go until it suffocated the prey to death. The white mist around Jiang Xiao quickly dissipated. The white mist ghost could no longer continue using its power at this moment. The shadow now seemed like the most terrifying quicksand in the desert, the black tentacles slowly pulling the white mist ghost into the depths of the shadow. The latter screamed with all its might, but it was powerless, only able to watch as it was slowly devoured by darkness. Even Jiang Xiao could tell the white mist ghost's unwillingness at this moment. This. Looking at the terrifying shadow, Jiang Xiao swallowed hard. Compared to the ghost, his own shadow seemed far more eerie. A moment later, the white mist ghost had completely vanished from this world, as if swallowed by the python, leaving not a trace behind. The black shadow seemed to solidify even more, growing darker. It slowly returned to Jiang Xiao's feet, turning back into the usual visible shadow. Chapter 6, The Master of the White Mist. After dealing with the white mist ghost, Jiang Xiao let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for this mysterious shadow, I'd probably be done for. The ghostly abilities were truly bizarre beyond measure. But the next moment, Jiang Xiao suddenly froze. Wait! Where's my soul bead? He looked at the empty grassland ahead, his eyes widening, not seeing any trace of the soul bead. Jiang Xiao immediately turned his gaze to the shadow beneath his feet, gritting his teeth, spit out the soul bead now. To outsiders, this scene would likely seem as if Jiang Xiao had been bewitched by the ghost. But only Jiang Xiao knew that the white mist ghost had most likely been devoured by his shadow, yet this guy didn't even spit out a bone. You damn thing, you eat the meat but at least leave me some soup. Jiang Xiao muttered in dissatisfaction. At that moment, suddenly a line of twisted words appeared in his vision. Right hand. Jiang Xiao froze on the spot, then sluggishly looked at his right hand. His originally fair and tender arm had now become dry and pale, like tree bark painted white, giving a chilling feeling. At the same time, a thick white mist had once again spread around him. What? Before he could even be shocked, Jiang Xiao suddenly realized that something was wrong with the white mist. Unlike before, this mist now gave him a feeling of familiarity. At the same time, Jiang Xiao was stunned to find that his vision was not affected at all. Previously, he had been in the white mist where he couldn't even see his hand in front of his face, and his senses were greatly hindered. But now all those negative effects had disappeared. Instead, he felt that he was the master of this white mist. He could even change the mist at will. Completely ignoring my spiritual artifact, using these ghostly powers as my own. Jiang Xiao looked down at his pale, withered right hand and suddenly felt dry in his mouth. The common knowledge of this world. All battles with ghosts relied on the spiritual artifact. It was well known that the spiritual power inside a spiritual master could only be maximized through the use of a spiritual artifact. Even the soul bead had to be embedded in the spiritual artifact before the spiritual master could use the powers of ghosts. But now, he was actually using the white mist ghost's ability directly? Jiang Xiao swallowed hard, then took a deep breath, casually waving his hand. Whoosh! The white mist, centered on Jiang Xiao, gradually moved to both sides, revealing a normal path. It's actually true. He had completely mastered the white mist ghost's abilities. Although the white mist ghost was only a white-level ghost, its abilities were far from simple. The reason is simple, Jiang Xiao had just experienced it herself. The foggy environment not only blocks the line of sight but also allows the appearance of the white fog ghost to be completely silent, like an assassin lurking in the dark. No one can guess where the white fog ghost is hiding, unable to sense or predict its location. Now, Jiang Xiao has the same feeling as before when the white fog ghost appeared. No one knows I'm here, yet I'm everywhere. This ability is simply tailor-made for my life spirit tool. Looks like my career will be that of an assassin from now on. Jiang Xiao casually glanced at the size of this foggy environment, about 10 square meters, quite considerable. At the same time, activating this ability, aside from the strange changes in her right hand, the spiritual power in her body wasn't consumed too much. After a while, Jiang Xiao's right hand slowly returned to normal. Touching her smooth skin, Jiang Xiao frowned slightly. It's just that after activating this ability, the change in my right hand is a bit frightening. Looks like I'll have to wear long sleeves from now on. Luckily, the weather had turned cooler recently, and many people on the street had already started wearing jackets. Glancing at the time, there was still an hour left. With this ability, the efficiency of killing wandering souls should improve a lot. Moreover, if a mere white-level ghost has such an extraordinary effect, what kind of unique abilities will the green-level soul pearl have? With this thought, Jiang Xiao didn't hesitate any longer and quickly entered the forest, familiarizing herself with the white fog ghost's abilities while collecting wandering soul water dew. The sun gradually slanted. As the end approached, many students couldn't wait to escape from the northern outskirts' ghostly maze. That's right, they escaped. Although they had just become spiritualists, and although the outer region of this ghost maze only contained harmless wandering souls, the most intuitive feeling that ghosts give to living people is the chilling sense of death. The souls of the long dead, lingering around you, constantly emitting eerie and mournful sounds, combined with the eerie, deathly silence of the forest environment. This kind of test, for these still underage high school students, is truly a psychological torture. Looking at the pale-faced, dazed young boys and girls, Chen Fan shook his head secretly. These are just the lowest-level wandering souls, with no life or death danger. If they really become spiritualists and go to places plagued by nightmare-level ghosts, these people might collapse and not even be able to walk. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel some disappointment. Even though he knew these students were still young and would continue to grow, the current situation probably wouldn't give humans much time. Take her to the car, let her drink some ginger soup, and tomorrow, let her bask in the sun. Chen Fan patted a short-haired girl's shoulder and said to her companion. The latter was now slumped on the ground, her eyes vacant, as if she had lost her soul. It was obvious that her mental state had collapsed, and the wandering soul's negative energy had entered her body. Suddenly, the crowd ahead erupted in a burst of noise. A team, like victors returning triumphantly, appeared. At the forefront was a boy wearing a clover jacket with bangs. He was Jiang Xiao. At this moment, although he looked somewhat tired, his eyes were particularly bright, and his aura was different from most others. The wandering souls hadn't defeated Jiang Hai's spirit, he had conquered his own fear. Brother Jiang, amazing. This trip must have yielded a great harvest, right? Seeing that Jiang Hai was far beyond his peers, several boys sitting on the ground immediately stood up and flattered him. Beside Jiang Hai, the boy with a rifle as his life spirit tool spoke. Of course, you don't even need to think about what kind of talent our brother Jiang has. Ha! Jiang Hai himself gave a smug smile. He looked at the pale, dejected classmates in front of him and felt even more aware of his extraordinary abilities. He was born to be a warrior. With this thought, Jiang Hai walked over to Chen Fan. Chen Sr., this is the wandering soul water dew we've collected. Jiang Hai carefully took out the mutton fat jade bottle from his arms. Chen Fan took the mutton fat jade bottle and carefully observed Jiang Hai, praising, "You did well, keep it up." Receiving the praise from the senior of the Tiangong Palace, a third-tier spirit master, Jiang Hai lowered his head, with an uncontrollable joy on his face. Looking at the water dew filling nearly 4/5 of the mutton fat jade bottle, Chen Fan nodded. This is a very good result. Here, you can see the difference between an ordinary person and an elite. Most of the students, after coming out of the northern outskirts ghost lair, had no mood to think about rewards anymore. While drinking water, Jiang Hai observed the other students. Suddenly, Jiang Hai asked, "By the way, where are Bai Qiming and the others? They haven't come out yet." "This girl seems determined to get that green-level soul bead," a boy whispered. Jiang Hai said, "That's normal. Bai Qiming's parents are both spirit masters, we definitely can't compete with her. But as long as we can leave a good impression on that Tiangong Palace expert, that's enough." He had never planned to get first place from the start. First, he couldn't win, the top talents of the entire grade were almost all in Bai Qiming's team. Second, he didn't want to compete, after all, even if he won, he might end up being hated by Bai Qiming, and it would be not worth the cost. At that moment, Bai Qiming's team returned from the mountains. From a distance, everyone involuntarily stood up and looked toward that graceful figure. Chen Fan was also a bit curious. I wonder if this test will give me the best answer from this Youthsai High School? Bai Qiming's team consisted entirely of elite spirit masters with 7 or more skill slots for top-grade spiritual tools. They had excellent qualifications and their temperaments were not bad either. When killing wandering souls, each person had clear tasks, and the efficiency was extremely high. They had already formed a preliminary future spirit master team. After a while, looking at the mutton fat jade bottle in his hand, which was almost full, Chen Fan couldn't hide his surprise. Good. Very good. Excellent. So much wandering soul water dew, it seems these boys and girls must have killed at least dozens of wandering souls. You must know, these were just students who had only recently encountered the ghosts. Chen Fan looked at the proud girl before him, who was as proud as a peacock, and said, "This is just the beginning. I hope you don't become too arrogant. Also, with great power comes great responsibility, always remember the mission of humanity once you enter Tiangong Palace." These words also showed how much Chen Fan valued Bai Qiming. Bai Qiming's mouth curled slightly, and she stretched out her fair, delicate hand, saying, "Since that's the case, can I have the green-level soul bead now?" Hearing this, Chen Fan refused, "Not yet." "Why?" Bai Qiming opened her large, dark eyes. "Could it be that someone killed more wandering souls than me?" Chen Fan shook his head. "Not all the people who entered the northern outskirts ghost lair have come out yet." Bai Qiming furrowed her brows slightly. "The sun is almost setting, why is there still someone inside?" "Uncle Chen, how many people are still inside?" Chen Fan said, "One person." "One person? Who?"
Bai Qiming asked, puzzled, could it be that something happened? Suddenly, at that moment, a thin and tall figure appeared at the end of the road ahead. Jiang Xiao, returning from the mountains. Chapter 7, The Showdown. Oh. It's that Jiang Xiao kid. Zhang Hai, while drinking mineral water, glanced sideways at Jiang Xiao. Nearby, a short-haired boy looked on with contempt. This kid actually dragged it out until the last to appear. Does he really think he's the main character? At the same time, the chubby boy Zhang Dongdong excitedly waved his arms toward Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao. You finally came out. I thought something happened to you inside. Jiang Xiao replied unhappily, can you say something nice? Zhang Dongdong, with his hands in his pockets, stammered, well, where did you hide? I couldn't find you no matter how I looked. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao rolled his eyes. Go to hell, would I be scared? Zhang Dongdong wanted to continue asking, but Jiang Xiao had already walked towards Chen Fan. Seeing Jiang Xiao, Chen Fan couldn't help but be surprised. This boy was the first to enter the mountain but ended up being the last to come out. He had spent so much time in the ghost cave and looked fine on the surface. However, after thinking about Jiang Xiao's aptitude, Chen Fan shook his head in secret, still a bit lacking. Is it you? At this moment, Bai Qimeng also noticed Jiang Xiao, recognizing him as the one who had stolen her spotlight when entering the mountain. However, Jiang Xiao was not well known in school, so Bai Qimeng didn't pay much attention to him. Uncle Chen, now can I have that green level soul bead? Since everyone had come out, Bai Qimeng once again stretched out her delicate little hand. At this moment, Jiang Xiao smiled and spoke, don't be in such a hurry. Saying this, he took out a jade bottle from his pocket. Seeing this, Bai Qimeng rolled her eyes, what a waste of time. Chen Fan surprisingly smiled at Jiang Xiao, your courage is commendable. The people who came out of the ghost cave, including Zhang Hai and even Bai Qimeng, looked calm on the surface, but upon closer inspection, one could still notice that Bai Qimeng mentioned more than once wanting to hurry home. But this girl was too proud enough to hide her weakness, not wanting anyone else to see it. As a third-level spirit manipulator from the Tianji Palace, Chen Fan had seen countless talented youth, so he could easily see through their thoughts. However, what surprised Chen Fan was that he did not see the slightest hint of fear on Jiang Zhao's face. Even more astonishing was that this kid seemed to be somewhat reluctant to leave. Recalling his earlier experiences, Jiang Xiao felt a bit excited, thinking to himself, this low-level ghost cave is simply a training ground, I must come here more often in the future. Uncle Chen, hurry up and take a look, don't waste time. Bai Qimeng pouted dissatisfiedly. She had completely treated that green-level soul bead as her own possession. Chen Fan smiled, then opened the jade bottle. Just one glance. His hands suddenly trembled. Swish. Chen Fan incredulously looked up, are you sure you did all of this by yourself? Jiang Xiao shrugged, of course. Ha? Seeming to sense something, Bai Qimeng furrowed her brows. Chen Fan said, Jiang Xiao, right? I'll ask you again, is the ghost water in this jade bottle collected solely by you? It's okay if you had classmates helping, you all will have to form your own team in the future, and I won't cut your reward because of others' help. He wanted to confirm a fact. Because, before this, he had clearly seen this boy enter the mountain alone and come back alone. Uncle Chen, what's the matter? Bai Qimeng suddenly felt something was off in the development of events and hurriedly leaned to peek at the jade bottle. Suddenly, her expression changed significantly, and she exclaimed, how is this possible? The white water had completely filled the jade bottle and was almost overflowing. But if that was the case, didn't that mean she had lost? At this moment, the crowd in the distance also heard Bai Qimeng's exclamation and looked over. What happened? Zhang Hai frowned, stood up, and walked over. As soon as he arrived, he saw the overflowing jade bottle in Chen Fan's hand. Immediately, Zhang Hai's eyes lit up, admiringly said, Bai, you actually killed so many wandering souls, it's truly impressive. As soon as these words came out, Bai Qimeng's entire demeanor changed. She glared at Zhang Hai with resentment. Zhang Hai was confused, wondering what he said wrong. At this time, Jiang Xiao spoke, Senior Chen, if all the results are in, can we announce the first place? Zhang Hai's expression turned to shock, he looked at Jiang Xiao in disbelief. Is this F******ing yours? Otherwise, is it yours? Jiang Xiao flashed his trademark big white teeth. Looking at Jiang Zhao's smug smile, Zhang Hai couldn't suppress his anger, impossible. This absolutely can't be. How can a piece of trash like you with 3 skill slots possibly compare to us? Alright, stop pretending like you're trying to make me slap my own face. Jiang Xiao waved his hand while smiling. Suddenly, Zhang Hai gritted his teeth, I know. Are you hiding mineral water in there to cheat? At this statement, Bai Qimeng's expression flickered. Chen Fan also showed a pensive expression. But Jiang Xiao didn't care, why not just let Senior Chen check and see? Right. Senior Chen, you must check thoroughly.
Zhang Hai immediately looked at Chen Fan. At that moment, Chen Fan spoke, "No, ghost water cannot mix with other liquids. Otherwise, it would show clear separation, and you would see it at a glance." Instantly, Zhang Hai was extremely embarrassed and angry. In a flash, he found another excuse. "Then you guessed this beforehand and intentionally bought ghost water, right? Oh, these young people these days really." Jiang Xiao took out a mineral water bottle from his pocket, helplessly saying, all right, I admit it, I'm not pretending anymore." In that instant, everyone was astonished. Jiang Xiao revealed that the mineral water bottle actually contained half a bottle of cloudy ghost water. No one expected this scene. Just how many spirits did this guy kill? Even the knowledgeable Chen Fan was shocked at this moment. Such overwhelming results had never been seen in the entire South China region, let alone Yuqing. Does this young man's life spirit really only have 3 skill slots? Chen Fan couldn't help but doubt if there was a problem with the spiritual stone test. Zhang Hai's face turned pale, staggering back a few steps. Bai Qimeng stared intently at Jiang Xiao, deeply memorizing his appearance. After a long while, Chen Fan took a deep breath. "Jiang Xiao, you're impressive. No. You're powerful. The first prize this time is yours." After saying that, he solemnly handed over the smooth blue-grade soul pearl to Jiang Xiao's hand. Jiang Xiao beamed with joy, finally getting this blue-grade soul pearl worth tens of thousands. "Jiang Xiao. Good. I'll remember you." In the end, Bai Qimeng dropped this sentence and turned to leave. "This girl is still angry?" Jiang Xiao shrugged it off. "Who said this blue-grade soul pearl had to be yours? Who doesn't want to claim it for themselves? Only someone like Zhang Hai would think about how to intentionally give in to others." "Lickspittle." Jiang Xiao labeled Zhang Hai. "Even if you have this blue-grade soul pearl, what can you do? 3 skill slots mean you won't achieve great things. Our gap will only grow larger." Zhang Hai, too, was not willing to lose. He spoke forcefully. "Oh?" Jiang Xiao raised an eyebrow. "You can't even imagine how many skills I might have in the future." Suddenly, Chen Fan patted Jiang Xiao on the shoulder, earnestly saying, "Work hard and don't limit yourself because of your talents. I have a senior in Tianji Palace who also has only 3 skill slots for his life spirit, yet he suppressed an entire ghost den single-handedly. I hope you too one day." Halfway through, even Chen Fan felt it was not very likely. After all, there was only one such case. Saying it was 1 in a million wouldn't be an exaggeration. Sigh. Chen Fan sighed, shook his head, and finally led everyone back to the main city by bus. Chapter 8, Ghosts on the Night Road and the Demon Alliance. In the evening, after finishing the trip to the northern suburbs, Jiang Xiao returned home alone. His home is by the banks of the Jialing River, an old community from 2006, but the greenery and property management in the community are quite good. On the way, Jiang Xiao had his right hand in his pocket, constantly fiddling with that blue-grade soul pearl. The warm, smooth feel made it hard for him to let go, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Eager to return home and absorb this soul pearl. Near the community neighborhood, there were only a few people on the road, and not many vehicles passing by. To be honest, Jiang Xiao was also from Yuqing in his past life, so he naturally understood how unusual this world was. It was only 8 in the evening, and normally, one would see elderly people walking their dogs and couples strolling on the street. Yet at this moment, he strangely felt as if he were walking a dark country road at night. "Young man, do you know where the Sanling Furniture City is?" Suddenly, an old voice came from behind him. Jiang Xiao turned around to see an elderly man in his 80s, leaning on a cane. "Grandpa, what do you need Sanling Furniture City for? It should be closed by now, right?" Seeing the old man looking frail, Jiang Xiao curiously asked. The old man trembled and said, My son is the manager there, but he hasn't come home yet after work, and his phone is unreachable. I'm worried something happened." Hearing this, Jiang Xiao replied, "Grandpa, you should go home and wait for one night. If you still can't reach him tomorrow." Suddenly, mid-sentence, Jiang Xiao froze. His face turned pale, his lips tightly pressed together, and he turned to leave, not daring to stay a moment longer, ignoring the old man's calls behind him. Only after entering the community gate did Jiang Xiao finally let out a long breath. Sanling Furniture City caught fire a year ago, and all the staff inside were burned to death. They haven't reopened since. Recalling the conversation with the old man, Jiang Xiao's heart raced. This is too scary. No wonder there are so few people out at night. It's hard to tell if they're human or ghost. Night road ghosts. That old man was most likely a night road ghost. Jiang Xiao stood at the community gate, looking back. He saw the road stretch out into a straight line, the dim yellow lights on both sides resembling soul lanterns from the underworld. Not daring to think further, Jiang Xiao hurried upstairs and returned home. Opening the door, the old-fashioned furniture was arranged, and Jiang Xiao collapsed onto the sofa. He really felt chills earlier, even more so than in the ghostly northern suburbs. After all, those wandering souls were easy to identify as ghosts, but here in the city, who would think an old man chatting with you could be a night road ghost hiding malicious intent? This world is too broken, absurd, and strange. Bang! Suddenly, at that moment, the bathroom door swung open for no reason. Jiang Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that night road ghost followed me? He swallowed hard, summoned his dagger spirit tool, and cautiously looked toward the bathroom. Then, a black-haired girl in a beige bear pajamas came into view. What's wrong? Why the scared face? I heard the spirit master from Tiangong came to your school today. Did you get scared? The girl teased while blowing at her hair. Jiang Xiao was stunned, then suddenly remembered this graceful girl before him was the younger sister of the original owner of this body. Here, I need to briefly mention Jiang Xiao's original social relations. Jiang Xiao was an orphan. After being adopted from the orphanage by a family, he finally had parents and a younger sister with no blood relation. Wait. Why emphasize no blood relation? Ahem. In any case, Jiang Xiao's fate was not so great. His adoptive parents had been out of contact for many years for some unknown reason. Now, it was just him and this younger sister depending on each other. Oh? You really awakened your life spirit tool? The girl glanced at Jiang Xiao with bright eyes and said, so, how many skill slots? Jiang Xiao replied, 3. 3? The girl was taken aback, then disdainfully said, TSK, that's quite funny. Jiang Xiao curled his lips. In his memories, his sister was indeed sharp-tongued and cunning. Growing up, she was always the kind of girl liked by Qiming, a natural beauty. Smart and bright, eager to learn, shining in every aspect. Compared to her older brother, she was like a star in the sky and him in the dirt. The girl walked over in fluffy white slippers and sat down opposite Jiang Xiao, then lifted her delicate, fair legs, playing with her phone. Jiang Xiao took this opportunity to carefully look at this sister with no blood relation. Very pretty, extremely pretty. Her skin was fair and smooth, her figure small and cute, with long black hair cascading like a waterfall, still emitting steam after a recent bath, beads of water hanging down from her bangs. Her willow-like brows curved gently, and her cherry-like lips made one unable to resist wanting to kiss them. Her chin was pointed. She was a standard beauty in the making. There's food in the rice cooker. Suddenly, the girl said this without any reason. Jiang Xiao replied dully. The girl put down her phone and looked at Jiang Xiao, saying, no way? You look so miserable. A 3-skill main spirit tool is indeed a bit garbage, but can't you do something else? Like being an IT programmer? Telemarketer? Assembly line worker? Sweeping the streets? Oh right, I forgot you are trash in other areas too. The girl's first sentence was quite considerate, but the second immediately struck like a knife. Jiang Xiao secretly curled his lip, thinking that it was only his first day after crossing over to this world, and it was meeting the night ghost that made him feel unsettled. Forget it, who could blame my sister for being born smart and full of potential? You won't starve, stop overthinking it. The girl said narcissistically, hurry up and play Ghost Alliance, I'm determined to climb to gold today. Not interested. Jiang Xiao turned over. Humph. Who cares to deal with you, useless older brother? The girl huffed, clearly dissatisfied. Before long, Jiang Xiao heard first blood, and you have been slain echoing in his ears. So annoying, is this support a disabled person? Not casting blessing skills for teammates, saving it for the enemy? Soon, the girl was spewing curses, even turning on the game voice, starting to squat in the fountain. Number 3, are you looking for your mom in the jungle? Let me tell you, the enemy's number 3 has long hidden your mom. Number 1, with only 5 skills, how dare you think you're number 1? Eating 3 lanes of resources, team fight OB? And 5, running away as soon as you see a ghost. Why don't you let your grandma play instead, you coward? Whether it was because of the girl's sharp tongue or because her light, pleasant voice made even insults enjoyable, either way, no one dared to retaliate. Jiang Xiao listened, twitching the corner of his mouth, and finally couldn't stand it anymore, pulling out his phone. Come on, brother will take you flying. Just you? The girl glanced at Jiang Xiao disdainfully, Silver 2 trash, if it weren't for carrying you, I would have long been diamond. Isn't the diamond kid the most useless brother? Can't go up or down. As Jiang Xiao spoke, he logged into Ghost Alliance and quickly created a room. In an instant, a player with the ID Cicada of Yujing joined the queue. Yujing is a famous Chinese orchid, known for its bright beauty and fragrant scent. Jiang Zhao's own game ID was a dominating flower. So tacky. The girl Jiang Chan stuck out her cute little tongue, having complained about Jiang Zhao's ID more than once. Jiang Xiao was busy tinkering with skills. Ghost Alliance is similar to the previous life's League of Legends in Honor of Kings. But the biggest difference is that this game combines with reality, and skills can be customized. Jiang Xiao quickly found the ability of the White Mist Ghost, Mist Transformation. Seeing Jiang Xiao not clicking to start matching for a long time, Jiang Chan leaned over to take a look. Why did you change skills? Wasn't the passive I bought you for the starving ghost good? The starving ghost is a blue-level ghost. In reality, it gains strength the more meat it eats. In Ghost Alliance, it becomes that the more wild ghosts it kills, the higher its health. As for Jiang Xiao's other two skills, they were all focused on taking hits and enduring damage. Jiang Chan used to have Jiang Xiao play role 3, acting as a meat shield tank. Tank? What a joke. I, Jiang Xiao, play assassin to perfection, nicknamed Little Faker. Now in reality, I have the power of the White Mist Ghost. Why give up my roots for something secondary? After that, Jiang Xiao found a charge skill and a kill skill in the mall. The skills of the Ghost and God Alliance are easy to obtain, but skill slots cost a fortune. Perhaps this mirrors the reality that one's talents cannot be changed. What a pity, only 3 skills. After preparing, Jiang Xiao touched his chin, feeling a bit regretful. Seeing Jiang Xiao actually considering going for damage, Jiang Chan frowned slightly. Looks like we're going to lose points again tonight. Click to form a team. Match successful. Jiang Xiao quickly typed a line, mid-lane roll 1, no feeding, we win. Soon, someone noticed Jiang Xiao's pitiful 3 skill slots. I go, brother, have you been possessed by the heart captivator? Get lost, I've got 5 skill slots and didn't complain, and you want roll 1? Ah, this. Roll 1 eats the most resources, it's the main carry of the team. Of course, teammates are unwilling to hand over such an important position to a weakling with only 3 skill slots. Jiang Xiao smiled and said nothing, directly locking it in. Jiang Chan helplessly covered her forehead. Bro. If you mess up, don't say you were duo queuing with me. Little sister, can't outsiders tell our IDs apart at a glance? Jiang Xiao smiled. In an instant, Jiang Chan felt like crying without tears. Chapter 9, The Upgradable Green Light Flash. After the game ended. Looking at one flower of tyranny with a perfect score of 21-2-6, Jiang Chan was lost in thought for a long time. In the game, Jiang Xiao controlled his character like a ghost, mastering a simple displacement skill, the dagger in his hand flashing with black light, taking a life with every cut through the air. Whenever the opponent tried to kill him with skills, Jiang Xiao would fade away into the mist. Ding ding ding. Brother is great, sent a friend request. I am your strong brother, sent a friend request. Little Panda sent a private message, great God, want to team up next game? Jiang Xiao smiled and swiped through each request. The brother was an emotionless points machine. Jiang Chan's cute cherry lips slightly parted, looking at Jiang Xiao like a stranger. You've lifted the seal? What? Jiang Xiao was stunned. Jiang Chan suddenly hugged Jiang Xiao tightly, ecstatic, haha. I knew it, how could there be a useless person in this world? Turns out bro, your talent is in gaming. The soft embrace of the girl made Jiang Xiao's cheeks instinctively flush red. Sister, no blood relation. No blood relation. Cough. Little Chan, actually, I have other abilities that are even stronger. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao said very seriously. Oh? Which aspect do you mean? Jiang Chan narrowed her eyes, her tone ambiguous. Jiang Xiao keenly sensed the crisis, hurriedly straightened his posture. I'm equally strong playing other roles. In that case, then play role 5 and assist me. I also want to achieve a 5-kill super god. With an extra score of over 20, Jiang Chan was excited to charge towards gold. But Jiang Xiao shook his head. It's getting late, time to sleep. Jiang Chan pouted her round cheeks. Humph. Who needs you? I can level up without you. As he walked to his bedroom, Jiang Xiao thought of the green soul orb in his pocket, planning to absorb the skills within it later. Suddenly, he remembered something and stopped to turn around. By the way, Little Chan, have you tested your destined spirit weapon yet? Tested. Jiang Chan was focused on playing the game, answering without looking up. Oh? What spirit weapon is it? A fan, seems to be a heavenly spirit weapon? Well, not sure, but it has 12 skill slots. Puff. Jiang Xiao felt like he was hit hard, almost unable to hold back a mouthful of old blood. Indeed, they aren't biological siblings. What does it mean to have 12 skill slots? The school's by Qiming has 9 skill slots for her destined spiritual tool, and she is hailed as a girl of heaven, so proud and invincible. Is my sister trying to defy the heavens? So annoying, how should I match these 12 skills? If only I could give a few to that stinky older brother of mine. Jiang Chan seemed to say with some frustration. Jiang Zhao's face darkened, knowing that the other party was doing this on purpose to annoy him. Humph, stinky sister, trying to provoke your older brother? How young? Jiang Xiao turned and walked into his bedroom. Sitting on his computer chair, Jiang Xiao looked at the green-level soul bead in his hand, glowing faintly, and felt a headache coming on. A strange line of black text floated into his view. At this moment, you want to give this green-level soul bead to your shadow to devour.
At the same time, under the desk lamp, Jiang Xiao's shadow began to stir, emitting ripples like water. Jiang Xiao secretly curled his lips. Why does it feel like raising a dog? So greedy? Always trying to add theatrics to my life. He had no intention of letting the shadow devour this green-level soul bead. First, his shadow was very strange, possibly having its own thoughts, somewhat like raising a worm, needing to be cautious. Second, this green-level soul bead was personally handed to him by Qin Fan, although the destined spiritual tool had a chance of failing when absorbing soul beads. However, the higher the level of the soul bead, the greater the chance of failure. The success rate for a green-level soul bead is 90%, so failing would be unacceptable. Besides, he had to have a skill he could show off in front of others. At that moment, Jiang Xiao disregarded the tempting words in his view and directly summoned the dagger spiritual tool. Swish! A flash of dark light appeared, and the soul bead strangely floated in the air, then slowly merged into the dagger. In an instant, Jiang Xiao felt he had gained a new skill. Green Flash. Releasing a green arc of light, its power immense, capable of seriously injuring white-level ghostly creatures. The skill's cooldown time is 1 minute, consuming 1/3 of spiritual power each time used. Great skill! Jiang Xiao felt delighted. He already had the fog ability of the white mist ghost for self-protection, what he lacked was an attacking method. Now with Green Flash, 1 offense and 1 defense, it could be said to be an excellent combination. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao was taken aback. In his perception, the 3 original circular slots in the dagger now had several additional slots extending after the first one contained the Green Flash soul bead. Like branches of a tree, there were 3 categories. The first branch slot was bronze-colored, marked with a prompt. Required, Bronze Ghost Soul Bead, power increased by 40%, range expanded by 30%. The second branch slot was black, similarly marked with a prompt. Required, Wraith Soul Bead, after hitting the enemy, disrupts the flow of spiritual power within them, preventing them from unleashing abilities for 3 seconds. The third branch slot was white. Required, White Mist Ghost Soul Bead, this ability's cooldown time is halved, required spiritual power is reduced by half, release speed is doubled. What the hell? Jiang Xiao was astonished. He had never heard of soul beads in a destined spiritual tool extending new branches. Evolution? Who would have thought that his destined spiritual tool dagger, which only had 3 skill slots, would have such capability? Jiang Xiao carefully examined these 3 evolution directions. Regardless of any direction, the effect was immense, far exceeding the original Green Flash. It could even reach the skill level of red-level soul beads. How precious are red-level soul beads? One can see this from the threat level of ghostly creatures. White-level ghosts like white mist ghosts, night road ghosts, and such. A normal first-level spirit master can defeat them, causing the market price to mostly be around several thousand. Green-level ghosts like bronze ghosts, basketball ghosts, and such. Their inherent abilities are somewhat strange. Even a second-level spirit master can be in life-threatening danger with the slightest misstep, and the market prices range from 100,000 to several hundred thousand. As for the red-level ghostly beings, they are no longer something that a triple spirit master can handle alone. A team of triple spirit masters is necessary to contend. The reason red-level ghostly beings are so tricky is naturally due to their abilities. Once fully unleashed, they can stir a city into chaos, causing immense suffering. Therefore, the price of a red-level ghostly soul orb is between several million to tens of millions. And yet, it is a price without a market. Even more challenging is that the success rate of absorbing a red-level ghostly soul orb is only 50%. If one fails, millions go down the drain, a cost that is difficult for ordinary people to bear. However, my own Fated Spirit Tool's dagger can actually cause a blue-level soul orb skill to undergo a mutation, reaching a level that rivals a red-level soul orb. If the skills that follow can continue to evolve. In the end, can a flash of blue light sever rivers and split the sky? Chapter 10, selected for the Heavenly Machine Palace. I don't know if it's because I was too excited. In the deep of night, Jiang Xiao had a dream. In the dream, a ghostly girl in white tenderly nestled in his arms, but then an old black mountain monster appeared and snatched her away, causing Jiang Xiao to wake up with a shout, "Let go of my chin." During breakfast, Jiang Xiao was in a bad mood. "What's wrong? You look so troubled?" Jiang Chan had her hair in a playful ponytail today, dressed in casual attire, showcasing the refreshing vitality of a girl. The white top accentuated her impressive figure, making it hard for anyone to look away. Jiang Xiao frowned. Is it really impossible for humans and ghosts to be together? Ha! After finishing breakfast, on his way to school, Jiang Xiao was shocked to see a street vendor selling pan-fried buns using her Fated Spirit Tool instead of a gas stove to heat their food. There's such a trick? Jiang Xiao stared in disbelief. The old lady skillfully used her flat pan spirit tool while saying to Jiang Xiao, "Young man, have you had breakfast? Our time-honored pan-fried buns are pure green and smokeless. I guarantee you'll want more after having them." This actually allowed Jiang Xiao to see another side of Fated Spirit Tools.
This world, from spirit masters to every aspect of daily life, has a stark contrast to Earth in his past life. If it weren't for the ghosts causing trouble, these ordinary citizens should be able to live quite comfortably. As soon as he entered the classroom, chubby Zhang Dongdong mysteriously pulled Jiang Xiao to a corner. "Jiang Xiao, I have to tell you, I saw a ghost last night."
Jiang Xiao frowned. "You saw a ghost too?"
The ghost he encountered on the night road left a very deep impression on him. Zhang Dongdong nodded, fear still lingering on his face. "On my way home yesterday, I met an old lady selling fruits. I asked if her apples were sweet, and she said if they're not sweet, they're free. I thought there's such a good deal. So I bought two, but after eating them, I told her they weren't sweet and asked for a refund. She actually asked if I had no shame." As he spoke, Zhang Dongdong shivered. "Jiang Xiao, do you think that old lady could be a ghost selling human organs?" Jiang Xiao thought to himself, "At least she didn't beat you up, that's good enough. This guy is really unreliable." Jiang Xiao just added, "These days, don't talk easily to strangers at night." "Why?" Zhang Dongdong was puzzled. Jiang Xiao didn't feel like explaining to him and sat down in his seat. Just then, a commotion broke out outside the classroom. A girl who radiated a captivating aura entered Jiang Xiao's first year class 3. This girl was Bai Qimeng. She had just tested out a heavenly grade spirit tool yesterday, ensuring her place in the heavenly machine palace, a promising future ahead of her. Zhang Hai immediately stood up, eager to attend to her. "Bai, do you have something to discuss?" "I'm looking for Jiang Xiao." Bai Qimeng glanced at him and walked coldly in front of Jiang Xiao. "Oh? You are looking for me?" Jiang Xiao looked up at this proud swan, calmly asking, "What's up?" At this moment, everyone was watching the scene, curious about why Bai Qimeng was looking for Jiang Xiao. Zhang Dongdong, standing next to Jiang Xiao, was so nervous that he held his hands together, wanting to say something to Bai Qimeng, but feeling shy and timid. Bai Qimeng said, "The green level soul orb that Chen Fan gave you yesterday, I want it." "How about 30,000? So that was why she came. As soon as she said this, Zhang Hai couldn't help but recall yesterday's trip to the northern suburbs, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Who would have thought that Jiang Xiao, with only 3 skill slots, could actually acquire that green-level soul orb? Now that Bai Qimeng was willing to pay money to buy it, it meant Jiang Xiao could get 30,000 yuan for nothing. They were all still normal high school students, 30,000 yuan was definitely a large sum of money. But unexpectedly, Jiang Xiao lazily replied, "You came too late, that green-level soul orb has already been absorbed by me." Hearing this, a hint of displeasure appeared in Bai Qimeng's beautiful eyes, but she did not say anything more and turned to walk away. "Humph. Jiang Xiao, you are really ungrateful. Even if you, a waste with only 3 skill slots, absorbed that green-level soul orb, what good will it do you in the future? You might as well give it to Bai, to help her increase her strength, she is the backbone of humanity in the future," Zhang Hai said. Jiang Xiao laughed, "Bai Qimeng is so amazing, why doesn't your family sell everything to donate some soul orbs to her?" Zhang Hai retorted, "I'm not like you. At least I have 7 skills. In the future, I can contribute to humanity. But I noticed you weren't that impressive yesterday when you were slaying those wandering souls, were you?" Jiang Xiao stared at Zhang Hai with a faint smile. Zhang Hai's face flushed, embarrassed and angry. "This is just the beginning. With your qualities, the gap between us will only get bigger in the future." After saying that, he angrily waved his sleeve and left. Watching his back, Jiang Xiao narrowed his eyes. Bai Qimeng actually wanted to use 30,000 yuan to exchange for the green-level soul orb in his hand. Jiang Xiao had checked the information last night, and the green-level soul orb he obtained was from slaying a greenwood ghost. The greenwood ghost was a dangerous spirit that attached itself to locust and willow trees, classified as a green-level spirit. The market price of the soul orb with the skill greenlight flash was over 50,000. He really couldn't tell if Bai Qimeng was ignorant or just taking advantage of his lack of experience. "Jiang Xiao, Bai Qimeng is specifically looking for you wanting the green-level soul orb in your hand. Why don't you just give it to her? She's so pretty, and her talent is so good." At this moment, Zhang Dongdong spoke up. Jiang Xiao angrily slapped his head, "No more licking boots." Zhang Dongdong secretly rolled his eyes and then said, "By the way, didn't we all test our life spirit tools yesterday? I heard the results are coming out today." "What results?" Jiang Xiao asked. Zhang Dongdong replied, "Of course, it's the qualification for Tianji Palace." Speaking of this, Jiang Zhao's heart stirred. This world has long had evil spirits. The history of spirit masters is long and deep. And Tianji Palace was said to have been established during the Han Dynasty. After thousands of years of dynastic changes, only Tianji Palace has remained steadfast through the rivers of time, showing just how terrifying its foundation is. Before long, Zhou Haiyan walked in and began to announce the students selected by Tianji Palace one by one. The students whose names were called were overjoyed, as if they had been accepted into their dream university. The students whose names were not called had serious expressions, feeling tense.
Suddenly, Jiang Xiao thoughtfully said, Zhang Dongdong, have you noticed that those students whose names were called? All of them went to the ghost realm in the northern suburbs yesterday.
Did they?
Zhang Dongdong showed a confused expression. Jiang Xiao curled his lips. This guy really had zero awareness. Chen Fan was right, the Tianji Palace indeed valued courage highly. Yesterday, they suddenly announced that they would conduct real combat in the ghost realm, instantly filtering out a large batch of students who lacked the guts to face the sinister. Among them were many so-called geniuses with outstanding qualifications. Gradually, those classmates with 6 or 7 skill slots also noticed this detail and felt deeply regretful. A moment's hesitation led to 2 completely different futures. In today's world, being able to enter the Tianji Palace is absolutely as significant as being admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University in a past life.
Zhang Hai. On the stage, Zhou Haiyan called out Zhang Hai's name.
Zhang Hai grinned. He already had a solid 80% confidence and was not surprised. The surrounding crowd cast envious glances at him, filled with flattering words.
This guy.
Zhang Dongdong bit his teeth in frustration. His name hadn't been called yet, and it looked like he was going to be eliminated. Suddenly, Zhang Hai turned to look at Jiang Xiao and silently mouthed, "You
are eliminated."
In response, Jiang Xiao just smiled, showing no reaction.
Although everyone had their own life spirit weapon, the selection standards of the Tianji Palace were even stricter.
So far, only 4 people, including Zhang Hai, had their names called in the first class of the first year, and all had qualifications of 6 skill slots or more. In Zhang Hai's eyes, Jiang Xiao, with only 3 skill slots, even after going to the northern suburbs ghost realm yesterday, clearly did not meet the Tianji Palace's threshold.
However, just then, Zhou Haiyan called out the last name, Jiang Xiao. Chapter 11, Special Enrollment. In an instant, everyone was shocked.
Neither Zhang Hai nor anyone else could have imagined that Jiang Xiao, with only 3 skill slots, could also enter the Tianji Palace's youth class.
I refuse to accept this.
I also went to the northern suburbs ghost realm yesterday, and I'm 6 skill slots.
Why can Jiang Xiao enter and I can't?
Suddenly, a young man with a buzz cut stood up angrily.
At the same time, countless eyes gathered on Jiang Xiao.
They were also quite puzzled.
Zhang Hai's face darkened. What on earth is happening?
He had always been at odds with Jiang Xiao, using his family connections to suppress Jiang Xiao before, and after detecting the life spirit weapon, the gap between them had widened.
In Zhang Hai's view, Jiang Xiao should be left far behind, looking up at his back.
Regarding the dissent from classmates, Zhou Haiyan put down the envelope in her hand and said, "Actually, I don't know either.
But this is a notification from the Tianji Palace, there can be no possibility of forgery."
Additionally, Jiang Xiao is a special enrollment student of the Tianji Palace.
Swish. Swish. Swish.
Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale.
What is a special enrollment student? That is a status even Bai Qiming, with heavenly quality, cannot possess.
Being a special enrollment student means that after entering the Tianji Palace, one will receive resources and training far beyond others.
A bright future awaits. Almost every special enrollment student is a genius spirit master with astonishing qualifications.
It is likely that there are no more than 5 special enrollment students in the entire Yuqing from the Tianji Palace.
Why?
Why can Jiang Xiao, with only 3 skill slots, enter the Tianji Palace as a special enrollment student? Everyone was in shock. Even Jiang Xiao himself did not expect this.
How can I be a special enrollment student?
Jiang Xiao was very surprised. He did not expect the Tianji Palace to grant him the status of a special enrollment student.
Could it be that my performance in the northern suburbs ghost realm yesterday was too outstanding?
Jiang Xiao thought for a moment. Chen Fan's reaction did indeed indicate something. But it still seemed a bit unreasonable. After all, the fact that he only had 3 skill slots was undeniable.
It couldn't be said that the Tianji Palace would choose him based just on that. Giving the special admission opportunity that Bai Qiming doesn't even deserve to myself. I really can't make sense of it.
But regarding the jealousy from Zhang Hai and others, Jiang Xiao stood up, bowed to the surrounding air, and said solemnly, "Here, I am very honored to have received the title of special admission student from Tianji Palace. I sincerely thank all the teachers and classmates in the school. It can be said that without your..." As soon as these words were spoken, many people's foreheads showed black lines. Even Zhou Haiyan couldn't bear to see it, waving her hand. "Jiang Xiao and your 3 friends, if you have no objections to entering Tianji Palace, hurry up and go home to pack your things. This afternoon, a special spirit master will come to pick you up."
So soon? Jiang Xiao didn't expect this. Jiang Xiao.
Zhang Dongdong stared at his only best friend with reluctance and loving eyes. Jiang Xiao patted his chest and said, "Good brother, later I will catch a female ghost for you to warm your bed." At this moment, he no longer delayed, even too lazy to pack his textbooks, and directly strode out of the classroom, meanwhile singing boldly, "Laughing at the sky as I walk out, how can we be the people of Shanghai?
This scene made Jiang Hai's eyes turn red with anger. Other students also secretly complained. How come I never realized before that this guy, Jiang Xiao, is so showy? If I were a special admission student at Tianji Palace, I would be even showier than him. I could be showy to the sky. PSSHH, who isn't the same? Little Chan, brother is here to say goodbye. If you miss me in the future, remember to video call me. As soon as Jiang Xiao returned home, he hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly froze in place. He saw that the living room was piled high with large and small bags, looking like someone was moving houses. Jiang Chan stared at Jiang Xiao as if he were an idiot and kicked a backpack at Jiang Xiao's feet. This is your stuff. What's going on? Jiang Xiao was confused. Jiang Chan chuckled disdainfully. Brother, you didn't think that with my talents, I wouldn't be able to enter Tianji Palace, did you? But aren't you just in the 3rd year of middle school? Jiang Xiao said in shock. Jiang Chan pulled out a shoulder badge, with a majestic mountain shrouded in clouds embroidered on it, and slowly said, Special Admission Student. Jiang Xiao was greatly puzzled. It's one thing for him to be a special admission student, but how could his sister also be a special admission student? What on earth is going on? Jiang Xiao quickly explained that he was also a special admission student. Jiang Chan sighed. Isn't it just riding on our parents' coattails? Hiss. Jiang Xiao seemed to understand something, inhaling sharply. Could it be, our parents are the lords of Tianji Palace? What are you thinking? Not even close. Jiang Chan said irritably, forget it, anyway, you have the right to know this. This morning, a spirit master from Tianji Palace named Chen Fan sent me a message saying that our parents were once members of the Dawn Spirit Master team. While sealing a large ghost den, they sacrificed their lives to save millions of common people. As she finished this sentence, the usually lively girl inevitably showed a dejected expression. In fact, she had already guessed some things. After all, their parents had been out of touch for so many years. So that's the reason. Jiang Xiao said to himself, I never expected to benefit from this. Jiang Xiao. Are you very proud of being a special admission student? I would rather not have this thing. Suddenly, Jiang Chan, like an enraged cat, fiercely threw the Tianji Palace badge onto the ground, her eyes blazing with fire as she glared at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao quickly apologized, I'm sorry, To be honest, he didn't have much feeling for these parents who weren't really his, but he should never have spoken like that in front of Jiang Chan. Seeing that the anger on the girl's delicate face showed no sign of diminishing, Jiang Xiao quickly changed the subject. By the way, you mentioned before that our parents were members of the Dawn team? A Spirit Master team. I heard it's very powerful but I'm not sure, Jiang Chan replied. Spirit Master team? Jiang Xiao felt puzzled. He had heard this term from Chen Fan before. Jiang Chan said, aren't you playing games so well? Do you not understand the importance of a team? Everyone has only a few skill slots, and it is impossible to be good at everything. Generally, people specialize in one aspect. My role is to provide long-distance damage output, and the direction of my future development will be based on this. Once we enter the ghost realm, casualties are inevitable, so the team must have healers, like a support nurse, and those skilled in formations, like a formation master, and so on. Nowadays, with ghosts causing trouble, evil spirits often arise within cities, and only by relying on these spirit master teams can social stability be maintained. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao understood a bit more. Looks like I'll need to find a group of reliable teammates in the future? Jiang Chan sneered, you only have 3 skill slots, so I'm afraid no team will want you. To this, Jiang Xiao smiled and didn't say much. 3 skills? I alone am a team. Chapter 12, Tunnel. That afternoon. Because of their status as special recruits, Jiang Xiao and his companion took a different bus from Jiang Hai and the others. There were only a dozen people on Jiang Xiao's bus, all 15 or 16-year-old boys and girls, full of energy, with youthful faces filled with hopes for the future. Tianji Palace. They were about to head to this mysterious legacy that had stood for over 1,000 years, and almost everyone was excited and looking forward to it. Jiang Xiao and Jiang Chan, the 2 siblings, sat together. Jiang Chan wore headphones, and the fair, pretty side of her face caught the attention of several young men. Ahem. Jiang Xiao shifted in his seat, deliberately blocking the gaze of a boy peeking from the side. Seeing the other person's disgruntled expression, Jiang Xiao felt secretly pleased. Little brother, it's not easy to become my sister's boyfriend. First, you must be richer than old Ma, then you must be smarter than Einstein, and it's best if you're better looking than I am. Excuse me, classmate, what is your name? Suddenly, a girl with short hair interrupted Jiang Xiao's thoughts from behind. Seeing the girl, especially a girl alone, Jiang Xiao immediately showed a sunny smile. Hello, my name is Jiang Xiao. The short-haired girl smiled lightly, revealing a charming dimple. My name is Su Xian, and my parents are members of the Blue Knight Spirit Master team. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he said admiringly, that's impressive. I have wanted to join the Blue Knight Spirit Master team since I was a child. Really? Do you know Su Feng? He is my father, and he dealt with the day-night ghost incident in Rong City. Suddenly, the short-haired girl looked a bit surprised, her attitude noticeably warmer.
Jiang Xiao nodded vigorously. Yes, I know. I saw your father on the news. I never expected you to be his descendant. Su Xian, right? Can I call you Xiao Xian? I admire your father very much. Could you tell me how he became a spirit master?
The short-haired girl did not expect to meet someone who knew her father here, and she found herself wanting to chat more.
You know quite a bit, huh? Let me ask you, what was Su Feng's first skill?
But at that moment, the girl beside Jiang Xiao took off her headphones and looked coldly at Jiang Xiao.
Jiang Xiao didn't expect his sister, not content to be a bystander, would actually come to expose him on purpose.
The short-haired girl Su Xian looked at Jiang Qian in confusion, then back at Jiang Xiao, as if she understood something. The atmosphere suddenly became much more awkward.
Jiang Xiao was the first to break the silence, saying, "Sister, can you not be so cold? Try making more friends, we'll all be classmates at Tianji Palace from now on. Why don't I see you chatting so happily with the guys?" Jiang Qian threw Jiang Xiao a scornful look. "Xiao Xian, to be honest, I really don't know what skill your father used when he defeated the day-night ghost. Could you describe the scene in detail for me?"
Shifting his butt again, Jiang Xiao started chatting with the short-haired girl again, even using her nickname. But the short-haired girl sensed Jiang Xiao's unreliability, and her enthusiasm faded a bit. "Jiang classmate, may I ask which spirit master team your parents are from?"
"My parents? My parents are from the Dawn Spirit Master team." "What?"
Hearing this, the short-haired girl suddenly gasped. Then she quickly covered her mouth, wide-eyed and adorably astonished. "The Dawn Spirit Master team.
What's wrong?"
Jiang Xiao was a bit confused. Why was the other person reacting so much? The short-haired girl looked at him with longing. The Dawn Spirit Master Team is a legendary spirit master group that has suppressed several large ghost organizations. It is said that every spirit master in it is a powerful figure of 6th level or above.
"Jiang, I didn't expect your parents to be so amazing."
Seeing this, Jiang Xiao proudly said, "That's right, my dream since childhood has been to become a legendary spirit master just like my parents." The short-haired girl looked at Jiang Xiao's face, her eyes reflecting the sunlight from outside the window. Jiang Xiao then added, "Xiao Xian, in fact, your father is also very great. When my parents were around, they often praised the Blue Knight Spirit Master Team in their letters, especially your father Su Feng, and his battle with the Day and Night Ghost was filled with positive energy."
"Really?"
The short-haired girl seemed to take it seriously. She didn't expect that the powerful figures in the Dawn Spirit Master Team had actually praised her father in their letters to their children. At this moment, the short-haired girl leaned in a bit closer, wanting to get more information from Jiang Xiao.
"It's absolutely true.
If it weren't for the fact that the Dawn Spirit Master Team carries out missions every year, my parents would have wanted to take me to your house to see you." Jiang Xiao caught a glimpse of her proud chest and swallowed hard. This girl is only about 16, yet she has such a figure. This child has a bright future ahead.
So many people know about my father. For a moment, the short-haired girl was almost moved to tears. The greatness of one's parents is always the most precious treasure for their children.
Jiang Xiao said, "It's a pity, we could have met earlier. No wonder when I first saw you, I felt an unexplainable feeling, as if there was a connection between us."
"It's okay, Jiang.
We special recruits have a good chance of being assigned to the same class," the short-haired girl said earnestly.
"Really?" Jiang Xiao was a bit skeptical. "What if we are separated? I heard that the Tianji Palace is very big. What if we lose contact then?"
"I remember my father's biggest regret was not going to pay respects to your father.
Here's my WeChat ID." The short-haired girl had already taken out her phone.
Jiang Xiao's eyes brightened, quickly wanting to add her as a friend.
"Jiang Xiao.
I'm going to tear your mouth apart."
Just then, Jiang Qian could no longer take it and exploded. This guy clearly didn't even know what a spirit master team was before, yet he could ramble on to this extent. My father had repeatedly praised Su Feng of the Blue Knight Spirit Master Team in his letters.
My God, it's been nearly 7 or 8 years since my parents had any news. He actually deceived the girl's pure feelings, and how long has it been since they started chatting?
Now they've exchanged WeChat IDs. What's the next step? Duo queuing for rank? As time went on,
because of Jiang Chan's nonsense, Jiang Xiao and the short-haired girl Su Xian couldn't continue to deepen their feelings. Before long, the bus drove a group of people into a tunnel. But to Jiang Xiao and the others' surprise, the bus had been driving for a long time without leaving this dark tunnel.
"Do we have such a long tunnel in Yucheng? It's been almost 30 minutes already."
A boy with a buzz cut asked in confusion.
Jiang Chan's little face also showed some faint worry.
In this world, ghostly things run rampant, and there are quite a few supernatural events. A long, endless tunnel easily leads one to think in that direction. Jiang Xiao glanced at the scene outside the window.
It was pitch dark, unable to see a hand in front of him. There wasn't even any light in this tunnel. Something's not right. Very wrong. Soon, the boys and girls on the bus began to take out their phones, wanting to contact someone outside. What shocked them was that there was no signal on the phone. Jiang Xiao quickly looked at the driver of the bus and shouted, "Hey! Master, has something gone wrong? I don't know, this tunnel seems a bit eerie." The driver was a middle-aged man, and at this moment he was drenched in sweat, panicking like an ant on a hot pan. No matter how long the tunnel is, there should always be a little light at the exit ahead. However, everything in this tunnel was cloaked in darkness. What about the other buses? Jiang Xiao walked to the front of the bus and glanced at the area illuminated by the headlights. The cement floor, the lane lines in the center of the road, and the ceiling was semicircular. It looked like they were still inside the tunnel. The driver shook his head, flustered, and said, I don't know. We clearly had 2 other buses ahead of us, but I don't know why they disappeared." Jiang Zhao's expression darkened. It looks like we really encountered a supernatural event. Suddenly, the other boys and girls on the bus turned pale. Fortunately, their parents were all renowned spirit masters, and they had been influenced by their family environment since childhood. At this moment, they had not panicked completely. Swish! 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 Unanimously, everyone summoned their own life spirit tools. Long swords, shields, rifles, curved knives. At this moment, Jiang Chan also summoned her top-grade fan, tensed her little face, and prepared herself. "Let's stop. If we keep driving like this, the car will run out of gas." Jiang Xiao noticed the fuel gauge and spoke. Okay. This middle-aged driver was less composed than this group of boys and girls. He immediately obeyed Jiang Zhao's command and stopped the bus in the tunnel. "Should we get off?" Jiang Xiao frowned tightly, looking at the pitch-black environment outside the bus. Suddenly, at that moment, a boy stood up and said loudly, "Everyone, don't panic, we are all special recruits from the Tianji Palace. As long as we stay here and don't act rashly, the Tianji Palace will definitely send someone to rescue us." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone relaxed. Indeed, their parents had made significant contributions to human society. As children, since the Tianji Palace could grant them a special recruitment status, they surely wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Jiang Chan also sat back in her seat, but she still furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes filled with concern. Is that really so? The suggestion of this person had its reasoning, but Jiang Xiao felt an indescribable sensation. The dark tunnel was filled with unknown terrors, and in the darkness, a pair of eyes quietly observed everyone. At that moment, you decided to get off the car. Suddenly, a line of pitch-black twisted text appeared again in Jiang Zhao's eyes. Chapter 13, Observation of Tianji Palace. Immediately, Jiang Xiao opened the door of the bus. Almost instantly, the expressions of everyone on the bus changed drastically. What are you doing? Close the door quickly. Do you know what kind of ghost things are hidden in this place? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. The boy who had earlier proposed that everyone stay on the bus stood up and yelled. The short-haired girl, Su Xian, also blinked her big eyes, looking confused at Jiang Xiao. The driver was even more fearful, his lips trembling. I want to go to the bathroom, what's wrong? As everyone awaited a response, Jiang Xiao showed an innocent expression. Suddenly, the boy's remaining words were stuck in his throat. At such a dangerous time, you actually want to go to the bathroom? You're simply asking for death. The boy replied with disgust. Jiang Xiao shrugged, isn't this a common trope in horror movies? Everyone has to go to the bathroom, right? The boy fell silent, already considering Jiang Xiao as a dead person in his heart. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao shouted to the back, Xiao-chan, do you want to go to the bathroom? I'm a bit scared alone. Instantly, everyone broke into a sweat. What on earth is this guy thinking? However, to everyone's surprise, a beautiful black-haired girl actually stood up. This guy's sister is actually this pretty, everyone secretly complained. Seeing Jiang Chan walking towards him, Jiang Xiao smiled, took her small hand, and got off the bus. In the dark tunnel, it was cold and silent, with only the nearby bus emitting a faint glow. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew through, causing Jiang Zhao's hair to stand on end. Speak, what have you discovered? Jiang Chan glanced at Jiang Xiao and asked. She naturally knew that Jiang Xiao couldn't really be going to the bathroom, it was just a lie he came up with. This guy has no seriousness in his mouth, not even a punctuation mark can be trusted. At the same time, Jiang Chan summoned her own spirit artifact. Looking at the pink glowing fan in her hand, Jiang Xiao envied, wow, a heavenly grade spirit artifact. Jiang Chan said, I ask you, why did you really get off the bus? If you can't give a serious reason, don't blame me for knocking you out and carrying you back later. Jiang Xiao glanced at his sister. Her seemingly small and weak arms actually held great power.
Because their parents had disappeared for many years, Jiang Xiao had joined a taekwondo club from a young age and protected herself well. This sudden supernatural event is too strange, and it just happens to be on our way to the Tianji Palace.
Don't you suspect it might be related to the Tianji Palace itself? Jiang Xiao replied. Jiang Qian said, just because of this? Do you think the others on the bus haven't thought about it? But you know the cost we will have to pay if this is not related to the Tianji Palace? Jiang Xiao naturally knew. If it really was a supernatural event, what he would pay would likely be his life.
But, the hint in the text in his eyes made Jiang Xiao believe that his judgment should be correct. As spirit masters, when facing dangers that ordinary people cannot solve, we cannot just sit and wait, we can only rely on ourselves. I believe this is also the lesson the Tianji Palace wants to teach us. You make your own decision, after all, Xiaochan, you are young but grown, and have your own judgment. Do you want to get back on the bus or explore this tunnel with me? Jiang Xiao threw the question to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian glanced at her disorganized brother and then turned her head away, saying, forget it, if you die alone, no one will even be there to collect your body.
Jiang Xiao smirked, saying nothing more. So what should we do now? It's all dark here, we can't see anything.
Looking around, Jiang Qian slightly furrowed her brows. In the tunnel, there were no extra hints, only pure darkness and silent terror. The oppressive atmosphere was enough to drive a normal person crazy.
Jiang Xiao said, whatever, maybe some people from Tianji Palace are secretly watching us.
Jiang Qian pouted, tisk, peeping toms.
Swish.
Jiang Xiao turned on his phone's flashlight feature, barely able to see some of the road ahead. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao noticed something strange. Xiaochan, look, there's something on the ground. Following the direction of the flashlight, Jiang Qian saw several yellow papers scattered on the cement floor, looking a bit like the money burned for the dead in rural areas. Jiang Xiao immediately grabbed Jiang Qian's right hand and followed the trail of those yellow papers.
On the bus. Short-haired girl Su Xian was currently leaning on the window, looking at the flashlight beam piercing through the darkness outside, muttering, didn't he say he was going to the bathroom? Why did he run so far?
The others had nothing to do, so they could only stand still, waiting for the so-called rescue.
As time slowly passed, the dark and silent tunnel inevitably weighed heavily on people's spirits.
The feeling called despair gradually settled in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the boy bit his teeth hard, trying not to let fear paralyze his mind.
Damn it! Why hasn't the Heavenly Machine Palace sent anyone yet? What do you think? The reserve students this time? In a certain closed room, several LCD screens displayed scenes from various angles of the tunnel.
A middle-aged man in a blue robe stood with his hands behind his back, his brow tightly furrowed.
After watching for a while, he withdrew his gaze and said angrily, I am so disappointed. These kids don't even have the courage to face the darkness. As spiritual masters, how can they think of being rescued instead of fighting for themselves? It's simply ridiculous.
Another plump man chuckled and said, stay calm, stay calm.
After all, they are still young. Besides, most of them don't even have spirit pearls, how can they resist ghosts? The blue-robed middle-aged man replied, that's no excuse. Even if they have to bite with their teeth or grab with their hands, they must let those ghostly things know that our human teeth are stronger than theirs. You are too extreme. The plump man didn't pursue the discussion further but suddenly pointed at one of the screens and said, look, aren't those two little ones taking the first step? Upon hearing this, the blue-robed middle-aged man's expression softened slightly. What are the names of these two young people? The camera zoomed in. The plump man's eyes lit up, saying, hey, these two young ones are not simple. Their father is Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang? The number 2 of the Dawn Spiritual Master Team? The blue-robed middle-aged man was surprised. The plump man nodded. That's right. I see, that makes sense.
The blue-robed middle-aged man slowly said, Jiang Chang is quite a figure, his children haven't embarrassed him.
I want these two.
Immediately, he spoke decisively. But the plump man laughed, don't rush, there's another piece of news.
What? That boy, yes.
The one holding the dagger, his name is Jiang Xiao, but his innate spiritual tool only has 3 skill slots.
3 skill slots? How could that be? Jiang Chang had a heavenly weapon back then, could there be a mistake?
Instantly, the blue-robed middle-aged man found it hard to believe. The plump man said, I also find it strange, but Jiang Xiao's innate spiritual tool really only has 3 skill slots.
Moreover, he is an adopted son of Jiang Chang.
No wonder, the blue-robed middle-aged man stopped speaking.
After a long while, he suddenly asked, what about Jiang Chang's daughter?
The plump man replied, her name is Jiang Chan, and she has a heavenly weapon with 12 skill slots.
What? 12 skill slots?
Hearing this, the blue-robed middle-aged man was overjoyed and said, send a white mist ghost out, I want to see how courageous this Jiang Chan is.
White mist ghost? The plump man's expression changed, old Jan? No way.
These two little kids are still only reserve spiritual masters. The blue-robed middle-aged man waved his sleeve and turned to leave, leaving only one sentence behind, "Don't worry, I'm here."
Chapter 14, Instant Kill. Green light shines. In the dark tunnel.
Jiang Xiao held Jiang Chan's hand as they walked along the yellow paper on the ground.
Along the way, Jiang Chan looked back at the bus that was almost out of sight and worriedly said, "Brother, are you sure we didn't go the wrong way? What if this is a trap set by the ghosts?" Jiang Chan felt as if she was stepping deeper into an abyss.
The next moment, Jiang Xiao tightened his grip on Jiang Chan's small hand and said, "Don't worry, if something unexpected happens, I'll be the first to run.
I won't let our Jiang family's line end." Jiang Xiao.
Jiang Chan shouted angrily, her almond eyes wide open.
"Wait. Sister, did you notice that our surroundings have changed?"
Suddenly, at this moment, Jiang Xiao keenly sensed something was off.
Jiang Chan frowned and asked, "What's wrong? It's so dark we can't see anything."
Jiang Xiao didn't speak but focused on observing. In an instant, his expression changed. He saw a wisp of white mist drifting in the air through the light from his phone.
Not good.
It's a white mist ghost. Jiang Xiao was very familiar with the abilities of the white mist ghost, so he reacted immediately upon discovering this wisp of white mist. Initially, the surrounding white mist was like porridge, blending into the darkness.
Difficult to recognize. But soon, the white mist gradually became thick, occupying the entire tunnel.
In an instant, Jiang Xiao and Jiang Chan both fell into the dense fog, completely unable to discern the surroundings.
What is going on? Jiang Chan's pretty face turned pale as she nervously said, "Jiang Xiao, didn't you say this was the test of the Heavenly Machine Palace? How come even a white-level ghost has appeared?"
She regretted deeply in her heart, thinking she should have directly knocked her brother unconscious and carried him back to the car earlier. Compared to the darkness, the thick white mist equally made it impossible to see one's fingers when reaching out. Even more terrifying was that within the pale white mist, it seemed there was some eerie presence watching her.
The ominous aura permeated, and faintly, there seemed to be wailing curses in the air. Chilling to the bone. This was the most direct feeling of a living person facing the sneaky and sinister.
Jiang Chan tightly gripped her personal spiritual weapon, her expression tense, constantly on guard against the changes around her.
"I don't know either."
Jiang Xiao frowned and said, then turned back to back with Jiang Chan, simultaneously speaking, "The white mist ghost appears and disappears within this fog. It is best to ambush from behind. We need to keep an eye on each other's blind spots, and once we see the movement of that white mist ghost, immediately notify me."
A flash of dark light. The black dagger was held in reverse by Jiang Xiao.
Jiang Xiao held his breath, suppressing the distracting thoughts in his heart, trying to remain calm. His personal spiritual weapon had absorbed the blue-level soul orb, gaining a skill that emitted blue light capable of seriously injuring white-level ghosts.
1 minute cooldown time.
It must not miss, __. Jiang Xiao gritted his teeth, and the shadow flickering in his eyes was extremely distorted, like a beast that had been starving for dozens of days, crazily howling to eat.
No way.
His shadow was filled with eerie qualities, and it must not be easily used unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao noticed a black shadow flickering in the white mist before him.
"Xiao Chan. Be careful. It has appeared." Jiang Xiao quickly called out.
At once, Jiang Xiao felt the girl behind him tremble slightly. "Don't be afraid, brother has a blue-level skill, as long as it dares to show itself, it can be killed," Jiang Xiao said, wanting to soothe her emotions.
However, suddenly Jiang Xiao felt something was off.
The back against him, the body temperature from Jiang Chan was as cold as iron.
Could it be?
Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he instantly turned his head.
Sure enough, before Jiang Chan, there was a white mist ghost with a face ashen.
The latter wore clothing from the last century, looking creepy, with deep-set eye sockets and lips as dry as land parched for months. At that moment, its palm, covered in dead skin and dry, was resting on Jiang Chan's delicate shoulder. A large amount of dead air entered Jiang Chan's body, rendering her unable to move, her lively eyes barely turning a couple of times.
Blue light flashed.
Jiang Xiao did not hesitate, directly urging the spiritual energy within him, activating this skill. In an instant, a large amount of spiritual energy was triggered, taking the dagger as its carrier, condensing into a crescent-shaped blue light, rapidly attacking the white mist ghost.
Tear.
The latter's chest was struck head-on by the blue light, and its lifeless body was almost cleaved in half. From the gruesome wound, black blood slowly flowed out, and the smell in the air was like rotten meat that had decayed for months, disgustingly foul. At the same time, a hint of pain showed in the gray eyes of the white mist ghost as it withdrew its right hand and disappeared back into the white mist. Moreover, it seemed that because this white mist ghost was injured, the concentration of the surrounding fog weakened a bit, no longer as thick as before.
Xiao Chan.
At the moment the white mist ghost released its grip, Jiang Chan's whole body felt as if it had lost all strength, soft and powerless.
Jiang Xiao quickly supported Jiang Shan, carefully observing her complexion. Fortunately, the only issue was that her lips were a bit pale, as her vitality had been drained too much. With some rest, she would recover soon. Brother, what should we do? Jiang Chan's tone was very weak at this moment. Don't worry, this white fog ghost can't take our lives. Jiang Xiao said coldly, now, it's my turn. As he spoke, he took a deep breath, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The next moment, Jiang Chan was horrified to find that the white fog around them not only did not weaken but actually grew denser. What's going on? Has another white fog ghost appeared? Jiang Chan fearfully clutched Jiang Zhao's left hand. At the same time, in a place where Jiang Chan and Jiang Xiao could not see, a middle-aged man in a blue robe had the same expression of shock. Soon, the man in the blue robe contacted the fat man, angrily saying, "Tell me, why did the execution department let out 2 white fog ghosts?" His tone was extremely harsh. The fat man in the observation room was confused. Strange, I didn't notice a second white fog ghost. Then how do you explain this foggy situation? The blue-robed man erupted in fury and immediately hung up the phone, preparing to take action himself. In this urgent situation, he could no longer stand by and watch. In the vast fog, the 2 layers of white fog completely merged, becoming denser, like a liquid curtain of milk. Normal sight could no longer see anything. Jiang Chan clung fearfully to Jiang Zhao's left hand, biting her silver teeth. Brother, what to do? At this point, Jiang Chan couldn't even see Jiang Zhao's face clearly. Yet, the latter's calm voice suddenly rang out, "Don't be afraid, I see it." Jiang Chan was taken aback. The next moment, Jiang Zhao's left hand withdrew from Jiang Chan's embrace. A jet-black dagger spun in the air, creating a beautiful crescent shape. Jiang Zhao's pale right hand reversed the grip on the dagger, infusing it with spiritual power, making the sharp dagger emit a strange dark light. Swish! Jiang Xiao stepped forward, rushing toward a certain direction, the dagger carving a dark line in the air. In the white fog ghost appeared dazed, standing still, not moving at all. It couldn't comprehend the fog around it. Like ants confused by an unseen pheromone, or fish suddenly splashed with ink in their water. The once familiar white fog now blocked its vision. But shouldn't this be its territory? A black dagger suddenly pierced through the fog, ruthlessly stabbing into the neck of the white fog ghost. Clang! The seemingly fragile neck of the ghost was as hard as steel, the sharp dagger couldn't cut through at all. Jiang Xiao gritted his teeth. It seemed he could only use skills to seriously injure this ghost. Did he have to wait for the next time when the glow flash skill was available? No. There was another way. The next second, an idea suddenly brightened in Jiang Zhao's mind. Whoosh! Sensing an attack from behind, the white fog ghost swung its deadly arm over. Jiang Xiao skillfully rolled and dodged, and soon the white fog ghost fell into a state of confusion, not knowing where the enemy went. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on the wound that the glow flash had caused on the ghost's chest earlier. My territory, I decide. Suddenly, a smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Zhao's mouth as he stepped back and vanished into the fog. When he reappeared, he had silently come in front of the white fog ghost. Due to the dense fog, the ghost couldn't see the Jiang Xiao right in front of it, still dazed and standing still. Swish! Jiang Zhao's gaze sharpened, he infused all his strength into the dagger, and then fiercely stabbed into the ghost's gaping wound on its chest. Suddenly, the white fog ghost's body shuddered as if struck by lightning, dark blood continuously flowed out, pooling at its feet to form a puddle. Finally, it crashed to the ground, completely defeated by Jiang Xiao. The last bit of spiritual power gathered on its body, forming a soul pearl. Huff! Jiang Xiao grabbed the white soul pearl tightly. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief. The spiritual power within him was nearly exhausted, and his highly tense mind was nowhere near as relaxed as when he had just slain that wandering soul. But, this was the first time he had personally killed a white-level ghost with his own abilities. And I can use this white mist ghost soul pearl to break through to the flashing blue skill. Looking at the corpse of the white mist ghost beneath him, Jiang Xiao tightened his fists, his expression invigorated. The 1-minute cooldown of the flashing blue was still far too long for a battlefield that changed in the blink of an eye. If the flashing blue had come back online sooner, he could have easily eliminated that white mist ghost. Without thinking too much, Jiang Xiao was about to turn back to Jiang Chan when suddenly, his pupils constricted. In his white mist domain, he discovered an unknown dark figure appearing out of nowhere. Oh? Finally showing up? Jiang Xiao narrowed his eyes, his right hand slowly returning to normal, while the surrounding white mist gradually began to disperse. Chapter 15, Advancement. Inside the tunnel, everything had completely returned to normal. The semicircular dome was lined with incandescent lights, and the exit was radiating a golden glow. The young boys and girls on the bus let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, just as they began to feel happy, a middle-aged man in a blue robe appeared and harshly scolded everyone. As a spirit master, is this your reaction in the face of a sudden spiritual event? You're even worse than ordinary people. When you encounter a sudden spiritual event in the future, can the people trust you, useless bunch? Don't all just huddle down like turtles, raise your heads and look at me. The middle-aged man in the blue robe was filled with anger. How can you still call yourselves special enrollment students, with parents who have made great sacrifices for humanity? Seeing you like this makes me feel ashamed for them. The boy who had previously suggested staying on the bus now felt overwhelming shame, wishing he could just disappear into the ground. Jiang Xiao and Jiang Chan stood far away, unaffected by the rage of the blue-robed man. At this moment, Jiang Xiao's gaze was on the bus driver. The latter was indeed not an ordinary person. There was no trace of fear on his face. He stood beside the middle-aged man in the blue robe, calmly saying, "I am very disappointed in you. I hope when you come out from the Tianji Palace later, you will not be so weak." Old Wu, continue to scold these kids harshly. I have something to attend to. Suddenly, the blue-robed man said, then walked toward Jiang Xiao and Jiang Chan. Greetings, senior. Jiang Xiao quickly spoke. The blue-robed man merely glanced at Jiang Xiao and then ignored him. His attention was now focused on Jiang Chan. Surprisingly, the man who had looked so stern before now showed a warm smile toward Jiang Chan. Jiang Chan, right? I'm Jiang Yu, a mentor from the Tianji Palace, responsible for recruiting new students in your South China region. The girl looked a bit pale. Having just finished battling the white mist ghost, she hadn't fully regained her spirits. When she heard him speak, she suddenly didn't know how to respond. Jiang Xiao quickly tugged at her hand, and Jiang Chan finally came to her senses, hurriedly saying, "Hello, Senior Jiang." He. Jiang Yu chuckled, pointing to the corpse of the white mist ghost not far away. Did you eliminate that white mist ghost? Ah. Jiang Chan was startled and turned her gaze to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao quickly spoke for her, that's right. When did you absorb the white mist ghost soul pearl, sister? Even I didn't know, I was almost scared to death earlier. Saying this, Jiang Xiao secretly gave Jiang Chan a wink. Not bad, very good. Jiang Yu showed no signs of suspicion, especially after seeing the white mist ghost soul pearl held in Jiang Chan's left hand. He praised her even more. You are indeed Jiang Chang's daughter, capable of slaying a white-level ghost at such a young age. You can even protect this is your brother, right? Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao hurriedly said, yes, I am her brother, named Jiang Xiao, 16 years old, my destined spirit weapon is a dagger. It was similar to a self-introduction when looking for a job. Jiang Yu couldn't be bothered to listen any longer. He patted Jiang Chan's shoulder and said, I will always pay attention to you, so do your best. Also, if you encounter any trouble at Tianji Palace in the future, you can come find me in Class E. Oh. Jiang Chan blankly nodded her head. Afterward, Jiang Yu explained a lot of things to Jiang Chan until someone urged him to leave. On the other side, the driver was also a steward of Tianji Palace. After scolding the special recruits, he let everyone get on the bus, officially heading to the Tianji Palace branch at the tunnel exit. On the bus. Jiang Xiao glanced at the still confused Jiang Chan. He reached out and poked her soft cheek, saying, What's wrong? Are you scared to the point of crying? When it was just the two of them, Jiang Chan finally came back to her senses and said gloomily, Brother, why did you give this soul orb to me? Also, that white mist ghost clearly is. Before she could finish, Jiang Xiao interrupted, All right, we are siblings, why talk about this? Besides, you are different from me, you have a top-grade destined spirit weapon with 12 skill slots, you are already like a little phoenix. Look at the way Jiang Yu looks at you, it's almost like a pervert. But to me? He couldn't care less. After Jiang Xiao finished speaking, Jiang Chan immediately said, But that's very unfair to you. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao chuckled, Unfair? Little Chan, this is called resource maximization. Believe it or not, even if others know that I dealt with this white mist ghost, at most, they will only praise me a couple of times, nothing more. But for you, when you reach Tianji Palace and get placed in sections, you will definitely get a better ranking because of this. Jiang Chan still felt uneasy, her cheeks puffing out, her little face adorably like a fawn. Jiang Xiao then took back the soul orb from the white mist ghost that he had given her. His blue light flash skill had 3 advancement directions. One of them required the soul orb of the white mist ghost. Ability cooldown time reduced by half, required spirit power reduced by half, release speed doubled. Jiang Xiao summoned his destined spirit weapon and carefully observed this advancement direction. Blue light flash could severely injure that white mist ghost, but it couldn't kill it in one blow. If he could reduce the cooldown time by half, it would greatly enhance his ability. But Jiang Xiao was also somewhat reluctant to let go of the first advancement direction. Power increased by 40%, range expanded by 30%. If I choose the first advancement direction, maybe a single blue light flash would be enough to eliminate a white-level ghost. Jiang Xiao stroked his chin, thought for a moment, forget it, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Since I already have the existing white mist ghost soul orb, it's best to use it. At that moment, Jiang Xiao no longer hesitated. Moreover, the bronze ghost was still a blue-level ghost, known for its tough skin and thick flesh.
The market price of the soul orb from a bronze ghost was around 130,000, which showed how difficult it was to slay a bronze ghost. He didn't even know how long it would take him to be able to defeat a bronze ghost. Instead of that, it was better to directly choose to advance using the existing white mist ghost soul orb. Soon, after Jiang Xiao absorbed the white mist ghost soul orb with his dagger, he immediately felt the blue light flash skill had changed. The original 1-minute cooldown time, which used 1/3 of his spirit power for each release, now only required 30 seconds of cooldown and 1/6 of the spirit power. At the same time, the soul orb of blue light flash, after successfully lighting up the white mist ghost advancement line, extended 3 new branches. The first branch hole is green, hinting. Required, Underworld Ghost Soul Pearl, Ming Light Flash, can freely control the movement trajectory of the green flash, speed increased by 3 times. The second branch hole is black, hinting. Required, Water Ghost Soul Pearl, Wave Light Flash, attacking enemies can add a layer of mark, the more marks, the higher the damage when the wave light flash hits and explodes. The third branch hole is white, hinting. Required, Hanging Ghost Soul Pearl, Evil Light Flash, splits into 3 rays of Evil Light Flash. After reading the 3 new branches, Jiang Xiao was completely stunned. You could say, no matter which advancement direction is chosen, the green flash can evolve into a skill that is no less than a red-level soul pearl. However, the required cost is also huge. Turtle. I remember the underworld ghost is only found in the night demonware, right? The water ghost, although a blue-level ghost, is pitifully rare, only appearing in places where rivers abound. As for the hanging ghost, Jiang Xiao swallowed hard. This TM is already a red-level ghost. Only a team of 3 triple spirit masters could possibly kill it. The last hanging ghost even killed 3 triple spirit masters. Moreover, the skill that comes with the hanging ghost soul pearl is not bad itself. However, likewise, the advancement direction of the hanging ghost has become powerful to a perverse degree. Previously, the first advancement route of the bronze ghost only enhanced its power by 30%. Yet, the hanging ghost soul pearl can split into 3 rays of evil light flash. This means its power has increased 3 times. The underworld ghost pearl's advancement, Ming Light Flash, is also perverse. It can freely control the fired Ming Light Flash, while speed is also increased by 3 times. Now, the white mist ghost soul pearl has already doubled the flying speed of the green flash, if it is further increased by 3 times. Wouldn't the green flash, this blue-level skill, be like the legendary flying sword? In an instant, daylight flashed, and heads fell. This is the technique of a sword immortal. As for the wave light flash from the water ghost soul pearl, though Jiang Xiao still did not understand how high the damage from the added marks could be, he could be sure it wouldn't be low at all. In the future, if he had a rapid attack skill soul pearl like a rifle bullet, applying multiple marks to a ghost in a short time, and then releasing the wave light flash to explode. What an amazing sight would that be? Suddenly, Jiang Xiao's little heart started pounding wildly. Chapter 16, She Wants No One. While Jiang Xiao's mind was wandering, the bus finally carried everyone slowly out of the tunnel. In an instant, the vast world came into view. Surrounded by mountains, it forms a shape like a treasure basin, with a huge flat belly in the center, where a town is built. The 4 major mountains to the east, south, west, and north are interconnected by tunnels. On the wide road, vehicles from all over the world are present, even several military district cars with white license plates. This place is located within Shangzhou, known as Tianwang Town. It is a branch of Tiangong Palace that was established with the country's efforts several years in advance. Though it is called a town, its scale is not small at all. In addition to the most important southern branch of Tiangong Palace, the town has various entertainment venues, including but not limited to internet cafes, KTV, cinemas, sports complexes, and more. When Tianwang Town was originally built, it was aimed at training a new generation of spirit masters. Additionally, for ordinary people, Tianwang Town is not without mystery. It is said that there are only a few supernatural events here each year, like a peach blossom source isolated from the world. In fact, the reason Tianwang Town has few supernatural events is simply because there are many spirit masters in Tiangong Palace who can quickly rush to the scene and eliminate the ghosts. High-level spirit masters who are rarely seen outside are common here. You might be sitting across from an old man while eating noodles, and he could be a 4-fold spirit master. On the bus, a group of boys and girls forgot their previous unhappiness, immersed in the novelty of this new world. Is this Tianwang Town? The scenery is so beautiful. I must stay here. The short-haired girl, Su Xian, blinked her big, dark eyes, her small mouth slightly open, looking very cute. Jiang Xiao suddenly tapped her on the shoulder, grinning. Xiao Xian, we haven't added each other on WeChat yet. As he said this, he cautiously glanced at Jiang Chan next to them. Fortunately, she was currently enjoying the scenery outside. Suddenly, Su Xian whispered, Jiang Xiao, your sister is so amazing. Ha! Just now, the mentor from Tiangong Academy scolded us hard, but praised your sister a lot, and said we should learn from her. As she spoke, Su Xian cast an admiring glance at Jiang Chan. What?
Jiang Xiao was startled. Wait. Didn't I get off the bus first? But didn't you go to the restroom? Su Xian tilted her head, confused. And I heard she bravely stood between you and the white fog ghost. That was really cool. Su Xian's tone was full of admiration and longing, as if viewing Jiang Chan as her idol. Seeing this, Jiang Xiao felt great regret in his heart. I hate it, I shouldn't have been so low-key. Jiang classmate, could you ask your sister for her contact information for me? Su Xian asked hopefully. Jiang Xiao's forehead was covered in black lines, and he no longer felt like talking. At that moment, the bus turned a corner on the highway and stopped in front of a checkpoint. Get off the bus. The bus driver, or rather an official from Tiangong Academy, spoke up. Immediately, a crowd of boys and girls grabbed their luggage and got off the bus. Sweet smell. After getting off, Jiang Xiao took a deep breath of fresh air, stretched out his arms, and looked intoxicated. This guy is so smug. Beside him, the boy who had stopped Jiang Xiao from getting off the bus muttered under his breath. In his view, this person was purely relying on his sister. Otherwise, how could someone like him see through Tiangong Academy's intentions? In front of everyone was a group of buildings similar to a campus. At the entrance stood a black stone tablet, entirely dark, with the three powerful words Tiangong Academy carved on it. At the same time, several buses were parked nearby, forming a long line. Including Zhang Hai and Bai Qimeng. These talented boys and girls from Sichuan were gathered together. When they saw Jiang Xiao, Zhang Hai snorted coldly, turning his head away, not wanting to look at him at all. Unlike the special enrollment students, Tiangong Academy did not conduct sudden assessments on them. Therefore, these boys and girls were filled with ambition, eager to make a name for themselves in Tiangong Academy. Jiang Xiao glanced around and roughly estimated that there were over 500 people. After all, his ordinary high school recruited 3 people from a class, and an entire grade had dozens of students. Tiangong Academy had 4 divisions, with the Southern Division responsible for recruiting talented boys and girls from the entire South China region. Bang! 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 Heavy footsteps echoed closer. Before long, a group of middle-aged men and women stood in front of Jiang Xiao and the others. They all wore the Tiangong Academy badge on their sleeves, standing tall with an unusual aura about them. The boys and girls in the lineup understood that these people were the spirit masters of Tiangong Academy, immediately raising their heads proudly while secretly standing on tiptoes, hoping that these seniors would notice them. Jiang Xiao spotted Chen Fan and Jiang Yu among them. At the same time, Chen Fan smiled at Jiang Xiao. He remembered this boy. Although his talent was a little lacking, he was still Jiang Cheng's son. His performance in the combat segment was outstanding, leaving a deep impression on him. As for Jiang Yu, he kept his gaze locked on Jiang Chan. It was as if the entire world was left with only Jiang Chan. Hey, don't look at my sister with that perverted gaze. Jiang Xiao thought to himself. In fact, it wasn't just Jiang Yu, several other mentors were also watching Jiang Chan with vague interest. Heavenly grade spiritual weapon, 12 skill slots, and she had killed a white mist ghost all on her own before even entering the Heavenly Machine Palace. One could say that if there were a competition for these young men and women, Jiang Chan would definitely be a top contender, with extremely low odds. Feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, Jiang Chan inched closer to Jiang Xiao. What are you afraid of? You should know that you are the prize in their eyes right now. Jiang Xiao nudged Jiang Chan, stand tall, lift your head, and let a confident smile show. I don't want to do that, it feels like I'm being stared at like a piece of merchandise. And that white mist ghost wasn't really me. Jiang Chan's delicate fingers tugged at Jiang Xiao's sleeve as she spoke softly. Shoo! Jiang Xiao quickly put a finger to his lips, seriously advising, Little Chan, remember that white mist ghost was killed by you. The girl replied excitedly, why? Even if I didn't have the ability to kill that white mist ghost, wouldn't I still be valued? Why should I use your achievements to fool others? Instantly, Jiang Xiao covered her mouth, gently calming her down. Okay, you are the best. My little Chan has always been number 1 since childhood. How could I doubt that? Just think, even if you didn't kill that white mist ghost, what if you could take care of one for your brother later? Is that even a question? Jiang Chan's eyes widened in displeasure at Jiang Xiao's suggestion. Jiang Xiao said, then that's settled. This time, Big Brother took care of the white mist ghost for you, and later when you're strong, you can take care of one for me, right? Hearing this, Jiang Chan's worries started to ease a bit. Seeing the girl finally stop acting spoiled, Jiang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. This little girl really is hard to handle. On the other side, Jiang Yu looked at this scene in confusion, muttering to himself, what's going on? Why does Jiang Chan look so wronged? Could it be that her brother knows he's too incompetent and wants to rely on Jiang Chan to build connections? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Instantly, Jiang Xiao shot a disdainful glance at Jiang Xiao, thinking to himself, how can a top talent like Jiang Chan be dragged down by a useless brother like you? I must make sure Jiang Chan and her brother are separated during the class division. Something feels off. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao shivered, unable to help but glance around. Ever since earlier, I've had this feeling of being watched by resentment. Could there be ghosts in the Heavenly Machine Palace? Old Jiang, are you serious? From the start until now, you haven't taken your eyes off that little girl. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's gaze at Jiang Chan was blocked by a middle-aged fat man. Old Wang, don't play dumb with me. Jiang Yu scoffed, can you swear to me that you have no intention of pursuing Jiang Chan? The fat man named Old Wang chuckled and said, I am an old acquaintance of Jiang Chang. So? Jiang Yu shot a sidelong glance at him. Old Wang's smile grew even wider, so Jiang Chan should be in my class. You're full of nonsense. Jiang Yu cursed angrily, I could just say that Jiang Chang asked me to take care of his children before he died. Hey! Jiang Yu, that's going too far. Jiang Chang was a human hero, his death should not be made light of. Get lost. I'm not going to argue with you about this. One thing is clear, Jiang Chan is mine. Jiang Yu appeared impatient, waving his hand as if swatting a fly, you can find other talented horses to bet on, even if you find them, I won't compete with you. Upon hearing this, Old Wang's small eyes widened in surprise. Why should I? Why don't you, Jiang Yu, go wash sand away in the waves? Am I just supposed to let you have it? I don't see you as being any better than me. Oh, is this a competition? Jiang Yu said as he started to roll up his sleeves. Enough. At that moment, a tall woman with wavy hair spoke sharply, Jiang Yu, you really don't care about your image, do you? Wang He is a spirit master. An auxiliary spirit master. The total number of attack skills doesn't even exceed 2, are you not ashamed? Jiang Yu put on a tough look, I don't care, anyway, I've had my eye on Jiang Chan since early on. I recognized Jiang Chan's talent even before they entered Tianwang town. Is that all? The wavy-haired woman sneered, let me tell you, back when Jiang Chan was still in Yuqing, the moment she detected her spirit weapon, I was set on her. Chapter 17, The Struggle for Jiang Chan. Ha, I'd say that even before Jiang Chan's spirit weapon appeared, I had already picked her. Jiang Yu refused to back down, his attitude unwavering. The wavy-haired woman said angrily, you are being unreasonable. You sound just like a rogue. Where is the grace a spirit master should have? Then let's have a competition, after all, we've had contests in previous years, which year haven't we fought for disciples like this? What's the point of pretending to be polite? Alright, Jiang Yu. I want to see just how strong your underworld fire knife truly is. As the three debated, a few others joined in from behind. These people regarded Jiang Chan very highly, and soon everyone's faces were flushed with anger, unable to settle the dispute. In the distance, the young boys and girls gradually noticed the quarrel among Jiang Yu and others. Ha? Is our mentor arguing? How could that be? This is Tianji Palace. Look, they've even summoned their spirit weapons. Don't worry, stay calm, they should just be discussing an academic issue. Hey! I'm saying. One elder just got beaten until he spat blood. What? Everyone was astonished and quickly focused their eyes. They saw at that moment Jiang Yu holding a large knife engulfed in black flames, the energy surging, causing the air around the blade to subtly distort. Opposite him, the wavy-haired woman wielded a string of bells, and waves like water rippled in the air, creating a unique domain. The other mentors also summoned their own spirit weapons, each skill dazzling the spectators. The scene was chaotic. Enough! Suddenly, a voice filled with anger echoed from all directions. Instantly, Jiang Yu and the others were stunned, quickly retracting their spirit weapons. Like children caught in wrongdoing, they stood frozen in place. In the distance, an old man with a cane and white hair slowly approached. The old man was in his twilight years, appearing frail and exuding a sense of decline, looking like most elderly people in their 80s. Yet before this old man, even the three-tier spirit masters, Jiang Yu's group, did not dare to speak out. The old man first glanced at Jiang Yu, and immediately, Jiang Yu lowered his head even more. Then the old man turned his gaze to the wavy-haired woman. The wavy-haired woman's lips moved, as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. Finally, the old man's cloudy eyes fell on Jiang Xiao and Jiang Chan in the distance. At that moment, Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. What is this old man's identity? Jiang Xiao felt a sense of unease. He had many unusual traits, and if any were revealed, he could be caught and used as a test subject. Fortunately, the old man's gaze lingered only for a brief second before naturally shifting away. As he turned to leave, he left behind one sentence. Students who cannot reach an agreement should decide for themselves. Shortly after the old man left, Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the old man is in a good mood today. Beside him, the big wave-haired woman glared fiercely at Jiang Yu. It's you. Always messing around, provoking the old man. Jiang Yu immediately retorted, isn't it because you all refuse to back down? Why should we back down? That Jiang Chan. Old One's voice became excited again. Enough. You all didn't listen to what the old man just said, right? At this moment, Chen Fan couldn't stand it anymore. As for which class Jiang Chan enters, let her decide for herself. As soon as these words came out, all the young boys and girls in the lineup changed their expressions drastically. Swish. 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 In an instant, countless gazes focused all on Jiang Chan. Could it be that these mentors just now were fighting over her? How is that possible? What kind of talent is this girl? How can she cause such a commotion? While everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but feel envy and jealousy. At this moment, wearing a pink skirt, Bai Qiming was enjoying the flattering praise from others. Her top-tier talent with 9 skill slots made her proud like a peacock, especially as several mentors from Tianji Palace looked at her kindly, making her feel extraordinary. Father, don't worry. I will definitely enter the best class and become the most outstanding spirit master. Recalling her father's instructions before leaving, Bai Qiming clenched her small fists. However, just then, Jiang Chan rose like a sun, her dazzling light suddenly overshadowing all the young boys and girls present. The attention that was originally on her shifted entirely to that equally charming girl. How can this be? The huge gap made her unable to accept it for a moment. Hearing the murmurs of those around her, Bai Qiming couldn't help but whisper in disbelief, 12 skill slots, is this Jiang Chan a monster? Not only Bai Qiming, but Tianji Palace's recruitment this time was from the entire South China region, including countless youths from all over. Among them were also so-called geniuses with 9 or 10 skill slots. In their respective cities, they were all truly the pride of heaven. Needless to say about their pride, most of them had their noses in the air, looking down on their peers. But when these geniuses gathered together, the so-called geniuses could become ordinary. Everyone's spirit tools had 9 skill slots, how much better could you be than me? However, under such circumstances, there was actually a girl who still stood out above them all. Even the mentors from Tianji Palace were willing to fight over her. In an instant, Jiang Chan became the center of everyone's attention. Quickly, they realized that not only was this black-haired girl talented, but she was also incredibly beautiful. With a pretty oval face, a delicate chin, exquisite features, skin whiter than snow, and a petite frame, she was indeed the perfect beauty. Instantly, the young boys who had previously felt a bit jealous changed their gazes, so beautiful. A young man dressed in fine clothes with a handsome face smirked, very good, woman, you've successfully caught my attention. A strong and mature-looking youth's eyes flickered, can I go ask her for a contact number? Jiang Chan, my surname is Zhua, we first met in winter, in that case, let's name our future child Zuolingchan. Even if Jiang Xiao's thoughts were wild, he could never have imagined that as soon as his sister appeared, someone had already secretly named his future nephew. Additionally, Jiang Xiao was surprised to see that the usually sharp-tongued Jiang Chan was displaying a shy demeanor at this moment. Facing the gaze of the Tianji Palace mentors and her peers, Jiang Chan completely lost her queen-like demeanor at home, instead pulling Jiang Xiao's left hand. The body was pressed extremely close. Therefore, Jiang Xiao became the #1 enemy in the hearts of countless young men. Who is this man? I will give him 500,000 to leave my goddess, someone gritted their teeth. On the other side, Jiang Yu and several mentors also began to use their own methods. The first to appear was a middle-aged woman with big wavy hair. She slowly walked up to Jiang Chan, showing a gentle and captivating smile. Xiao Chan, I am Chen Yan, the mentor of Class A at the Tianji Palace. I have been watching you since you were in Yuqing, and now I can finally formally invite you to join my class. With your talent, under my guidance, you will surely become a legendary 5th-level spirit master in the future. As soon as Chen Yan finished speaking, the chubby Lao Wang walked up. He didn't speak to Jiang Chan at first, but disdainfully glanced at Chen Yan and said, the cake you painted looks good. You must have used this trick to deceive new disciples in the past few years? Hearing this, Chen Yan's face turned angry, and just as she was about to speak, Lao Wang had already turned to Jiang Chan. He patted his chest and said boldly, Jiang Chan, I am the mentor of Class B, you can call me Lao Wang. I won't say much, just one thing, as long as you are willing to enter my Class B, 3 blue-level soul orbs are enough for you to reach the realm of a 3rd-level spirit master. Swish. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Even Jiang Xiao secretly clicked his tongue, wow, 3 blue-level soul orbs, how much money is that? Blue-level spirits are different from light-level spirits, they are much more dangerous, and even an ordinary 2nd-level spirit master must treat them carefully, they are quite tricky. Therefore, the market price of a blue-level soul orb generally ranges from 100,000 to several hundred thousand. If Jiang Xiao had such treatment, and someone gave him a blue soul orb, he could choose the first advancement route with a flash of blue light. Jiang Chan herself was stunned for a moment. Wang He.
Chen Yan was furious and suddenly looked at the chubby Lao Wang. I ask you, how is Jiang Chan's talent in my Tianji palace? Top notch. Then shouldn't such a talented spirit master receive the best training? There are 5 classes in the human palace, and my class A has the richest training resources. Jiang Chan can only enter my class A, only then will her talent not be wasted. Chen Yan said firmly. Lao Wang sneered, yes, your class A is the strongest, with the most geniuses. But what's the point? How come you can't produce anything substantial when inviting a disciple? Hearing this, Chen Yan turned red and stammered, the resources in the class can't be used like that. From now on, as long as Xiao Chan achieves the corresponding results, I will naturally provide soul orbs as rewards. Enough! Lao Wang shouted loudly, your class A is powerful, but with so many top horses, the grass consumed is not small. If Jiang Chan can enter my class B, I can allocate most of the resources just for her, that's the difference. The two argued back and forth. At this moment, another middle-aged man with a square face walked up. Jiang Chan, as long as you are willing to enter my class C, I can give you 5 blue-level soul orbs. Suddenly, the entire venue erupted again. Bai Qiming and others did not know what to say at this moment. They all rushed to enter the Tianji Palace. But what about Jiang Chan? These mentors of the Tianji Palace were almost begging her. Jiang Chan looked confusedly at Jiang Xiao. For this kind of situation before her, she didn't know how to handle it. Jiang Xiao had a subtle smile on his lips, secretly thinking, 5 blue-level soul orbs this time, 5 blue-level soul orbs next time, is there any higher? Just as Jiang Xiao's hammer was about to fall in his heart. Shen Yan. Lao Wang. Lu Wei. Damn you all. Suddenly, Jiang Yu rushed forward with red eyes and said madly. Jiang Chan, 1 hanging ghost soul orb, come with me. Jiang Yu's eyes were red, like a crazy gambler on the verge of madness, and he shouted this line. In an instant, the entire place fell silent, a deadly stillness. Hanging ghost. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? What happened? This. I feel like I'm going to faint. The boys and girls around felt like they were trapped in a dream, a bizarre tale. What is the concept of a hanging ghost soul pearl? Let's not talk about anything else, just the hanging ghost itself is a notorious fierce ghost. Even among many infamous red-level ghostly beings, the danger of the hanging ghost ranks among the highest, always causing massive casualties when it appears. As for the soul pearl of the hanging ghost, it seals its abilities. The Shackles. This is a rather twisted skill. Once released, it creates a field around the spiritual master. Enemies within the field will experience amplified gravity many times over. Often, a highly skilled spiritual master can wipe out most small fries with just the hanging ghost soul pearl. For this reason, the hanging ghost soul pearl is incredibly rare and valuable, with a market price exceeding 7 million. For Jiang Xiao, the hanging ghost soul pearl had an even greater purpose. That is the 3rd branch shining with green light. Evil light flash. Splitting into 3 evil light flashes requires precisely the hanging ghost soul pearl. The mentors of Tianji Palace were all dumbfounded, their mouths agape, unable to speak. After a long while, Fatty Lao Wang finally swallowed hard. Old Jiang, are you crazy? You would actually part with the hanging ghost soul pearl? Chen Yan hurriedly spoke up, Jiang Yu, you must think carefully. You have been stuck at the 3rd level spiritual master for years, and this red level soul pearl is your best opportunity to break through. Stop talking. Jiang Yu suddenly waved his hand and said, I'm set on Jiang Chan. His decisive attitude immediately left the onlookers in awe. It seems old Jiang is really going all in this time. Chen Fan shook his head secretly. He was the mentor of Class D and did not participate in the competition for Jiang Chan, simply because he was poor. A genius like Jiang Chan, who was rarely seen in a decade, reportedly killed a white mist ghost during the previous test. Endowed with talent, character, and guts all in one. It is easy to imagine that the other side becoming a legendary spiritual master is just a matter of time. Bai Qiming and the others were stunned, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Even those from prestigious backgrounds felt shaken. The hanging ghost soul pearl. This is ranked 7th among red-level soul pearls. Even I must wait until adulthood to possess one. Great. No wonder she is the goddess in my heart. Ha? Wasn't your goddess Bai Qiming yesterday? On the other side, as the focus of this event, Jiang Chan felt unsure. Brother. Jiang Chan looked at Jiang Xiao beside him. Jiang Xiao said, what are you looking at me for? You decide for yourself. Even though the hanging ghost soul pearl was extremely important to Jiang Xiao, he would never interfere with others' lives. How to choose was Jiang Chan's own business. Jiang Chan, you must think this through. Even if you get the hanging ghost soul pearl, that is Class E. The class with the worst training resources. Is it worth sacrificing your future for a red-level soul pearl? Old Wang could not afford such a precious soul pearl, so he had to change direction.
Chen Yan quickly chimed in, yes, exactly. Xiao Chan, think carefully, with your talent, even if you enter my class A, you will definitely be among the top. When the time comes, various ranking rewards will be waiting for you. You two worthless dogs. This scene almost made Jiang Yu explode with anger. I bet this hanging ghost soul pearl, and your class A can't even scrape together enough to buy it, just painting big pies with your mouths. He was risking his life. Jiang Chai pulled out a ghostly spirit pearl with blood on his lips, but these guys actually still found fault. Senior Jiang, can I ask you a question? Suddenly, Jiang Chai took the initiative to ask. Ask. Jiang Yu didn't dare to be lax and hurriedly replied. Jiang Chai suddenly tugged at Jiang Zhao's left hand and said crisply, Senior Jiang, I want to be in the same class as my brother, can you do that? Whoosh. Almost instantly, Jiang Yu's face darkened. Jiang Xiao? Before this, Jiang Yu had thought that once he took Jiang Chai into his class, he would have to reduce her contact with that brother of hers. In Jiang Yu's eyes, Jiang Xiao, who only had 3 skill slots, would definitely hold everyone back no matter where he was placed. The class would inevitably form a spirit master team, so where would they properly fit Jiang Xiao, that burden? Moreover, what if Jiang Xiao asked Jiang Chai for his spirit pearl? Especially since right now, this brat Jiang Xiao seemed to be either deliberate or just plain silly, grinning like a fool. Seeing that bright smile, Jiang Yu got angry, feeling uncomfortable all over. It seemed Jiang Chai noticed that Jiang Yu was somewhat unwilling and her eyes dimmed. Okay, Senior Jiang, I understand. Saying this, she walked toward Chen Yan. Chen Yan immediately smiled broadly, not expecting such a turn of events. However, regarding Jiang Chai's claim that she had to be in the same class as her brother, Chen Yan was also somewhat reluctant inside. These siblings are really odd, one is heaven and the other is earth? Chen Yan pondered to herself, forget it, first let's get Jiang Chai on board, as for her brother, he looks so foolish, I can just find some excuse to kick him out later. Just as Chen Yan thought that, on the other side, Jiang Yu finally made a bold decision and shouted, Jiang Chai. I want your brother. Jiang Xiao awkwardly chuckled, Senior Jiang, I'm really not good at this. The first half of the sentence was fine, but as soon as Jiang Xiao opened his mouth, everyone immediately moved away from Jiang Yu by several steps. Jiang Yu's face turned pale at this moment. They hadn't even entered the class yet, and this Jiang Xiao had already started. What would he have to deal with later? Jiang Yu glanced at Jiang Zhao's cheerful face, who seemed to think getting placed in Class E was a wonderful thing. Look, that guy had already trotted over to pester him. Senior Jiang, oh no, Teacher Jiang, does Class E have any slogans? Like, sweat more and bleed less from ghostly tricks. No, go away. Teacher Jiang, can you arrange for me to sit next to a pretty girl when we get seats? No, go away. Teacher Jiang, do you play Spirit and Ghost Alliance? What rank are you? I'm super skilled, how about I take you to Diamond with a red level ghost? No need, go away. Teacher Jiang. Shut up. A series of nonsensical conversations brought Jiang Yu to the brink of collapse. He really didn't know how Jiang Zhao's brain worked. After all, he was a mentor at the Tiangong Academy, a level 3 spirit master, with a status that anyone else would treat with respect. Yet, Jiang Xiao seemed to intentionally come annoy him. Seeing Jiang Yu's distressed face, Jiang Xiao secretly felt pleased, let you stare at my sister like a fool. Chapter 19, The Gaze in the Shadows. Jiang Chai is actually the Jiang Zhao's sister. Not far away, Bai Qiming pondered, what a pity, having such a useless brother, her cultivation will definitely be greatly hindered later. I might be able to take this chance to overtake her. Bai Qiming, who had always been the darling of heaven, had a very strong competitive spirit. Even if her talent was a bit worse than Jiang Chai's, she didn't feel a hint of frustration. Instead, she regarded her as her biggest competitor in the Tiangong Academy. The stronger the wood grows, the more the wind will blow it down. Jiang Chai might be the center of attention at that moment, but the competition was still on. But it has also brought her quite a bit of negative impact. Of course, these are later stories. The most important new student was taken by Class E's Jiang Yu, and the others didn't have much different talent. Mentors Chen Yan, Old Wang, and Shen Yan gradually assigned their students like picking vegetables at the market. Among them, Bai Qiming and Zhang Hai were assigned to Class A, while the short-haired girl Su Xian requested to join Class E. Xiao Xian, I'm so touched that you still remember our agreement, Jiang Xiao said with tears all over her face. Su Xian tilted her head in a silly way and said, Huh? Jiang classmate, what agreement do we have? Of course. Jiang Xiao insisted, didn't we agree on the bus coming here to enter the same class? We also said we would join the same spirit master team and live in the same house, sleep in the same bed. Get lost. Suddenly, Jiang Chan slapped Jiang Xiao aside. Then Jiang Chan smiled at Su Xian, right? Looks like we will be classmates from now on. Jiang classmate, can I have your contact information?
Su Xian looked very much in awe of Jiang Chan, her face slightly flushed and very excited. Sure, but remember to keep your distance from this older brother. Jiang Chan's beautifully charming eyes narrowed slightly. Su Xian froze for a moment, seeming not to understand. Jiang Chan explained, this guy's not normal, he's not serious, I'm afraid you'll get tricked.
Is that really the case?
Jiang Xiao said sadly from the side, I thought you were a hidden siscon, not allowing other women to approach me.
There's a mirror nearby, suddenly, Jiang Chan said nonsensically. Ha! I suggest you look in the mirror before you speak. Jiang Chan, you're too much. I want to sever our sibling relationship. Just as Jiang Xiao and Jiang Chan were bickering, Jiang Xiao suddenly froze.
He noticed a line of messy black text reappearing in front of his eyes. Immersed in the joy of entering the heavenly machine palace, you have not realized that you have been secretly targeted by an indescribable existence.
What's wrong? Did your pride get hurt? Jiang Chan glanced at Jiang Xiao when he didn't speak for a moment.
Jiang Xiao shook his head, no, it's nothing. Though he said that, he secretly paid attention to his surroundings. The 5 mentors of the Heavenly Machine Palace were registering people, while groups of boys and girls chatted, showing no signs of anything unusual.
I feel like a woman is secretly watching me.
Just as Jiang Xiao thought this, he suddenly froze, huh?
Why must it be a woman? Not far away.
Jiang Yu looked at the registration form in his hand, surprised, strange, why does my Class E's level seem exceptionally high this year?
Didn't just take in Jiang Chan? What's there to be proud of?
I want to see how Jiang Chan holds up a whole class in the future.
Old Wang said with an unhappy face.
Jiang Yu shook his head, no, in the past, most students in Class E had only 7 or 8 skill slots in their innate spirit tools, but this year, there are actually 2 with more than 9 skill slots.
No way. Are you that lucky?
Old Wang's eyes widened, 9 skill slots, how could such talent not go to Class A and let you profit from it? Jiang Yu spread the registration form to show him, look, besides Jiang Chan, there's also a girl named Ji Wanga.
Ji Wanga? That name sounds a bit familiar.
Old Wang thought for a moment and suddenly became serious, isn't she the only survivor of the nightmare ghost extermination case?
Jiang Yu nodded, that's right, it's her.
By the way, Jiang Cheng saved her. I didn't think that little girl would also become a spirit master at the Heavenly Machine Palace now. As he spoke, Jiang Yu looked ahead. He saw a cold-faced girl standing alone at the edge of the crowd. The girl wore a fiery red outfit like flames. With long, black hair fluttering in the wind, her beautiful face had skin whiter than snow, and her delicate features were no less stunning than those of Jiang Chan. But for some reason, the girl's dark eyes held no hint of emotion, cold and ruthless, making it difficult for anyone to approach her. She stood there like an iceberg floating in water. The other peers around her instinctively created distance, forming a large empty space. The nightmare ghost destroying gate tragedy. Jiang Yu sighed, looks like this student will still need psychological counseling. At that moment, Jiang Yu did not notice that the red-clothed girl named Ji Wanga had her cold gaze vaguely fixed on Jiang Xiao. Strange. A subconscious murmur escaped her delicate red lips. In the next moment, Ji Wanga tucked away the curiosity deep in her eyes and turned back into an immovable iceberg, exuding a frigid aura.
What? We have to rent a house outside by ourselves?
At the gate of the Tianji Palace, Jiang Xiao made an exaggerated expression next to the dark giant stone.
Jiang Yu suppressed the anger within him and said, let me reiterate, the Tianji Palace provides you students with a monthly subsidy. Also, Tianwang Town is so big, could it really be unjust to you?
Jiang Xiao asked in confusion, but, why? Jiang Yu couldn't be bothered to deal with this guy, he knew this was a deliberate provocation. He turned to the others and slowly said, do you know why the Tianji Palace does not give birth to any sinister activities? Old Jiang, stop beating around the bush.
Hurry up, I'm hungry.
Just as everyone was pondering, Jiang Xiao interrupted.
Jiang Yu's face darkened, what kind of nickname was Old Jiang?
Cough, the reason the Tianji Palace does not produce any sinister beings is that there is a massive magic array beneath our feet.
Magic array?
Ha, the Tianji Palace has a legacy of thousands of years, its foundation is far beyond what outsiders can imagine. Saying this, Jiang Yu spoke with considerable pride.
Oomph, can't you only cover a small area? Otherwise, why would we have to rent outside?
Jiang Xiao spoke disdainfully. Jiang Yu's forehead throbbed with veins, what do you know, kid?
Do you even understand how powerful our Tianji Palace's magic array is?
Oh?
Is this tiny little area's magic array?
Our Tianji Palace's magic array is built with the life souls of 5 Yuan ghosts.
Do you know how many countries want to? Wait.
Suddenly, Jiang Yu realized he had made a taboo comment halfway through his words.
Fortunately, these young people didn't understand Yuan ghosts or life souls.
Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing Jiang Xiao was his nemesis, so he didn't want to talk much, hastily waving his hand to disperse the crowd.
Yuan ghosts? Life souls? I've never heard those terms before.
Jiang Xiao muttered to himself a few times, suddenly having a thought and asking in his mind, "Hey, Shadow, are you there?"
What is a Yuan ghost? No answer.
Alright, it seemed that thing only spoke on its own, he didn't have the right to ask it. By the way, sister, when will old Jiang give you that hanged ghost soul pearl? Suddenly, Jiang Xiao remembered the most important matter and hurriedly asked. Jiang Chan replied, he said he would give it to me once I became a second-layer spirit master, otherwise if he gave it to me early, I wouldn't be able to absorb it.
Okay.
Jiang Xiao didn't think much of it, after all, the other side was a renowned spirit master of the Tianji Palace, so he couldn't possibly go back on his word.
Tianwang town was not much different from Yuqing, with various shops lining the streets, exuding a harmonious atmosphere. However, most of the pedestrians were spirit masters from the Tianji Palace, each exuding an extraordinary aura. New students?
On the road, a man in black clothes kindly smiled at Jiang Chan.
Excuse me, are there any places to rent nearby? Jiang Chan proactively asked. The man casually pointed in a direction and said, walk straight down this street.
There is an Anming apartment, where most of the residents are students from our Heavenly Machine Palace.
Thank you, Jiang Chan politely said. A pretty girl, the quality of newcomers is getting better these days.
Looking at Jiang Chan's back, the man in black murmured to himself. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. A cold wind blew by. The man in black turned to look and saw a cold-faced woman in red slowly following behind Jiang Xiao and Jiang Chan.
Is this woman a new student too? She feels really strange.
The man in black wasn't quite sure, then he inexplicably shivered and stopped thinking about it.
Chapter 21701.
Upon arriving at the Anming apartment, Jiang Xiao met several familiar faces, including Bai Qimeng. The Anming apartment covers a vast area, definitely larger than Jiang Xiao's own neighborhood. The environment is very high-end, and the property management goes without saying.
Tianwang town is indeed a national project.
Now in this world, shadows are causing chaos, and countries are investing money without considering the cost. The pressure is even greater than when developing nuclear bombs. Furthermore, the Anming apartment is quite close to the Heavenly Machine Palace, so most students choose to live here.
Junior, are you guys looking to rent a place?
Suddenly, a mysterious woman in black approached Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao looked at her strangely. That's right, what's up? The woman in black smiled and said, I used to live in 1701, paid a 3-year deposit, but now I have to go to another province and might not be back for a year or two.
Since it's just sitting empty, how about I transfer it to you? How much? Jiang Xiao asked.
When I rented it, it was 700 a month, since I'm transferring it to you, let's say 500 for 1 month.
500 a month?
Jiang Xiao was astonished.
This price was unimaginable in Yuqing. It's a 3-bedroom apartment, and it looks pretty spacious, not bad. After looking at the photos taken on the woman's phone, Jiang Xiao nodded.
Jiang Chan felt something was off. Senior, did you really live in this apartment before?
In the pictures, neither the trash can nor the sofa showed any signs of use.
Hearing this, the senior's expression changed, and she forced a laugh. I have a cleanliness obsession, I like things neat.
Jiang Chan looked at her suspiciously.
At that moment, Jiang Xiao said, Alright, sister, you won't find such a cheap apartment even with a lantern, let's just book it.
Brother! Jiang Chan called out displeased. After signing the contract.
After Jiang Xiao paid, the senior finally let out a breath, then said a few more words before hurriedly leaving. Looking at her back, Jiang Chan felt something was off.
Brother, don't you think it's strange? Jiang Chan asked.
Jiang Xiao glanced at her. I didn't notice it before. Sister, why are you so timid now?
Timid? Jiang Chan's face flushed in anger, staring at Jiang Xiao.
Leaving the normal campus life and stepping into the bizarre Heavenly Machine Palace, she indeed felt a little nervous.
Auntie, I rented out 1701.
Meanwhile, the woman in black was on the phone in a corner.
Rented out?
Oh, I heard a batch of new students came to town today? You can contact them from now on, I don't want anything to do with that apartment anymore. At this moment, the tone of the woman in black was filled with great fear.
The other side said, aren't you spiritual masters from the Heavenly Machine Palace? Why are you just as timid as us ordinary folks? That thing is too eerie.
Alright, don't say anything unnecessary, let's leave it at that, I have things to do, I'll hang up first.
Okay.
Hanging up the phone, the woman in black let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the entrance of Anming apartment, a look of guilt crossed her eyes. I'm sorry, juniors, you'll have to find your own way from here.
3 bedrooms and a living room, sister, why don't we find another roommate? Since you're a girl, let's find a girl roommate.
In the Anming apartment, Jiang Xiao hinted subtly.
No, I don't like outsiders at all. Jiang Qiao directly dismissed Jiang Xiao's thoughts. Jiang Xiao pouted and took the elevator to the room on the 17th floor. As a result, in the hallway, Jiang Xiao ran into Bai Qiming again. What a coincidence, the other party's room was right across from Jiang Xiao's, 1702. By classmate? What a coincidence. Jiang Xiao felt nothing for Bai Qiming, at most she was pretty and nice to look at. Who knew? Bai Qiming threw her bag into the room and slammed the door shut. Bai Qiming had no good feelings for Jiang Xiao at all. Last time, during the North Suburb ghost adventure, if it weren't for her, that shining soul bead should have been mine. Especially since the other party's younger sister outshone her, becoming a figure of prominence among freshmen. This made Bai Qiming, who was used to being in the spotlight, feel a sense of loss. This guy is so rude. Jiang Qiao said resentfully. Alright, it's just women, there are always a few days like that in a month. But I see she's living alone, I wonder if she's scared at night. In response, Jiang Xiao didn't care. Just a bunch of little kids. After crossing into this world, aside from facing ghosts, Jiang Xiao basically had the mindset of enjoying life. Maybe in the eyes of outsiders, I seem to be out of touch. But that's just because Jiang Xiao never took them seriously. Soon, the two of them moved into 1701. The spacious hall had furniture that was not much different from what Jiang Xiao had at home, the only special thing was that it was too new. Yes. Whether it was the sofa or the chairs and tables, there were no signs of use, the pure white walls had no stains anywhere. Why does it feel like this house was just renovated? Jiang Xiao murmured, at least it saves the trouble of cleaning up. Jiang Qiao frowned slightly and said nothing. After browsing through the bathroom, kitchen, and bedroom, Jiang Xiao found no other oddities, so she stopped thinking about it. From now on, we will live here for 3 years. Jiang Xiao went to the balcony, looking into the distance at Tianji Palace nestled among the mountains, her gaze was profound. That night. After finishing her shower, Jiang Qiao carefully planned out her future path. When I advance to a second-tier spirit master, I can absorb the hanging ghost soul bead and gain the skill, lock. Originally, I planned to become a long-range violent output spirit master, but with lock, I can consider becoming a more rare formation master. However, there are too few soul beads with formation skills, and with just one lock, I might not be able to control the situation. Ah, so annoying, why aren't there enough soul beads for me to absorb? After a long time. The girl lay back on the sofa, her delicate white feet in cute bear slippers. Suddenly, Jiang Qiao turned to look at Jiang Xiao, who was playing on his phone, and said irritably, "Stinky older brother, we've just entered Tianji Palace, and you're still only playing, aren't you considering your future development?" "Of course I am." Jiang Xiao immediately replied. "Oh? How will you use your 3 skill slots in the future? By the way, have you already absorbed a skill from a white mist ghost?" "Sigh, let's not talk about that now, let me tell you my future development plan. Step 1, find a girlfriend, Step 2, break up with her, Step 3, find another girlfriend." Jiang Qian's pretty face darkened, "Stop. Don't say anymore, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist punching you." Jiang Xiao didn't continue to tease his younger sister. He was currently browsing various skill soul beads in the Ghostly Alliance's mall. The Ghostly Alliance is undoubtedly the people's game in this world because it's not just a simple game. It is said that behind it are the shadows of multiple countries and organizations like Tianji Palace. In reality, skill combinations for soul beads can be tested in advance in the Ghostly Alliance. Of course, there is a huge difference between games and real battles. However, how to build a combo with 2 completely unrelated skills is something that the Demon God Alliance can do. I now have the skills, Azure Flash, and Mist Form. Mist Form can interfere with the enemy's line of sight. Hidden in the shadows, I can maximize the effect of Azure Flash. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, right now, I am already capable of defeating a white-level ghost alone, my strength is probably equivalent to that of a first-level spirit master. Ding-dling. Suddenly, at that moment, the doorbell rang. Jiang Xiao was surprised, what? A relative has come to visit Tianwang town? Saying this, he opened the door and saw a girl in red whom he completely did not recognize. Swish. The cold gaze of the girl in red fell on Jiang Xiao. "Who are you?" Jiang Xiao asked, slightly taken aback. Then, the girl in red spoke up. "Jiang Xiao, my name is Ji Wang." Chapter 21, Haunted? Her light voice was pleasant and charming. Is there something you need?" Jiang Xiao asked. "I live in 1703. Ji Wang continued speaking, her dark eyes showing no extra emotion. "Oh. You can come find me sometimes." "Ha? I'm leaving." After saying that, Ji Wang took a deep look at the living room behind Jiang Xiao, then turned and left. This scene left Jiang Xiao completely puzzled. Back in the living room, Jiang Qian, lying on the sofa, glanced at Jiang Xiao. "What's wrong?"
I met a girl who lives next door, she might have come to say hello, Jiang Xiao replied. The girl didn't think too much and took out her phone, saying, come play doubles to rank up. Alright, let's go. After bringing Jiang Chan up to gold, Jiang Xiao looked at the time and realized it was getting late, so he returned to his room to prepare for bed. Under the light, Jiang Xiao suddenly noticed that his shadow seemed to have turned a bit darker. What on earth is this thing? He couldn't figure it out, perhaps only the Heavenly Mystery Palace could answer this question. Turning off the light, he went to sleep. The night, the moon hung high. In the dark room, silence reigned. In a daze, it seemed there was a sound of dripping water near his ears. Drip. 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 What's going on? Jiang Xiao was awakened by the sound, rubbing his eyes and turning on the bedside lamp. The dripping sound continued, seeming to come from the bathroom. Is the faucet not turned off properly? Jiang Xiao got up, yawning as he opened the door. The bathroom was on the left side of Jiang Xiao's bedroom. He was about to go in to find the source of the dripping sound when he suddenly noticed a faint black figure in the living room. Xiao Chan? Jiang Xiao frowned and called out. Brother. Fortunately, the other party replied. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It's so late, why aren't you sleeping? Why is the light off? Saying this, he turned on the living room light. He saw Jiang Chan sitting on the couch, her hair a little damp, not sure what she was doing. Hurry up and go to bed, you have class at the Heavenly Mystery Palace tomorrow. Jiang Xiao urged. Oh. Jiang Chan replied and then got up, slowly walking towards the right side of the living room. So Jiang Xiao didn't think too much and went to the bathroom to turn off the faucet again. Sure enough, it was the faucet that was not tightly closed and had been dripping water. But just as he tightened the faucet, his body suddenly froze. A chill ran up his back. No. That's not Xiao Chan. Jiang Xiao's heart raced. On the right side of the living room is the kitchen. He let Jiang Chan go back to her room to sleep, so how did she end up inexplicably walking into the kitchen? A ghost? In an instant, Jiang Xiao summoned his own life spirit item. A black dagger gripped tightly in his hand. Jiang Xiao cautiously left the bathroom, stepping lightly as he silently approached the living room. No one. Jiang Xiao swallowed, his internal spiritual energy circulating, his right hand itching to move, while Azure Flash was gradually gathering. At the slightest anomaly, he would unleash his mist form and Azure Flash. He cautiously approached the kitchen, but the scene that followed left Jiang Xiao once again dumbfounded. Gone? Jiang Xiao was a bit bewildered. In the empty kitchen? Cold and silent. Only the sound of my own breathing. The Jiang Chan, who had inexplicably walked in here before, has now vanished without a trace. That thing from before was definitely not a little cicada. Jiang Xiao now understands why this room only costs 500 for rent each month. So it's haunted. Jiang Xiao squints his eyes, showing little fear on his face. At this moment, under the projection of white light, his shadow on the ground seems to be twisted, gradually evolving toward a different direction. The next day. After having breakfast on the road, Jiang Xiao and company arrive at Tianji Palace. Due to last night's incident, he suddenly reminds Jiang Chan. The girl is a bit timid, so Jiang Xiao doesn't dare to directly tell her the house is haunted, afraid it might affect her daily training. Jiang Xiao himself is not afraid of ghosts. In his eyes, the difference between ghosts and beasts is not very big, the only difference is that the methods ghosts use to harm people are a bit strange. But as long as he can understand the reasoning behind it, there's nothing to fear. Tianji Palace is quite large, set up like a school. Before long, Jiang Xiao arrives at the classroom where Class E is located. As soon as he arrives, Jiang Yu on the podium shows Jiang Chan a warm smile. Old Jiang, good morning. Jiang Xiao greets Jiang Yu casually. Suddenly, the smile on Jiang Yu's face freezes. Damn it! Jiang Yu turns his head away, not wanting to see Jiang Xiao's annoying big white teeth. Jiang Xiao knows that this person doesn't like him from the bottom of his heart. The reason is not anything else. It's simply because his innate spirit weapon only has 3 skill slots. Just like those teachers on Earth. If you're a top student, no matter how terrible your character is, teachers will always smile at you and care for you. If you perform poorly, no matter how well you do in other aspects, or how respectfully you treat your teachers and help classmates. In the eyes of teachers, you will always be a burden to the class. The classroom at Tianji Palace is large, somewhat like a university elective class. At this moment, there are already over 100 students in the classroom. Sit wherever you like, Jiang Yu softly tells Jiang Chan. Then Jiang Xiao takes Jiang Chan's hand and sits against the wall on the right side. Suddenly, a short-haired girl sits down next to them. It is Su Xian. The latter chats amiably with Jiang Chan for a few moments, asking about her residence in Tianwang town. As for Jiang Xiao, he spins his pen in boredom. At that moment, a cold wind blows in.
Then, a figure in red catches Jiang Xiao's eye. Is it her?
Jiang Xiao is somewhat surprised, not expecting to run into her here again.
Jiang Chan's gaze slightly changes.
The girl in red, Jiwanga, walks directly toward Jiang Xiao, then elegantly sits behind him.
Jiang Xiao feels somewhat baffled but doesn't think much of it. She is different from the soft and cute Su Xian girl.
Jiwanga exudes an aura of aloofness, making it clear she prefers to keep her distance, contrasting starkly with the others in Tianji Palace, as if there is a thick layer of ice between them. On the other side, Jiang Yu watches this scene with indescribable feelings in his heart.
Jiwanga and Jiang Chan are the only two promising students in my class E. I hope they don't have too much contact with Jiang Xiao.
On the first day of school, mentor Jiang Yu has already regarded Jiang Xiao as a disaster. After a moment, Jiang Yu helplessly sighs, forget it, Jiwanga has some ties with Jiang Xiao's family anyway. Thinking of Jiwanga's background, Jiang Yu shakes his head and stops pondering it further. Seeing the class is full, he clears his throat and then states loudly.
Today is our first class in Class E at Tianji Palace, and I want to ask everyone a question. How much do you know about ghosts? Chapter 22, It's My Brother's Doing. What exactly are ghosts? This question has never had an answer for thousands of years. But, just like ice to fire, black to white, long is better than short. If everything has an opposing side, then ghosts are the opposite of humans. Death is to life.
In the classroom, everyone was discussing animatedly. Jiang Yu, in a blue robe, looked at this scene with satisfaction.
I believe many of you here have had close encounters with ghosts, right?
Jiang Yu suddenly asked. As he spoke, Jiang Yu specifically glanced at Ji Wangu. Then he continued, when I was a child, I also encountered a ghost.
It was a door-knocking ghost wandering in the countryside one night. To be honest, it was really scary.
Every time it knocked on my family's door at 12 midnight, my father would hold me tightly in his arms. At that time, I was just like you, trembling in fear and anxious.
But my father said something that I still remember to this day.
Little you, some people are afraid of spiders, some are afraid of snakes, and some are even afraid of thunder.
But what do these things have in common? Nothing.
They are afraid not of the spider, but of their own heart. At this point, Jiang Yu looked around at the young, innocent faces in the classroom. Pointing at his own heart, he loudly declared.
The root of fear lies right here. Ghosts are the same.
Suddenly, everyone showed a look of unease. Before you came, I conducted a test with Class B's mentor, Wang He, for the special students. As soon as these words came out, several boys in the class who had experienced that scene earlier lowered their heads in shame. Jiang Yu looked at them with disappointment, saying, fearful, cowardly, timid. That was how they acted at the time.
Is this shameful? No, it's normal because everyone has seeds of fear deep inside.
But what I want to say is this, if you fear ghosts, then be an ordinary person, work hard in society.
But as spirit masters, since you are here, you must eradicate the seeds of fear. For this, I want everyone to learn from Jiang Chan.
Suddenly, Jiang Yu shifted the topic and walked to Jiang Chan's side.
In an instant, many gazes fell on the girl. Jiang Chan felt a bit shy all of a sudden.
Jiang Yu smiled at her and said, Classmate Jiang, please tell everyone why you chose to get out of the car under uncertain conditions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chan stood up. Beside her, Su Xian's dark eyes were filled with admiration. Jiang Yu deliberately gave Jiang Chan a chance to shine, hoping she could become the leader of his Class E. With such outstanding talent and calm character, having her lead would certainly allow the class to thrive. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Jiang Chan's answer.
I.
Jiang Chan hesitated for a moment and then whispered, it was my brother who told me to get out of the car.
Whoosh. Jiang Yu's face suddenly darkened. Brother? Jiang Xiao? Why him? Am I really going to praise that kid?
Thinking of this, Jiang Yu said in a low voice, Jiang Chan, I know it was your brother who told you to get out of the car, but wasn't it because he was scared to go to the bathroom by himself? Just tell me, what were your inner thoughts when facing the darkness?
Jiang Chan glanced at Jiang Xiao. The latter had a cheerful expression on his face, thinking to himself, old Jiang, what's the point of this?
After a moment, Jiang Chan said, a bit scared.
That's good. You're still young, it's normal to be afraid in that kind of environment.
Jiang Yu nodded and continued to guide her to follow his train of thought, but why were you able to defeat that white mist ghost despite your fear?
Finally hitting the crucial point.
Instantly, everyone perked up again. She actually killed a white mist ghost all by herself before entering school. She's really impressive. No matter if it was the boys who admired Jiang Chan or the girls who felt a hint of jealousy, they all had to admire her achievement at this moment.
Because it's my brother. Jiang Chan hadn't finished her words when her small hand was tugged by Jiang Xiao. Little Chan, have you forgotten what I said before? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chan pouted her small lips, her expression showing dissatisfaction, and irritably said, "Isn't it just a white fog ghost? Why ask so many questions? I don't want to answer anymore." Saying this, she seemed to sit down in a huff. On the podium, Jiang Yu's face was as dark as if he had just eaten a live fly, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The others also felt speechless. "What do you mean, it's just a white fog ghost?" Seeing that Jiang Chan's mood wasn't good at the moment, Jiang Yu stopped pushing her. He cleared his throat, avoided the topic, and said, "You see, in Jiang Chan's heart, after overcoming her fear, the white fog ghost is nothing at all. You all need to continue to learn from her." As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, Jiang Chan glared at him in frustration. "What's going on?" Jiang Yu really couldn't understand. He praised you in front of all the classmates. Why was this precious student still sulking and unhappy? Could it be that Jiang Chan was indifferent to fame and fortune, focusing only on how to cultivate and not wanting to be disturbed by external matters? Jiang Yu imagined this and ended up liking Jiang Chan even more. Such a good student is hard to find even with a lantern. Jiang Yu firmly decided that the future focus of education should be on Jiang Chan. Soon, this matter passed. Accompanied by a red glow, Jiang Yu summoned his own life spirit weapon, a long knife burning with flames. I believe everyone is still somewhat unfamiliar with Spirit Master, so here I will explain carefully about Spirit Masters. Finally, Jiang Xiao became interested. The other party spoke for so long, and only now did it reach a topic he cared about. The abilities of Spirit Masters come from soul pearls, but this doesn't mean that the self is unimportant. On the contrary, even if they have the same skills, there is still a huge gap between a first-stage Spirit Master and a third-stage Spirit Master. Suddenly, Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Xiao and said, "Cough, Jiang Xiao, I heard that Qin Fan rewarded you with a green-level soul pearl before?" "That's right," Jiang Xiao stood up. "What skill is it?" "Green Flash." "Green Flash? That's a good skill. How long does it take for you to recharge after using Green Flash?" 30 seconds. Jiang Yu smiled and said, "I also have Green Flash. Look, everyone, Jiang's Green Flash skill has a recharge time of over a minute, but I only need, wait." Suddenly, halfway through his sentence, Jiang Yu widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Jiang Xiao. "What did you just say?" Jiang Xiao looked innocently at Jiang Yu. 30 seconds. What the hell? At that moment, Jiang Yu felt like he was going crazy. What's going on? Isn't this kid not even a first-stage Spirit Master? Normally, the recharge time for the Green Flash skill should be over a minute. It should be known that even as a third-stage Spirit Master, I still need over 30 seconds for recharge. What's wrong? Jiang teacher? Is my Green Flash very special? Jiang Xiao put on a look that seemed to say, "You better praise me." But how could Jiang Yu praise Jiang Xiao? 3 skill slots, a solid burden in my class. Jiang Yu, today even if I jump down from here and die, don't even think of making me admit you're Jiang Xiao. Chapter 23, perhaps. Jiang Yu thought for a long time, then gravely said, "It seems Jiang Xiao, you are quite lucky, you must have absorbed a mutated greenwood ghost soul pearl." The soul pearl can mutate? Jiang Xiao became interested. The others were also a bit curious. Jiang Yu said, "First of all, the skill recharge time and power of the soul pearl are related to the Spirit Master's realm. Generally speaking, the more advanced the Spirit Master, the higher the frequency of skill release. If it's a legendary 7th-stage Spirit Master, the green-level skill can even be released several times in a second. Secondly, the skills of soul pearls are not all exactly the same, sometimes differences can arise due to variations in ghost entities. Just like the same white mist ghost bead, some have a mistation range of only about 5 square meters, while others can reach 8 or 9 square meters. Hearing this, Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Wow, my mistation is a full 10 square meters. Sit down. Instead of being discouraged, Jiang Xiao brought the conversation to life, making Jiang Yu feel a little uncomfortable. Then, he slowly said, "So, as Spirit Masters, we must pay attention not only to the soul beads but also to ourselves. You can summon your birth spirit tool to absorb the spiritual energy from the world, and once the spiritual power in your body is concentrated enough, you will feel a distinct change. The Wandering Soul Water contains a lot of spiritual energy, and you can usually buy it online to help with your cultivation. In a month, when you become first-level Spirit Masters, I will apply to my superiors for you to have a chance to choose white-level soul beads freely. Additionally, there will be a class assessment every 3 months, based on your abilities, and ranked accordingly. Those who rank higher will receive more subsidies and various cultivation resources each month." The morning time gradually passed. During this period, Jiang Yu responsibly shared with Jiang Xiao and others some important matters about Spirit Masters and the Heavenly Machine Palace. Later, he even made a special agreement with Jiang Chan. If the other party can become a first-level Spirit Master within 2 weeks, Jiang Yu will apply to the Heavenly Machine Palace to return some of Jiang Cheng's belongings to the Jiang Chan siblings.
Ghosts have various abilities, most of which are related to curses. Therefore, the relics of spirit masters who died in the ghost realm are kept safe and will not fall into the outside world. However, if one is willing to pay a price, it is possible to detect whether items are left with ghostly curses. Jiang Qiao naturally agreed without a second thought. Become a first-level spirit master within 2 weeks. Jiang Qiao was full of confidence. To save space for the formation, the cafeteria on campus only has a small area. Jiang Xiao planned to go eat at a restaurant outside the school. Also accompanying him was Yu Xian. This cute short-haired girl now seemed like Jiang Qian's little follower, making Jiang Xiao feel regretful inside. On the road, the two vibrant young girls attracted many glances. In the middle, Jiang Xiao felt great, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice interrupted. "Oh, isn't this Jiang Xiao?" Jiang Xiao turned to see Zhang Hai's annoying face. Besides Zhang Hai, a tall young man stood beside him. The latter looked a bit older than Jiang Xiao, wearing a white three-leaf clover jacket, with a hook symbol on his shoes, looking well off. "Hello, are you Jiang Qiao? I am Meng Hao from Class A, hoping to be friends." The young man's lips curled into a subtle arc as his gaze fixed on Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao frowned slightly. She wasn't the type to enjoy interacting with outsiders. At that moment, Jiang Xiao stepped forward, blocking Meng Hao's path. "Who are you?" Meng Hao feigned confusion as he looked at Jiang Xiao. Zhang Hai quickly explained, "Mengge, this kid is Jiang Xiao, Jiang Qian's brother. His birth spirit tool only has 3 skill slots, which can't compare to you at all." "What are you saying?" Meng Hao shot a sideways glance at Zhang Hai and said, "Though I have 8 skill slots, you should remember to show respect to Jiang Qian's brother." Zhang Hai nodded with a smile. Yes, understood. "I say, are you two putting on a show?" Suddenly, Jiang Xiao looked at Meng Hao nonchalantly. "You want to get to know my sister with 8 skill slots? Go back to your mother's belly and get reborn before you come again." Whoosh! As soon as he said this, Meng Hao's face darkened. Zhang Hai screamed, "Goodness, Jiang Xiao, how dare you be so rude to Mengge? Do you still want to stay in the Heavenly Machine Palace?" "Wow, so I've angered the son of the master of Tianji Palace?" Jiang Xiao exaggeratedly said, "No wonder brother Zhang Hai, you lick up to him like a dog. This skill truly impresses me." Instantly, Zhang Hai's face turned green with rage. Meng Hao spoke in a low voice, "Jiang Xiao, I won't stoop to your level for Jiang Qian's sake, but don't challenge my bottom line." "What? Rice noodles? Little Chan, how about we have rice noodles for lunch?" Jiang Xiao turned to look at Jiang Qian beside him. Hearing this, Meng Hao felt even more that this young man completely looked down on him. He wondered where this kid got his confidence from. A piece of trash with 3 skill slots. If it wasn't for his sister, he would have beaten him to the ground ages ago. Suddenly, Meng Hao showed a sunny smile again. "Jiang Qian, actually, I really want to be friends with you. Perhaps you don't know, but my father is the vice captain of the Sanlong Beastmaster team. If you are willing to have dinner with me this Saturday, I can give you a blue-level soul bead." "Wow! A blue-level soul bead? Meng Hao, are you trying to steal your father's coffin money again?" Suddenly, a mocking voice came from a distance. Then, a man in purple clothes with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walked over with great strides. "Lin Yu?" Seeing the other person, Meng Hao's brows furrowed deeply. Jiang Xiao sighed and helplessly facepalmed. "Sister, I kind of regret making you famous." Jiang Qian secretly grinned. "Let you deliberately confuse the facts." The man named Lin Yu glanced at Jiang Xiao as soon as he arrived. "Brother Jiang, I am this guy's fellow townsman from Rong City. This guy is a real scumbag, notorious in Rong City. I hope you, as her brother, can take good care of Jiang Qian and not let her get close to bad people." Goodness, from the start, it was clear he was a seasoned player in love. Compared to Meng Hao, they were completely on different levels. Jiang Zhao's eyes twinkled, and he suddenly had an idea. "I always felt this guy didn't look like a decent person." Jiang Xiao nodded. Upon hearing this, Meng Hao nearly spat blood. What does it mean he doesn't look like a decent person? At least add a good in front of it. Just a blowhard, all mouth, and no action. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with contempt, ready to attack Jiang Xiao. Seeing this, Jiang Xiao hurriedly ran behind Lin Yu and shouted, "Brother Lin Yu, hurry and stop him." Looking at the other person now actually hugging his waist, Lin Yu felt speechless. "So you're tough with words, but really just a coward?" However, Lin Yu glanced at Jiang Qian beside him and then said sternly, "Enough. Meng Hao, this isn't Rong City. If you dare to cause trouble here, aren't you afraid Tianji Palace will expel you?" Meng Hao's chest heaved with anger, pointing at Jiang Xiao. "You little brat, don't let me catch you alone later. Come hit me. Come hit me." Jiang Xiao shrank behind Lin Yu, twisting his waist, constantly taunting. Faced with this kind of rogue, Meng Hao truly had no way to deal with it. He gritted his teeth tightly and finally turned to leave with Zhang Hai.
After these two flies left, Lin Yu smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, can you let go now?" "Not bad," Jiang Xiao said, releasing his grip while not forgetting to pinch Lin Yu's soft flesh around the waist. Lin Yu felt a chill inside. Then, he lightly coughed and softly said to Jiang Chan, "Classmate Jiang, may I ask if you've eaten yet? I know a great place nearby for grilled fish." Jiang Chan was about to refuse when Jiang Xiao answered for her, "Great. I love grilled fish. Let's hurry, I'm almost starving." Jiang Chan glared at Jiang Xiao in dissatisfaction, just about to speak, when he pulled her hand and whispered, "I think this Lin Yu is quite good, maybe." "Maybe what?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chan looked at Jiang Xiao with fury, like a cat whose fur was standing on end. Jiang Xiao grinned, "I mean, this guy might just make a decent backup." Chapter 24, Too Far Away. A bustling restaurant, with many guests present. Jiang Xiao ordered many signature dishes, the table almost overflowing. Su Xian murmured, "Can we finish all this?" Jiang Chan frowned slightly, "How much will this cost?" The subsidy from the Tianji Palace was only 3,000 each month. After daily expenses, there wasn't much left for them to splurge. Yet Jiang Xiao seemed unconcerned, happily feasting. Beside him, Lin Yu maintained good manners, eating slowly while his gaze stayed on Jiang Chan. In truth, he was also drooling over the delicious dishes, wishing he could eat as heartily as Jiang Xiao. "Hey, Lin Yu, what does your family do?" While eating a piece of Taihu silver fish, Jiang Xiao asked. Lin Yu replied, "My father is the leader of the Sunlang Spirit Master Group, and my mother is one of the heads of the Dark Night Ghosts." "That's a good family." Jiang Zhao's eyes sparkled, filled with admiration. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled slightly. Unfortunately, he did not see any sparkle on Jiang Chan's face. "The Sunlang Spirit Master Group? My father once collaborated with your father." Suddenly, Su Xian spoke up. "Oh?" Lin Yu looked somewhat surprised. Su Xian said, "My father is Su Feng, the number 2 of the Lanya Spirit Master Group. He traveled to Rong City when the Day-Night Ghost appeared." "Oh, the Day-Night Ghost." Lin Yu understood at once. Jiang Chan suddenly asked, "What level of ghost is the Day-Night Ghost?" Upon hearing this, Su Xian and Lin Yu both revealed serious expressions, unclear, but we can be sure that the Day-Night Ghost far exceeds the red level of ghosts. "Are there even stronger evil spirits above the red level?" Jiang Chan asked. Lin Yu nodded, "Yes, because my father is the leader of the Tsanglang Spirit Master Group, I know some information that ordinary people find hard to learn. This includes the current ghostly disasters. To be honest, the current situation is very serious. The appearance of evil spirits follows no rules. Even in big cities, new monsters often emerge. Low-level ghosts are manageable, but the terrifying horror of the top demons in the ghost realms is unimaginable to regular people." As he spoke, a hint of anxiety crossed Lin Yu's face. "Top demons?" At this moment, Jiang Xiao paused eating. Lin Yu said, "I've only heard about it. I hope you won't spread it, as it might cause panic. My father once said, every ghost realm has a top demon stationed there. They are the source of the ghosts. To eliminate them, it requires a great cost. But every so often, new demons are born. Moreover, there are several particularly terrifying ghost realms that even the Tianji Palace cannot eradicate. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the demons inside could be." Jiang Xiao asked, "What exactly does the ghost realm look like?" Lin Yu replied, "We should experience it ourselves in the future, but I once entered a ghost realm under my father's lead. I can only say it's not what most people imagine." "How is it different?" "The ghost realm I entered was a mental hospital." "A mental hospital?" "Yes, hard to imagine, right? A mental hospital not even as large as a regular high school could be a terrifying ghost realm." Jiang Xiao stroked his chin, "It's indeed unexpected. There are also ghost realms like Fengmen Village in Henan, a university in Yang City, and house number 13 in Baidu." Lin Yu continued, "From the outside, these places may not seem big, but once you enter, if you can't find a way to escape, you could walk for a day and night and still not find the edge." "That's interesting." Jiang Xiao narrowed his eyes, slowly biting into a piece of fish. "My dream is to take over my father's position in the future, becoming the leader of a spirit master group." Lin Yu appropriately expressed his grand ambitions. Jiang Xiao praised, "Not bad, I have good expectations for you." After that, the four chatted for a while longer. Lin Yu took this opportunity to add friends with Jiang Chan and others. Jiang Chan was somewhat unhappy about this, but Jiang Xiao pretended to cough lightly. Suddenly, Lin Yu found an opportunity and asked, "I wonder where you brothers live? If possible, we could exchange some insights." "Anming apartment, 1701. Jiang Xiao said. Who would have thought? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression changed. 1701. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xiao glanced at him. Lin Yu's face was strange. "I heard from a senior at Tiangong that there are a few places in Tianwang town that are a bit eerie, and 1701 is one of them." "Oh? Tianwang town can have eerie places?" Jiang Xiao asked. Jiang Chan also looked over. From the beginning, she felt that the house was not quite normal. Lin Yu said, I only heard about it. Anyway, 1701 is not a suitable place for people to live, but it hasn't been reported that someone died there. That's for sure, otherwise Tiangong would have long since removed it. Jiang Xiao said. He knew this point well, which was why he chose to stay in 1701. As for ghosts? Jiang Xiao really wasn't too afraid. Instead, he was somewhat curious why there were haunted places in Tianwang town, and Tiangong wasn't dealing with it. Maybe, behind 1701, there were things worth exploring. Brother, how about we? Jiang Chan hesitated and looked at Jiang Xiao. Burp. At that moment, Jiang Xiao let out a satisfied belch and rubbed his belly. I've had enough to eat. Waiter, let's settle the bill. Soon, a waiter came over. The total is 507 yuan, but just make it 500. Upon hearing this, Su Xian exclaimed, so expensive? 500 yuan was equivalent to 1/6 of their monthly expenses for this meal. The waiter explained, this guest ordered many expensive dishes, like these 5 silver fish from Taihu. At once, Lin Yu secretly regretted it. Those 5 silver fish from Taihu were mostly eaten by Jiang Xiao, yet he pretended to be composed and couldn't bring himself to eat more. As for money, Lin Yu didn't think much of it. After all, there were 4 of them, and it wouldn't be too much to split it evenly. But just then, Jiang Xiao waved his hand boldly, saying, since we enjoyed our meal today, I'll pay the bill. Suddenly, everyone looked at Jiang Xiao. This guy is paying the bill? Lin Yu was astounded. Jiang Chan frowned slightly, brother. In her eyes, Jiang Xiao was being extravagant and wasteful. Su Xian felt a bit embarrassed. We should contribute too. What are you talking about? Don't you give me face? Jiang Xiao feigned anger. I said I'd pay, and that means I'll pay. Saying this, he began to dig into his pockets. As a result, after digging for a long time, he didn't pull out his wallet. Everyone looked at him expectantly. Jiang Xiao finally smiled awkwardly. Well, I forgot to bring my wallet. Is there none in your mobile payment app? Lin Yu asked tentatively. Jiang Xiao replied, I'm not used to online payment. Just when Lin Yu thought they would still need to split the bill, who would have guessed that Jiang Xiao suddenly looked at him? Lin Yu, how about you lend me some money? I'll pay you back later. Jiang Xiao spoke. Lin Yu twitched his mouth. This? Lending money to pay the bill? What kind of logic was that? The poor Lin Yu still didn't understand Jiang Xiao's tricks. In the end, Lin Yu took out his phone and completed the payment. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xiao patted Lin Yu's shoulder with satisfaction and laughed. Good brother, so straightforward. My sister loves people who get things done neatly. Lin Yu forced a couple of smiles. 500 yuan wasn't a small sum for him. Mainly because Lin Yu's family background was strict, his father only gave him 1,000 yuan for living expenses each month to control his spending habits. However, thinking that this money was borrowed by Jiang Xiao. And he could also show off in front of Jiang Chan. Even though Lin Yu felt a bit pained, he could still accept it. It's okay. Lin Yu smiled at Jiang Xiao. Jiang brother, as long as you're happy eating today, that's fine. Alright, let's go then. After saying that, Jiang Xiao turned and took Jiang Chan away from the spot. Seeing Jiang Chan's graceful back, Lin Yu could no longer hide his admiration. I hope all this effort is worth it. On the other side. After leaving the restaurant, Jiang Zhao's smile also could no longer be hidden. See, sister, I told you this Lin Yu is a good guy, right? Put. Jiang Chan couldn't help but laugh, a slight dimple appearing on her cheek. Jiang Xiao said, what are you laughing at? He spent money but got satisfaction in his heart. This, my level is far from his. Chapter 25, Pressure Resistance? Back at Anming apartment. Jiang Xiao was lying on the living room sofa, playing with his phone. Recently, he had reached Diamond in the Demon Alliance, so he had made quite a few streamer friends. As soon as he logged in, someone sent a message, want to rank up? The other person's ID was Hu Yachuanshen. A high-level domestic random player, also a major streamer on the Tiger platform with over 1 million followers. Since he was bored anyway, Jiang Xiao clicked to accept. In a residential building in Binhai City. A young man was cursing at the camera, why did I only need top laners tonight? And my number 3 spot is just someone who spams jungle. A flood of bullet comments appeared on the computer screen. Just quit, don't take this crap. The streamer has been on air for 2 hours, isn't he afraid of collapsing? Quick, move aside. The streamer is about to take a bathroom break. Seeing the sarcastic comments from his viewers, the young man frowned in annoyance. His game mindset wasn't good, and if it were before, he would have already ended the stream. But tonight, he was being constantly targeted, with the enemy's number 3 spot always ganking him, leading to a few losses. His viewers were mocking him, and if he ended the stream now, he would lose face. Just as Xianshan was thinking of finding an excuse to switch to another game, he suddenly saw a very special ID online in his friend list. Heh, don't call me, Xian Laosher is about to go into king mode. The young man chuckled to himself. Before long, joined the room. Immediately, the viewers started spamming bullet comments again. Xian Laosher invited someone, my youth is over. Run. Xian Laosher's big boss is here. Xianshan, weren't you the one who despised top laners? TCH, if I can't beat him, I'll join him. Xianshan responded to the viewers, then opened the team microphone, hey, can you hear me? A slightly immature male voice came through the voice chat. Xianshan wasn't surprised. He had chatted with a few times, and the other person was probably still a high school student. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, did you buy the skill slots? No. Hearing this, Xianshan frowned, you only have 3 skills? This is too hard. It's fine. Alright. To be honest, if it were someone else with only 3 skill slots, Xianshan would never dare to play with such a teammate. But was different. Soon, the two of them matched a game together. At the same time, inside Aming apartment. Jiang Xiao quickly typed a line of text, number 1 spot, no feeding, win guaranteed. Seeing these familiar words, Xianshan gave an awkward laugh. At the same time, the viewers also noticed the skill slots of. Immediately, everyone burst into laughter. Xian Laosher, did you invite a bronze? 3 skill slots, I'm better than this. I'm silver, I think this is a pro. Even the teammates started spamming question marks. Xianshan cleared his throat, just about to explain. Suddenly, a teammate with the ID spoke up. Is that really you? Do you know this person? Did I queue up in the wrong mode? How is there such a weirdo in diamond rank? This guy is a bit strong. I matched with him last time, and lost. Seeing this, the viewers in the live stream exploded. What's going on? Isn't the number 1 spot of the OG youth training team? Xian Laosher, how many big bosses do you have? Seeing that the teammate knew him. The mysterious god also smiled. Huya, the mysterious god, then I will take the 3rd position. Douyu, Ma Xiaotiao, surprised. You are usually in the 1st position, mysterious god. Why are you giving up your spot today? I am a little white rabbit, the white god is also in the 1st position. However, both the mysterious god and the white lotus chose to remain silent. After a while, Ma Xiaotiao and the little white rabbit stopped asking questions. These 2 great gods have voluntarily given up their spots, so I will just play casually and see how powerful this dominant flower really is. What's with all the fuss? Jiang Xiao muttered a few words, finished adjusting his skills, and officially entered the game. Suddenly. In the voice chat, the mysterious god's serious voice sounded, dominant flower, this match is going to be tough. Why? We matched with Mo Yen. Mo Yen? Never heard of him. The mysterious god was taken aback as Jiang Xiao spoke in a very casual tone. At the same time, the viewers in the live stream exploded with excitement. You haven't heard of the great god Mo Yen? Brothers, let's go wild. Wild. Glancing at the live chat, the mysterious god felt chaotic inside and explained, Mo Yen was a professional player. His main account has always been above 500 points in the king rank. We just matched his smurf account. So? Jiang Xiao asked calmly. He is playing as the top solo carry this round. Once I finish farming the jungle, I will come help you a few times. You, just try to hold on. The mysterious god organized his words and said. Jiang Xiao didn't reply but carefully observed the skills of the opponent's top lane carry. 9 skill slots. Bronze ghosts, copper skin, hanging ghosts, chains, mirror spirits, mirror break. A bit troublesome. Jiang Xiao murmured. He could see at a glance that this set of skills was very well matched, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, allowing for flexible engagement and retreat. It seemed that the opponent wanted to be a controlling tank, which severely countered his assassin skills. Sure enough, as soon as the game started, the teammates began to complain. How did we run into Mo Yen? Carry, you need to play safely in the top lane, don't let him develop into a monster. Unbelievable. How much does Mo Yen love the chains skill? By the way, shouldn't this skill be nerfed? In reality, the hanging ghosts, chains, is even more insane, the League of Gods won't nerf it. Perhaps because they had lost a series of matches earlier, the mysterious god was playing with utmost focus, showing signs of returning to his peak form. After finishing farming the jungle. The other lanes were going smoothly, with both teams having similar strength, so there were no issues. The mysterious god controlled his character and hurried to the top lane. The top lane was clearly the key point of this match. With Mo Yan possessing the chains skill, once he completed his items, team fights would become a nightmare for all of his teammates. Even if I can't kill you, I won't let you have an easy time. As a top lane carry player, the mysterious god knew how much the opponent's third position harassing would affect his growth. If I can't beat him, I'll join him. Brothers, watch closely, I'll show Mo Yan what classic jungle top play looks like. The mysterious god proclaimed loudly, dominant flower, control the minion wave, I'll come in hot. Don't come. He's already heading your way, the opponent's third position must be there too. Just then, Jiang Xiao suddenly reminded. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. Under the mysterious god's feet, mysterious purple patterns appeared out of nowhere. Chains? The mysterious god instantly realized, his face turned pale, and he turned to flee. Suddenly, from the other side of the bushes, a pure white beam shot out and struck the mysterious god hard. Sunlight! Immediately, the mysterious god despairingly released his grip. It's over. This was a guaranteed death situation. Sure enough. With the 2 seconds of stun from sunlight, Mo Yan and the opponent's third position rushed over in an instant, unleashing a whirlwind of skills that all struck the mysterious god. Plus the 40% slow effect from chains. Heaven had no way out, the earth had no door. First blood. The first blood alert was a serious blow to the mysterious god's side. Especially since this crucial kill went straight to Mo Yan. The friends in the live stream room are once again discouraging him. Xianxian has given up hope, and right now he can't say much more. He sighed and said sadly, "Bawangwa, you handled the pressure by yourself this time." The other teammates also felt there was little hope, especially since Mo Yan's teammates were not weak, there was no chance to be found online. But at that moment, an enemy has been slain. A foe has been killed. The suddenly ringing game sound left Xianxian and the others stunned. The next moment, Jiang Xiao's calm voice sounded. Being steady is being reckless, jumping towers is the way to restrain. Pressure? Sorry, wait for the next time. Chapter 26, you can't really believe it, right? Binhai City. In a high-end villa community. Looking at the black and white screen and the continuously rolling 666, 6666, Mo Yan's manly face showed no extra emotions. Just now. He was killed by his counterpart alone. So fast. This Bawangwa's hand speed is truly too fast. In just 1 second, all 3 skills and 3 basic attacks were unleashed, the damage was simply ridiculous. The Greenwood Ghosts, Green Light Flash, the Day Night Ghosts, Night Speech, the Child Ghosts, Chaotic Claws. These 3 ordinary skills were unexpectedly able to deliver such an incredible combo? Mo Yan was somewhat taken aback. How could a player this fierce suddenly appear in a diamond match? And only with 3 skills, what if they had 9? After thinking for a long time, Mo Yan couldn't figure out who this Bawangwa's alternate account was. So, he typed 2 words on the public screen, "Who are you?" There was no response. The friends in the live stream room erupted. The opponent actually dared to disrespect Mo Yan the Great? Oof. Mo Yan snorted coldly, took a deep breath, and resolved to reclaim his dignity this game. Wow. 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 On the other side, the friends in Xianxian's livestream were all shocked. This Bawangwa with 3 skills actually killed Mo Yan the Great? Teacher Xian, your luck is too strong. Where did you find such a skilled player? I want to see the replay. I want to see the replay. If I can't see it, I'll unsubscribe. Suddenly, a rich viewer even sent a rocket. Xianxian's face was also full of astonishment. He knew Jiang Xiao was very strong, but never expected that he could kill Mo Yan, who had 9 skills, using only 3. Looking at the crazily fast barrage speed in the live stream room, Xianxian suddenly felt he had grasped something. Perhaps, this kid can save my streaming career? Xianxian was determined, no matter what, he must build a good relationship with this big god. Oh, no. The Bawangwa Great God. Douyu_ma Xiaotiao, 666666666. I am a little rabbit, 666666666. White Lotus, amazing. All the teammates were also praising Jiang Xiao. He forcibly broke the stalemate with his personal strength, greatly boosting morale. But Jiang Xiao felt no joy in his heart. The Ghost in God's Alliance was a team game. Most of Mo Yan's skills weren't made for the line matchup. Looking at Mo Yan, who had become calm after being killed once by his counterpart, giving no extra openings at all, Jiang Xiao knew this game was basically over. There was nothing he could do, he could already foresee how incredibly terrifying Mo Yan would turn into in the upcoming team fights. Sure enough, the game time reached 25 minutes. Mo Yan, relying on the passive skill, Copper Skin, had defenses so high it was nearly exaggerated, his team's second position couldn't even touch him. As for Jiang Xiao, a killer, he had no chance at all. Then, Mo Yen activated, chains, and the entire screen turned into his domain, leaving Jiang Xiao's side struggling to move. Devil descends. The next moment, Mo Yen activated the Tian Kuai Ghost's ability, his body size doubled, fully transforming into a fierce evil spirit. Countless crimson blood flowed from Jiang Xiao and others into Mo Yen, gathering around him. It was a scene like the end of the world. Seeing the gray word failure on the phone screen, Jiang Xiao sighed. In the voice chat, Xian Shen asked, Flower of the Overlord, still playing? No. Jiang Xiao shook his head and then exited the room, closing the game. The Demon Alliance was just a game he played out of boredom. No game, no matter how exciting, could compare to real life. However, today's battle against Mo Yen allowed Jiang Xiao to glimpse a corner of the future battle of the Spirit Masters. That last round of team battle. When Mo Yen activated the skills chains and Demon Descending, it put immense pressure on everyone in their team. Maybe I should plan out my future path. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, then fell into deep thought. My shadow can endlessly devour various abilities, I just don't know if there are any side effects. Suddenly, Jiang Chan's phone screen on the sofa lit up. Jiang Xiao glanced sideways and found it was a WeChat message. Are you there? The sender was Lin Yu. Jiang Chan was currently taking a shower in the bathroom. Jiang Xiao suddenly thought of something, smiled mischievously, and took Jiang Chan's phone. The phone password was very simple, which was Jiang Chan's own birthday. Jiang Xiao had known this a long time ago. Unlocking it. Jiang Xiao typed a message, she is sleeping. She is sleeping. Seeing this message, Lin Yu sprang up from her bed with a thud. What? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. She is sleeping. She? Damn it. Lin Yu was enraged and nearly crushed her phone. Immediately, Lin Yu fired back a message, who are you? Guess? Lin Yu gritted her teeth in anger, who exactly are you? I am her brother. In an instant, the anger on Lin Yu's face disappeared without a trace, replaced by indescribable shame. What the hell am I doing? Lin Yu buried her head in her bed, wishing she could just sink through the floor. This young person still needs more training. Jiang Xiao chuckled as he returned the phone. At the same time, Jiang Chan appeared before him in a white nightgown. The girl's black hair flowed like a waterfall, her delicate face fresh from the shower, her fair skin now blushing, making one unable to resist the urge to pinch it. Did you mess with my phone? Jiang Chan immediately noticed her phone had been moved. Jiang Xiao got up and walked toward his room, casually replying, I dealt with a fly for you. Jiang Chan suspiciously picked up her phone to take a look, and upon finding the conversation with Lin Yu, she couldn't help but laugh. Brother, you really are quite terrible. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chan had a clever idea and cheerfully sent another message to Lin Yu, you didn't really believe it, did you? Just as Jiang Xiao entered his room, he noticed a WeChat message from Lin Yu, brother Jiang, were you just playing on your sister's phone? Jiang Xiao turned back and saw Jiang Chan's mischievous smile, he guessed something. So, he replied, no, I was just playing Demon Alliance. Brother Jiang, please don't mess with me, okay? What nonsense. Xiao Chan went out to play with her friends, how could I play with her phone? Do you know who she went out with? How would I know? But it seems like a guy, quite tall, a bit handsome, and he seemed generous. Crash, the phone hit the floor. The cold wind whistled. Lin Yu stood frozen, her body covered in snowflakes falling silently from the sky. Chapter 27, Are you sleeping? In the deep night. After teasing Lin Yu, Jiang Chan felt a bit joyful for the first time in a while and let out a playful whistle. In this unfamiliar environment of the Tiangong Palace, the attention from everyone made the girl feel a little uneasy, a constant feeling of restraint. However, it felt nice to occasionally tease others with her brother. As Jiang Chan thought about this, she lay comfortably in bed, ready to sleep. But just as she was about to turn off the light, there was suddenly a knock on the door from outside the room. Bang! The sudden knock startled Jiang Chan. It was already 11 o'clock at night. According to Jiang Xiao's routine, he went to bed every night at 10. Why haven't I slept yet today? With this question in mind, Jiang Chan softly called out, brother? There was no answer. The silence around her was so thick, she could hear a pin drop. A strange feeling began to rise in Jiang Chan's heart, so she casually threw on a coat and got out of bed, ready to open the door. Bang! Suddenly, there was another knock on the door. Jiang Chan's movements froze in place. Something was off. Jiang Chan suddenly remembered what Lin Yu said during the day about room 1701 being haunted. Whoosh! Without hesitation, even though she was at home, Jiang Chan summoned her own spirit weapon. It was a pink fan, elegant in shape, fitting perfectly in the girl's hand. Bang! The knocking sounded every 5 seconds, as precise as a mechanical clock. The eerie atmosphere grew denser. Jiang Chan's breathing became shallow.
What scared her the most was that the knocking did not seem to be coming from outside. Someone was knocking on the door from inside the room. This thought suddenly sprouted like weeds, occupying the girl's heart. Jiang Chan gripped her fan tightly, trembling with fear. There was nothing in front of her. But why was the sound of knocking so intense? Suddenly, Jiang Chan gritted her teeth, suppressing her fear, and boldly opened the door. Whoosh! A rush of cold air poured in, and the girl's exposed delicate skin tingled slightly with the chill. Almost instantly, Jiang Chan angrily shouted, "Brother! Are you out of your mind?" Standing outside the door was none other than Jiang Xiao. Jiang Chan was completely bewildered. In the middle of the night, Jiang Xiao stood outside her room, knocking without a word, like a madman. "What do you want?" Jiang Chan pouted in discontent, her almond eyes glaring at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao muttered, I wanted to see if you were asleep." "You're crazy!" Jiang Chan exclaimed, slamming the door shut. If it had been anyone else, Jiang Chan would have slapped them. Fortunately, it was Jiang Xiao, so she endured her anger. After closing the door, Jiang Chan yawned tiredly, then remembered Jiang Xiao's prank and stomped her foot in anger. Humph. That pesky brother, tricking others is one thing, but he even comes to scare me. Just as she was about to turn off the light and sleep, she suddenly sensed something was off. Strange. Jiang Chan paused, looking curiously at the door. Why does it feel like my brother is still standing outside? Normally, if Jiang Xiao left, she should hear footsteps. But Jiang Chan heard no sounds at all. Thinking like this, another wave of bizarre feelings rose in her heart. She stealthily tiptoed, quietly moving over, then slowly opened the door a crack. Her big, dark eyes peeked through the gap, quietly observing the scene outside. Then, Jiang Chan gasped and fell to the ground in shock. Jiang Xiao was actually peeping at her through the crack in the door. Jiang Chan was terrified to the point of nearly crying, repeatedly shouting, "Jiang Xiao, are you insane? What is wrong with you?" In the dim hallway, Jiang Xiao's face was hard to read. "Why are you still not asleep?" Jiang Xiao didn't seem to think his behavior was unusual. Jiang Chan's chest rose and fell rapidly, shouting like a frantic kitten, "Sleep! Sleep! I'm going to sleep right away, okay? You need to get lost." After saying this, she angrily trembled, shutting the door and locking it for good measure. Finally, Jiang Chan hugged her head, extremely annoyed, saying, "Forget it. I don't care. I won't care whether you're still outside or not." Jiang Chan was determined, even if Jiang Xiao stood outside for a whole day and night, she would never pay him any mind. Then, she returned to bed, turned off the light, and closed her eyes, ready to sleep. The room sank into darkness, silent and still. But because of Jiang Xiao's absurd actions, Jiang Chan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She stared with wide, puzzled eyes, filled with confusion. What happened to Jiang Xiao today? Why does he want to see if I'm asleep? Bang! Suddenly, a knock on the door sounded again. In an instant, an indescribable thrill ran up her spine. Jiang Chan finally sensed something was wrong. No, it can't be. Are you asleep? Outside the door, Jiang Xiao's voice was emotionless. Ghost, it's a ghost. Jiang Chan trembled in fear, curling up under the covers. She finally realized the severity of the situation. The person outside was definitely not her brother. Bang! The knocking was tireless, sounding every 5 seconds. At this moment, how could Jiang Chan dare to face that ghostly thing again? She desperately covered her head with the blanket, forcing herself not to hear those terrifying sounds. Bang! Are you asleep? Bang! Are you asleep? Bang! Are you asleep? The voice, which started normal, gradually became filled with urgency, like a madman about to go insane. Meanwhile, the knocks were now less than 2 seconds apart. It seemed the person outside was desperate to know if she was really asleep. Bang! 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 That thing outside was nearly smashing the door down. It wanted to rush in. Jiang Chan trembled all over, her voice choked with tears. "Brother, come save me." Suddenly, Jiang Chan froze. The knocking stopped. Jiang Chan held her breath, waited for a while, and finally, she didn't hear that ghostly voice. At this, the girl finally let out a breath. For a moment, Jiang Chan felt her body go soft, completely drained of energy. It was too abnormal. This kind of supernatural event had no trace to be found, completely tormenting one's spirit. But at that moment, a strange thought flashed through Jiang Chan's mind. The room temperature seems to have dropped. A terrifying guess suddenly took over Jiang Chan's brain. Her small face turned pale, full of fear, wanting to peek outside the blanket but also feeling scared. Finally, Jiang Chan gritted her teeth, forced herself to calm down, and slowly opened a gap in the blanket. In the next moment, Jiang Chan fainted from fright. In the dark room,
Jiang Xiao squatted by the bed, staring intently at Jiang Chan's terrified little face.
So you weren't asleep after all.
Chapter 28, Ji Wanga. Brother, this house is haunted. It's too scary. The next morning, Jiang Chan pulled Jiang Xiao out of bed. Can we move out of this house? We won't take the deposit, I don't want to live here anymore.
Jiang Chan's delicate little face was filled with deep fear. Last night's experience was truly terrifying.
However, Jiang Xiao was unusually serious. Xiao Chan, are you really afraid of ghosts? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chan was taken aback. The teachings of the Tianji Palace reappeared in her mind. As Jiang Xiao got dressed, he said, this house is indeed abnormal, but Xiao Chan, don't you see? That ghost wouldn't harm our lives.
Jiang Chan thought for a moment, then lowered her head, her expression extremely wronged.
Jiang Xiao continued, Jiang, you once said something I agree with.
There's nothing shameful about being afraid of ghosts. If you really fear it, then leave everything behind and be a normal person. But once you step onto the path of a spirit master, you can never turn back.
I understand. After a long while, Jiang Chan said in a very small voice. Jiang Xiao smiled slightly, ruffling her smooth black hair. Tonight, I'll catch that ghost and see what it really wants. Jiang Xiao stated. Jiang Chan looked at Jiang Xiao in surprise. Brother, aren't you afraid? Afraid?
Jiang Xiao said without hesitation, but compared to being scared, I find it more interesting.
Interesting? Jiang Chan found it hard to understand. Jiang Xiao smiled, not saying anything more. He turned around, speaking softly where she couldn't see. Traveling to this bizarre ghost world, wouldn't it be too boring to be timid? Arriving at Tianji Palace.
Suddenly, Jiang Xiao said to the girl beside him, Sister, you go to the classroom first.
Huh? Jiang Chan looked at Jiang Xiao confusedly.
I didn't think much of it and turned to leave. Then, Jiang Xiao deliberately paused for a moment. Before long, a weak voice called out, Jiang.
Brother Jiang.
Turning around, Jiang Xiao saw Lin Yu in purple clothes standing right behind him.
Big brother Lin? Why do you look so pale? Jiang Xiao feigned surprise.
Lin Yu's face was white, with deep dark circles under his eyes, looking like he hadn't slept all night.
Why are you here alone?
Where is your sister?
Lin Yu looked around but couldn't find Jiang Chan's figure. Jiang Xiao said, Little Chan went to class. Also, big brother Lin, what's going on with you? Lin Yu bitterly replied, Brother Jiang, tell me the truth, last night, did Jiang Chan really go out with another man? Yeah.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu seemed struck by lightning, staggering even more in his already weak state.
You see, this is the chat record from last night between me and her.
Lin Yu trembled as he opened the WeChat chat history, his tone filled with great resentment.
Brother Jiang.
You are Jiang Chan's brother, how can you let her spend the night with another man at her age? Looking at the records, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Holding back laughter, Jiang Xiao said, I thought it was something serious.
Turns out it's this. Big brother Lin, you don't know, but this is actually a prank by Little Chan. A prank on me? Lin Yu was taken aback. Jiang Xiao nodded and patted his shoulder, saying, Little Chan can be a bit mischievous. Don't let her cute appearance fool you. She actually has a bad attitude towards acquaintances.
In an instant, Lin Yu's ears perked up as he caught a keyword.
Acquaintances.
Immediately, the frustration on Lin Yu's face vanished. Excitedly, he grabbed Jiang Zhao's hands, asking, So you're saying Little Chan was just teasing me last night? Seeing Lin Yu's current expression, Jiang Xiao felt a pang of sympathy.
It was as if he was watching the other person sink into a quagmire. Don't blame me, I'm doing this for your own good.
The world of adults is just that cruel. Jiang Xiao explained to himself in his mind. Then, he seriously nodded and said, That's right.
To be honest, I didn't expect this at all.
Big brother Lin, you just met Little Chan, and she actually played such a mean joke on you. I'll go teach her a lesson.
No. Lin Yu quickly stopped Jiang Xiao.
Not knowing what he was thinking, a silly smile appeared on his once handsome face.
Brother Jiang, with your word, I can relax now.
It's fine, I actually enjoy joking around with others, so please don't scold Jiang Chan because of this.
You.
Jiang Xiao started to say something but then sighed and shook his head. The heaviness in Lin Yu's heart felt like a rainbow had suddenly appeared. Suddenly, he remembered something and hesitated, saying, Brother Jiang, about the dinner money from last night.
Wait.
Suddenly, Jiang Xiao interrupted him, glancing at the time, worriedly exclaiming, Oh no. Little Chan asked me to buy her a cup of milk tea, and class is about to start. After saying this, Jiang Xiao started to pat himself down, frowning, Why did I forget to bring money again? Little Chan loves milk tea the most, what should I do? Beside him, Lin Yu had a complex expression.
Seeing Jiang Xiao's anxious look, Lin Yu helplessly said, "Brother Jiang, I have a bit of money on me." "Thank you." With the cash in hand, Jiang Xiao turned and left, swift and decisive. Arriving at the classroom, Jiang Xiao held a cup of extra-sized purple glutinous rice milk tea, sipping happily. Jiang Chan's eyes widened, excitedly asking, "Wow. You purposely kept me away just to buy milk tea for yourself? What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" Jiang Xiao replied, "This was a treat from Lin Yu specifically for me." "Lin Yu?" Jiang Chan suspiciously glanced at the milk tea. "Why did he treat you to milk tea?" "How would I know?" As he spoke, Jiang Xiao sat down at his seat. Not long after, Jiang Yu walked in. He scanned the students in the classroom. Once everyone was present, Jiang Yu spoke, "Today we will have an outdoor class. All students, gather with me on the playground." Arriving at the playground, everyone lined up, waiting for Jiang Yu's next instructions. In a blue robe, Jiang Yu stood tall and said in a loud voice, "In the battle of spirit masters, aside from external factors, one's own qualities are the key to victory. Before you become a first-level spirit master, you must run 10 kilometers every day, do 200 sit-ups, and 200 push-ups. I do not want my students in the future to die because they were too slow and were caught by monsters." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned grim. However, these boys and girls understood Tianji Palace's intentions, and after a short period of complaint, they began to run laps around the playground. After completing the 10 kilometers, most of the students collapsed and could not get up, utterly exhausted. Even Jiang Chan was gasping for air, beads of sweat covering his smooth forehead. "You still need to practice more." In the distance, Jiang Yu watched this scene and thought to himself quietly. Suddenly, he was somewhat surprised to see that two people in his class showed little change. One of them was Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao himself didn't understand why his stamina was so good. Clearly, he hadn't slacked off during the 10 kilometers. Yet, he still felt an endless source of energy within him, even his body temperature hadn't risen much, he even felt he could run another 10 kilometers. Could it be because of the shadow? Jiang Xiao glanced down at the shadow beneath his feet. The other was the girl in red, Ji, who stood apart from the crowd. The delicate face of the girl remained expressionless, showing no sign of change. This Ji is also somewhat impressive. At the same time, Jiang Xiao looked at her. In that instant, Jiang Xiao was astonished to discover that this cold-faced girl actually smiled at him. Chapter 29, Taking Action. It must be said that Ji was extremely beautiful, even though she always had a frosty expression, many still compared her to Jiang Chan. At this moment, when she showed a smile to him, Jiang Xiao finally understood what breathtaking beauty meant. Swish! Jiang Xiao averted his gaze, his heart racing a bit. Ji special attitude towards him had puzzled him for a long time. This girl in red, seeming like an iceberg, exuded a coldness that kept others at a distance. But only towards him did Ji show a friendly smile? Jiang Xiao simply could not understand and certainly did not think he was charming enough to overpower all the other boys. What one says and what one thinks are always two different matters. That is how Jiang Xiao conducted himself in the world. Seeing Jiang Xiao proactively avoid eye contact, the smile on Ji face became slightly unnatural. Then, she returned to her previous aloof demeanor, but her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xiao, never moving away. "Now, I will teach you some basic fighting techniques." After running, and once everyone had rested enough, Jiang Yu stepped forward. "Fighting techniques," a crew-cut boy said in confusion. "Do spirit masters really need close combat?" Jiang Yu scoffed. "High-level spirit masters certainly do not need it, but what about you? A first-level spirit master can only bear 2 soul pearls, and there is a gap of more than a minute between each skill. Once you've released your skills, do you just wait to die?" His merciless words made the boy lower his head in shame. The short-haired boy inwardly grumbled, "The teacher's temper is too fiery, he is completely different with Jiang Chan. Most monsters maintain a human shape, so some of the human weaknesses can also be applied to the monsters." Jiang Yu slowly said, "I will now demonstrate a simple set of moves. Watch closely, and later, each of you will demonstrate it for me." After finishing, Jiang Yu slowly and powerfully threw out a combination of punches in place. Jiang Xiao watched intently, noticing that the final target of the punches was exactly the throat area of the human body. Time gradually passed. After Jiang Yu demonstrated the set of moves, he left time for everyone to digest and absorb what they had seen. As class time neared its end, Jiang Yu interrupted everyone's practice. "That's enough. When I call out your name, come up one by one. First, Zhou Ming." As soon as he finished speaking, a thin boy with glasses walked up, nervously completing the set of punches. Jiang Yu's stern face showed no emotion. "Your movements are so soft, are you just scratching your enemy's itch?" The boy's head drooped in disappointment. Jiang Yu said seriously, "Next, Li Ming." Another boy walked up. For a full 30 minutes, Jiang Yu criticized everyone without mercy. "Make your elbow strikes faster, don't treat ghosts like they're disabled. Stabilize your horse stance, don't let the wind blow you away. Your steps are too big, make your gaze fiercer, imagine there's a ghost right in front of you. Suddenly, Jiang Yu took a deep breath and slowly called out a name, next, Jiang Chan. Swish. 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 Finally. Everyone's eyes focused on Jiang Chan. At the same time, Jiang Yu gave the girl an encouraging look. Go for it. Seeing that Jiang Chan was a little nervous, Jiang Xiao smiled at her. Jiang Chan took a deep breath and stepped forward. Let's begin. Jiang Yu said. Ha! In an instant, the girl shouted, her long legs spreading into a horse stance, her hands forming palms, and her sleek ponytail swaying in the wind. Tear. With the change in her steps, the force of her palms surged forth, powerful and imposing. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up in delight. Good. Everyone gasped in amazement. They did not expect that this petite and cute girl with a ponytail would have martial skills much more steady and powerful than her peers. Jiang Chan slowly exhaled, and then calmly stepped back from the stage. Awesome. Jiang Xiao generously praised his sister. Though the girl had learned taekwondo since childhood, it was a true talent that she could master the set of moves taught by Jiang Yu in such a short time. Jiang Chan smiled, revealing a pair of cute canine teeth. Of course, who do you think your sister is? Don't underestimate me. On the other side. Jiang Yu saw the exchange between Jiang Chan and Jiang Xiao and felt a slight discomfort in his heart. How could a top student mingle with a poor student? Clear water mixed with muddy water only results in a bigger mess. Even if they are siblings, it doesn't work. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu's tone darkened. Next, Jiang Xiao. Finally, it's my turn. Jiang Xiao stood up and twisted his arms. Suddenly, just as Jiang Xiao was about to step forward, Jiang Yu spoke, wait, class is almost over, and there's still a student who hasn't demonstrated. You two should go together. Together? Jiang Xiao frowned. Yang Guang, you and Jiang Xiao can practice the moves I just taught you. Jiang Yu finished speaking, and before anyone else could react, Jiang Chan was the first to stand up. Teacher Jiang, what are you trying to do? Facing the girl's sharp gaze, Jiang Yu's tone softened a bit. Jiang Chan, class is over. Just right, Jiang Xiao and Yang Guang haven't demonstrated yet. Besides, what I taught you was meant to be applied in practical combat. What's the problem with what I'm doing? Hearing this, Jiang Chan looked over at the boy named Yang Guang. The other boy didn't look like he was lacking in growth, with muscle that was more exaggerated than an adult's, and he even had a bit of a beard on his face. With a massive frame, a mature face, and a rough voice. If outsiders didn't know any better, they might think he was the mentor of Class E. Jiang Chan's almond-shaped eyes widened in anger, staring fiercely at Yang Guang. Yang Guang, too, looked somewhat helpless. There was nothing he could do. Before the class, Jiang Yu had specifically found him and already planned out this scene. He only appeared mature, but he was still a student and had no choice but to listen to the teacher's words. Be gentle later, or else it will be troublesome if you anger Jiang Chan. Yang Guang looked at the skinny black-haired youth in front of him. Alright, Jiang Chan, I know you're worried your brother will get seriously hurt. But you should know, as a spiritual master of Tianji Palace, we can't avoid real combat. Weaklings shouldn't be here. As he said this, Jiang Yu's tone clearly carried hidden meaning. At this moment, no one noticed. In the distance, a figure in fiery red looked at Jiang Yu with eyes full of cold murderous intent. This guy deserves to die. From her crimson lips came a chilling, cold remark. As the class neared its end, facing Jiang Yu's deliberate provocation, Jiang Chan gritted her teeth in anger, about to lash out when a calm voice suddenly interrupted. Teacher Jiang, perhaps you made a mistake. Oh? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Brother? Jiang Chan looked at Jiang Xiao, confused. Jiang Xiao squinted slightly, his thin lips curling. My sister isn't worried that I'll get hurt. She's worried about this young student you hold in high regard. Chapter 30, Death. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Yu burst into loud laughter. Jiang Xiao, are you serious? Yang Guang furrowed his brows in confusion. Facing Jiang Yu's unabashed attitude, Jiang Xiao said lightly, Teacher Jiang, are you serious? You really want to arrange it like this? Jiang Yu frowned, his expression turning stern. Jiang Xiao, if you're afraid, you can back out now to avoid dragging Jiang Chan into this. But as a man, I don't support such behavior. Jiang Yu. Immediately, Jiang Chan couldn't stand it any longer. Seeing his precious student genuinely angry, Jiang Yu felt helpless and muttered inwardly, Jiang Chan, don't blame me. You and your brother come from two different worlds. I'm doing this for your own good. The other boys and girls all watched the scene, momentarily confused as to why Jiang Yu was so hostile toward Jiang Xiao. At that moment, Jiang Xiao spoke, Teacher Jiang, let me ask you one last question. If something goes wrong later, what should we do? With me here, what could possibly go wrong? Jiang Yu replied, even if you get seriously injured, the teacher Wang He from Class B is an auxiliary spiritual master.
His blessing skill can bring back someone on the verge of death. Then I can rest assured. Jiang Xiao's eyes gradually became sharper as he spoke. This. Looking at the opponent's leg, which was thinner than his own arm, Yang Guang hesitated, unsure what to do. Beside him, Jiang Chan's eyes seemed to want to devour him, and teacher Jiang wanted him to strike Jiang Xiao hard. What should he do? Yang Guang took a step forward, moved his lips, and lowered his voice. Jiang, I will attack your center. Just find an opportunity to fall to the ground. Jiang Xiao paid no attention. In fact, after asking Jiang Yu his last question, he had already immersed himself in his own world. The reason was simple. In his pupils, the strange black words appeared once more. Let these humans witness your true strength. His shadow definitely had its own independent will. Last time, the consumption of the white mist ghost did not only give you mystification. Not only mystification? Then what else? Jiang Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Then, he slowly took up an attacking posture. Yang Guang, still unsure what to do, stood frozen in place, not moving for a long time. Yang Guang. What are you waiting for? At that moment, Jiang Yu shouted loudly. Yang Guang shuddered, sighed helplessly, and then clenched his right fist. Following the martial techniques Jiang Yu had taught him earlier, he suddenly launched an attack at Jiang Xiao's face. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, cut through the air with a whistling sound, sweeping through everything ahead like a devastating force. In the distance, the onlookers could hardly bear it and shielded their eyes. Good. The offensive is fast, the steps are steady, the gaze is fierce. Jiang Yu stood with his hands behind him, seriously commenting on Yang Guang's boxing skills. Classmates, pay attention. If Yang Guang puts in all his strength and hits the enemy's vital points, the opponent will surely lose their ability to move. Hearing this, Jiang Chan trembled with anger, then looked worriedly at Jiang Xiao. At that moment, Jiang Xiao moved. Swish. The dark figure darted like a rabbit, the steps below nimble as a ghost, instantly evading the massive fist and turning into a streak of light that rushed close to Yang Guang. What? Yang Guang's pupils constricted, never expecting the opponent to burst forth with such astonishing speed. Before he could react, he suddenly found the black-haired youth had darted into the gap in front of his chest. Underneath the messy black hair, Jiang Zhao's gaze was as cold as a frozen abyss. The opponent's head, chest, throat, each area was filled with weaknesses. As long as he was willing, one strike would be fatal. At the same time, in his gaze, dark characters twisted continuously, as if a blob of ink was changing shape, finally forming one word. Death. Boom. Jiang Xiao slammed his palm forward, forcefully striking the air, creating a sonic boom. Suddenly, the whole place erupted. How is this possible? Jiang Yu widened his eyes, unable to believe it. Jiang Chan's beautiful eyes sparkled, her small mouth slightly parted as she whispered, so amazing. Not far away. In a red dress, with a frosty face, Ji Wang looked at Jiang Xiao with increasingly fervent eyes. This aura, it can't be wrong. Ji Wang's delicate hand clenched slightly, as if desperately holding back some urgent emotion. Jiang Xiao slowly withdrew his right palm. In front of him, the large figure of Yang Guang had become little more than a stone statue. Just now, Jiang Zhao's palm had struck the air to the right side of his head, although it hadn't officially hit him, the residual force had already left Yang Guang stunned. This 17-year-old youth could not even maintain his upright posture at this moment, crashing to the ground with a thud. Wow! As Yang Guang stumbled to the ground, the crowd erupted in shock. No one expected this match to end like this. Jiang Zhao's displayed explosive power was truly overwhelming, making Yang Guang seem as fragile as a child. It was hard to imagine what terrifying strength was hidden beneath his slender build. Even Jiang Yu was at a loss for words at this moment. At this moment, golden sunlight shone on Jiang Zhao's back, stretching his shadow long. Jiang Xiao stood in place for a long, long time. No one noticed that his hands were quietly trembling. With black hair hanging down, a hint of fear was hidden in his delicate face. What's wrong with me? Jiang Xiao looked at his right hand as if gazing at a monster. Just moments ago, when he closed in on Yang Guang, a surge of killing intent had unexpectedly rushed into his mind. At that moment, his vision was completely occupied by the crooked black character Death, and for some reason, his consciousness felt as if it had fallen into an abyss. That feeling was indescribable, like it stemmed from instinct, a deep aversion to the opponent's aura. He wanted to wipe out the life in front of him. Brother! Suddenly, just as Jiang Zhao's gaze was blank, a light and pleasant voice dispelled all his negative emotions. The girl tilted her little head, looking at him curiously. Brother, what's wrong with you? Seeing that familiar face, Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and forced a smile. It's nothing. Jiang Chan looked at Jiang Xiao suspiciously, feeling uneasy, and took the initiative to come closer, grabbing his right hand. Suddenly, Jiang Chan exclaimed, Brother, your hand is so cold. Is it? Jiang Xiao was stunned, not realizing anything unusual about himself. Jiang Chan frowned slightly. For some reason, she always felt an unshakable worry in her heart. In the next moment, she looked at Jiang Yu with a smug expression and said, "Teacher Jiang, how is it? Is my brother amazing?" Jiang Yu's face turned ashen, unable to comprehend it all. Why? Isn't Jiang Xiao supposed to have only 3 skill slots? Could it be that I was wrong? Seeing Jiang Yu not responding, Jiang Chan snorted and pulled Jiang Xiao away while saying, "My brother doesn't need your approval, you all don't understand anything at all." Chapter 31, Brother. Are you asleep? After leaving the playground, Jiang Chan and Jiang Xiao walked for a long time. When Jiang Xiao finally shook off his earlier restlessness, he realized that the girl was still holding his hand. Jiang Xiao glanced sideways at the girl's puffy little face, then secretly squeezed her soft little hand and gently scratched her palm with his finger. "Brother!" Jiang Chan's little face instantly turned red, and she shot a glare at Jiang Xiao in embarrassment and irritation. He. Jiang Xiao chuckled twice, took his right hand back, and ruffled her hair. "Alright, why do you feel angrier than I do?" Jiang Chan huffed. "Teacher Jiang is so excessive. He clearly wants to deal with you today." Jiang Xiao replied, "Let him be, it doesn't matter." "It doesn't matter? Brother! They don't understand anything. Even though you only have 3 skill slots, in my eyes, you are far stronger than any of them." Jiang Chan said excitedly, "That day, you were the one who dealt with that white mist ghost, you're still just a first-level spirit master. If they knew about this, they definitely wouldn't treat you like this." "Xiao Chan, does other people's opinions really matter that much?" Jiang Xiao suddenly asked seriously. "Doesn't it matter?" Jiang Chan retorted. Jiang Xiao looked at the distant sunset and said, "Isn't it boring to deal with people? I've long been tired of it in my last life." "Xiao Chan, don't you really think the existence of ghosts in this world is interesting?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chan was taken aback. "Jiang Xiao." Suddenly, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind. Jiang Chan turned her head and saw Ji Wan-gu staring fixedly at Jiang Xiao. Ji Wan-ji's gaze made Jiang Chan's eyebrows slightly furrow. "Classmate Ji?" Jiang Xiao said with some surprise. Ji Wan-gu elegantly walked over, accompanied by a fragrance of roses that was extremely pleasant. Jiang Chan wrinkled her delicate nose and muttered, "What's wrong with this woman? I remember you also live in an Ming apartment, right?" As soon as she appeared, the atmosphere became a little cold, and Jiang Xiao took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Ji Wan-gu slightly parted her red lips. "Classmate Ji, do you live alone?" Classmate Ji. It seemed she only knew how to answer with these 2 syllables. Jiang Xiao also felt awkward and stopped talking. They remained silent for a long while, until they approached an Ming apartment when Ji Wan-gu finally said, "Jiang Xiao, there's a ghost in your room." Instantly, Jiang Chan's heart leaped. Then, in the next second, she heard Ji Wan-gu say, "Do you need my help to deal with it?" "No. No need." Before Jiang Xiao could respond, Jiang Chan crossed her arms and firmly insisted. Ji Wan-gu glanced at Jiang Chan. She was tall, the same height as Jiang Xiao, and half a head taller than Jiang Chan, giving her a somewhat condescending look. Jiang Chan straightened her slender waist secretly, and her underdeveloped chest appeared a bit immature. "Why do you need to help?" "We can handle it ourselves, I'm a spirit master with 12 skill slots." "We don't need your help." Jiang Xiao looked at Ji Wan-gu with curiosity. It seemed her tone suggested she could solve the ghost in room 1701? Could it be that Ji Wan-gu was already a first-level spirit master? This girl indeed had impressive talent. Moreover, why did she treat him so differently? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Xiao finally asked, "Classmate Ji, I've always been a bit unclear about why you are different towards me compared to others." Ji Wan-gu looked at Jiang Xiao strangely. It seemed unexpected for him to raise this question. Immediately, she gently moved her lotus steps, slowly approaching, her cheek close to Jiang Xiao. The exquisite jade-like face was so near, with porcelain-like delicate skin that showed no flaws. Jiang Xiao's eyes widened in surprise, and his body felt a bit stiff. Ji Wan-gu closed her eyes, taking a deep breath as she inhaled Jiang Xiao's scent, and then her autumn-like eyes slowly opened. Her red lips parted slightly as she whispered, "Do you not understand?" After saying this, Ji Wan-gu turned and left. "Jiang Xiao. What on earth is this fox spirit? When did you get to know her? Answer me quickly." On the side, Jiang Chan watched the scene, nearly exploding with anger. The previous Jiang Xiao, no matter how unruly, had never had such intimate contact with another woman. "Little Chan, don't you think I'm really shockingly handsome?" Suddenly, Jiang Xiao touched his cheek and asked thoughtfully. Pa. This woman is definitely after your money, she's craving your wallet. Little Chan, tonight you sleep in my room, I want to see what this ghostly thing really is."
Back in room 1701, Jiang Xiao rolled up his sleeves, full of energy as he spoke. Jiang Chan stared with wide eyes, not saying a word, just watching Jiang Xiao the entire time. Alright, there's truly nothing between me and her. You have to believe me, my heart only has little Chen, a single ghost. Jiang Xiao patted his chest and said earnestly. Jiang Chan scoffed, I would rather believe in ghosts than trust your words. After calming his jealous little sister, Jiang Xiao went to the other room. The girls' room was not the commonly seen pink bedding, pink carpet, and walls plastered with various anime and celebrity posters. Jiang Chan's bedroom was quite similar to his own, the air carried a faint fragrance of apricot blossoms. The only difference was the cleanliness and tidiness. Well, the difference in cleanliness and tidiness was actually quite significant. Jiang Xiao sat on the soft bed, carefully smoothing out the wrinkles on the pillow for the girl. He checked the time, it was 11:40. Last night, Jiang Chan encountered a supernatural event at midnight. By this account, all he needed was to wait about 20 more minutes. The ghost in room 1701 scared Jiang Chan to faint last night but did not cause any harm, suggesting it's not a malevolent spirit. Jiang Xiao did not summon his own fated spirit tool. As time gradually passed, Jiang Xiao noticed with surprise that he thought he would again see the strange words in his eyes upon facing the ghost. But now, everything seemed normal. Could it be that this guy has particular tastes? Is it picky? Jiang Xiao looked down at his own shadow. Ever since he devoured that white mist ghost, his shadow had become increasingly strange. Under the bright light, it seemed to swallow all the light like a black hole, vaguely emitting a sense of evil. In the afternoon, when Jiang Yu troubled him, Jiang Xiao was almost influenced by the brutal and crazy black words in his eyes. Worrying about his own abnormalities, Jiang Xiao felt a tinge of excitement at the same time. It was hard to describe this feeling, much like his current daring act of facing that ghost head-on. Soon, the hour hand ticked. 12 o'clock. Jiang Xiao immediately turned off the lights in the room, and suddenly, darkness enveloped the surroundings. A cold and eerie atmosphere gradually spread unknowingly. Creak. An unusual sound suddenly echoed. It was like someone had dragged the wardrobe in the room. But at this moment, besides Jiang Xiao, there would definitely not be a second presence in Jiang Chan's room. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already been terrified, their teeth chattering. Jiang Xiao remained unfazed, glancing towards the source of the sound. Are you here? In that instant. Bang! The knock on the door echoed again. Brother, are you asleep? Chapter 32, Are you hungry? Click. The light turned on, and Jiang Xiao opened the door, only to see Jiang Chan standing in the hallway wearing a white nightgown. The girl was in her teenage years, and her cool nightgown revealed a lot of fair skin, her petite body was quite alluring. But at this moment, Jiang Chan's soft black hair was a bit damp, as if she had just washed it, with a few drops of sparkling water still clinging to her strands. At the same time, the delicate expression on the girl's small face seemed somewhat wooden, like a doll, lacking any vitality. Brother, are you asleep? Jiang Chan spoke, her tone cold. Not yet, I will sleep later. Jiang Xiao carefully examined the girl's graceful figure, seemingly unaware of the strange atmosphere around them. Oh. Jiang Chan stiffly nodded her head. After saying that, she had no intention of leaving at all. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao inexplicably asked, By the way, are you hungry? An absurd question. Jiang Chan was dumbfounded for a long while, then slowly said, No. I'm not hungry. Oh. Jiang Xiao nodded, then closed the door. In the dark hallway, Jiang Chan still stood in place, her pitch-black eyes devoid of light, cold and indifferent. When the light in the room turned off again, she awkwardly knocked on the door once more. Brother, are you asleep? Click. As soon as Jiang Chan knocked, the door was opened the next second. Not yet, I will sleep later. Jiang Xiao stood inside, smiling and showing a big white smile, as if he hadn't left at all, knowing she would knock again. What was most ridiculous was, Jiang Xiao looked at Jiang Chan and suddenly asked again, By the way, are you hungry? Jiang Chan? This time, Jiang Chan chose not to answer. After a moment, the door was closed again. The light turned off again. Jiang Chan still stood in place, waited for a long time, then slowly placed her fair little hand on the door. Bang! Brother! Click! This time, before Jiang Chan could finish her sentence, the door was opened. Jiang Chan was a bit stunned. Inside, Jiang Xiao actively asked, Are you hungry? The expression on Jiang Chan's small face gradually turned cold. A hint of resentment rose in her dark eyes. But Jiang Xiao seemed unaware, repeating again, Are you hungry? This guy's mind isn't normal. Jiang Chan had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Wait. A bizarre situation? Jiang Chan stood still, as if trapped in a strange loop. I am a ghost, he is a person. Realizing this, some of the confusion in Jiang Chan's eyes began to fade.
However, the next moment, it became even more puzzling.
Can't this guy guess I'm a ghost? What normal person would keep knocking on the door at midnight, asking if you're asleep?
But there's also no normal person who keeps asking if you're hungry for no reason.
Little Chan, why aren't you speaking?
On the other side, Jiang Xiao worriedly stepped forward, holding Jiang Chan's icy little hand. Quickly tell brother, are you hungry?
Jiang Chan glared at Jiang Xiao with hatred, then silently walked into the dark living room.
Watching her back, Jiang Xiao still felt uneasy and called out again, Little Chan, if you're hungry, just come knock on my door and tell brother.
Jiang Chan?
After a moment, the other person closed the door again, turning off the light. Jiang Chan stood in the dark, silent living room, suddenly completely unsure of what to do next. After a long time, she hesitated, and with stiff motions, walked back.
Bang! Click! The door opened instantly. Jiang Chan was once again frozen in place.
Both sides seemed to be playing a reaction game, competing on who could respond faster. This time, Jiang Xiao held a bowl of Kong Shi beef noodles, eating while mumbling, Are you hungry?
Is this guy out of a mental hospital? Jiang Chan stared at Jiang Xiao with a venomous glare.
All this time, she had been tormenting others. When had she ever encountered such a situation? That sentence, are you hungry, was like a curse, nearly driving her mad.
Wait.
Suddenly, at that moment, Jiang Xiao finally seemed to realize something and rushed into the house, as if trying to hide in fear.
Did she finally realize the problem? Jiang Chan's suffocated heart finally felt a hint of joy.
She had already thought about how to destroy her opponent's mind during this long night. However, the next second, what shattered her was that the other person quickly ran out again, holding a new bucket of Kong Shi beef noodles.
You must be hungry, right? You said during the day that you wanted to lose weight and didn't eat much. Hurry and fill your stomach. Jiang Chan was completely dumbfounded.
At the same time, Jiang Xiao didn't say a word and grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the house. Hurry in, I just boiled some water.
Get lost.
In an instant, a hoarse and resentful voice came from the girl's mouth. Jiang Xiao looked at her in surprise. Xiao Chan, how did you lose your voice from hunger?
The female ghost? Leave this house. You are not welcome here.
Finally, the female ghost tore off her disguise. Her black hair gradually grew longer, twisting and curling like seaweed, while her skin became frighteningly pale, and her eyes lost all whites, leaving only pure black pupils.
In an instant, the female ghost's fierce appearance was enough to scare a baby into howling.
Jiang Xiao looked at her in horror. So you are not Xiao Chan?
Roar, roar, this is my house.
At this moment, the corner of the female ghost's mouth slowly tore open, reaching her ears, as a terrifying, blood-filled mouth let out a deep growl like that of a beast. However, the next moment, what she never expected was.
We can talk about that later. By the way, female ghost sister, are you hungry?
Jiang Xiao blinked her big eyes, looking curiously at the female ghost.
Whoosh! The female ghost suddenly transformed into a white smoke, disappearing in front of Jiang Xiao. What the heck? Is this girl hungry or not?
Jiang Xiao frowned, as the other party never directly answered her question. In the empty corridor, the cold atmosphere from before had disappeared.
Jiang Xiao turned on the corridor lights, walking while calling out in every corner, Female ghost sister, are you there? Come out, I'm not a bad person.
A truly bizarre scene. In the middle of the night, a boy was wandering around the living room looking for a ghost.
It seems this female ghost really doesn't take lives.
Although Jiang Xiao pretended to be carefree on the surface, in reality, she knew very well. Tianwang Town was not a place free from supernatural events, but surely there would not be any supernatural occurrences lasting more than a week.
The spiritual masters of the Tianji Palace were not just sitting idle.
Since 1701 had this female ghost and she hadn't been removed, there must be a reason for it. Just as Jiang Xiao passed by a full-length mirror, smooth reflection slowly revealed words formed by coagulated blood.
Get out of this house. Seeing this, Jiang Xiao speculated, could it be that this female ghost was the owner of 1701 in her past life?
Recalling the earlier scene and the ghost's terrifying face, Jiang Xiao simply could not know what she looked like in life.
The Tianji Palace must know about the existence of this female ghost.
Since they haven't chosen to deal with it, perhaps digging deeper could lead to something interesting.
A decision formed in Jiang Xiao's heart.
Then, she narrowed her eyes, looking around, and let out a sinister laugh.
Female ghost sister, you better hide well, or I might just catch you. Chapter 33, Do you dare to investigate?
In the end, Jiang Xiao searched all night but couldn't find her again. However, it seemed that the female ghost had indeed left a psychological shadow, and she wouldn't dare to appear before her for a while. Sigh, these days, even catching a female ghost is difficult.
Jiang Xiao sighed deeply.
By morning, Jiang Chan, wearing a blue dress, carefully walked out of Jiang Xiao's room.
Big brother, last night you were really scary in the living room. Jiang Chan shrank her small head, not daring to approach Jiang Xiao for a moment. It's okay, I was just playing hide and seek with a female ghost. Jiang Xiao waved his hand and said, by the way, Xiaochan, you really need to practice your courage, I won't always be by your side. Pa. I only got a bit. The girl's voice got softer as she spoke, and her head almost buried into her chest. Suddenly, Jiang Chan shot her head up and glared at Jiang Xiao. All right. What about those things under your bed? What? Jiang Xiao was stunned. Jiang Chan's pretty face turned bright red, and she angrily scolded, perverted idiot. Huh? Jiang Xiao had no idea what was going on. I'm not talking to you anymore. The girl shot Jiang Xiao a look full of disdain and turned to leave. What nonsense. Jiang Xiao mumbled to himself and then went back to his room. I remember I didn't put anything under the bed. Saying that, Jiang Xiao bent down and rummaged around. Soon, his cheeks turned red. When did a few pieces of women's underwear suddenly appear under my bed? He recalled his sister's disdainful gaze from earlier. Even with Jiang Xiao's thick skin, he wished he could just disappear into the ground right then. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao's expression changed. Swoosh, swoosh. He pulled out the pieces of women's underwear and then found a photo mixed in among them. What is this? In the photo, there were two girls standing at the gate of Tianji Palace. One girl had a round face, smiling sweetly, and looked about 16. The other girl was a bit more mature, in her 20s, tall, with a beauty mark on her mouth, and her smile was alluring. I've got a clue. Jiang Xiao looked at the two girls in the photo, and a smile crept up on his lips. Come on, old Wang, drink a few cups with me. At Tianji Palace, in the cafeteria, Jiang Yu waved to the chubby old Wang beside him. What's wrong with you? We still have class in the afternoon. Wang Yi saw Jiang Yu's flushed face and smelled the strong alcohol on him, quickly grabbed the erguotu from Jiang Yu's hands. Jiang Yu said, class? What class? I only have two precious students, Jiang Chan and Ji Wanga, and yesterday I offended both of them. What exactly happened? Old Wang sat down beside Jiang Yu. Then Jiang Yu started to complain, recounting everything that happened the day before. Old Wang, don't you think Jiang Xiao is just a burden? What can he do with 3 skill slots? I really don't want to see Jiang Chan still with her brother when we create the Spirit Master team later. Jiang Yu lamented, what do you mean by team? 5 people, and each person must not have any gaps. You should understand this principle, Old Wang. Wait a minute. But unexpectedly, Old Wang's expression became unusually serious. Old Jiang, there's something I haven't told you. What? Jiang Yu swayed a bit and managed to look at Wang He. Old Wang said, do you remember the test we conducted for the special recruits that day? Of course I remember. That was when I took a liking to Jiang Chan. Jiang Yu slapped the table, his face flushed, and he was excited. Nearby students in Tianji Palace all looked over. Old Wang quickly calmed Jiang Yu down. Yes, it was that day. But when I checked the video record later, guess what? Jiang Chan's expression when she came out of the white mist was completely off. Off? Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. Old Wang said, normally, after defeating the white mist ghost, she shouldn't be so terrified, right? In contrast, look at Jiang Zhao's expression at that time. He was the one who showed excitement after defeating the ghost. Enough. I know what you're trying to say. Jiang Yu abruptly interrupted. You want to say that Jiang Xiao actually defeated that white mist ghost? But do you think that's possible? Jiang Xiao only has 3 skill slots, while Jiang Chan has 12. I know Jiang Chan might be a bit timid, but these are all things that can be overcome. Sigh. Seeing Jiang Yu's stubbornness, Old Wang sighed. Old Jiang, actually, there's another way to test which of the siblings defeated that white mist ghost. Speak. The mist transformation of the white mist ghost orb, if I am not mistaken, Jiang Chan. I am afraid does not have it. Swish. Jiang Yu jolted, feeling much more sober. Old Wang said, to be honest, I do feel that Jiang Zhao's talent is a bit lacking. But you should also know that talent does not represent everything. Our lord in the palace also only has 3 skill slots, but who dares to say he is not? The medal hanging on his chest is the glory that comes from suppressing a ghost realm. Jiang Yu did not speak. At this moment he fell into deep thought. Have I been too prejudiced against Jiang Xiao? At this moment, Jiang Yu was also quietly asking himself. Found it. On the other side, Jiang Xiao had Lin Yu finally tracked down the 2 people in the photo among the older students. The younger one is named Li Sihan, and the older one is named Qin Manya. They are very close sisters. Li Sihan was a freshman at Tianji Palace in 2016, but after only 1 year, she died inexplicably, with speculation that it might be due to a supernatural incident. Qin Manya was a 3rd-year student at Tianji Palace in 2016 and is now the head of the Yuqing Spirit Master Guild. It seems that the female ghost is Li Sihan. Jiang Xiao thought to himself.
Looking at the sweetly smiling girl in the photo, he recalled the grotesque female ghost from last night. Jiang Xiao sighed. He couldn't help but wonder what she had gone through to become such an ugly figure.
Hey! Lin Yu, are you free right now? Can you help me find Qin Manya's contact information? Jiang Xiao dialed Lin Yu's phone number.
Currently, the only person he knew with a higher status is her. Her father is the head of a spirit master team, and her mother is a guardian of a ghost realm, so their social connections should be substantial.
Sure enough, it wasn't long before Lin Yu gave Jiang Xiao a WeChat number. Jiang Xiao added it.
The first attempt did not go through.
Then, he added a note, 1701.
This time, the verification was quickly passed.
Hello, I am a new student from Tianji Palace, currently living in Anning Apartment 1701.
Last night, I discovered a suspected Li Sihan's ghost. I wonder if you could tell me what happened to Li Sihan back in 1701. After sending this message, there was no response for a long time. Just when Jiang Xiao thought he had been ignored, Qin Manya finally sent him a message.
Who are you? How dare you investigate what happened in 1701? Chapter 34, Li Sihan.
Looking at this reply, Jiang Xiao remained silent for a long time. In fact, Jiang Xiao is a very smart person.
His seemingly casual demeanor is just a way of dealing with others.
But when it comes to things he cares about, Jiang Xiao reveals a side that is hard for ordinary people to see.
Just tell me. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and clicked send. First, tell me if you really saw Sihan's ghost? I have no reason to lie to you. What is your name? My surname is Jiang.
Junior Jiang, if you are not one of them trying to mock me, then I hope you can help Sihan find peace.
In the future, if you come to Yuqing, I can give you a red-grade soul orb. Red-grade soul orb?
Jiang Xiao was greatly surprised. He never expected that he initially just found the haunting of 1701 interesting.
Following the lead, he could so easily obtain a red-grade soul orb. How precious is a red-grade soul orb?
On that day, Zhang Yu and many Tianji Palace mentors offered the largest condition just for a red-grade soul orb, the hanging ghost soul orb. And in the market, the price of a red-grade soul orb has reached several million to tens of millions, which is staggering. However, given Qin Mangya's position as the head of the Spirit Master Guild, she should indeed be able to produce one.
So that means, if I just eliminate Li Sihan's ghost, I can get this red-grade soul orb? Isn't that too easy? That female ghost isn't much stronger than a wandering spirit.
But at this moment, Jiang Zhao's eyes did not show much excitement.
They're people? Jiang Xiao pointed out this critical question.
Don't dig deep into Li Sihan's matters, that's not a field you, a newcomer from Tianji Palace, can touch.
I just hope you can help Sihan find peace.
She was most afraid of ghosts when she was alive.
Really? I beg you. Sure enough. The depths of 1701 are unfathomable.
It is clear that Qin Manya and Li Sihan had a very deep bond. However, Qin Manya, who can easily hand over a red-level soul pearl, surprisingly cannot come here personally to help her sister find peace. It must be that some hidden forces are stopping her.
I don't know how you got into 1701, nor do I know how you came into contact with Sihan's ghost.
In short, just let Sihan find peace. I, Qin Manya, swear here, any one red-level soul pearl, I will never decline.
Looking at this message,
Jiang Xiao pressed his lips together, then forcefully typed a line of text. I don't want a red-level soul pearl, I just want to know one thing.
Was Li Sihan killed by someone? And this has something to do with Tianji Palace, right? Far away in an office on the other end.
A mature woman in a black dress's face suddenly changed, and her phone nearly fell to the ground.
Who is this Jiang newcomer? How can the other party be so smart? In the next moment, she quickly replied, since you can find me, you should understand.
With my current status, I have not been able to let Sihan's soul rest in peace for so many years, let alone seek revenge on those people.
Have you thought about the consequences of asking this? Consequences? Jiang Xiao touched his chin. He suddenly looked down at the shadow beneath his feet.
At this moment, a line of pitch-black and twisted text appeared in his eyes. Yin and yang diverge, man and ghost tread different paths.
Man fears the ghost's horror, the ghost knows the man's heart's poison.
Pretty girls always possess a natural advantage. Whether in school or the workplace, a beautiful face has always been their pride. However, an overly enchanting rose would rather end up being picked early. Li Sihan was such a girl. When she entered Tianji Palace with anticipation, she did not realize that countless eyes had quietly set their sights on this overly beautiful young girl.
Unlike Zhang Chan, she had no extraordinary talent and no older brother like Jiang Xiao by her side.
Among the young people gathered from all over the country, there were plenty of rich second-generation types.
Is strength proportional to character? Clearly not.
After rejecting an invitation from a wealthy young man, Li Sihan was dragged into a dark alley by a group of big men at night, suffering torment. In the world, there are not so many heroes who do nothing but wait in alleys to save beauties. After being abused, the young master from a rich family reappeared, mocking her, saying no matter how noble she was before, now she was just a whore for thousands to ride and 10,000s to play with. Unexpectedly, such an experience did not lead Li Sihan to jump off a building and commit suicide. Instead, she exposed the incident online, causing Tianji Palace to be pressured into expelling the young man. Even without his identity as a Tianji Palace student, the young master from a wealthy family would still be a wealthy young master. Moreover, there was already someone in the upper echelons of Tianji Palace who had long-standing ties with his father. Then, one day, Li Sihan mysteriously disappeared. On this matter, Tianji Palace remained silent. Then, a female ghost appeared in 1701. Such things are quite normal. At least for Jiang Xiao, that is the case. In his previous life on Earth, there was no shortage of news like this. The only difference lies in. On Earth, when a person dies, nothing remains, and everything will be buried by the sands of time. Here, Li Sihan died, but her soul was forcibly extracted by someone else. In desperation, one cannot seek death. Qin Manya has never revealed even the slightest information about the other party. But such matters can easily be discovered with a quick online search, revealing the identities of all those involved. The malice of the human heart is scarier than that of ghosts. After hearing this story, you will have a deeper understanding of this point. But this matter has nothing to do with you. Faced with two paths, you will choose the easier one, to kill Li Sihan's ghost and exchange it for a red-level soul bead. In his eyes, that line of dark text seemed to grow like weeds, filling all of Jiang Xiao's vision. He slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his eyes were clear. Isn't that enough? Jiang Xiao murmured, not knowing who he was speaking to. The strange text in his eyes gradually calmed. Then, Jiang Xiao suddenly turned his head, looking at the empty living room, and chuckled, "No wonder you've never killed anyone, you're truly an unqualified ghost. What does it feel like to become the ghost you feared most during your lifetime?" As Jiang Xiao's voice faded, a dark shadow slowly emerged from the mirror. It just quietly looked at itself. With pale, withered limbs, disheveled black hair hanging down like weeds, and distorted features filled with pain. "Your sister asked me to help you be free, what do you think?" At the same time, the shadow beneath Jiang Xiao's feet began to writhe, creating ripples like a pool of liquid. It still didn't speak. Jiang Xiao suddenly walked over to the figure. Facing the terrifying ghost, Jiang Xiao picked up a strand of dry black hair in his hand and gently stroked it. Li Sihan was stunned. This boy was always different from others. Whether it was last night or now, his every move always puzzled her. In countless years past, whenever she showed her true face, all the tenants would be scared away the next day. But why was there not a shred of fear in his eyes when he looked at her? What did he see her as? A ghost? Or a human? Suddenly, Jiang Xiao revealed a radiant smile to Li Sihan. "I don't quite understand, why does she see your death as liberation?" Chapter 35, Sealing Door Ghost Trick. What is a ghost? An embodiment of terror. The messenger of death. At this moment, Jiang Xiao realized that some ghosts were actually created by humans themselves. Humans have created their own greatest enemies. How ridiculous is this? Jiang Xiao was almost laughing to the point of tears. Interesting. This is so interesting. After a long while, Jiang Xiao finally calmed down. High-ranking members of Tianji Palace? Take it slow, there's no need to rush. Jiang Xiao's mind was very clear. With a goal, he was equally motivated. Before this, his only curiosity about this world was regarding various ghosts. So what if he became a special student of Tianji Palace? For an ordinary person, entering Tianji Palace is like attending Tsinghua University, graduating to hold a significant position and live a comfortable life. But for Jiang Xiao, such a life seemed too boring. If I choose the path Qin Manya offers, how am I different from that waste in my past life? Jiang Xiao murmured, his fists gradually tightening. The saying, "it's not my business," has poisoned countless people. In his previous life, Jiang Xiao could only helplessly type out a line of condemning comments on the keyboard. In this life, he would use his own power to bring Li Sihan true liberation. Where there are books, there is length, where there are no books, there is shortness. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Jiang Chan finally understood why Ji Wang cared so much for her brother. Ji Wang's family was once attacked by a nightmare ghost, and her father Jiang Chang risked his life to save her when she was young. It was precisely because of this condition. This red-clothed girl, who always treated other matters with a frosty face, would only show a smile to Jiang Xiao. Yet, despite this, the girl felt a little jealous. Because Ji Wang was too close to Jiang Xiao. At the same time, Jiang Xiao broke through to become a first-level spirit master. The ability of Blue Flash had its cooldown time reduced to 25 seconds, and its power increased by about 10%. Now, if he encounters the White Mist Demon again, Jiang Xiao is very confident he can slay it in a short time. As for Mist Transformation, that was the ability of the shadow that devoured the White Mist Demon, and it had not improved at all. It seems that raising the level of a Spirit Master does not affect the shadow's abilities. Even so, Jiang Xiao's current strength was still jaw-dropping. The 25 seconds of green level skill is an overwhelming advantage among first-level Spirit Masters. Whoosh! A dazzling blue light broke through the air in an instant, successfully hitting the distant plastic mannequin. In a moment, the mannequin split open at the abdomen and was directly cut in two. Clap! 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 On the playground, the short-haired girl Su Xian applauded. "Jiang classmate, your Blue Flash is too amazing." Jiang Xiao smiled, sheathed his dagger, and wiped the thin sweat from his forehead. In the distance, the girl dressed in a fiery red robe, Ji Wanga, stood quietly. She gazed intently at Jiang Xiao, as if the whole world only interested her. At this moment, Jiang Chan walked over with a bottle of mineral water. "Brother, drink some water." At the same time, the girl cast a provocative sidelong glance at the girl in red. Not far away. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu felt quite uncomfortable. Although he no longer deliberately targeted Jiang Xiao, there was still a barrier in his heart. It just so happened that the two best girls in his class were getting very close to Jiang Xiao. What a fast Blue Flash! Its flying speed is more than twice that of the normal Blue Flash. Jiang Xiao's strength is impressive now. Beside him, Chen Fan commented in a camel-colored outfit. "Isn't that the result of your giving him that greenwood soul bead?" Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt displeased. He thought that it would be even better if that greenwood soul bead was absorbed by Jiang Chan. Chen Fan slowly said, "I also didn't expect that greenwood soul bead to be so special. When we fought in that Sun Yuan ghost trap, I didn't think that greenwood ghost had any peculiarities." Suddenly, Jiang Yu glanced at him. "Why are you interested in watching my students today? Your students should mostly have entered the first level of Spirit Masters, right? When do you plan to form a team?" Chen Fan suddenly asked. Jiang Yu said, "Let these kids figure out their own paths first. Tomorrow I'll take them to Qian Palace to choose white-level soul beads." "Hurry up, during our meeting the day before yesterday, the dean said we are going to the Sun Yuan ghost trap for practical training next month," Chen Fan said. Jiang Yu was surprised, so soon? Wasn't it always in January that the Sun Yuan ghost trap would open? Chen Fan replied, "I heard there was a problem with the Sun Yuan ghost trap." Rustle, rustle. A gentle breeze blew. A few green leaves fluttered away on the wind, drifting toward the distance. Jiang Yu's gaze followed those leaves until they fell to the ground. "Chen Fan, do you think one day we can eliminate all the ghosts in the world?" That question should be left for these young people to answer. "We have done our best." Hearing this, Jiang Yu sighed. "Yeah, we've done our best, but still can't do it. Jiang Chan, this is your father's diary from his lifetime. It was originally supposed to be given to you a week ago, but the checking process was a bit troublesome." During the break, Jiang Yu handed a black leather diary to Jiang Chan. Jiang Chan was overjoyed. "Thank you, Teacher Jiang." Jiang Yu smiled, then left. Jiang Xiao also approached. "Did Dad still keep a diary?" The girl glanced at Jiang Xiao with disdain and explained, "Basically every Spirit Master in the team has to keep a diary after entering the ghost trap. It is convenient to provide valuable experience for those who come after." Jiang Xiao was somewhat surprised. How strange and bizarre is the Guishu. Does it really require such means? Soon, Jiang Chan opened the diary. February 12, Yuanchang Guishu. Today we encountered the Tian Kuei ghost in the abandoned well of the courtyard. Its true form is a middle-aged man dressed in ancient clothing, ultimately killed by Shaoli and me. At the same time, we have explored 5 out of 7 houses, only 2 are left, about to face the final Yuancheng ghost. Wish us luck. April 17, Sheep City. Today a malignant supernatural incident broke out in Sheep City, with 313 people dead. Old Yang suspects that the medium for this ghost to harm people is a mirror, and has informed the local residents to cover all mirrors in their homes. For now, we classify this ghost as a misfortune-level entity. Hope everything goes smoothly. June 23, Sealing Door Guishu. Today, Shaoli died. Indeed, the power of the Sealing Door ghost is overwhelming. It can seal all spiritual energy within a region. We couldn't even summon our life spirit weapons. It was a massacre. We could only flee, hoping to find a way to break the Sealing Door ghost. No more deaths, please. June 25, Sealing Door Guishu. We found it. We found a way to suppress the Sealing Door ghost. The coffin in the village is the solution. But how can we completely seal it? It's so difficult. Old Yang is also severely injured, and we have entered a critical moment.
Jiang Xiao should have entered middle school by now? If I get the chance to survive, I really want to go home and have a look. The diary was thick, every page densely written with Jiang Chang's experiences from that year. Jiang Xiao only glanced for a while, his once relaxed face gradually became serious. On the last page of the diary, Jiang Chang mentioned that he would return home if he could survive. Sealing door Guishu. Jiang Zhao's eyes became sharp, his 10 fingers clenching tightly. Brother. Father is very great, right? Jiang Chan suddenly raised her head, her bright eyes filled with mist, making one feel heartache. Yes. Jiang Xiao gently stroked the girl's head, responding in an unquestionable tone. I will definitely go to sealing door Guishu in the future. He looked up at the sky, unsure if he was speaking to Jiang Chan or to himself. Chapter 36, Old Dog. 3 weeks have passed, and I am pleased to say that all of you here are now officially spiritual masters. In the classroom, Jiang Yu spoke decisively, since you are all now first-level spiritual masters, you should understand how future spiritual masters should battle ghosts. It's simple, form your own spiritual master team. Everyone's skill slots are limited, don't think about developing all aspects. Either you become a damage dealer, fully concentrating on dealing damage to the ghosts, or you become a healing support, wholeheartedly healing your teammates and helping them enhance their abilities. I don't want to emphasize this too much, if anyone still feels confused, you can leave and go home now. Today, Tiangong has prepared various white-level soul orbs for you. This choice will significantly affect your future path, so please treat it seriously. Having said that, Jiang Yu led everyone out of the classroom. They all made their way to the center of Tiangong, to a building specially reserved for storing Tiangong's various training resources, Qiangong. Several spiritual masters were guarding it, on high alert. As they approached, Jiang Xiao felt a headache and pressed his forehead. In his eyes, that weird black text, like a cat encountering catnip, could feel the temptation emanating from Qiangong even before stepping through the gate. Old Zhao, I am Jiang Yu from Human Palace Class E, here to bring students to choose white-level soul orbs. Jiang Yu approached the entrance and respectfully addressed an old man with white hair beside him. The old man slowly opened his murky eyes, glanced at Jiang Yu, and then shifted his gaze to the group of vibrant young people behind him. All right. The old man's face was covered in brown spots, looking dreary and worn out. From the outside, he appeared to be an old man who could be blown away by the wind, but from Jiang Yu's attitude, it seemed that the other party was not so simple. Brother? Suddenly, Jiang Chan looked at Jiang Xiao with confusion. At that moment, Jiang Zhao's face was as cold as water, his eyes firmly fixed on the old man. Hearing Jiang Chan's voice, Jiang Xiao immediately reacted, the gloom on his face faded away. It's nothing. He smiled lightly, but the coldness hidden deep in his eyes remained unshaken. Zhao Yuan. Jiang Xiao murmured to himself, this old dog is indeed in Xian Palace. Since learning about Li Sihan's story, Jiang Xiao had dug up the 7 main offenders who violated Li Sihan in the past 3 weeks. The youngest was only 16, the oldest 21. Among them, the leading conspirator, a boy named Zhao Chun, who harbored resentment after failing to pursue Li Sihan, had now been expelled from Tiangong and transferred to a state-owned enterprise as a supervisor, leading a life others envied, like fate's greatest mockery of Li Sihan. As for the old man in front of him, he was Zhao Chen's grandfather, Zhao Yuan. Jiang Xiao was fully confident that Li Sihan's death was definitely related to the seemingly amiable old man. Thinking this, Jiang Xiao showed no sign of strange behavior. In fact, when he entered Xian Palace, he even smiled at Zhao Yuan, bright as sunshine. Hee, this child is quite handsome. Zhao Yuan could not guess Jiang Zhao's thoughts, instead feeling a warmth from Jiang Zhao's smile. At the moment he turned around, Jiang Zhao's expression completely cooled down. Behind him, Ji Wanga looked at Jiang Xiao thoughtfully, then glanced at the old man. Inside Qian Palace, it was arranged like an ancient pagoda, divided into 5 levels. Among them, the first level was where the white-level soul pearls were stored. We have over 500 new students this year. I didn't expect Tiangong to be so generous, letting each person choose a white-level soul pearl. Jiang Xiao looked around, a bit shocked by the depth of Tiangong. In view, there were purple-red wooden cabinets resembling herbal medicine cabinets, arranged neatly with clear layers. If each drawer housed a white-level soul pearl, then Tiangong truly deserved its lineage from the Han Dynasty. At this moment, the other boys and girls were also deeply shocked by the scene before them. Playing Spirit Ghost Alliance and purchasing skills in the mall was completely different from freely choosing soul pearls in reality. Teacher Jiang, can we freely choose these? A girl with acne looked at Jiang Yu hopefully. Jiang Yu smiled slightly and said, of course, but each of you can only choose one, so don't think about any tricks. Also, I hope you can treat the first skill of your own soul artifact with caution. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Jiang Chan, felt uplifted. Finally. After being in Tiangong for 3 weeks, aside from daily physical training, they could finally officially step onto the path of spirit masters. Watching the joyful and excited expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Yu suddenly noticed Jiang Xiao. The latter was frowning, as if trapped in a dilemma. It makes sense, if that white mist ghost was indeed killed by Jiang Xiao, combined with the skill green light flash, he probably has only one skill slot left. Jiang Yu thought to himself, this was the reason he never really liked Jiang Xiao. His potential was simply too limited. 3 skills would be too restrictive for future encounters with ghostly traps. In reality, the reason Jiang Xiao felt trapped right now was not because of his soul artifact. The ability called Mistification is gained after the shadow devours ghostly entities and does not take up a skill slot. The reason he frowned was purely because the multitude of pitch-black characters in his eyes completely occupied his vision, making it impossible for him to identify anything normally. Your life spirit tool only has 2 skill slots left, and this time you can only choose a white-level soul pearl. After much hesitation, you finally decide to let your shadow absorb it. Looking at this line of text, Jiang Xiao secretly curled his lips. My life spirit tool can allow skills to advance. Your shadow can endlessly devour abilities. I can trust my life spirit tool to work for me. You don't need to fear your own shadow. A shadow with independent thought? Your worries are unnecessary. Jiang Xiao's expression was astonished. How has this thing become more intelligent? Has the version been upgraded? But seriously, my life spirit tool can advance skills, which is far more useful than yours, right? Jiang Xiao secretly thought. After devouring the white mist ghost pearl, green light flash was extremely abnormal and made him nearly invincible within the first stage of Spirit Master. Cooldown time was reduced by half, release speed was doubled, and spirit power consumption was halved. It must be said that although his life spirit tool had a meager number of skill slots, its corresponding advancement ability was extraordinarily monstrous. This time, no black text appeared in Jiang Xiao's eyes for a long while. However, just as he was about to take a step to find a suitable soul pearl for himself, suddenly, a line of distorted pitch-black text reappeared. If you are willing to let your shadow devour a red-level soul pearl, then your life spirit tool will open a new skill slot. Chapter 37, Black Ghost Soul Pearl, 1/7. The skill slots of the life spirit tool can still be forcibly opened? All along, his biggest problem was that there were too few skill slots on his life spirit tool. Even though it could advance, it was still not enough, and he would have to rely on the shadow to devour ghostly entities in the future. But if he directly used the abilities of ghostly entities, his body would undergo some strange changes. Just like using Mistification, his right hand would become like the white mist ghost. This made it very difficult for Jiang Xiao to showcase his strength in front of other spirit masters in the future. But now, could his shadow actually help him forcibly open a new skill slot? Only 1 red-level soul pearl needed? What about the ones after? Is it the same? Jiang Xiao hurriedly asked. The opening of the 4th skill slot requires a red-level soul pearl, the 5th one requires a curse-level soul pearl, the 6th one requires a disaster-level soul pearl. The 8th skill slot requires the life soul body of a primordial ghost. Cursed level? Primordial ghost? Life soul body? Jiang Xiao was confused. In the next moment, he remembered that Jiang Yu had also mentioned once that the formation of the Celestial Machine Palace was built using the life soul bodies of 5 primordial ghosts. Moreover, he had seen the cursed level mentioned in Jiang Cheng's diary. It seemed to be the powerful ghosts that followed the red-level ghosts. What Jiang Xiao did not know was that the shadow ghost was currently feeling extremely frustrated. Since its birth, it had only pitifully devoured 1 white mist ghost. If it were a normal person, they would have already devoured countless types of ghostly entities using this monstrous ability. This master is clearly super strong but is overly cautious. Alright, I will find a way to get a red-level soul pearl later. But I still want to let this white-level soul pearl be absorbed by my life spirit tool since it can advance. Upon learning that his shadow had such an effect, Jiang Xiao was no longer stingy with his skill slots. Suddenly, his eyes turned playful. Why do I feel like my shadow and my life spirit tool are like 2 pets fighting for food? Both could absorb soul pearls, while each had different paths. If he could skillfully combine the strengths and weaknesses of both, the future would be limitless. Without much thought, after calming the shadow ghost, the other party no longer interfered with his vision. Jiang Xiao looked at the labels on the purple-red wooden cabinets, his excitement growing. Long-tongue ghost pearl, ability, transformation, can stretch any part of the body at will. Night Road ghost pearl, ability, temptation, has a certain chance to mentally hypnotize the opponent with speech. Soil ghost pearl, ability, grounding, can build a thick wall on the surface of the ground. This world is full of low-level ghost creatures, and their abilities are quite complicated, most of which are quite useless. Jiang Xiao only found a few he truly liked. As he continued to browse, his initial excitement gradually faded. I still want a hanging ghost pearl. Jiang Xiao murmured sadly to himself. Red-level soul pearls are dozens of times stronger than white-level soul pearls. The ability, Lock, has great strength and versatility. Jiang Xiao envied this point while playing the Ghost Alliance. At that moment, as Jiang Xiao turned a corner, he suddenly bumped into someone. Oh! A delicate voice rang out. The cute short-haired girl, Su Xian, pitifully fell to the ground, looking at Jiang Xiao with grievance. Little Xian? Are you okay? Let me see. Jiang Xiao hurriedly reached out to pull her up, then carefully checked her delicate, fair hand. Jiang classmate. Su Xian's face flushed red, and she quickly pulled her hand back, complaining, why are you so improper? By the way, where is Jiang Chan? Sigh. There was originally a chance to cultivate a relationship with her, but it seemed she only cared about her sister. Disappointment was hard to hide in Jiang Xiao's eyes. Jiang Yu took little Chan away, saying he wants to specially create a set of soul pearls for her. Jiang Xiao said. Su Xian sighed in admiration, wow, no wonder it's Jiang Chan, really amazing. At that moment, Jiang Xiao felt an inexplicable jealousy towards his sister. By the way, little Shen, have you picked your soul pearl so quickly? Jiang Xiao suddenly noticed the wooden box in her hand. Su Xian nodded her little head, White cotton ghost? The soul pearl of white cotton ghost seems to be healing, right? Little Shen, do you plan to become a healing spirit master in the future? Jiang Xiao had learned about spirits in high school, and now in the Tianji Palace, he was even more familiar with most ghost creatures. Su Xian's little face turned red, and she said softly, I am a bit timid. I will just stay behind the team. I hope I can help my teammates. It's okay, by the way, auxiliary spirit masters are very popular now. Jiang Xiao said, intentionally stealing a glance at her ample front, swallowing hard, then I will wait for you to help me later. Immediately, Su Xian's graceful neck turned red in an instant, and she stuttered in embarrassment. Jiang classmate. I'll go out first, you. Before she finished speaking, the girl ran away like she was escaping. Watching her back, Jiang Xiao smacked his lips, why is she so easily embarrassed? Sigh, I still have more fun chatting with the ghost sister. Seeing Su Xian choose her first soul pearl, Jiang Xiao no longer hesitated. Before long, he found a white-level soul pearl that barely met his criteria in a corner. Crow Ghost Pearl. Crow Ghost is a white-level ghost that can possess crows, looking for solitary humans at night, and then transforming into its true form to hunt them down. Because of the Crow Ghost, there was a time when humans almost held a public vote to suggest the extinction of crows. The reason Jiang Xiao chose Crow Ghost is that its ability is Black Light. Black Light is somewhat like a buff. Once activated, it attaches a sharp spirit light to the host spirit weapon, enhancing its lethality against ghost creatures. It's a standard white-level ability, so even if his realm rises in the future, it can still be useful. Unlike other skills like Blue Light Flash, that consume energy. If later he absorbed more powerful Calamity-level soul pearls, skills like White Light Flash, Purple Light Flash, and Blue Light Flash would basically become useless. At the same time, what really made Jiang Xiao somewhat look forward to was, what advanced directions can my destined spirit tool take if it absorbs the Wraith Soul Bead? Coming out of the Qian Palace, Jiang Xiao once again showed a friendly smile to the old man at the door. The old man chuckled and said, young man, have you chosen your first soul bead? Yes. Jiang Xiao nodded. The old man said, do your best. Once you leave the Tianji Palace, you must not bring us shame. Absolutely. After saying that, Jiang Xiao turned and left. To anyone else, this scene appeared perfectly normal. But in Jiang Xiao's eyes, the more kind and amiable the old man seemed, the more he felt nauseous. No one remembered Li Sihan's miserable state in room 1701. Zhao Yuan and his grandson, looking well-dressed, were treated with great respect. Are ghosts the biggest threat in this world? Not necessarily. Humans are like hedgehogs. When facing an external crisis, they huddle together for warmth but will also prick their own kind, leaving them wounded. Jiang Xiao tightly gripped the Wraith Soul Bead in his hand. He must become stronger, strong enough to face ghosts and anyone else without fear. Chapter 38, The Two of Us, a Pair, 2/7. What? Xiao Chan, the first soul bead your destined spirit tool absorbed is a blue-level soul bead? Back in the classroom, when Jiang Chan informed Jiang Xiao of this news, the latter could hardly hide his surprise. Jiang Chan nodded and whispered, brother, please don't tell the other students. This blue-level soul bead was secretly given to me by teacher Jiang. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao replied, it seems teacher Jiang Yu treats you quite well. The market price for a blue-level soul bead ranges from tens of thousands to over 100,000, and with that hanging ghost soul bead, Jiang Yu has invested a lot in Jiang Chan. What type of soul bead is it? Jiang Xiao asked again. Jiang Chan said, it's the Yi Ghost Wall of the Miasma Ghost. A formation-type soul bead, very good. Once you become a second-level spirit master and have the Shackles, you'll have even greater potential, Jiang Xiao said. Ghost Wall is a unique technique of the Miasma Ghost, able to create an illusion, turning up and down, left and right, trapping people in one place, making it very difficult to escape.
Formation-type soul beads are even more precious, and Jiang Xiao estimated this miasma ghost soul bead to be worth at least 100,000. Then, Jiang Chan curiously asked, "Brother, what about the soul bead you chose?" "The Wraith's soul bead." Jiang Xiao briefly chatted with Jiang Chan and then summoned his destined spirit tool to start absorbing it. He watched as the strangely shaped black dagger slowly devoured the quail-egg-sized Wraith soul bead. Then Jiang Xiao focused his mind and felt that he gained an additional ability, Black Light. At the same time, within the destined spirit tool, the dagger's second socket slowly extended 3 branches. The first branch socket was black, with a prompt. Required, Bronze Ghost Soul Bead, Black Light power increases by 40%, can be applied to the body surface, enhancing certain defensive capabilities. The second branch socket was blue, with a prompt. Required, Long Tongue Ghost Soul Bead, Black Light range increases by 30%. The third branch socket was white, with a prompt. Required, Clear Ghost Soul Bead, attacks have a certain chance to put the enemy into a weakened state. After Jiang Xiao read through these 3 branches, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Any of these advanced directions are great. Bronze ghosts are blue-level creatures, and he should be capable of facing them now. Moreover, both the Long-Tongue Ghost and the Clear Ghost are white-level creatures, which should be easy to obtain. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark light rose from the surface of the dagger in Jiang Xiao's hand, about 2 fingers thick. The light solidified, containing a sharp momentum. After casually playing around with it, Jiang Xiao retracted this ability. Black Light consumes little spirit power and has no cooldown time, making it an excellent white-level ability. Once it advances, his offense will be even more complete. At this moment, Jiang Yu walked into the classroom. "Now that everyone has chosen their first soul bead, let's start forming your own spirit master teams." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but look at their usually friendly playmates. The battles ahead will be complex, the spirits in the ghostly maze are ever-changing, and the wicked tactics are endless. No one can guarantee they can handle everything. Only as a team can we move further in the ghostly maze. A spirit master team usually consists of 5 people. You need to complement each other's abilities and work together. I hope you understand the importance of unity. After all, this team will accompany you for 3 whole years. On the stage, Jiang Yu finished speaking and walked over to Jiang Chan's side. Jiang Chan, Lu Yuan and Li Jingming from the class came to me privately a few days ago, saying they want to form a spirit master team with you. Both of them are geniuses with 8 skill slots and come from wealthy families, which means their families will support them with red-level soul beads in the future. They could be great teammates. Jiang Yu tried to organize his words and cautiously probed. At the same time, 2 boys in the distance were watching this scene carefully. "No!" Jiang Chan rejected without hesitation. Jiang Yu's face suddenly darkened. The emotions of the 2 boys in the distance were like a roller coaster, rising and falling rapidly. A few days ago, Jiang Yu had privately approached them, wanting the top 5 students in the class to form the strongest spirit master team together. Of course, Lu Yuan and Li Jingming had no objections to this idea. Who would have thought that Jiang Chan's response at this moment would be so decisive and resolute? For a moment, these 2 young boys felt a blow to their spirits. Does she look down on us? Lu Yuan clenched his fists secretly, feeling indignant. Li Jingming gritted his teeth silently and thought, even if you, Jiang Chan, are indeed talented, how much do we lack? Since you are unwilling to team up with us, I will make sure to lead my team to crush you in the future. At this moment, the seed of hatred had already been planted in their hearts. On the other side, Jiang Yu took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Xiao. "Jiang Xiao, I hope you, as Jiang Chan's brother, will consider her future." Before he could finish, Jiang Xiao interrupted, "Teacher Jiang, I respect your care for Xiao Chan. However, there is one thing you might not understand. I value Xiao Chan far more than you do." Next to him, hearing this, Jiang Chan blinked in surprise. Jiang Yu's face darkened. "Alright, I want to see how far you can go in the future. I'm afraid that by then, Teacher Jiang, you won't even see my back." Jiang Xiao squinted, a confident smile forming on his lips. Jiang Yu was taken aback, then waved his sleeve and turned to leave. "Jiang Chan, can I join your team?" Suddenly, the short-haired girl Su Xian walked over with hope in her eyes. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao was overjoyed and said immediately, "Great. Just right, neither Xiao Chan nor I are support-type spirit masters. Xiao Chan, what do you think?" Jiang Chan thought for a moment and then nodded. Su Xian, from now on we will be teammates." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Su Xian's face lit up with joy. At this moment, another cold voice sounded, "Jiang Xiao, team up with me." Everyone turned to look and saw Ji Wangu standing behind Jiang Xiao in a bright red outfit, her slender fingers pointing at Jiang Xiao, speaking in a commanding tone. Before Jiang Xiao could speak, Jiang Chan became angry. "What kind of attitude is that? I see you always going to and from school alone. I bet no one would want to team up with you, right? What do you mean by speaking like that?" Jiang Chan had a fiery temper when playing the Spirit Alliance game. In the beginning, she was a bit uncomfortable under everyone's gaze after entering the Tianji Palace, so she held back her nature. Now, 3 weeks later, she had already revealed some of her true character. At this moment, her words were completely disregarding the other person's feelings. Xiao-chan. Jiang Xiao quickly pulled the girl back. Ji Wanga must be very sensitive inside because of her childhood experiences. Jiang Chan's words were a bit too much. Jiang Xiao immediately looked at Ji Wanga, just about to soften the atmosphere, when he was surprised to find that her expression showed no change at all, her cold eyes still devoid of any emotional color. She just gazed at Jiang Xiao and slowly said, "I said, Jiang Xiao, you team up with me. We are a pair." Chapter 39 Red Clothes, 3/7. What does this mean? How could I, with only 3 skill slots, become so popular? Jiang Xiao was truly surprised. Beside him, Jiang Chan exploded like a stimulated little kitten. Ji Wanga. If no one wants you, don't come looking for my brother. No one wants. Jiang Xiao glanced at Ji Wanga's perfect side profile. If she weren't so aloof, she probably would have many more admirers than Jiang Chan. Cough, classmate Ji, how can 2 people team up? Why don't you join us? Jiang Xiao gently coughed and said. Ji Wanga slightly furrowed her elegant brows, seemingly a bit confused. You doubt me? Brother, let's go, don't associate with this kind of person. Jiang Chan pulled Jiang Xiao's right hand. Ji Wanga thought for a moment and then nodded. Okay, I agree with you. Jiang Xiao? Jiang Chan? How did it turn into me inviting her? Are you crazy? Talking to yourself over there, always acting so aloof, not putting others in your eyes, right? Instantly, Jiang Chan scolded, we didn't invite you. You go away. Alright, Xiao Chan, classmate Ji has some connection with us after all. Jiang Xiao comforted. Then, he looked at Ji Wanga and asked, classmate Ji, may I ask what type your first soul pearl is? Soul pearl? Ji Wanga looked at Jiang Xiao with a gaze full of confusion. Jiang Xiao's mouth twitched. He thought he was already strange in the eyes of others, but who would have thought this red-clothed girl was even more unusual than himself? I am capable of ensuring your safety. After a moment, Ji Wanga lightly parted her red lips. Ah! Jiang Chan was completely furious, glaring at Jiang Xiao with resentment before leaving. Jiang Xiao scratched his head in confusion. Why are you glaring at me? However, to be honest, it was no wonder Ji Wanga always preferred to be alone with her personality. Without thinking much, their team now had 4 members. Among them, he had Azure Light Flash, Black Light, and Mystification, allowing for effective output in using Mystification for survival. Jiang Chan had Phantom Wall and would later obtain Chains, a very powerful formation master. Su Xian had Healing, making him the support in the team. As for Ji Wanga, although she did not say what type her soul pearl was, it added a touch of mystery to her. I feel this team composition is pretty good. Jiang Xiao stroked his chin and muttered to himself. On that day, in the afternoon, everyone left the Heavenly Machine Palace early, and Jiang Yu urged them to familiarize themselves with their first skills quickly. At the gate, Jiang Xiao glanced at the solitary, cold figure in the distance, about to walk over. However, beside him, Jiang Chan angrily blocked his way. Xiao Chan, we are now teammates with classmate Ji after all. We all live in Anming apartment, so we might as well go home together often. Jiang Xiao said helplessly. Jiang Chan bit her silver teeth and said, we don't need to seek her out. After saying that, she forcibly pulled Jiang Xiao away. Meanwhile, Ji Wanga stared at Jiang Xiao's back, her cold eyes revealing no extra brilliance. Nearby, several young men looked at her with subtle admiration. Feeling the aura of keep away she emitted, these young men could only bury their feelings deep in their hearts. Ji Wanga's psychological issues are too serious. In the distance, Jiang Yu in a blue robe stood with his hands behind his back, shaking his head and sighing. For Ji Wanga, the presence of others has always been as insignificant as dust. She watched Jiang Zhao's figure grow more distant. Why do you never take the initiative to find me? A slightly disappointed phrase slipped from her delicate red lips. Then, she slowly stepped closer to him. Tianwang town, bustling with traffic. On both sides of the street, shops stood in rows, and pedestrians flowed continuously. People living here are happy. Compared to other cities, eerie events are rare in Tianwang town, and they can be resolved quickly. Even in international metropolises like Yancheng, Baidu, and Binhai City, ghosts emerge without reason every day, and the people are constantly shrouded in terrifying shadows. This world is dangerous. Even staying home alone late at night, you might suddenly hear strange knocking at the door. Perhaps because they live day by day in uncertainty, some people's hearts gradually become twisted. They find joy in chaos, casting away hope for life early on, becoming even uglier than the monsters. Little sister, are you alone? Want to try something exciting? When Ji Wanga passed by a secluded alley, she encountered such a group of people. They were all lanky, with gaunt faces, haggard appearances, and eyes filled with lewdness. Behind them, two people were licking white powder from their hands, their bodies shivering, as if lost in a wonderful illusion. The red trench coat highlighted Jiwanga's perfect figure, and below the coat were a pair of exquisite long legs, with skin as white and delicate as sheep fat jade, making onlookers drool. Just by looking at Jiwanga, this group of thugs could barely contain themselves.
This is too exquisite, right? Don't mess around, this should be a new student from Tianji Palace.
What are you afraid of? As long as we can trick her into sniffing our powder, we can play with this little beauty as we wish afterward.
Everyone swallowed hard in secret. At this moment, Jiwanga spoke, her tone quite cold, exciting. What?
Immediately, a young man with ear studs stepped forward. Of course, it's new experiences you've never had before, little sister.
Indeed, such an innocent girl is the easiest to fool.
Looking at Jiwanga's aloof beauty, the young man felt a surge of wicked desire rise within him.
Right here? Jiwanga glanced around.
In this place, the noise of the crowd outside still filtered through. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes brightened, and he quickly said, "Anything is fine, as long as you agree. I'll pay for a room, we can take our time."
Oh?
Jiwanga's beautifully charming eyes glanced at him, and a rare gleam of joy flashed in her dark pupils.
Good.
She slightly nodded her head.
Damn, this is too good to be true.
If I could have her just once, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. The young man could barely contain the thoughts in his mind. The next moment, Jiwanga slowly stepped into the darkness with this group.
When she came out, Jiwanga's exquisite face was still as cold as frost.
Not looking back, she strode straight towards the Anming apartment. A gust of wind blew past, her red trench coat swaying, revealing her white, smooth legs, drawing attention from passers-by.
In the next moment, they inexplicably felt a wave of panic.
Perhaps due to the dusk, the girl's red coat was now glaringly crimson like blood. Behind her, the silent dark alley seemed like the gaping mouth of a giant beast, swallowing all light.
Chapter 40, The Bus, April 7th. Xiao-chan, I'm going out tonight, don't run around by yourself at home.
In the evening, Jiang Xiao changed into a black coat and said to Jiang Chan, who was sitting on the sofa playing with her phone.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Chan shivered. Where are you going? Why ask so much?
Jiang Xiao said no more.
Something's definitely up.
The girl stared closely at Jiang Xiao, her fair cheeks puffed up.
Like a lovely bun.
Jiang Xiao smiled faintly and said nothing. As he passed by the living room, he suddenly glanced at the full-length mirror. In the mirror, in the corner of the dining table, a black figure curled up like a black cat, gloomily staring at himself.
I'm leaving.
Jiang Xiao waved at it with a smile, then withdrew his gaze. Just as he left room 1701, Jiang Xiao bumped into Bai Qiming, who was about to go inside. She lived in 1702, making her a neighbor. Jiang Xiao intended to leave directly, as he didn't have any extra feelings for this proud girl. However, Bai Qiming suddenly stopped him. Wait. Bai Qiming crossed her arms, arrogantly raising her neck. Your classy should have formed a team, right?
What about you, Jiang Xiao? Does anyone want you? Jiang Xiao, who is this woman?
Suddenly, a cold voice came from a distance.
Bai Qiming turned in surprise and found Jiwanga walking over in a red outfit.
The bright, dazzling red coat swayed with her steps, and with that exquisite face, Bai Qiming felt a surge of inferiority. Seeing her, Jiang Xiao felt a headache coming on.
Jiwanga coldly looked at Bai Qiming. Is she your sister too? How is that possible?
Jiang Xiao quickly dismissed the idea. I don't have so many sisters. He had no idea how Jiwanga's mind worked, it was even stranger than his own. Upon hearing this, Jiwanga no longer focused on Bai Qiming, who instantly felt as insignificant as a pebble by the roadside.
Are you going out? Jiwanga turned her gaze to Jiang Xiao. Just some matters. Need help? No. Really? Really?
Suddenly, Jiwanga frowned slightly, moved closer to Jiang Xiao, and whispered, Why, have you never come to find me?
Such an ambiguous sentence sent shivers down Jiang Xiao's spine.
Classmate Ji, I really am not an easy person.
Jiang Xiao quickly stepped back, speaking with righteous seriousness.
Jiwanga seemed confused by Jiang Xiao's behavior, and after a long while, she said, Jiang Xiao.
I really don't understand you.
I'm not so easily crushed by your sweet words, Jiang Xiao thought to himself, and without lingering, he quickly left Anning apartment. Watching Jiang Xiao's back, Jiwanga lowered her eyes slightly and murmured to herself, Why, do you always avoid me? After that, Jiwanga turned and entered her room 1703. The corridor quickly fell silent.
Wait. Am I being ignored?
Bai Qiming stomped her foot angrily. In front of Jiang Xiao and his sister, this originally proud peacock felt like an extra, mere background to others. The next moment, she looked at the doorplate of 1703, her eyes filled with deep confusion.
What is wrong with this world? Why does it feel like this girl is clinging to Jiang Xiao? Late at night, 11:30. Jiang Xiao came alone to the bus station in Tianwang town. At this moment, the buses had long ceased operation. The empty hall was cloaked in darkness, eerily silent. Only the security booth in the distance emitted a faint glow. In the parking lot behind the hall, dozens of buses were parked, resting like giant beasts after a long day's work. Jiang Xiao skillfully climbed over the wall and quietly entered the parking lot. At this moment, due to the lack of light, the originally pitch-black shadows seemed to merge with the dark, blending together seamlessly. Route 371. No. Route X1. No. Route 283. Also not. The full moon hung high in the sky. Jiang Xiao walked around the dozens of buses, seemingly searching for a specific one. I have to say, this scene was very strange. Of course, if a security guard found him, they would likely just see him as a thief. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao's eyes lit up. Found it. Route 444. On the far right side of the parking lot, near the restrooms, a deep red bus was parked. Because it was nighttime, the deep red bus seemed a bit terrifying. Moreover, it was quite special that only this one bus was parked near the restroom, like a lone wolf abandoned outside the pack. Just standing at a distance, Jiang Xiao felt the evil aura emitted by this bus. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from behind him. In the dark and silent parking lot, the sudden sound of footsteps would make most people's scalp tingle and their hearts race. However, Jiang Xiao seemed to have already anticipated it, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Here it comes. Who? At the same time, the person behind also noticed Jiang Xiao's silhouette. Swish! The other party instantly summoned their own life spirit tool. A round shield glowing with light appeared. Don't be excited, I'm just like you, a student from Tianji Palace who took on a mission. Jiang Xiao turned around, raised his hands, showing that he held no hostility. You also took on this mission? The person slowly walked closer, a bit surprised. What appeared before Jiang Xiao was a young man in his 20s, dressed in fine clothes, with a grand demeanor and bright, piercing eyes. In another situation, this attire would attract many young girls' admiration. However, in Jiang Xiao's eyes, there was only coldness. So young? You aren't still a freshman, are you? Upon getting closer, the other party clearly saw Jiang Xiao and was stunned. Jiang Xiao showed a naive smile. I heard people say this place is haunted. If I solve it, I can get a blue-level soul orb, so I wanted to give it a try. Hearing this, the other party frowned in disgust. Are you clueless or just plain reckless? A new student dares to take on this kind of mission. I'm not too sure. Faced with the other's reprimand, Jiang Xiao scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. Seeing Jiang Xiao's behavior, the young man thought to himself, this kid is foolish, maybe I can use him to test how deep that ghost's essence is later. Thinking this, the young man revealed a warm smile. It's okay, anyway, I'm here as your senior. I'm a second-level spirit master, just stick close to me later. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao asked with surprise, really? The young man's mouth curled up with confidence. My name is Xueqi. If you are a second-year student, you should know what this name represents. I understand very well. In the darkness, Jiang Xiao's eyes narrowed like a fox. Alright, we have 5 minutes before that bus starts, let me explain what happened this time. Xueqi glanced at his watch and then became serious. Recently, residents nearby reported to Tianji Palace that they saw a deep red bus leave the main station at midnight. But at this time, the bus station should have already stopped operating, so it shouldn't be leaving at all. After learning this news, the staff immediately checked the station's vehicle registration. However, they were shocked to discover there was no information about this Route 444 bus. This means it's a ghost bus. Since no casualties have occurred yet, the palace has temporarily defined it as a blue-level ghost matter. I don't know where you got this mission from, but just listen to my commands later. If you dare to mess around, I won't spare you. At the end, Xueqi threatened with a serious tone. Jiang Xiao quickly nodded. I will definitely listen to you, brother Xue. Poof. Xueqi snorted coldly, ignoring the new student further. He couldn't even be bothered to ask for the other's name. After all, he was just a disposable pawn. At that moment, the deep red 444 bus's engine roared to life ahead. Go! Xueqi took a deep breath and hurried forward. Jiang Xiao followed closely behind, silent. In his pupils, a line of pitch-black words silently appeared. The bus terminal that has long ceased operations. A bus numbered 444 slowly departs. Whether the passengers boarding at midnight are human or ghost. Where does the real threat in the fog come from? Listen, people are whispering, ghosts are crying. Chapter 41 First Platform, no one boards, 5/7. Soon, Jiang Xiao and Xueqi arrived in front of the 444 bus. Click. Click click. The door slowly opened, the iron axle creaking as if it were rusty. Inside the bus, there was no light, it was pitch black. Xueqi looked inside but found nothing terrifying. "What are you standing there for? Get on the bus." Surprisingly, the bus driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Seeing Xueqi just standing at the door, not getting on, he impatiently said while looking around. Immediately, Jiang Xiao raised an eyebrow. This driver's voice sounds quite normal. In such a eerie bus, a seemingly normal driver was actually the most abnormal thing. Xueqi was also somewhat surprised, then gritted his teeth and got on the bus. Jiang Xiao followed and casually sat down in a seat. "Wait." Suddenly, the middle-aged driver turned to glance at the two and asked, "Where's the money?" "Money?" Xueqi's mouth twitched. "It really is just like a normal bus, huh?" But when he reached the fare area, he found no QR code. These days, most people don't carry cash, and for a moment Xueqi was stunned. Fortunately, Jiang Xiao came up and pulled out a 10 yuan bill. "Driver, I don't have change, this will have to do." 10 yuan? "Wait, let me find some change for you." Suddenly, the middle-aged driver said. Then he rummaged through his waist bag and finally pulled out a few crumpled bills. "This driver is quite nice?" Jiang Xiao couldn't help but scoff. However, when he received those few bills, his whole body jolted in shock. Hell, money! The change given to him was actually money used by the dead. At the same time, Xueqi's pupil shrank, almost summoning his life weapon. In the dimly lit bus, Jiang Xiao held back his shock and smiled, putting the hell money into his pocket. Xueqi looked at him in surprise. This newcomer has quite strong psychological resilience. "Let's sit down." After paying, the driver pulled the handbrake and prepared to set off. Suddenly, Xueqi asked, "Driver, why don't you turn on the lights?" The driver said, "Some passengers don't like to see the light." Hearing this, Xueqi felt like a huge stone dropped in his heart. At this moment, he vaguely regretted getting on the bus. Returning to his seat, Xueqi glanced at Jiang Xiao beside him. The latter was looking out of the window, lost in thought. Who? Xueqi took a deep breath and made up his mind. If anything happened, he must summon his life weapon at the first moment. Meanwhile, the 444 bus finally slowly headed toward the exit. A bizarre scene happened again. The door that had been closed opened inexplicably, and the staff in the security booth seemed to ignore the bus entirely. Through the bus window, Jiang Xiao even saw the security guards drinking and playing cards. Boom! The low rumble of the engine, this bus seemed like it was from a few years back, bouncing all the way. Suddenly, Xueqi was horrified to find another bus outside, moving along as well. What's going on? Are there two haunted buses? Xueqi quickly leaned against the window, rubbing his eyes to get a better look at the bus outside. The next scene left him in disbelief. On the road opposite, that bus was a deep red, and on its side, the sign clearly read three blood-red characters, 444. Swish, Xueqi's scalp tingled as a chill ran straight down to his toes. What shocked him even more was that he vaguely saw a shadow leaning against the window of the 444 bus across from him. What the hell? Xueqi screamed in shock. Next to him, Jiang Xiao turned to look, his eyes filled with confusion. The driver in the front seat cursed unhappily. What's the noise about? What's wrong? Jiang Xiao asked. Xueqi's forehead broke out in cold sweat. I just saw another 444 bus? Oh? Jiang Xiao was surprised. Xueqi gritted his teeth and said, no way, when we get to the next stop, I'm getting off and I'll just destroy this bus. Let's see what kind of monsters dare to mess around in front of me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao's lips curled slightly, but he didn't say anything. It was clear that Xueqi's mind was already in a frenzy. As for himself? Feeling a bit sleepy. Time slowly passed. Xueqi kept his eyes fixed on the scenery outside the window. Luckily, they were still in Tianwang town, not in some remote place. The dim yellow streetlights on either side of the road were the only comfort at that moment. Bang! Suddenly, at that moment, the 444 bus finally arrived at the first stop. Weihai Road. Xueqi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to a second-tier city, Tianwang town was not bad, and Weihai Road was one of the more prosperous areas. There were even couples walking hand in hand on the surrounding roads. However, this bus was indeed unusual. He would wait a few days to gather some reliable teammates before coming back. Thinking this, just as Xueqi was about to get off, the bus door suddenly opened on its own. At the same time, a silver-haired old woman with a cane slowly walked onto the bus. In an instant, Xueqi's movements froze. He certainly didn't think the silver-haired old woman was a normal person. As soon as she got on the bus, she looked around and mumbled inexplicably, "Why is no one here? Forget it, I'll just wait for the next bus." Saying this, the silver-haired old woman walked off the bus again. The middle-aged driver shouted angrily, "Old hag, stop wasting time." The silver-haired old woman seemed not to hear his words, mumbling something under her breath as she slowly left. What's going on? Xueqi felt his hands and feet turn cold, his heart racing. Why didn't the silver-haired old woman get on the bus? Why did she say there was no one on the bus? At this moment, Jiang Xiao also slowly opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. In his eyes, the shadow didn't give any hints. Right now, their situation was becoming more and more bizarre. However, suddenly, Jiang Xiao smiled, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Now this is getting interesting. Xueqi, who was initially ready to get off the bus, now became even more determined to leave. He stood up from his seat, glanced at Jiang Xiao beside him, not intending to remind him of his thoughts. You'll just die on this bus. Xueqi hurriedly walked towards the door that hadn't closed yet. But at that moment, the bus door slammed shut with a bang. Xueqi's eyes widened, unable to accept what happened as he looked forward. Driver. I haven't gotten off yet. 10 seconds have passed, the doors must close, otherwise, some things we can't see will come in. At this moment, the bus driver's voice sounded a bit tense. What the hell? Xueqi was so angry he gripped the handrail, his veins bulging. He almost shouted that the driver was the biggest problem. There was no choice, it seemed he could only wait for the next stop. Reluctantly, Xueqi returned to his seat. Beside him, Jiang Xiao glanced at him, then chuckled twice, remaining silent. Gulp. As he sat back down, the eerie atmosphere around them grew thicker, causing Xueqi to nervously swallow. Come on, let's get to the next stop. He stared out at the rapidly passing scenery, anxiously waiting. Without making Xueqi wait too long, the second stop arrived. At this moment, the 444 bus had gradually moved toward the outskirts of Tianwang town, distancing itself from the city center a bit more. However, there were still many buildings around this stop. There is a fairly well-known gynecological hospital nearby. Xueqi quickly stood up, ready to get out of the car. The car door let out a harsh screeching sound as it slowly opened. Baby, don't cry, mommy will take you home soon. Then, just as Xueqi was about to be the first to get out, a middle-aged woman holding a baby suddenly rushed up outside the car. At the same time, the baby in her arms let out a wailing cry. The driver in the front seat muttered irritably, why bring a baby out so late? There was no choice. Xueqi had to endure his impatience, waiting for the woman to get in before getting out himself. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman tripped and fell on the steps, and the baby dropped right at Xueqi's feet. Xueqi was startled. He quickly crouched down, then he was so scared by the scene before him that he fell to the ground. It turned out that the baby on the ground was actually a plastic doll. ing really can't believe this. Recalling that he had just heard the baby crying, Xueqi felt a chill run down his spine and quickly summoned his spirit tool. Swish! A flash of yellow light appeared. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped to freezing point, and a dead silence clung to Xueqi's body. What are you hesitating about? The middle-aged woman's face was filled with coldness as she stared intently at Xueqi. Hurry, get the child, saved. The driver turned his head 180 degrees and said in a haunting tone. Wah wah! On the icy ground, the plastic doll cried out just like a real baby. It was a horrifying sight. Xueqi gritted his teeth, raised his shield in front of him, and shouted, you ghostly things, get away from me. Swish! Suddenly, Jiang Xiao crouched down and carefully picked up the plastic doll, then handed it back to the middle-aged woman. Auntie, be careful. Jiang Xiao smiled slightly. With Jiang Xiao's action, the cold atmosphere disappeared abruptly. The driver turned his head back again, and the middle-aged woman's face returned to normal, while the previously wailing plastic baby quieted down. This. Xueqi felt no relief at all, instead, he looked at Jiang Xiao in fear. This newborn, no. Is he a human or a ghost? Recalling the scene when he encountered Jiang Xiao beside the number 444 bus earlier, Xueqi was now engulfed in a terror of disbelief. Xue Senior, don't act recklessly, we are all passengers on this bus. Jiang Xiao mimicked the tone in which the middle-aged woman had spoken before and eerily said this to Xueqi. Xueqi's body shuddered, quickly returning to his seat, his gaze towards Jiang Xiao now filled with strong caution. Because of this encounter, Xueqi regrettably missed getting off at this station. The bus started again. It bounced along the way. The middle-aged woman previously seated in the last row kept soothing the plastic doll in her arms. Baby, be good, don't fuss, mommy will take you home soon. Home? Hearing these two words, Xueqi's legs went weak, and his heart raced again. This number 444 bus is definitely not just a simple ghost vehicle. Xueqi felt deep regret inside. Apart from this bus and the driver, the middle-aged woman and her plastic doll were surely ghosts too. At the next stop, no matter what, I must get off. Looking at the increasingly desolate road outside the window, Xueqi's heart sank deeper into shadow.
At this moment, under the bright moon, vast mountains and forests appeared around, buildings were scarce, and the distance between streetlights on both sides of the road had stretched from 10 meters to 30 meters.
Bang! Just then, the bus stopped again. Xueqi quickly stood up, ready to get off.
But at that moment, the plastic doll in the middle-aged woman's arms began to wail loudly again.
Wow! 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 Damn it! This baby!
The driver angrily slammed the steering wheel, the sound loud enough for everyone in the car to hear.
The middle-aged woman looked embarrassed and quickly reassured, "Baby, don't cry, baby, don't cry. I don't care anymore."
Xueqi gritted his teeth. This had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to get involved. At the same time, a pale long-haired girl walked up. Jiang Xiao's pupils shrank suddenly as he noticed that there were large clumps of dirt in her black hair. As soon as she got on the bus, the baby's crying grew louder. The driver shouted angrily, "Stop crying. If you keep crying, I'll throw you off the bus." For some reason, whether it was his authoritative voice or something else, the plastic doll actually stopped crying. As soon as the long-haired girl got on the bus, Xueqi hurried to get off. But just as he was about to get off, the long-haired girl suddenly grabbed his arm.
"What are you doing?"
Xueqi's eyes flared with anger, his inner strength surging, almost ready to summon his magical weapon.
"This area is a cemetery, are you sure you want to get off here?"
The long-haired girl spoke coldly. Hearing this, Xueqi swallowed hard and replied, "I'm not afraid of ghosts.
One ghost, and I'll kill it."
The long-haired girl said with a wooden expression, "You should wait for the next stop." For some reason, when she said this, Xueqi glanced out at the dark environment outside and felt a bit of fear in his heart.
Damn it! What bad luck, finally a chance to get off.
Xueqi clenched his fists in frustration. In the end, he still chose to wait for the next, more normal stop.
At the same time, the long-haired girl sat behind Jiang Xiao.
"Sister, don't you think you should take a shower?" Suddenly, Jiang Xiao turned around and flashed a big white smile at the long-haired girl. "Or could you please sit behind my friend? You have a smell, I'm not used to it." The girl froze, seeming not to expect the boy to say such a thing. Then, the long-haired girl stood up and sat behind Xueqi.
Damn it!
At this moment, Xueqi cursed Jiang Xiao until his head turned red. Then, his expression changed, an unusual smell really wafted through the air. It was somewhat like the stench of decaying corpses. With this thought, Xueqi cautiously glanced at the long-haired girl behind him. At that moment, he was shocked to discover that her hair was mixed with a large amount of dirt, and parts of her pale arms were swollen while others were shriveled, looking very deformed. Recalling what she had said, that there was a cemetery nearby.
This is damn.
Xueqi felt utterly helpless.
Chapter 43, Chance of Escape, 7/7.
In fact, the best chance for Xueqi to leave this bus was at the Weha road stop. That silver-haired old woman was actually the real person. As time went on, no matter how hard Xueqi tried, it was all in vain. Every time they reached a stop, new ghosts would board and find all kinds of ways to block him. By now, there were already no fewer than a dozen passengers on this 444 bus. There was a middle-aged woman comforting a plastic doll. "Baby, don't cry, baby, don't cry, mommy will take you home soon." There was the long-haired girl sniffing herself. "Why do I smell so bad?" There was a construction worker covered in blood. "Damn. That was too scary, just now a man was killed by the bus." And there was a little girl who was all wet. "I'm so cold. I'm so cold." This was the environment in which Xueqi and Jiang Xiao currently found themselves. Xueqi was so scared that he was at a loss. This ghost bus is definitely a supernatural event above red-level ghosts. At this moment, he was extremely certain of this. Before this, the 444 bus had not harmed too many people's lives. After all, it was late at night, and not many dared to board a bus without lights. As a result, the Heavenly Secrets Palace completely underestimated the severity of the 444 bus. Now that Xueqi had personally experienced it, he finally understood the true terror. The true wicked ghost behind this bus is most likely that driver. How could he be a ghost driver in a place like Tianwang Town, carrying ghostly passengers every night? At this moment, Xueqi deeply regretted not getting off the bus earlier. Even if he had fought with that middle-aged woman at the second stop, it would have been better than what he was facing now. Right now, with a full bus of ghosts, how on earth was he supposed to escape? On the other side, Jiang Xiao said to a woman in front, who was scratching her back, "Sister, can you please sit with my friend? Your scratching is making me a bit allergic." Hearing this, the woman stopped her movements. She seemed surprised by Jiang Xiao's initiative and then stiffly stood up, walking toward Xueqi. "What the hell is happening?" Xueqi stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. This woman was not simple. Her sharp nails and monstrous hands were forceful just by being in front of him, plus her back was covered in blood and skin. She could practically debut as the C position among all these ghosts.
Xueqi's eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xiao. If he could, he would truly want to kill the guy right now. The farmer who died from being hit by the bus was also persuaded by Jiang Xiao, as was the long-haired girl who crawled out of the grave. Now, even on the right side of the aisle, there stood a female ghost scratching her back. Damn it, is this guy even human? How can he communicate with ghosts? Thinking this, Xueqi forcibly suppressed his fear and said to the scratching female ghost, "Could you, please, sit elsewhere?" "Why?" The ghost raised her eyebrows. Xueqi recalled Jiang Zhao's previous excuse and said, "You're scratching so much that it's drawing blood. I'm a bit timid." "Oh really? Then just help me scratch." Suddenly, the ghost's face became extremely grotesque, and she turned around, exposing her bloody back to him. Xueqi almost spat blood. "Why?" When she suggested something, she said nothing, but as soon as I opened my mouth, it turned out like this. "Hurry up and scratch. It's so itchy." Seeing that Xueqi had not moved, the female ghost's tone became vicious, continuously urging him. Xueqi certainly didn't want to do this, but as he hesitated, all the ghosts around turned their heads, fixating their gaze on him. There was no way out. Xueqi gritted his teeth, making up his mind. As long as he found a chance to leave, he would report to the Heavenly Machine Palace to have those powerful spirit masters clean out all these ghosts. Seeing Xueqi's expression as if he had eaten something terrible, Jiang Zhao's eyes were filled with mockery and coldness. However, for the environment he was in, he felt a bit troubled too. To be honest, he had underestimated this 444 bus incident. What intrigued Jiang Xiao even more was where this bus carrying all sorts of ghosts was headed. At that moment, dark text suddenly appeared in his vision. "The next stop will be your only chance to escape." Boom! The bus suddenly stopped at a dilapidated, abandoned gas station. Ah! So noisy. Can someone make that baby quiet? What's wrong, driver? Can we hurry up? I'm in a rush to get home and see my son. I'm so cold. In an instant, the bus was filled with chaos, resembling a hellish painting. "The bus has run out of fuel, so we'll have to wait," the driver said. After speaking, he pulled on the handbrake, stood up, and got off the bus. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliant light flashed in Xueqi and Jiang Zhao's eyes. The chance has come. Thump thump. Xueqi's heart raced wildly at this moment. He carefully glanced at the numerous ghosts inside the bus. These ghosts are actually not bad, probably all at the white level. The only one with a stronger aura is the female ghost in front of me who keeps scratching her back, but she hasn't reached the level of a blue ghost. What truly leaves Xueqi puzzled is this ghost driver of the bus. The other party can actually summon so many white-level spirits and drive through Tianwang town without being detected by other spirit masters. This alone has already approached the strength of a red-level ghost and may even exceed it. What confuses Xueqi even more is what this ghost driver intends to do by carrying so many spirits. Without further thought, he can only leave the destination of this bus, Route 444, to other spirit masters to figure out. For now, while that unfathomable ghost driver goes to refuel. This is my only chance to escape. In an instant, Xueqi looked at Jiang Xiao beside him and said, "Junior brother, don't hesitate. If we miss this time, we will have no chance to escape again." "I understand," Jiang Xiao nodded heavily. "Very good, next you listen to my command, and we'll break out together." At this moment, Xueqi showed no signs of resentment towards Jiang Xiao. Even though the other party had advised many spirits to come over to him before. It must be said that this contributed greatly to his current predicament. The reason is simple. Xueqi had several spirits around him, but Jiang Xiao had hardly any beside him. Moreover, Jiang Xiao was right next to the door, just a few steps away. Xueqi wanted to cross the aisle but had to face the female ghost who was continuously scratching her back. This guy must die today. Just not right now. Xueqi thought fiercely in his heart and then shouted, "Junior brother, quickly summon your life spirit and unleash your ability." TCH, does this guy really think I don't understand anything? Jiang Xiao thought disdainfully. In this situation, whoever summons their life spirit first will be attacked by the crowd of ghosts first. But Jiang Xiao suddenly smirked. Suddenly, a thick fog slowly rose on the bus. The dense white fog obscured their view, completely blurring the surrounding scenery, and for a moment, those ghosts fell into a brief confusion. Fog transformation? Xueqi recognized this ability at a glance, overjoyed. This guy is really a spendthrift. He must have summoned his life spirit. Little does he know that spiritual energy is like blood to sharks for these ghosts. Immediately, Xueqi no longer hesitated and summoned his life spirit shield. In his heart, he thought that since Jiang Xiao had summoned his life spirit to use fog transformation, the ghosts in the bus must now be focused on him. This way, the pressure he faced would suddenly decrease. However, what Xueqi never expected was
Just as he summoned his life spirit, countless malicious auras suddenly targeted him.
Where do you think you're going?
The next second, a ghostly face devoid of features and with pale skin appeared right in front of Xueqi.
Chapter 44, Your Retribution is Me.
In an instant, the shield in Xueqi's hand shone brightly, and a strong smell of blood spread out from him. Feeling this pungent smell of blood, every ghost on the bus momentarily froze.
In their perception, this person in front of them seemed to have turned into a ghost. Taking advantage of the female ghost's hesitation, Xueqi didn't dare to delay and quickly rolled to the ground, avoiding her fierce bloody hands. This was his second skill embedded with a blue-level ability, Blood Tide. The effect is to release a smell of blood that covers the yang energy he emits, confusing the judgment of the ghosts. But it can only last for 10 seconds.
Therefore, there is no time to waste. With this in mind, Xueqi immediately headed toward the door of the bus.
But just at this moment, swish! A brilliant green light arched towards his head. Its speed was as fast as lightning. What?
Xueqi was shocked and had to retreat several steps to avoid this imposing attack.
Green flash. You filthy dog.
Then, Xueqi gritted his teeth tightly, his face as still as water as he looked at the pitch-black figure in the white mist ahead. Senior Xue, don't rush, the night is still long. Jiang Xiao looked at Xueqi with a half-smile. At this moment, his right hand holding the dagger was pale and gaunt, radiating an eerie and wicked aura. Under his messy black hair, his eyes contained a hint of mockery. In this moment, Xueqi could not see what kind of expression the other party had. In the vast white mist, Xueqi erupted in anger, newcomer.
Are you crazy? You dared to attack me?
He was completely puzzled in his mind.
In such a critical moment, why wasn't the other party in a hurry to escape, but instead attacked him? Could it be an enemy?
But he had never met this person before.
Roar, where is that living person? In the white mist.
Because of Xueqi's blood tide effect, all the spirits in the vehicle lost their targets and fell into a frenzy for a moment. The girl with long hair couldn't even maintain her human form, her body began to grow larger, and murky yellow liquid continuously flowed from her nose and mouth, and her pale arms began to crack, exposing horrifying flesh and blood. At the same time, the plastic doll in the arms of the middle-aged woman also completely came to life, turning into a ghostly baby, crawling quickly like a spider in the aisle, searching for prey.
Feeling the overwhelming killing intent, Xueqi was almost going crazy, newcomer. What do you want? The effect of blood tide only lasted for 10 seconds. Once it ended, he would surely be torn to pieces by these vicious white-level spirits. Xueqi, do you remember a girl named Li Sihan?
Suddenly, a faint voice came from the white mist.
Li Sihan?
In an instant, Xueqi's face changed drastically. He certainly remembered this girl. The night 3 years ago was still fresh in his memory. Moreover, if it weren't for her spreading that incident online, he wouldn't have been suspended from the Celestial Secrets Academy for 2 whole years. If it wasn't for waiting for the storm to pass, and his connections barely getting him back into the Celestial Secrets Academy, he would probably be just an ordinary person by now. Time passed drop by drop.
Xueqi quickly cleared his mind of distractions and charged towards the white mist ahead. I don't care about any Li Sihan. If you dare block my way, I will kill you too.
After saying that, he activated the third ability of his life spirit tool Day Flash. In an instant, a blazing white light burst forth from Xueqi, making him appear as if he had transformed into a sun, dazzling and hard to look at.
However, Jiang Xiao had already prepared enough countermeasures before coming.
He knew all about Xueqi's various soul orb abilities like the back of his hand. At this moment, Jiang Xiao suddenly grabbed the nearby spirit of a worker killed by the car and blocked it in front of him.
Bang! Xueqi's circular shield slammed into the spirit resembling a farmer. The latter roared, it hurts so much. Whoosh! Then, the spirit's arms elongated, tightly embracing Xueqi like a crab.
Feeling the malevolent aura emanating from his opponent, Xueqi panicked for a moment, shouting, "Get off me!"
Copper skin.
In an instant, Xueqi's skin turned a bronze color, and his strength increased significantly. He tore apart the spirit's arms, breaking free from its grasp, and reached for the faint black shadow ahead. At the same time, Jiang Xiao also freed himself from the blindness of Day Flash. Swish! The pitch-black dagger instantly burst forth with a strange dark light, as the pale, withered ghost hand gripped the dagger, sharply cutting through the air. In an instant, Xueqi's dark bronze fist collided with the sharp dagger.
Boom! Copper skin was indeed an ability of a blue-level spirit.
The force was so strong that Jiang Xiao was knocked back several steps.
But Xueqi also felt pain inside. Why is this new student's strength so abnormal? Did he also absorb the soul bead of the bronze ghost?
What Jiang Xiao gained after the shadow ghost devoured the white mist ghost was not just the ability of Mistification, but also a mutated body comparable to white-level ghost entities. Before Xueqi could think further, his heart suddenly sank.
Oh no!
The duration of blood tide has passed. Sure enough, without the cover of the bloody smell, the ghosts in the white mist quickly sensed the spiritual power fluctuations coming from the car door. That living person wants to go out. I want to eat him. I hate him so much. Why can he be alive while we are already dead? The sharp cries of the evil spirits pierced through the eardrums, and dozens of ghostly figures in the bus surged towards Xueqi. Oh no! Xueqi's face went pale, devoid of color. For a moment, his legs couldn't help but go weak. The buffer time of blood tide still had 40 seconds, and day flash could only be released after 25 seconds. Right now, he could only rely on copper skin to hold on. But feeling the terrifying aura coming from behind him, how could Xueqi dare to face these ghosts? New student. New student. I'm begging you, please let me out. As long as I can survive, I promise, by my name Xueqi, after this trip ends, you can choose a red level soul bead. Believe me, my father is the second in command of a spirit master team. In this moment, Xueqi's mental defenses were completely shattered. He could only plead with the dark figure standing in the white mist ahead. But Li Sihuan. Did she beg you like this back then? A cold voice sounded. Xueqi's pupil shrank suddenly, his teeth nearly biting through. That filthy bitch Li Sihuan is already dead. Who are you? What is this all about? At this moment, 1,000 questions flooded Xueqi's mind. The whole incident involving Li Sihuan was handled by Zhao Chen back then. That person guaranteed him, without a doubt, that Li Sihuan came from an ordinary background, with no background, and would never cause any trouble. But now, why was there suddenly someone wanting to take revenge for Li Sihuan? Suddenly. The long-haired girl, who had completely lost her human form, grabbed Xueqi's shoulder with malice. Xueqi screamed in fear, no, please no. Not only the girl, but countless gnashing hands behind him were also tearing at him, trying to devour him like zombies. The effects of copper skin were rapidly diminishing. Despair filled Xueqi's eyes as he looked pleadingly at the dark figure ahead. Likewise, Jiang Xiao was also staring at the figure, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if mocking. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao turned around. Bang! The bus door opened. Thank you. Thank you so much. As long as I can live and leave, I will do everything possible to repay you. Suddenly, bright light burst forth from Xueqi's eyes. The person actually opened the bus door? A new surge of strength flowed within him, and Xueqi crawled towards the door without caring about anything else. Behind him, deformed hands kept pulling at his body, trying to drag him into the deepest darkness. Die! 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 These hellish monsters continuously emitted sharp shrieks. I want to survive. I must survive. Xueqi endured the pain of his body being torn apart, gripping the railing with both hands, struggling step by step to the door. At the same time, the white mist dispersed. Outside the door, Jiang Xiao's right hand, holding the dagger, returned to normal. He stood silently in place, looking at Xueqi, as if watching a dying wild dog. Ha 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 ha. Xueqi, with his right hand grasping the railing at the door, desperately dragged his broken body towards the light outside. Finally. He could finally live. At this moment, Xueqi was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. The duration of the copper skin still had 3 seconds left, but it was enough for him to escape the bus. As long as he could leave this ghost bus, he could survive. Survive. His trembling right hand reached out toward the world outside the bus door. Like a person who had been thirsty in the desert for days, seeing a pool of clear spring water. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice rang out without warning. Senior Xue, every cause has an effect, your retribution is me. Xueqi froze for a moment. Jiang Xiao grinned, revealing a bright, sunny smile. At the same time, he pulled the bus door with his right hand and yanked it hard. Bang! The bus door slammed shut. No! Xueqi let out a desperate cry like a cuckoo weeping blood. In the next moment, endless darkness surged in like a tide. Chapter 45, Race? Race. Smack! A fierce palm print appeared on the bus window. Jiang Xiao stood outside the number 444 bus, quietly watching the scene. The pitch-black window showed only distorted, terrifying shadows from the outside. No screams were heard. This ghost bus was like another space. No matter how intense it was inside, the outside felt only a cold, dead silence. It's a bit of a shame, I didn't get to hear this guy's screams before he died. Jiang Xiao felt a little disappointed. Since he promised to let the female ghost at home find peace, he wouldn't just limit it to words. Xueqi was the first, and surely would not be the last. The 7 who caused Li Sihan's death would eventually find their names written down by the Grim Reaper. At this moment, the moon was bright and the stars were rare. Surrounded by silence, there were only the sounds of insects chirping. Jiang Xiao didn't dare to delay. After all, that ghost driver didn't know when he would. What does it feel like to kill your own kind? A chilling voice suddenly came from behind. Indescribable. Jiang Xiao's heart suddenly raced, as if a wildcat had been struck by bright light, freezing his entire body. I find it a bit curious. Tigers eat humans, so tigers must be killed. That's normal. Ghosts kill humans, so we become humanity's deadly enemies. But when you harm your own kind, both of them being humans, how should we understand that? The middle-aged driver walked slowly, holding a water bucket in his hand. What frightened the onlookers was that the bucket was filled with bright red blood. The middle-aged driver walked directly to the back of the bus, opening the oil valve while adding fuel. The other party didn't attack him right away? Jiang Xiao's mood eased. This ghost driver felt more unique than all the previous ghosts he encountered. It felt like a person? At this moment, even the shadow ghost gave no hints. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath. It seemed he could only face this unfathomable ghost on his own. Can't answer? The middle-aged driver turned to look at Jiang Xiao, narrowing his eyes slightly. Even though you feel a bit special to me. But if that's all there is to it, then you might as well come along with me. Jiang Xiao was taken aback. The other party's words revealed an interesting point. He seemed special in its eyes? Then Jiang Xiao spoke. I can't answer your question. Oh? The middle-aged driver's brow furrowed slightly. Why? Are you not human? How can you insult me? Jiang Xiao's mouth twitched. I am a person who values acting as I please. I saw that guy was unpleasant, so I killed him. It's that simple. As for any reasoning or rules, I can't be bothered and never knew them. That's indeed the case. A lot of times, I'm the same. The middle-aged driver nodded, suddenly gazing deeply at Jiang Xiao. Do you want to know where this bus will ultimately go? Jiang Xiao swallowed. If I say I want to know, will you forcibly take me on? You really are interesting. The middle-aged driver smiled, but now, I might just want to forcibly take you away. Wow, has the overbearing Ghost King set his sights on me? Jiang Xiao quickly stepped back, awkwardly saying, I'm only 16, I haven't lived enough yet. You have a scent that I really like. The middle-aged driver didn't care about Jiang Xiao's rejection at all and kept talking to himself. After saying that, he suddenly fell silent, as if caught in thought. After a moment, the middle-aged driver found an answer. Perhaps I should take you away, otherwise, you might regret it later. After saying this, he walked directly toward Jiang Xiao. In an instant, a chilling aura spread out, comparable to the underworld, and the bright moon above was covered by dark clouds, making the surroundings suddenly dim. This ghostly driver was on a completely different level from the white-gray ghosts on the bus. Faced with such terrifying pressure, Jiang Xiao felt he had no chance of winning. Immediately, his heart raced, feeling like it was in his throat. He definitely didn't want to mess with this group of ghosts. But at that moment, a strange wind suddenly blew, and the straw in the fields rustled. At the same time, the dark clouds in the night sky quietly moved away, and the bright moonlight poured down on Jiang Xiao again, stretching his shadow long and slanted. The middle-aged driver paused. He glanced around and seemed to give up on the thought. So it's here. After saying this mysteriously, the middle-aged driver looked at Jiang Xiao again. Do you still have the money I gave you? Hearing this, Jiang Xiao quickly took out the few ghost bills from his pocket. The middle-aged driver said, then just keep it well. Then, he turned around and slowly walked onto bus 444. Jiang Xiao was greatly surprised. Is this seriously a ghost? With this thought, Jiang Xiao inexplicably asked, wait, driver, where are you taking these ghosts? As soon as he spoke, he regretted the question. Inside the bus, a strange silence fell for a moment. Just when Jiang Xiao thought the other party wouldn't answer, a meaningful voice came. To my ghost lair. Returning to Anming apartment, it was nearly dawn. Though tired from the journey, there was not a hint of fatigue in Jiang Xiao's eyes. He opened the door to room 1701, and the living room was completely dark. My sister should be asleep by now, right? Jiang Xiao murmured. Then, he stepped in front of the full-length mirror and smiled slightly. Shuiqi is dead. Just these few words. After speaking, Jiang Xiao shed his fatigue and returned to his room. After he left, a terrifying black-haired ghost slowly appeared in the mirror. Looking at Jiang Xiao's room, her eyes, which should have been filled with resentment, were now full of complexity. In the room, Jiang Xiao lay on the bed, recalling tonight's encounters but couldn't sleep no matter how he turned. What level of ghost is that ghost driver? At first, Jiang Xiao thought the ghost driver was an ordinary blue or red ghost. However, after the last conversation, the shock the other brought him was indescribable. An unmatched existence who owns a ghost lair, someone who dares to operate under the watch of Heavenly Machine Palace, someone who can communicate normally with him. This driver is way too strong, right? But compared to the shock, Jiang Xiao felt a heavier weight in his heart. If ghosts are like natural conditions that humans trigger and then get harmed. Or if ghosts are like beasts with strong power, like wolves and tigers, but lack intelligence. These two kinds of beings make humans only able to revere them for a time. But as humans continuously learn and evolve, eventually, beasts will be locked in cages and become pets. Even this world will be abandoned by humans, heading toward the vast starry sky. However, that ghost driver seems to know how to sneak off to catch ghosts as minions. This point shows he is on the same level of intelligence as humans. Because of their strange abilities, they are far superior to humans. Jiang Xiao can feel it. When the other party said the word human, it sounded just like how humans talk about cats and dogs. There was not a trace of emotion. No resentment, no hatred, only pure curiosity and an absolute coldness like iron. Ghost, could it be a new race? Suddenly, Jiang Xiao was shocked as if electrified, and an incredible thought flashed through his mind. Is this a war between two races? Chapter 46. The veteran driver secretly making transfers every day. Recently, 3 major events have occurred. The first, last night, Tianwang Town on Huainan Road saw 4 perverts appear, and 7 women have already become victims. The palace has decided to entrust this event to our new students in the Human Palace. Each class must send a spirit master team. The second, do you know about bus route 444? After discussions in the palace, this case has been defined as a red level incident. If you encounter the bus route 444 late at night, absolutely do not get on. The third, in a month, Sun Yuan Ghost Maze. In the Tianji Palace, in the classroom. Zhang Yu had a worried look on his face. Below, Jiang Xiao frowned and remained silent. The first matter is not important, perverts are just low-level white ghosts after all, so it doesn't matter if they respond or not. The second matter is somewhat critical. Xueqi was killed on bus route 444 last night, and the news of the incident has surely reached the Tianji Palace by today. But Jiang Xiao did not expect that this ghost still did not receive enough attention from the Tianji Palace. This veteran driver drives around the town every day, and you really won't take action? Jiang Xiao really wanted to tell the higher-ups in the Tianji Palace about the danger, but thinking of the aftermath, he ultimately dismissed the idea. After class, Jiang Xiao's phone suddenly received a text message. Xueqi is dead? The sender was Qin Manya. After a moment of thought, Jiang Xiao replied with one word What spirit beads do you need? Seeing this reply from her, Jiang Xiao raised an eyebrow in great surprise. Then, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but praise, Qin Manya has high emotional intelligence, no wonder she can become the head of the Spirit Master Association in a city. Qin Manya did not directly ask whether she was the one who killed Xueqi but instead hinted indirectly by asking what spirit beads he needed. For this, Jiang Xiao naturally did not think twice. 1 bronze ghost bead, 1 hanging ghost bead. Does Xueqi's death really relate to this new student? In Yu City, in a tall building. Qin Manya, dressed in a black and white professional skirt, was tall, with long legs, presenting a heroic and spirited appearance. Seeing Jiang Zhao's reply message, her bright eyes were filled with astonishment. According to the official version, Xueqi was killed by the vengeful spirit of bus route 444. This seemed normal, and basically no one would doubt it. But Qin Manya keenly sensed something unusual. Not long ago, a new student who had just moved into room 1701 had approached her to inquire about Li Sihan. Qin Manya has always felt pain for Li Sihan's situation. Because of this, she had given Jiang Xiao a choice at that time. Kill the ghost that harmed Li Sihan and let her be liberated from this tragic world. However, to Qin Manya's surprise, the young man refused and chose his own path. Revenge. Even though he knew he would face the children of the higher-ups of the Tianji Palace, even though he knew he could easily obtain a red-level spirit bead, even though he had no connection to Li Sihan at all. But the young man still resolutely stepped onto this path. There are always people in this world whose actions are incomprehensible to ordinary folks. After a moment, Qin Manya took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and said, Hello? Is this Master Chen? May I ask if you still have the hanging ghost soul orb? I want to buy one. Are you kidding me? Seeing that the other party did not reply for a long time, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but mutter to himself. Soon, he retracted his phone without thinking too much. The bronze ghost soul orb and the hanging ghost soul orb are currently the 2 soul orbs that will most enhance him. The former can allow black light to advance along the first route. Black light's power increases by 40% and can be added to the surface of the body, enhancing certain defensive abilities. The latter has an even broader effect. Whether it is advancing green light flash to evil light flash, or letting Shadow Ghost devour it to open up a new skill slot. If all else fails, even using his own spirit tool to absorb this hanging ghost soul orb can grant the ability of chains, a crazy crowd control skill. If he could get it for free from Qin Manya, that would be the best. Even if not, Jiang Xiao would find a way to get these 2 soul orbs later. Brother, Teacher Jiang just asked what we should do about the missing person in our team. Just as Jiang Xiao was thinking, Jiang Chan walked over with her lips pouted.
Missing one person? Oh, right. Jiang Xiao didn't react for a moment.
The Spirit Master team has a total of 5 members. Excluding himself, Xiao Chan, Su Xian, and Ji Wanga, there really was still 1 spot left.
However, Jiang Xiao wasn't very familiar with the other classmates.
Can't we just have 4 people? Jiang Xiao thought for a long time but couldn't figure out who to bring in. The 4 of us have everything covered, there shouldn't be anything we need to fill in, right? Jiang Chan nodded her little head. Yeah, that's what I think too, but Teacher Jiang insists that it violates the rules.
Troublesome.
Jiang Xiao had no choice but to find Su Xian. Su Xian was well liked by others. After all, this girl had a cute charm, and her voice was sweet and soft. She was also a rare big-breasted, support-type spirit master. Therefore, soon, Su Xian brought in a girl with braided hair and glasses to join the group.
Jiang Xiao's eyes lit up.
This girl wasn't bad-looking. It seemed pretty girls liked to play in groups. Beside him, Jiang Chan frowned slightly. What's going on?
Why is everyone female? I'm Zhao Yameng.
My spirit tool has a total of 8 skill slots. The first soul orb is Ghost Eye, which can see through some of the disguises of ghostly beings. To Jiang Xiao's surprise, this girl with glasses was poised and had a crisp voice, giving off a feeling of a well-bred young lady.
A reconnaissance-type ability? That's fine.
Jiang Chan nodded, casually dismissing her words. In fact, she thought that this Zhao Yamen was just there to fill a slot. Clearly, having just herself, her brother, and Xiao Xian was enough.
Zhao Yamen? Nice name.
Jiang Xiao rubbed his chin, his gaze landing on the girl's shiny black braids.
So your focus is on other people's names, huh? Jiang Chan suddenly snapped. Classmate Jiang Chan.
Zhao Yamen quickly adjusted her glasses and said, we still have another teammate, right?
Dead. Jiang Chan replied irritably. Zhao Yamen was taken aback.
Jiang Xiao hurriedly explained, our other teammate is Ji Wanga.
She should be in the restroom right now.
After looking around, Jiang Xiao also couldn't find her in the classroom.
Ji Wanga.
Zhao Yuming's eyes lowered slightly, then thoughtfully said, Jiang Chan, me, Xiao Xian, Ji Wanga, this lineup should count as the strongest in Class E.
Hey, are you intentionally leaving someone out?
Jiang Xiao said unpleased. Zhao Yamen continued to immerse herself in her thoughts, but currently, everyone has generally only absorbed 1 skill slot, and if the coordination is not good, we could be defeated by other secondary teams.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Jiang Xiao confidently patted his chest and said, I can take on 5.
You?
Zhao Yamen looked at Jiang Xiao skeptically. Jiang Xiao said, I have currently absorbed 3 soul orbs, and my green light flash is much faster and stronger than others. Green light flash.
Why do you have 3 abilities? Hearing this, Zhao Yamen was shocked. Currently, everyone's natal spirit tools are still very weak. Most first-level spirit masters can only absorb 1 soul orb, and most of them are white-level soul orbs.
Of course, for a genius like Jiang Chan, her natal spirit tool is very powerful and can bear blue-level soul orbs. Because of this, Jiang Xiao also became curious. She had absorbed a blue-level soul orb back then, but did not feel any pressure. Considering her natal spirit tool with 3 skill slots, it should not be able to bear the skill blue light flash. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao raised her head and slowly took a step forward. That's because my natal spirit tool has only 3 skill slots. With a wave of her right hand, she gazed into the distance, and an infinite ambition surged within her, as if she had the whole world beneath her feet. If it were a heavenly grade natal spirit tool, then I would have that ability right now. Chapter 47, Quotes from Society, Reality Hits Hard. Ignoring Jiang Xiao's pompous appearance at the moment. It seems that you are currently our strongest combat power. Zhao Yameng adjusted her glasses and said, but I still suggest going to Huainan Road for a practical training, laying a foundation for the upcoming Sangyuan Ghost Cave.
This girl is impressive.
Jiang Xiao looked at Zhao Yameng a little more. No wonder she wears glasses, her analysis is clear and straightforward, and her personality is decent. She's not like some delicate princesses. After chatting for a while, they all felt that using those 4 perverted ghosts on Huainan Road as the team's initial target was a good idea.
As for Ji Wanga, who was not present, her presence doesn't matter anymore.
Teacher Jiang, this is the list of our Spirit Master team.
Jiang Chan presented the list.
With just a glance, Jiang Yu felt as if his prized vegetables were being uprooted by pigs.
The top 5 of Class E: Jiang Chan, Ji Wanga, Zhao Yameng, Lu Yuan, Li Jingming. Now, the top 3 have all been monopolized by Jiang Xiao. So if that guy has a preference for both genders, do Lu Yuan and Li Jingming also have to offer themselves up? Additionally, we plan to take on the task issued by the Tiangong Palace instead of Class E. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao spoke again. Jiang Yu remained calm about this. Good, engaging with ghostly creatures in advance as a team will greatly help your future development. However, another team from the class has already signed up early. As he spoke, a boy with a fringe walked over. Jiang Chan, sorry, we've already decided to eliminate those 4 perverted ghosts. You can just stay in class and study. The boy, wearing a white 3-leaf clover jacket, said. However, the next moment, his face stiffened. Who are you? Jiang Chan furrowed her brows, looking at him with confusion. Who am I? I'm Lu Yuan, one of the top 5 in the class. Moreover, it's been 3 weeks now, can you not even remember your classmate's name? Lu Yuan felt that Jiang Chan was deliberately trying to anger him, so he snorted coldly. Jiang Chan, I know you are talented and naturally proud, but now we are all first-level spirit masters, and no one is necessarily weaker than anyone. Speechless, why are you mumbling to yourself? Jiang Chan rolled her eyes beautifully and then asked Jiang Yu, Teacher Jiang, has this spot already been decided for them? Jiang Yu shook his head. That's not the case, the palace simply said that each class should send a 5-person team. I think the meaning is that there will be another round of selection within the class. So, it's a competition? Jiang Chan glanced at Lu Yuan. The latter took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and looked at Jiang Chan with eyes full of fighting spirit. Jiang Yu nodded. If both of you are willing, then let's compete on the playground later. It will also give you a better understanding of the Spirit Master team. An opportunity. Finally, it was the moment Lu Yuan had been waiting for. Instantly, Lu Yuan was overjoyed. For a long time, he, along with Li Jingming and Zhao Yamon, had been the second tier of Class E, overshadowed by Ji Wang and Jiang Chan. Jiang Yu was aware of Jiang Chan's favoritism, and everyone could see it. There was nothing to be done, after all, Jiang Chan had exceptional talent. But if he could defeat her, would teacher Jiang turn around and nurture him instead? With this thought, Lu Yuan stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Classmate Jiang Chan, Enough, you small roll, don't add so much drama to yourself. I'm too lazy to listen. After saying this, Jiang Chan turned and walked towards Jiang Xiao. Behind her, Lu Yuan's face turned red with anger, his fists tightly clenched. Brother, someone wants to challenge us. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was looking at some social quotes on the internet and suddenly heard his sister's voice from behind. Oh? Who? Not sure, seems to be called Lu Yuan. Jiang Xiao thought for a moment and seemed to remember that this was a big-nosed kid who liked to peek at his sister from the shadows. Sure enough, that guy was still secretly observing Xiao Chan. A dull knife and a too-thin horse, what do you have to fight me with? Jiang Xiao closed his phone page, snorted coldly, and waved his hand. Let's go, let these third-rate guys get out of the way early. Suddenly, Class E was in an uproar. The Spirit Master team had just been formed, and Jiang Chan was about to officially compete against Lu Yuan and Li Jingming. Everyone was curious about which side would win this match. It's definitely my goddess Jiang Chan. Need I say more? Jiang Chan's team even has Ji Wang and Zhao Yamon, isn't that too exaggerated? For superb girls? My god. Wait. Who is that guy? In an instant, countless deadly glares fell on Jiang Xiao. Thank you for the support, thank you. When I win later, let's pop some champagne, everyone remember not to forget. Jiang Xiao beamed, bowing his hands left and right, looking like a star on a red carpet. Lu Yuan couldn't help but say coldly, from the sound of it, you think you've already won? It's hot, and my temper is short. If I don't smile, don't bother me. Is this guy's brain not working properly? Lu Yuan gritted his teeth in anger, shut up. Wait until we speak with strength. A small tree won't grow straight if not trimmed, people need to be corrected. As they spoke, Jiang Xiao and his group stood in the center of the playground. Jiang Yu stood in the middle, hands behind his back, and said solemnly, just come at it freely later, but remember one thing. Don't hold back, your primary goal is to defeat your opponent, show all your potential as much as possible. On the right, Lu Yuan and the others gritted their teeth, their eyes full of anger. Li Jingming, let's focus our full strength on that Jiang Xiao guy first. I've thought it through, we can lose this match, but he's too much of a fool, we must teach him a lesson. Lu Yuan said angrily. Li Jingming said nothing, but the intense gaze glued to Jiang Xiao spoke volumes. Xiao Chan. Go for it. Suddenly, cheers and encouragement arose from a distance. To the north of Tianwang town, Xiao Chan is the most beautiful. Ah, I'm dead. Lu Yuan, Li Jingming, you two better take it easy, if you dare to hurt my Xiao Chan, don't blame me for beating you to death. Jiang Xiao turned in surprise and saw a bunch of energetic young people yelling their hearts out. So noisy. Jiang Chan secretly rolled her eyes, looking impatient. But Jiang Xiao suddenly smiled. He actually saw Lin Yu in the crowd. Speaking of which, this guy hadn't come to find Jiang Chan for a long time. Jiang Xiao almost thought he finally had an awakening. As it turned out, this guy still couldn't hold back his thoughts and came to secretly watch this match. Sigh, pitiful and laughable. Jiang Xiao shook his head. What should we say later? Meanwhile, Jiang Chan couldn't be bothered with the crowd outside and looked at Zhao Yumeng. Zhao Yumeng said, the Spirit Master Team's battles aren't much different from the Demon Alliance. In general, just protect your support in ranged positions during team battles. Okay. Jiang Chan nodded, then looked at Su Xian, Xiao Xian, later you. At that moment. Start. Jiang Yu commanded with a shout. Charge. Kill Jiang Xiao. Capture Jiang Chan. This guy just talks a lot. We must smash his teeth. For women and one man, is this the legendary 4 Protect one? What completely took everyone by surprise was. In Lu Yuan's eyes, where was Su Xian's figure? At this moment, they let out a series of furious roars, aiming straight at Jiang Xiao. The 5's innate spirit weapon shone brilliantly, all skills surged toward Jiang Xiao at once, their attack was completely reckless. The team battle can be lost, but Jiang Xiao must die. For a moment, Jiang Xiao opened his mouth wide, wow. How high is my hate value? Bro. Jiang Xiao. Suddenly, Ji Wanna and Jiang Chan both voiced their worries. However, at the next moment, Jiang Xiao was not scared but rather happy. But this comes just in time. A flash of black light in his right hand, he reversed the grip on the dagger. Jiang Zhao's body slightly bent, standing on one foot, suddenly erupted with jaw-dropping speed, charging towards Lu Yuan and the others. I don't understand youthful recklessness, I only know that the victor is king. Chapter 48 White. So fast. In an instant, the whole place was shocked. Wherever people looked, Jiang Zhao's figure moved like a ghost, effortlessly dodging all attacks from Lu Yuan and the others. A pitch-black dagger shone with dark light, striking from strange angles, continuously breaking Lu Yuan's formation. How is Jiang Zhao's body technique so strong? Even Jiang Yu was very surprised at this scene. Spirit masters can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, their physical quality far surpassing ordinary people on earth. Often legendary spirit masters can unleash power comparable to blue-level abilities with just fists and feet. But at present, everyone was still first-level spirit masters. Why was Jiang Xiao so outstanding? Is he a student from your class? Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded from behind Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu turned around and changed his expression, Lord Su. Behind Jiang Yu stood a white-haired man wearing a bronze mask. His snow-white hair fell to his waist, and his spotless white attire highlighted a cold, ethereal quality, making people feel yearning from afar. This person was so special that it made one curious about what kind of handsome face lay beneath the bronze mask. Jiang Yu respectfully said, Lord Su, why have you returned? The white-haired man's chest bore 3 dazzling gold stars, somewhat resembling a general's medal, reflecting golden light, shining brightly. This was the symbol of glory for suppressing ghostly curses. 3 gold stars represent that the person had once flattened 3 ghost domains. This is an honor unimaginable to ordinary people, and it is something Jiang Yu could only look up to. Recently, there has been an incident at Tianwang town. The white-haired man's cold voice echoed from behind the bronze mask. Jiang Yu did not inquire further. As a mere third-level spirit master, he was not qualified to ask too much of the other party. The white-haired man stood tall and slim with his hands behind him, like a rare orchid. This is a match between 2 top teams in our class. That girl in the white dress is named Zhang Chan, she has 12 skill slots, the best student we have recruited at this South Academy. The other girl in red is named Ji Wanga, with 9 skill slots, calm and steady, she is also quite good. Seeing the other party seemed very interested in this competition, Jiang Yu immediately started to introduce. The white-haired man suddenly raised his hand, pointing at the skinny figure facing 5 alone, interrupting, what is that boy's name? Jiang Yu did not dare to hesitate, his name is Jiang Xiao, he is Jiang Chan's brother and also Jiang Cheng's adopted son. Jiang Cheng. The white-haired man heard a familiar name and sighed, we were too naive about the sealing ghost back then, otherwise we wouldn't have sacrificed so foolishly. Since the Dawn Spirit Master team was wiped out by the sealing ghost, the ranking of sealing ghosts immediately entered the top 10. One of the most valued fierce ghosts in the Heavenly Machine Palace. The white-haired man stopped speaking. He stood silently in place, gazing at Jiang Xiao with deep, calm eyes, as if looking at a once dear friend. Damn it, how is this kid so powerful? Lu Yuan was now covered in injuries, with many deep wounds visible on his clothes. He gasped for breath, staring incredulously at the black figure moving faster than lightning. Beside him, Li Jingming held a bow and arrow, his gaze resolute as he concentrated on aiming at Jiang Xiao. However, the opponent's speed was truly too fast. With each thought, he lost sight of the target in his eyes. Old Wu, how long until your lightning pearl cools down? Lu Yuan asked. A burly teenager gritted his teeth, 17 seconds. Good, we'll protect you and try to hold out until your next lightning pearl. At this moment, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel regret. He had been too relaxed at the start, just like the Bronze Five, using skills thoughtlessly, only wanting to deal with Jiang Xiao as quickly as possible. Yet the opponent dodged with extraordinary physical ability. What made Lu Yuan even more unaccepting was that among the Spirit Master team, they were actually facing only Jiang Xiao alone. In the distance, the young people watching this scene were also shocked. My god! What are the Jiangchan goddesses doing? Is there a conflict? Why is Jiang Xiao the only one fighting? He's really going 1 against 5? In fact, Jiang Chan had long been unable to suppress her urgent desire to rush up. But beside her, Ji Wanga coldly said, "What do you want to do?" "What do you mean?" "Of course, I want to help my brother." As she spoke, Jiang Chan was about to activate Wall of Ghosts. Ji Wanga said, "Jiang Xiao said he can take on 5. How is that possible?" "Ji Wanga, I knew you had bad intentions. If you don't want to help my brother, then just stand here and watch. My brother and I can fight side by side and it will be enough." Jiang Chan didn't care about so much. "You don't believe Jiang Xiao?" Ji Wanga suddenly blocked Jiang Chan's way, her autumn-like eyes full of coldness. Zhao Yuming, who had just joined this group, was completely in the dark. What on earth was happening? In front, Jiang Xiao was single-handedly overpowering the 5 opponents. Meanwhile, Jiang Chan was on the brink of conflict with Ji Wanga. She and Su Xian had been sitting back, as if they were outside the matter. "Get out of the way." Jiang Chan stared fiercely at Ji Wanga's frost-cold face, her right hand gripping the top-quality fan tightly. Ji Wanga remained unmoved. "What if I don't?" Jiang Chan's teeth clenched in anger, her inner spiritual power surging continuously. Since entering the Heavenly Machine Palace, she had been the jewel in everyone's eyes, and besides Jiang Xiao, no one else dared to treat her like this. "I'm not like you, as long as it's something Jiang Xiao said, I never doubt it." Looking at the fuming Jiang Chan, Ji Wanga's tone was filled with a hint of disdain. On the other side, Jiang Xiao looked at the 5 people facing him like enemies and chuckled, "Is this it? I haven't even used my full strength yet." This group couldn't even give him the slightest bit of pressure. Their abilities were scattershot, like a guessing game, never anticipating his movements. It seemed their Spirit Alliance rank wouldn't exceed gold. Jiang Xiao had formed a rough judgment in his mind. "Lu Gu. Done." At that moment, Old Wu suddenly spoke up. "All right." Instantly, Lu Yuan was overjoyed and spoke rapidly, "Li Jingming, cover Old Wu and block that kid's movements." "No problem." Li Jingming held a longbow, his eyes sharp. Swish. 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 In just a blink, sharp arrows turned into white light, slicing through the air towards Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao seized the chance, twisting his body at a strange angle, narrowly dodging the attack. Then, before he could even land steadily, a basketball-sized thunderball emitting blue lightning charged towards him. Feeling the hint of destruction within, Jiang Xiao narrowed his eyes, and the spiritual power flowed throughout his body. In the end, it pierced through his body like a dagger, gathering into a blue arc of light. Blue light flash. In an instant, the two collided violently. Boom! 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 The loud explosion rang out, deafening. The stones on the ground were shattered, debris flying everywhere. So powerful. Are both of them at the blue level? In the distance, the watching boys exclaimed in shock. How is this guy so strong now? Hiding in the shadows, Zhang Hai's pupils contracted as he secretly watched Jiang Xiao. Just this move, blue light flash has already infinitely widened the gap between him and Jiang Xiao. Damn it! Blue level abilities. Why didn't I get that soul orb back then? At this moment, Zhang Hai hit his chest and stomped his feet, filled with regret. The next moment, a thick white mist suddenly rose on the playground. Everyone was surprised. What is this? In the midst of the white mist, Lu Yuan and others were momentarily flustered. Li Jingming, Old Wu, where are you? Lu Gu, don't worry, this should be Jiang Zhao's second ability, Mystification. Li Jingming quickly provided his judgment. What the hell? This kid not only has blue light flash but also Mystification? Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. Quickly, he shouted, everyone come to me, that kid's physical skills are very strong, beware of being taken down one by one. But just then. Okay, I'm coming. A sneaky whisper echoed in his ears. Instantly, Lu Yuan felt as if he had fallen into a cold abyss. Chapter 49 Zhao Family. Because Lu Yuan and his group had no way to break Mystification, plus Jiang Zhao's super strong physical skills and the buff from black light. At this moment, he completely transformed into a shadow assassin, and his dagger would take a life each time it cut through the mist. In just a few breaths of time, the white mist dispersed. Jiang Xiao stood alone on the playground, while Lu Yuan and others lay sprawled on the ground. A gentle breeze blew, lifting his slightly messy black hair.
Jiang Xiao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and sheathed his dagger. In the distance, everyone was so shocked they couldn't speak. Jiang Xiao, actually, succeeded in defeating 5 with 1? No one expected this scene. It's important to know that Lu Yuan and others weren't weak, they were the second-ranked team in Class E. At first, when Jiang Xiao appeared alongside Jiang Qian and Ji Wangya, laughing and joking, almost everyone thought this guy would cling tightly to his sister's thigh, filled with envy and jealousy. But right now, the other side directly made a dramatic entrance, forcefully going 1v5, treating Lu Yuan and others like mere bronze. Brother? Even Jiang Qian was taken aback, the previously tense atmosphere with Ji Wangya vanished without a trace. Ji Wangya still looked calm and unbothered, just as she said. She had never doubted Jiang Xiao. Boring. Jiang Xiao shook his head, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the recent battle. So weak. Can people like Lu Yuan really be called geniuses? It was even less interesting than battling in the Spirit Demon Alliance. At least high-ranked professional players used their abilities like a meticulous physics problem, each side engaging in thrilling back and forth. As for the gazes of others, Jiang Xiao didn't care about those things at all. Beneath his nonchalant demeanor, he held a completely indifferent attitude towards them. But since he was officially starting his journey as a spirit practitioner, if he remained low-key, he might run into unnecessary trouble later on in the dark. So he decided to show a few skills. Let it be like this. I'm leaving. In the distance, the white-haired man suddenly withdrew his gaze. Sir Su, I'll see you off. Jiang Yu quickly suppressed the shock in his heart. Just now, the surprise Jiang Xiao brought him was undeniably great. He actually misjudged him? Jiang Yu instinctively refused to accept this fact. No need. The white-haired man shook his head, then began to walk away. You are very strong. At this moment, Zhao Yuming's eyes shone brightly. Jiang Xiao smiled, just average, mainly because the opponent was too weak. Zhao Yuming blinked her eyes curiously, looking at Jiang Xiao as if staring at a giant panda. She had always thought this person was rather indecent, yet the true nature of the other seemed to differ from her perception. After graduation, are you considering coming to my home for development? Suddenly, Zhao Yuming asked. Your home? Jiang Xiao questioned, puzzled. The Zhao family. Zhao Yuming exclaimed, my grandfather is the 5th-level spirit master Zhao Yuan, you must know that, right? Zhao Yuan? Zhao Chen? Zhao Yuming? In an instant, Jiang Zhao's expression changed sharply. But in just a moment, he quickly returned to normal. Little sister, you should show off your family background less and improve your knowledge instead, true beauty is inner beauty. Jiang Xiao said with a faint, teasing smile, now, let me test how well you know math. What is your phone number? Zhao Yuming. Jiang Xiao. Beside them, Jiang Qian exploded in anger again, I see you haven't been hit for 3 days, and you're raising the roof. Why was his brother only thinking about how to get the girl's contact information? Xiaochan, this is where you're wrong. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao said frustrated, bro still doesn't have a girlfriend, do you know how terrifying this is? Over time, I might change my orientation. I really might. Shut up. Jiang Qian gave her brother a disdainful glare. In the distance, the onlookers quietly dispersed. The E-Class Spirit Master team is not to be underestimated. During this competition, people from other classes also came to watch. Upon seeing Jiang Xiao defeat 5 opponents by himself, a flicker of caution appeared in their eyes. As potential future competitors, Jiang Zhao's sudden rise, along with Jiang Chan's, Ji Wangya's and others' talents, indicated that the E-Class might become a powerful opponent next time in the class competition. In the evening. Back at home, Jiang Xiao said helplessly, I didn't expect those perverts to be so weak. Jiang Chan said in fear, so dangerous. I didn't expect a few perverts to appear on the way home. The formation of ghostly entities can happen in 2 ways. One is the resentment in the world naturally condensing into an entity with consciousness. The other is the kind that forms after a person dies. The latter has strict conditions. It requires a heart filled with strong obsessions at the moment of death, unwilling to die yet forced to die, only then can ghostly entities form. As for perverts, they are people who died due to becoming foolish under lust. After defeating Lu Yuan and others, everyone went to Huainan Road in the afternoon to deal with those perverts. Unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Xiao and his group entered that alley, those few perverts appeared involuntarily. Then, they curled up on the ground like frightened puppies, trembling uncontrollably. That scene left everyone puzzled. Until returning home, Jiang Xiao couldn't understand it either. Soon, he no longer thought about such trivial matters. I didn't expect Zhao Yuming to be Zhao Yuan's granddaughter. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, so, she wouldn't happen to be Zhao Chen's sister, right? Regardless, Zhao Chen and his classmates must pay for their past actions.
Since Zhao Yumeng joined his team, Jiang Xiao could obtain some information about the Zhao family from her. Zhao Yuan is a 5th-level spirit master? It seems the Zhao family will have to be dealt with last. Jiang Xiao returned to his bedroom, opened his computer, and looked at the image of a handsome young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes on the screen, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. The next target is you. 3 days later. Jiang Xiao received a package. What is this? Why is someone even sending you mail, bro? Beside him, Jiang Chan, dressed in a knitted shirt and a suspender skirt, in sweet pink autumn attire, highlighted her youthful charm. Jiang Xiao glanced at the shipping location, then his eyes lit up. Good stuff. Soon, he did not answer Jiang Chan and went back to the house with the package. What's with the mystery? You won't even tell me. Watching Jiang Zhao's hurried back, the girl suspiciously pouted her small lips. As soon as he entered the house, Jiang Xiao couldn't wait to open the package. Sure enough, there were 2 sandalwood boxes inside. One of the frames was even outlined with golden threads, showing its preciousness. At the same time, in his pupils, twisted black text suddenly appeared. You who have obtained the Hanging Ghost Soul Pearl decide to give this red-level Soul Pearl to your shadow to devour, and then your Life Spirit tool will generate a new skill slot. Chapter 50, Rapid Progress. This time, Jiang Xiao rarely did not refute. Although the green light flash could also be upgraded to evil light flash using the Hanging Ghost Soul Pearl. However, if given to the shadow to devour, not only could he gain the limitation ability, but he could also unlock a new skill slot. Compared to the former, the latter's effect was undoubtedly greater. Moreover, the success rate of absorbing the red-level Soul Pearl was only 50%. Thinking this way, Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and slowly opened the golden-threaded sandalwood box. Inside lay a dark red orb, quietly placed. About the size of a ping-pong ball, the smooth surface reflected a strange glow, and holding it in his hand made him feel the evil aura contained within. The market price of the red-level Soul Pearl reached millions, and the Hanging Ghost Soul Pearl was even rarer, in high demand, and could even be traded for tens of millions. If it weren't for Qin Manya, he didn't know how long it would take to get such a precious Hanging Ghost Soul Pearl. However, if he had chosen to directly kill Li Sihan's ghost back then, perhaps he would have only obtained this Hanging Ghost Soul Pearl. At this moment, under the light, his shadow was as dark as ink and began to wriggle weirdly, like an indescribable creature. Jiang Xiao did not hesitate and placed the Hanging Ghost Soul Pearl on the shadow. In an instant, the shadow slowly began to devour the Hanging Ghost Soul Pearl like quicksand. After a while, an abnormal change occurred within Jiang Xiao. A heat gradually generated within his organs, flowing along the meridians, like an invisible big hand caressing every part of his flesh and blood. Every bone in his body cracked and popped. At the same time, a crimson mark gradually appeared between Jiang Zhao's brows, like a burning flame shape, eerily enchanting. Not long after, this abnormal change gradually calmed down. Jiang Xiao stood up, feeling the continuous strength flowing within him, and clenched his fist tightly. Crack! The joints in his palm let out a crisp sound. At the same time, the surrounding air tightened slightly. So strong. Jiang Xiao was astonished. Is this the feeling of a red-level ghost? With just this physical body, Jiang Xiao felt he could crush 10 previous versions of himself with one hand. Then, even more thrilling was the ability he could wield. Whoosh! The spiritual power circulated within Jiang Zhao's body, and the crimson mark between his brows seemed to catch fire, as bright as blood. At the same time, centered around him, a huge gravity fell violently within a few meters. Bang! 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 Some fragile glass products in the room couldn't withstand this pressure and shattered directly. Is this the ability of limitation? Looking at this jaw-dropping scene, Jiang Zhao's pupils shrank. Compared to the 40% slow effect in the Ghost Alliance, the actual limitation pressure zone was simply absurd. Gravity is increased by 5 times. Jiang Xiao felt the change in gravity and thought to himself. Ordinary people might not even be able to stand upright, and even if it's a ghost, most white-level ghosts would become slow-moving and find it extremely hard to bear this pressure. However, the spiritual power consumption is a bit fast. The ability swallowed by the shadow ghost from the Hanging Ghost can be wielded by Jiang Xiao using only his own strength. However, compared to the barely noticeable spiritual energy consumption of the fog transformation, the chain's ability puts a huge burden on his energy. Soon, Jiang Xiao withdrew his spiritual energy. At the same time, the vermilion mark between his brows gradually dimmed. With my current level as a level 1 spirit master, I can probably only activate the limit of the chain's realm for about 10 seconds. For this powerful and abnormal ability, Jiang Xiao quickly gained a rough understanding. Range, controllable, with a maximum diameter of 10 meters. Heavy pressure, 5 times. Duration, 10 seconds. So strong. So abnormal. I like it. Jiang Xiao felt overjoyed in his heart. It was worth it to nurture the Hanging Ghost Soul Pearl for so long. it completely lived up to his expectations. Then, with a flick of his right hand, a pitch-black dagger appeared. Now, it's time to unlock a new skill slot. Jiang Xiao looked down at his own shadow. In his eyes, a line of black text emerged. Place it on your shadow. Jiang Xiao skeptically asked, You haven't eaten my life spirit tool too, have you? There was no response from the other side. Shrugging, Jiang Xiao half believed and placed the dagger on the ground covered by his shadow. Then, just like before with the shadow ghost devouring the hanging ghost soul pearl, his life spirit tool was slowly consumed by the darkness. What's going on? Why can't I feel the connection between me and the spirit tool anymore? In an instant, Jiang Xiao's heart jumped. The life spirit tool of a spirit master is an existence transformed from the heart. Therefore, even if it gets destroyed by an enemy in battle, it's not a big deal. As long as there is enough spiritual energy, it can be summoned again at any time. But at this moment, Jiang Xiao was horrified to find he felt like an ordinary person, completely unable to sense the existence of his life spirit tool. Before he could panic, the familiar pitch-black dagger slowly emerged from the shadow. Jiang Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief. With a flick of his right hand, the dagger floated into the air. Jiang Xiao grasped it in his hand and immediately felt the change of the dagger. Looking inward, his mind sensed. Inside the dagger, there was a vast scene resembling the starry sky. The skill slots twinkled like stars, each shining with its own light. The first circular slot was the Greenwood Ghost Soul Pearl, extending branching paths like tree branches, with one branch embedded with a white mist Ghost Soul Pearl. The second circular slot was the Black Ghost Soul Pearl, which also had 3 branches. Then, the last remaining skill slot was empty. But at that moment, an unexpected new circular slot appeared behind the vacant skill slot. This shadow is so powerful. Although he already knew this, when he actually unlocked the 4th skill slot, Jiang Xiao still felt a joy that rivaled obtaining chains. It's not over yet. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and opened another sandalwood box. Inside was the Bronze Ghost Soul Pearl. In the second skill slot of the Life Spirit tool, one of the 3 branching paths extending from the Black Ghost Soul Pearl required this Bronze Ghost Soul Pearl. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao let it absorb. Swish! The originally dull round slot instantly burst into bright starlight. At the same time, spiritual energy climbed along that pathway, eventually illuminating the whole path. Black light power increased by 40%, can be applied to the body surface to enhance certain defensive abilities. This was the upgraded black light. Before Jiang Xiao could enjoy his joy for too long. The next moment, he saw the branching path of the Black Ghost Soul Pearl illuminated by spiritual energy, and the subsequent spiritual energy broke through the Bronze Ghost Soul Pearl, extending 3 new branches again. The first branch slot was black, with a hint. Required, Iron or Ghost Soul Pearl, Black Armor, can condense a black armor on the body surface, increasing defense by 10 times. The second branch hole is red, hinting. Required, Flame Ghost Soul Pearl, Hellfire, each attack will cause burning damage and reduce the enemy's spirit power. The third branch hole is white, hinting. Required, Mirror Spirit Soul Pearl, Twinborn, can form a phantom shadow of the main body, curse level, and below ghostly beings cannot distinguish real from fake, lasting 30 minutes. Each one is powerful enough to far exceed white level abilities. Jiang Xiao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. After tonight, his strength had once again reached a new height. Perhaps a typical second-level spirit master would not be his opponent. Moreover, Jiang Xiao touched his brow and murmured, after absorbing the hanging Ghost Soul Pearl, it seems that I've undergone some changes. The mirror in the room had already shattered due to the earlier test. Jiang Xiao had no choice but to go to the living room, turn on the lights, and stand in front of the full-length mirror. Oh my god! How did I become even more handsome? Instantly, Jiang Xiao was completely stunned by his reflection in the mirror. In the mirror, the young man stood tall, his face now defined, no longer giving off an immature feeling. His skin was as white and delicate as porcelain, enough to make women envious. His features grew increasingly handsome, with charming phoenix eyes, slightly curled thin lips, exuding a hint of wickedness. Especially the vermilion flame mark between his brows, which added an air of mystery. It's over. It's over. I'm so handsome that I can't even bear to look at myself, I won't dare to go out alone anymore. Jiang Xiao covered his face and lamented. However, the corners of his mouth, which instinctively lifted, revealed his true feelings inside. At this moment, in the mirror world, with disheveled black hair and a terrifying appearance, the female ghostly Sihan curled up in the corner, secretly watching Jiang Xiao. For some reason. At this moment, the other person brought her an indescribable feeling. Especially when Li Sihan inadvertently caught sight of that vermilion mark, her heart trembled gently within. It felt as if standing before her was an unparalleled fearsome ghost. Chapter 51, The Shock of Jiangyu. The next day. Morning. Jiang Chan groggily got out of bed, walked out of her room, and prepared to wash up. At that moment, she paused, stunned. Brother? Jiang Chan quickly rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing in front of her. Jiang Xiao. What's wrong? Can't recognize me after just one night? I'm your favorite brother Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao's tone changed from before, becoming much gentler as he affectionately tousled Jiang Chan's messy hair. Jiang Chan covered her mouth, saying, "How disgusting. I'm about to vomit." Then, the girl took a step closer, staring with her almond-shaped eyes, as if appraising an antique, carefully examining Jiang Xiao's whole body. Your skin is a bit whiter, your nose is more prominent, and you seem taller. You used to be only half a head taller than me. Huh? Weren't you single-eyelid before? How did you become double-eyelid? Ah. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, Jiang Chan found it hard to accept what she was seeing. Ha 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 ha. Just a skin bag, little Chan, you need to learn to appreciate your brother's inner beauty. Jiang Xiao laughed heartily, then swaggered over to the couch. You can put down my little mirror first. Also, how did my cosmetics from my room end up in your hands? Jiang Chan complained repeatedly, rolling her eyes. Fine, at least you're still my scatterbrained brother, as long as you haven't changed, that's good. Coming out of the bathroom, the girl had a bare face, her pure and beautiful face charming and delightful. Jiang Xiao also put down the foundation in his hand and checked the mirror. It shouldn't be noticeable now. He wasn't actually being vain. This was purely to cover up the vermilion flame mark between his brows. This time, after the shadow ghost absorbed the hanging ghost soul pearl, the changes it underwent were no longer like before with the white fog ghost. Yet the crimson mark between her brows still remained. The changes I've gone through are already surprising enough, and if I add that incredibly strange flame mark, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare greet any acquaintances. Splash! Jiang Chan suddenly sat on the sofa, cradling her fair face in her hands, silent, her eyes fixed on Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao shifted his gaze awkwardly. Little Chan, what's wrong? You have to remember, we are siblings. The girl pouted, unable to let it go. What on earth is happening? Jiang Xiao casually replied, it's just puberty, very normal, okay? Jiang Chan went crazy. What kind of puberty makes someone's face change overnight? Cough, stop dwelling on it. We should go to Heavenly Machine Palace. Jiang Xiao got up, wanting to quickly escape their awkward situation, urging her on. On the road. From time to time, women cast curious glances at Jiang Xiao, occasionally mixed with some admiration. What are you looking at? Good-looking guys can eat, huh? Suddenly, Jiang Xiao shook his head again, asking and answering himself, no, wait, it seems good-looking guys really can eat soft rice. Beside him, Jiang Chan tightly clenched her small fist, her petite chest rising and falling in anger. What on earth has happened to this brother of mine? He was already such a slacker, and now he's even more handsome? What's next? Sure enough. As soon as they arrived at Heavenly Machine Palace, several boys at the entrance displayed expressions of shock. Bang! In an instant, they were so astonished that their phones fell to the ground. How did my goddess Jiang Chan get a boyfriend? Who the hell is that man? Why does he get to be this handsome? Wah! My youth is over. Faced with these rumors, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but stroke his chin, pondering, strange, I wasn't bad-looking before. Now I'm only a tiny bit more handsome, why can't these guys recognize me? Could it be intentional? Thinking this, he felt it was very possible, letting out a cold laugh, trying to use this kind of tactic to beat me from before? Naive. Hey! Classmate Jiang, who is this beside you? Suddenly, the short-haired girl Su Xian opened her mouth in surprise. How did a strange man suddenly appear next to Jiang Chan? Moreover, how does this strange man look a bit like Jiang Xiao? Also, this guy is so handsome. Jiang Chan tried hard to suppress the odd feelings, turning her head, whispering, he is my brother. Hello, Su Xian, let me reintroduce myself, I am Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao smiled slightly, his somewhat devilish handsome face almost causing Su Xian to faint on the spot. Jiang, classmate. I. Su Xian, easily excited, found herself at a loss for words, then shyly ran away. Sigh, another mundane person. Jiang Xiao shook his head with a sigh. But the wildly curling corners of his mouth couldn't hide his inner thoughts. Humph. Jiang Chan stamped her foot in frustration. Behind them, both Zhao Yamong and the others in class were stunned for a moment. Even by the time class started, many glances would subtly steal peeks at Jiang Xiao. I didn't notice before, it turns out our class's Jiang Xiao is actually this handsome? Could it be he was pretending to be ugly on purpose? Could he be some young master from a corporation, just wanting to find an ordinary girl who truly loves him? To this, Jiang Xiao could only sigh and feel inferior, thinking their imaginations were too wild. This, you are Jiang Xiao? What Jiang Xiao never expected was that the only one to recognize him immediately was actually Lao Jiang, Jiang Yu. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao felt a chill. At the podium, Jiang Yu was also filled with all kinds of complaints in his heart at this moment. All along, he had very complicated feelings about Jiang Xiao. From looking down on him at the start of school, thinking he was a burden, to later realizing it was he who defeated that white mist ghost, to Jiang Xiao later displaying his strength, sweeping away Lu Yuan and the others 1 against 5. Even that day, that adult even specially went to observe him. If I could forcefully fill in the gaps with talent before. Then the appearance of the white-haired man that day left Jiang Yu unable to find peace. Who is this person? Why would he come specifically to watch the competition of these first-level spirit masters? The only explanation lies with Jiang Xiao that day. Talent. That gentleman only has 3 skill slots. This time, even if Jiang Yu had 10 more lives, he wouldn't dare to talk about talent. And when he thought about how Jiang Xiao deliberately gave that honor of exterminating the Misty Ghost to Jiang Chan, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This child. It seems I have wronged him all along. With such a disposition, such strength, not proud or impatient, but instead knows how to conceal his skills. Alas, I didn't expect that my Class E could actually recruit such outstanding students this year. At this moment, Jiang Yu felt such complicated emotions. After seeing Jiang Xiao's changes today. Thus, the first thought flashing in Jiang Yu's mind was, this kid not only conceals his strength but even hides his looks? Classmate, please pay attention to the occasion, we are still in the classroom, cough. Let's wait until we get home. Ouch, Xiao-chan, why are you hitting me? Jiang Xiao looked at Ji Wanya, who was almost leaning on him, with a look of helplessness. Beside them, the girl was almost exploding with anger, furiously pounding Jiang Xiao with her small fists. Jiang Xiao didn't understand, she came over on her own, why is she hitting me? Jiang Xiao. Suddenly, Ji Wanya softly breathed in Jiang Xiao's ear, I'm starting to like your smell more and more, what should I do? Chapter 52 Villa Number 17. That day, at night. Jiang Xiao, dressed in black as ink, with a slim figure, had a crimson flame mark between his brows, quite striking from afar. Xiao-chan, I have something to do tonight and need to go out. Jiang Xiao said. So late, where are you going? You just stay home and sleep well. Under the night in Tianwang town, there were almost no pedestrians on the streets except for the occasional passing vehicles. Jiang Xiao stopped a taxi, saying, Driver, please take me to Villa Number 17 in Songshan. Upon hearing this, the driver's expression changed dramatically. You. What are you going there for so late? This driver was not a ghost driver, just a normal person. 3 days ago, there was a supernatural event in the Songshan Villa area. A family of 3 suddenly died. The strangest part was that their bodies had absolutely no wounds, and after forensic examination, there was no trace of poisoning. Their facial expressions were peaceful, as if they died naturally in their sleep. Currently, Villa Number 17 had been sealed off by the police, prohibiting anyone from visiting. Jiang Xiao smiled, I am a student of the Tiangong Academy, I'm here to solve this ghostly incident. Hearing this, the driver finally felt relieved, that's good. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Xiao's looks through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but exclaim, Kid, you really look handsome. Jiang Xiao then closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the driver brought Jiang Xiao to the entrance of a high-end villa area. To Jiang Xiao's surprise, just as he was about to pay, the driver waved his hand, no need, you are here to help us ordinary folks with a supernatural incident, how could I take your money? Such a weighty statement felt quite wondrous to Jiang Xiao's heart. Watching the taxi disappear from view, Jiang Xiao withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath. Then, let's begin tonight's operation. Even in the expensive Tianwang town, there is still the extraordinary Songshan Villa area. There's no way around it, everyone knows that only the spirit masters from the Tiangong Academy can deal with ghosts. Those big bosses are willing to spend a lot of money just to live in Tianwang town. Moreover, they want to highlight their difference from ordinary people and spend money to create such a high-end villa area, believing they can live a blissful life every day. However, it is a pity. Even so, when the ghost knocks on the door in the dead of night, no matter your identity, death treats everyone the same. Songshan Villa is by the mountains and water, with beautiful scenery, backing against Songshan and beside it flows a gentle river. Jiang Xiao walks in it, the breeze blowing towards him feels like the soft hand of a pure girl, a wonderful feeling. No wonder it's the rich, the standard of living is indeed different. Although it is the dead of night, the European-style streetlights along the road are still brightly lit. Soon, Jiang Xiao arrives at a relatively secluded villa. With a European relief style, a 3-story standalone building, in front of the yard is a large green lawn, with a long pebble path in the middle. As for the front gate, not only is there a warning line, but there are also 2 policemen sitting in a car, ready for action. Jiang Xiao walks up proactively. Soon, the 2 policemen in the car shout, what do you want? No outsiders are allowed here. Jiang Xiao replies openly, what is an outsider? A spirit master here to solve this supernatural incident is also considered an outsider?
Hearing this, the two policemen exchange glances and quickly get out of the car, not daring to be negligent.
What a handsome young man. Seeing Jiang Xiao's appearance under the light, their doubts instantly vanish. There's no way around it, this is a world that values looks. As long as you look good, not pretending to be aloof, others will see you as a master at a glance.
So it's the spirit master sent by the higher-ups tonight, my apologies for the trouble.
One of the fat policemen says apologetically. The other thin policeman slightly furrows his brow. Strange, didn't the higher-ups say that a team of spirit masters would come tonight? They will arrive later.
Jiang Xiao casually replies.
Then please come in, may I ask what assistance you need, young hero? The fat policeman asks in a very friendly manner. No need.
After speaking, Jiang Xiao steps onto the pebble path and walks up to villa number 17. The dark door suddenly exudes a chill from between the cracks, as if warning the living not to enter.
Jiang Xiao remains unmoved, grasps the doorknob, and slowly opens it.
Creak, creak. The heavy door slowly opens, revealing a dark and silent hall inside.
Bang!
As Jiang Xiao steps inside, the door slams shut behind him.
Do we have to be so cliché?
Jiang Xiao pouts and complains. Then, spiritual light surges.
A pitch-black dagger is gripped in his hand.
This time, unlike the previous ghost driver, hiding in this villa number 17 is a green-gray ghost, the bewildering ghost. Before that guy arrives, it's possible that this ghost will want to attack him. Black light. In an instant, the black light on the dagger flows like liquid, enveloping Jiang Xiao, as if he is wearing a thin veil of light, emitting a faint black glow. Devouring the bronze ghost soul bead, the upgraded black light can enhance his defense, and it consumes little spiritual power, so Jiang Xiao naturally opens it early. He. Suddenly, at that moment, a few silver bell-like delightful laughs ring out from the wooden railing on the second floor. Thud thud thud. At the same time, as Jiang Xiao looks over, he hears the sound of something heavy running quickly. It's like a little girl is peeking at him from the second floor, and upon being discovered, she hurriedly runs back to her room.
In the dark hall,
Jiang Xiao's brows furrow slightly, as if sensing the increasingly thick strange atmosphere.
Finally, he rubs his chin. No way? Am I already this handsome? Even ghosts are fascinated? Shaking his head, Jiang Xiao approaches the side, preparing to turn on the light. Click. The chandelier remains dim. But suddenly a fearful voice echoes in the hall. Xiaoyun, what are you planning to do with the knife in your hand? Instantly, Jiang Xiao is taken aback. Snap. The sound grew more and more frantic. I really have nothing to do with her. You have to believe me. What? Jiang Xiao was bewildered. Turns out this is not a light switch, but a voice-activated switch? But Jiang Xiao pressed the switch again. Snap. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of a heavy object falling. Then, the previously anxious male voice turned into a gentle woman's voice. Darling, from now on, you are completely mine. Jiang Xiao felt a chill run down their spine, quickly pressing the switch again. Snap. 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 After that, no matter how many times Jiang Xiao pressed, the strange voice did not sound again. Recalling those 3 meaningful sentences, Jiang Xiao shivered. No way? It feels like this is hinting at something. The mind-bending ghost is best at exploiting human psychological weaknesses, trapping them in dreams, leading their brains to death. We must be careful later, hold on to our true selves. At the same time, a somewhat authoritative voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Instantly, Jiang Xiao's face darkened. Those long, narrow phoenix eyes narrowed slightly in the darkness, like an ancient fox. In their pupils, dark, twisted words began to appear from nowhere. Ghost, where is it? In the heart. Chapter 53, Wu Di. 5 people slowly walked into Villa 17. Leading them was a muscular young man with a buzz cut, thick eyebrows, and large eyes full of energy. Seeing this group, Jiang Xiao immediately withdrew their spirit tool, and the black light surrounding their body gradually faded away. At the same time, Brother Wu, we don't need to be this cautious, do we? The sooner we finish, the sooner you can go back to accompany your wife, right? A long-haired man spoke. The buzz-cut young man reminded him, don't underestimate the mind-bending ghost, even though it is just a green-level ghost, it is far more tricky than other ghosts. Another chubby boy also added, that's right, the mind-bending ghost can pull us into the dreams it creates. According to the upperclassmen, the dreams of the mind-bending ghost are very bizarre and strange. We must be careful not to let the mind-bending ghost use its ability. If it appears, we must do everything to kill it. Wu Gu said solemnly. Seeing the serious expressions of the others, the long-haired man also put away his thoughts. Wu Gu ordered, Old 7, go turn on the lights. Hearing this, the long-haired man walked to the right. In an instant, he was horrified to see a black figure there. The figure stood silently in the darkness, the sense of fear was hard to describe. Who? The long-haired man's heart jumped, shouting loudly. What? The others turned around, summoning their spirit tools at the same time. Strange. Didn't I already take this mission? Why did the palace send you here? Suddenly, a black-haired boy slowly walked out from the corner on the right side. In the dim light, the boy had long black hair and an upright posture, with a faint eerie red flame mark between his brows. Jiang Xiao muttered in confusion, looking at Wu Gu and the others. What year are you students in? Why do you dare to come and trouble the mind-bending ghost? This. Upon hearing this, the long-haired man's face was filled with astonishment. He turned to look at Wu Gu and the others, but their eyes were also filled with doubt. You are also a student of the Tianji Palace? Wu Gu cautiously gripped his short sword and approached slowly. Then, he clearly saw Jiang Xiao's appearance and secretly thought, this boy is very handsome. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, so you are indeed also a spirit master team sent by the palace. Strange, obviously Elder Zhao didn't tell me anyone else would come. Elder Zhao? Upon hearing this, Wu Gu was surprised. Are you talking about Elder Zhao Yuan from the Qian Palace? Why? But how could Elder Zhao interfere in such a small matter? Naturally, it is to seek the soul pearl of the mind-bending ghost for his granddaughter, Zhao Yameng. Jiang Xiao revealed the reason he had long prepared. After a long time, Wu Gu also cast aside the doubts in his heart. Zhao Yameng, that girl, walked the path of a functional spirit master, absorbing a soul pearl from a heart-confusing ghost. It indeed made sense. I am a second-year student named Wu Di, and I am indeed here to take on a mission released by the palace. Suddenly, Wu Di spoke up. By the way, I do have some connection with Zhao Lao. My friend is his grandson, Zhao Chen. Young Master Zhao? Jiang Xiao glanced at the other person, but Zhao Xinbei specifically asked me to take the soul pearl from this heart-confusing ghost for his granddaughter. How should it be distributed then? Never mind, since it is Zhao Lao's request, we can only help fulfill it. We just need to complete this mission. Wu Di frowned slightly and then relaxed. Then, he curiously asked, by the way, what is your name, brother? In the dark, Jiang Zhao's lips suddenly curled up. My surname is Shang, and my name is Hai. At that moment, Zhang Hai, who was at home playing the Ghost Alliance game, suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose. Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of panic? They introduced themselves simply to each other. During this time, Jiang Xiao learned that all 5 of Wu Di were second-level spirit masters and ranked among the top 10 strong teams in the second year. Tiangong Palace releases various kinds of missions every day. One reason is that the supernatural events have become more severe, and the other is to strengthen students' practical experience with ghostly entities. Just like the last time with Xueqi, Wu Di was also here to eliminate the heart-confusing ghost in Villa number 17. Brother Zhang Hai, you are also a second-level spirit master? But why have I never seen you before? Suddenly, Wu Di looked at Jiang Xiao, puzzled. With the other person's level of appearance, he should have at least a faint impression. Jiang Xiao replied, I am different from you. He only said this one sentence, and he did not know what Wu Di and the others thought, but their gazes towards Jiang Xiao suddenly changed subtly. Wu Gu, it seems this light is broken. At this moment, a long-haired man walked over. Jiang Xiao was somewhat surprised. This time, there was no triggering of that strange voice. It's okay, Wang Hao. Wu Di said, glancing at the fat man. The fat man grinned and then summoned a mirror. Suddenly, pure white spiritual power gathered on the mirror surface, transforming into beams of light that shot out like arrows. Swish! The light arrows hit the wall and immediately refracted in another direction, while the air still retained the piercing light. As a result, these beams quickly filled every space inside the villa. For a moment, the originally dark hall was as bright as day. Good ability. Jiang Xiao nodded. The fat man laughed. This is the ability of the little light ghost light barrier. Jiang Xiao naturally knew this. Little light ghosts are blue-level ghosts. Unlike other ghosts, they usually do not actively harm people and prefer bright places. At night, they look for bright rooms and stealthily hide in them. Therefore, it's best to turn off the lights and sleep early at night. With the light barrier, the originally dim hall instantly became bright. Those valuable European-style furniture, smooth marble columns, and the paintings hanging on the walls all reflected the wealth of this family. Hey, Wu Gu, what do you think these rich people are after? They spend most of their lives busy making money, but now they die before they can even spend it. The fat man plopped down on the soft sofa, casually resting his chubby legs on the coffee table, looking extremely comfortable. Wu Di sneered, these foolish pigs, what good is all their money? Saying this, he picked up a Zippo lighter from the coffee table and put it into his pocket. The rest of the group also strolled around the hall. Whenever they saw a precious little trinket, they immediately stuffed it into their clothes stealthily. This scene made Jiang Xiao feel a deep sense of mockery in his heart.
The Heavenly Mystery Palace only taught them how to master their fate's spiritual weapon, but did not teach them how to be human. Jiang Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain, yet his face showed no emotion. This group of people had been rummaging for a full half hour, like locusts. That's enough. Seeing that only large items that couldn't be carried were left, Wu Di finally stopped. As he said this, he led the others upstairs. Suddenly, the fat guy found a pink women's underwear under the coffee table. He glanced at the others' backs as they went upstairs, kept quiet, and secretly held the underwear in his hand, taking a deep sniff. This lady of the house is quite provocative. A wicked smile emerged on the fat guy's face. At that moment, an extremely charming voice rang in his ear. What are you doing with my clothes? Chapter 54, Bewildering Ghost. At this moment, everyone was going upstairs. The stairs were made of floating pure white stone slabs, quite artistic. Meanwhile, there were vivid oil paintings hanging on the walls. Jiang Xiao looked at the nude woman in the painting and commented. 84, 62. 86. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but it seemed he saw the woman's pupils move slightly. What's wrong? Did I make a mistake? Jiang Xiao quickly looked again. Strange, it should be right, I'm an experienced driver, I can't be wrong. On the other side. Suddenly, Wu Di seemed to sense something, turned his head, and was shocked to find that someone was missing from the group. Where is Wang Hao? With this question, everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, they discovered that the fat guy Wang Hao was missing. The long-haired man glanced around the hall and frowned. That guy Wang Hao isn't still downstairs rummaging around, is he? This fool. Wu Di cursed angrily and turned around. Let's go. We need to find him first. The other two teammates were angry. Wu Gu, Wang Hao always causes problems, should we think about replacing him after this is over? We'll talk about that later. Wu Di waved his hand irritably. First, let's find him, or if the light goes out, we'll have to act in the dark. As everyone prepared to go downstairs, at that moment, the bright light that filled the hall suddenly disappeared. Not good. Wang Hao is definitely in trouble. In an instant, Wu Di's expression changed. The long-haired man gritted his teeth. Damn. This fat idiot, it's fine if he dies, but we don't have the ability to use the light screen. Oh? Has it already started? In contrast to their nervous expressions, Jiang Xiao had a playful look on his face. At the same time, in the darkness, the oil painting on the right slowly exuded an evil aura. The woman in the painting seemed to come to life, her bare hands slowly reaching out to Jiang Xiao, as if wanting to break through the frame to embrace him. Jiang Xiao quickly stepped back. Miss, please have some self-respect. At this remark, the nude woman in the painting temporarily froze her movements. Brother Zhang Hai, do you have any lighting abilities? At that moment, Wu Di slowly sweated a drop of cold sweat and asked. Yes. Jiang Xiao responded, then turned on the flashlight that came with his phone. Like playing with a lightsaber, he even swung it casually a couple of times. Instantly, Wu Di and the others were full of complaints inside. So your lighting ability is this? This person is a bit unreliable, I don't know how Zhao Lao sent him to eliminate this bewildering ghost. Wu Di thought to himself. However, they eventually all took out their own phones. Don't you all have your own? Why are you still asking me? Jiang Xiao suddenly said in surprise. Wu Di had a few dark lines appear on his forehead, having no mood to respond. The flashlight that came with the phone could only illuminate a small area, which instead highlighted the mysterious horror of the darkness. Wu Gu, should we go upstairs or downstairs first? The long-haired man swallowed hard. In the cold and silent atmosphere, even the sound of swallowing was particularly clear. Wu Di said, go down. Wang Hao must have been killed by that bewildering ghost. It was on the first floor, and there were 5 of us, so we didn't need to fear a mere green-level ghost. After saying this, he led everyone to the hall they had been at before. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived, they found Wang Hao lying on the ground, in a faint state. The long-haired man rushed over to check Wang Hao's heartbeat, saying, Brother Wu, Wang Hao is not dead. Wu Di frowned. He's not dead, but he's almost at the end. He's been pulled into a dream world by the heart-confusing ghost. Few can wake up alive. Then, Wu Di noticed the pink women's underwear tightly gripped in Wang Hao's hand and couldn't help but curse, damn it. I've really run into this dead fat pig. Jiang Xiao wandered alone to the side. Looking at the dark surroundings, Jiang Xiao thought to himself, the heart-confusing ghost's ability is to pull people into nightmares, this will actually help my actions later. Suddenly, at that moment, a sense of horror arose inexplicably in Jiang Xiao's heart. Hey there, big brother, you are so handsome. A seductive female voice suddenly echoed in his ears, like the affection between lovers. Jiang Xiao's scalp tingled, and the dagger in his hand flashed a dark gleam. At the same time, the scarlet mark on his forehead shone brightly, vivid as blood. However, as soon as he turned his head, his gaze met the pitch-black eyes of the heart-confusing ghost. In an instant, a wave of dizziness hit Jiang Xiao deep in his brain.
Oh no! The handsome die quickly. This was Jiang Xiao's last thought before losing consciousness. He woke up. What greeted his eyes was a closed room. The air was thick with a strong smell of blood, and the walls were covered in dark blood clots, making anyone who glanced at them feel their scalp tingle. Just as Jiang Xiao was about to take action, he realized he was bound to a cold iron chair. Foot shackles, handcuffs, chains. The feeling of being restrained was very uncomfortable. In front of him was a large round table. The deep red tablecloth looked like congealed blood, making one feel nauseous upon looking for too long. At the same time, there were another 5 iron chairs around the table. On those iron chairs were also the bound Wu Di and the others. Oh? You all finally woke up? Jiang Xiao greeted everyone with a smile. Wu Di. Why does it feel like you're purposely hoping for us to wake up? Damn. Where the hell is this place? The long-haired man had just woken up and was struggling desperately. However, even as his arms were rubbed raw and bleeding, the cold metal handcuffs showed no signs of budging. Stop struggling, we are now in the heart-confusing ghost's dream world. Wu Di's face was pale, his tone filled with resentment. It's all the dead fat pig Wang Hao's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have fallen into the heart-confusing ghost's trap so easily. The medium for the heart-confusing ghost's ability was its eyes. As long as someone looked into those eyes, they would be forcibly transported to this dream world. After Jiang Xiao lost consciousness, Wu Di and the others were also tricked by the heart-confusing ghost. Damn it! Wang Hao, you jerk, you're still not dead. Soon, another person discovered Wang Hao sitting on the first iron chair. At this moment, Wang Hao's face was full of embarrassment. He also understood that Wu Di and the others probably wished to eat him alive. This was a typical case of a pig teammate. Wang Hao. You wait for me. If we survive this, you'll pay. Wu Di indeed shot a venomous glare at Wang Hao. Brother Wu. Wang Hao cried out, finally lowering his head in despair. Watching the scene, Jiang Xiao sneered a couple of times. Bang! At that moment, the iron door of the room was suddenly flung open. Then, a woman in a qipao from the Republic of China slowly walked in, holding a red candle. Seeing her somewhat familiar pretty face, Jiang Xiao's pupils shrank. Is it her? She was the naked woman in the oil painting. The qipao woman walked slowly behind Jiang Xiao and placed the big red candle on the round table. Then a pair of delicate hands slowly rested on his shoulder. How about we play a game? The kind where losing means death. Chapter 55, the first story. Then what if we win? Jiang Xiao suddenly asked. If you win, you can naturally leave here alive. The woman in the qipao smiled faintly, revealing her delicate little dimples. I must say, this ghost was quite charming. In a different setting, she would have likely appeared in a story like Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. Go on, what game? Unlike Jiang Xiao, Wu Di was impatient. The bewitching ghost does not kill immediately upon catching its prey. On the contrary, aside from this eerie ability, it had no other means to harm. If one pays a little attention, simply avoiding eye contact could easily eliminate it. Besides, there were those who had successfully survived in the dream world before. But for some reason, when they spoke of their experiences, they seemed to have endured unimaginable torment, suffering immense inner scars. The woman in the cheapo said with a smile, the game rules are simple. Each of you chooses a partner and then shares a personal experience. Whoever makes the other the angriest gets to live. What kind of game is this? Immediately, Wu Di was confused. How am I supposed to make him angry? How would I know? The woman's tone suddenly turned cold. You can choose not to play this game, and you will remain here forever. I didn't mean to. Wu Di immediately backed down. This iron chair seemed made of some unknown material, preventing him from using his spiritual power, let alone summoning his spirit weapon. This candle reveals your deepest feelings for each other. The angrier the other person gets, the higher the flames will rise. The woman in the qipao suddenly placed a large red candle in the center of the round table. At this moment, Jiang Xiao spoke up. There are 6 of us, so only 3 will survive this game? The woman in the qipao smiled gently. That's right. In an instant, Wu Di and the others' expressions changed drastically. Ha 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 ha. However, Jiang Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. When they first entered this number 17 villa, the shadow ghost's hint had been. Where is the ghost? In the heart. At this moment, Jiang Xiao finally understood the meaning of those words. No wonder it was the bewitching ghost, confusing one's true heart. It really was interesting. This madman. To Wu Di and the others, Jiang Xiao's reaction seemed completely insane. When the woman in the qipao unequivocally admitted this fact, Wu Di and the others' eyes were filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. This spirit master team had been established for 2 years. Wu Di joined halfway, but he had a year's worth of friendship with the others. Now, 4 of them were destined to personally take each other's lives. No wonder those spirit masters who survived initially found it hard to speak of such experiences. And, to tell the story that would anger the other the most. Wasn't that exposing the darkest, most shameful parts of one's own heart? You have 3 minutes to choose. The woman in the cheepa was very pleased with Wu Di and the others' expressions. For ghosts, some enjoy fear, while others relish bloodshed. What the bewitching ghost liked was the scene before it now. But for some reason, the black-clad youth who gave off a special vibe had a very intriguing expression at this moment. He squinted his eyes, looking at the others with a half-smile, completely unlike a player caught in a deadly game. The bewitching ghost was somewhat displeased with Jiang Xiao's reaction and stood right behind him. At the same time, a delicate hand rested on Jiang Xiao's shoulder, trying to apply pressure on him. Damn it! How can I not play this game? Wu Di was nearly biting his teeth to shreds. But I still couldn't think of a way out. In the dream world of the bewitching ghost, I couldn't use any of my spiritual energy, and relying solely on my own power, I couldn't break free from these unbreakable handcuffs. Everyone looked desperate. Time passed slowly, drop by drop. After a long while. Kongyu, how about we too? Wang Hao's lips moved, hesitating as he looked at a boy with acne on his face. The boy named Kongyu nodded. Even though they all resisted this inhumane game, what could possibly surpass their own lives? Wu Ge, a long-haired man also looked at Wu Di. Wu Di bit his lip tightly. Really, is there no other way? The long-haired man felt like his heart was gripped by a heavy hand. Wu Ge. In the end, Wu Di lowered his head. So it seems, it's just the 2 of us left? Unlike this group of people acting as if they were in a Qiangyao drama, Jiang Xiao smiled at the last remaining buzzcut boy. The latter opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. This guy is really a rare breed. Wu Di felt a flicker of resentment in his heart. While they were struggling to fight against the shadow of death, they turned around to find someone still dancing beside them? Who wouldn't be angry about that? Time's up. At that moment, the woman in the cheongsam spoke sweetly. First group, begin telling each other your stories. After saying that, the woman in the cheongsam looked at Wang Hao's group. Hurry up. Speak quickly. Make it vivid and dramatic. Jiang Xiao's tone was as if he had prepared snacks and drinks. The woman in the cheongsam shot Jiang Xiao a glance. Be quiet. Jiang Xiao pouted. TCH, it's not like we're in a movie theater. Wang Hao, let me go first. The acne-faced boy hesitated for a moment and said. Wang Hao shook his head. I'll go. The 2 fell into an odd standoff. The reason was simple, the purpose of this game was to make the other party angry. The side that pulled the hatred first certainly had the upper hand over the latter. Before the story even began, the 2 already felt a flicker of hatred for each other. What a clever tactic. Seeing this, Jiang Xiao quickly glanced at the refined side profile of the woman in the cheongsam. At that moment, the woman looked very focused, seemingly obsessed with this game. Finally, the boy spoke first. The story I want to tell is about an experience from my 6th grade. His voice was a bit hoarse, whether it was due to the emotion he was carrying. I grew up poor, and because I'm quite foolish and not good-looking, I had no friends from elementary school. If I hadn't become a spirit master later, I would probably be a useless person just eating and waiting to die now. But let me talk about my childhood. At that time, my mother didn't buy me roller skates, so I couldn't play with other kids my age. Fortunately, I encountered a stray cat. It was small and skinny, and because it had skin issues, it didn't look so good. Maybe it was because we were both suffering. I would secretly save some leftover food each day and would rather go hungry myself than not feed it. Every day, it would wait for me in that abandoned park for me to feed it. After it ate its fill, I would play some simple games with it. Gradually, that stray cat became my only friend. I did think about bringing it home, but my mother didn't allow it, saying that it was already hard enough to make ends meet, and having a cat would only make it harder. At that time, all I wanted was to grow up quickly so I could support that little cat on my own. But later, one day, it was adopted by a little girl. That little girl came from a rich family, her parents wore suits and were big bosses. She was beautiful, just like a little fairy from a movie. Later, I couldn't help but sneak back to check on that little cat. It was running back and forth in the yard. Having fun with other stray cats, the food I ate was no longer my leftover scraps, but a cat food from a brand I couldn't understand. At that time, I was very happy. Not long after, I became sad. I didn't even know why it was this way. Anyway, I secretly came back to that little girl's home and waved at that little cat. It should remember me, it definitely remembers me. It ran over to me, its tail wagging all the time. It had become much fatter, and its fur was soft. It affectionately licked my palm, just like before. Then, I personally held its neck. Chapter 56, the second story. The boy finished telling his first story.
The crowd fell into a long silence.
After a while,
the woman in the qipao shook her head. This story is not enough to make people angry. On the round table covered with a deep red tablecloth, the large red candle emitted a faint glow, and only a little candle wax had dripped.
In contrast,
on Wang Hao's chubby face, there was hardly any trace of anger.
Why? The boy was stunned. No one answered his question.
Alas, what a poor little guy.
Jiang Xiao suddenly sighed.
The woman in the qipao looked at Jiang Xiao in surprise, thinking, why did you steal my lines?
He's just been insecure since childhood.
His vision can't see higher levels, not understanding what kind of story can really make people angry. Moreover, cats and dogs are just pets. I'm afraid no one here sees animals as beings on the same level as humans, right?
Jiang Xiao made a summary of the story like a critic. This guy.
Wu Di gritted his teeth silently. The others were also displeased. The woman in the qipao looked at Jiang Xiao, curious about this black-haired boy who was so different from everyone else.
All right, next contestant, it's your turn. Jiang Xiao urged impatiently.
The woman in the qipao.
Wu Di. Wang Hao. Did you really think of yourself as the host of this game?
The woman in the qipao waved her hand, and the large red candle returned to its original form. The candle wax, which had solidified on the red tablecloth, also disappeared.
Everyone looked at Wang Hao.
This fat guy first smiled. His chubby face looked quite ugly when he smiled. Then, he said, my story is very simple, it can be summed up in a few sentences.
Unlike the boy, Wang Hao's opening was quite different.
Wang Hao said, one day, me, Wu Di, Yang Qi, Zhang Meng, and Lao Su went to Villa number 17 in Songshan to deal with a haunting event. As soon as he said this, except for Jiang Xiao, the expressions of the others suddenly changed. Not to mention the boy, even Wu Di next to him had veins popping and his hands desperately trying to break free from the handcuffs.
At the same time, the large red candle on the red tablecloth flared up dramatically.
Seeing this, Wang Hao smiled again and slowly said, we rummaged through a lot of valuable things in the living room of this rich family, but unlike Wu Di and the others, I'm not really fond of luxury goods. In fact, I have a little-known habit. That is, collecting women's undergarments, hee. Because of this habit, I was brought into this dream world by the haunting spirit, and I dragged Wu Gu and the others with me.
Sigh, thinking about it is really regrettable. However, after all, this can't be helped. My story is finished.
Swish. On the red tablecloth, the large red candle burned brightly like a bonfire.
Wang Hao.
You wait for me, I will be the first to kill you when I get out. Suddenly, Wu Di's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted in anger. The boy with acne on his face clenched his fingers tightly, digging painfully into his flesh. Yes. The story Wang Hao told stirred up the anger of everyone. The reason is simple, if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been dragged into this life and death game. Clap. 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 Suddenly, a strange sound of clapping echoed. Everyone looked on in confusion, seeing Jiang Xiao there playing with his mouth skills. As his mouth opened and closed, he created clapping sounds. The anger on everyone's faces instantly faded, as if splashed with a bucket of cold water.
Big brother. What are you going to do again? My hands are stuck. How did you think of making clapping sounds with your mouth? Wu Di was truly stunned. Even Hua Xian showed a look of bewilderment in her eyes.
Perfect. I would call your story the strongest. Jiang Xiao did not hide his praise for Wang Hao.
Wang Hao stared at Jiang Xiao in disbelief, entirely clueless about what was happening. Not bad. Really not bad. The most enraging thing is always losing one's own benefits.
Who would have thought, Wang Hao, you may look ugly, but your ideas are equally vicious. After Jiang Xiao finished speaking, Wang Hao's forehead was covered in black lines.
Is this really a compliment? Shut up.
Suddenly, at this moment, the woman in the qipao could no longer hold back. Clearly, she was the one who set the rules for this game. I expect your performance later.
Hua Xian said grimly to Jiang Xiao.
Jiang Xiao shook his head. I dare not easily tell my story, fearing it might bring down heavenly punishment.
Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. What exactly have you done that's so heinous? All right. The outcome is clear, now it's time for execution.
Hua Xian's beautiful face was now filled with malice, the essence of the vicious ghost completely revealed. Upon hearing this, the boy with acne on his face started to tremble.
He lost. Was the end truly a dead end? No.
The boy struggled with all his might. However, in this place, he couldn't use even a trace of spiritual power, only waiting to meet his fate.
Clang. Clang. Clang.
The iron chair was shaken constantly by the boy's struggles, yet all his efforts were in vain. The woman in the qipao showed a joyful expression, as if deeply enjoying the act before the boy's death.
However, unexpectedly, this Hua Xiangue did not kill him directly. She slowly walked behind the fat boy and untied his restraints. In an instant, Wang Hao's eyes widened, completely unprepared for this. Kill him. The woman in the qipao whispered a breath next to Wang Hao's ear. Wang Hao froze. I kill him. At this moment, Wang Hao couldn't even finish his sentence. Not just Wang Hao, but Wu Di and others also looked at this scene in disbelief. What on earth is going on? Wu Di murmured in confusion. Kill him, and you can leave safely. Seeing Wang Hao's dumbfounded expression, Hua Xiangue revealed a charming smile. Wang Hao. Wang Hao. How dare you? Wang Hao. Are you even human? Hurry and kill this Hua Xiangue for me. No. No. Suddenly, countless voices rose and fell, creating an incredible racket. Wang Hao's heartbeat quickened. Thump thump. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? In the end, he staggered toward the boy behind him. Don't kill me. Wang Hao, I beg you. The boy trembled in fear. He never imagined that the one who truly wanted to kill him was not Hua Xiangue, but this former teammate. Wang Hao. I told you to kill that Hua Xiangue. On the nearby iron chair, Wu Di was furious. I wanted to. Wang Hao suddenly shouted at Wu Di angrily, then quickly shrank back, but, how could I kill it alone? I have already won. The loser has to die. Didn't we agree on this before the game started? What did I do wrong? I just need to kill. Xiaomeng, to live, he lost, he was supposed to die. Wang Hao continually spoke to himself as if in self-hypnosis. The boy kicked the ground desperately, wanting to distance himself from Wang Hao at this moment. However, the next moment, Wang Hao's greasy hand suddenly grabbed his neck. Crack! Everyone turned their heads. I couldn't bear to see this scene. Ah ha 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 ha. The woman in the cheongsam, or should I say the seductive ghost, let out a harsh laugh, like a drug addict high on opium, acting as if she were insane. Idiot. On the other side, Jiang Xiao's eyes were indifferent, and he coldly spat out these two words from his thin lips. Chapter 57, I have a word, please listen. The boy was dead. Wang Hao stood there in a daze, and after a moment, a bright light suddenly burst forth in his eyes. I can survive, right? Right? The woman in the cheongsam smiled charmingly and said, that's right, yes, you are the winner of this game. In an instant, Wang Hao seemed to collapse to the ground as if he were drained, gasping for breath. Finally. The feeling of being alive was so wonderful, it surpassed everything in the world. Scumbag. Wang Hao. You're dead. Wu Di and the long-haired man gritted their teeth, staring fiercely at Wang Hao. Wang Hao just foolishly smiled a few times. I'm looking forward to what you two will do then. Upon hearing this, both Wu Di's expressions turned extremely poor. Swish. The woman in the cheongsam gently waved her slender hand, and the red candle restored its original state. Now, it's your turn. With a light and airy sentence, Wu Di was completely thrown into a state of confusion. Hurry up, don't waste time. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao urged impatiently, my other brother and I are still waiting in line. The long-haired man took a deep breath and said, Wu Gu, you go first. Me? Wu Di looked at him in surprise. The long-haired man said sorrowfully, I'd rather die than let this ghost see us brothers fight each other. Upon hearing this, Wu Di's heart was greatly shaken. Old 7, Wu Di's lips moved, and he finally clenched his fists. Alright, I'll go first. All along, I've been older than you guys, Old 7 and Xiaomeng, for a few years. You also know the reason. I was punished by the Tiangong Palace before, but I've never told you the reason behind it. That was because of a girl. A girl who was tormented to death by me and 6 other boys. In the cold, bloody, closed environment, Wu Di spoke in a low tone, recounting the sins he once committed. The faces of others changed, looking at Wu Di with strange eyes. No one expected that this leader actually had such shameful past. In the shadow, Jiang Xiao squinted his eyes, his face showing no extra emotional color. Later, when things got big, Zhao found his grandfather. A 5th-level spirit master forcibly turned that girl's curse into a vengeful ghost, imprisoning her in an apartment, forever suffering. Ha! That filthy bitch caused us 7 brothers to end up in such a miserable state, it's only fitting that she deserves it. As the last sentence fell, the candle flames on the red tablecloth suddenly flared up a bit. Under the dim candlelight, everyone's face was either bright or dark. Wu Di, the long-haired man hesitated for a long time and said, you really aren't a human being. Even Wang Hao, who was next to him, looked at Wu Di with contempt in his eyes. I just have some distasteful habits, yet this former leader actually did something beastly. Poof. Wu Di snorted coldly and said in a chilling voice, "My story is done, it's your turn." The long-haired man took a deep breath, then pressed his lips together. "What, are you laughing at?" Suddenly, the woman in the cheongsam looked at Jiang Xiao in confusion. At this moment, Jiang Xiao had a mysterious curve at the corner of his mouth. "Wu Di is doomed," Jiang Xiao said decisively. "Oh?" The woman in the cheongsam was surprised, not understanding why the long-haired man hadn't started his story yet, and this kid was already certain Wu Di had lost. On the other side, the long-haired man's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of regret. "Wu Gu, this should be the last time I call you Wu Gu." "Why?" Suddenly, Wu Di's heart rose in ominous premonition. "The story I want to tell is very similar to Wang Hao's, very simple." I heard the long-haired man slowly say, "Wu Gu, did your wife tell you the night before yesterday that she went out to TK nightclub with her friends?" Swish. 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 In an instant. With this sentence, all eyes turned to Wu Di. "Old 7, why are you saying this?" Wu Di's heart suddenly felt like it was gripped by an invisible hand, hard to describe the oppression within. "Brother Wu, your girlfriend lied to you." The long-haired man lowered his head, the corners of his mouth suddenly lifting. "That night, she spent it with me, in bed. She even said you can't satisfy her, only I can." The last two words were emphasized by the long-haired man. "Wow. Brother Wu, how could your girlfriend do this?" At this moment, Jiang Xiao widened his mouth, pretending to be surprised, then stabbed again fiercely. "But you know, as a man, not being able to perform is indeed quite frustrating. By the way, I know an old Chinese doctor, want me to take you to see him after today?" The cheapo woman. "Is this guy really a heartbreaker?" "Shut up!" Wu Di roared, almost tearing his throat. His face first turned red, then changed into a pig liver color. An indescribable feeling of anger surged within him like a volcano, about to erupt. "This. Old 7, you. My God. I always felt there was something going on between the sister-in-law and Old 7. Whispers continued to seep into Wu Di's ears. He felt as if he was going to faint from rage. Wu Di never expected the long-haired man's trump card to be this. And it was in front of so many people, it was like stepping on his face, rubbing it on the ground. On the red tablecloth, the large red candles flamed soared high, completely revealing Wu Di's current rage. "Yang Qi, I'm done with you." Wu Di could no longer stay calm, acting like a madman, struggling to break free from his bindings. The long-haired man smiled slightly. "Brother Wu, a scum like you will end up in hell sooner or later, won't you?" "Enough, the outcome is decided." The cheapo woman suddenly pointed at the long-haired man, saying, "You, kill him, survive." This time, the long-haired man showed no surprise, maintaining a strange silence. He loosened the bindings and slowly walked toward Wu Di. Looking at the long-haired man who cast a large shadow before him, Wu Di felt both fury and fear. Beside him, Wang Hao was grinning foolishly. "The winner lives, the loser dies, that's the game rules, I did nothing wrong." "Yang Qi. Yang Qi. Yang Qi." At this moment, Wu Di was panicking, not knowing what to say, just calling out the opponent's name repeatedly. However, the long-haired man maintained a gloomy expression, not saying a word. "Am I going to die?" Wu Di's heart was filled with unwillingness. He hated. If it weren't for that dead fatso Wang Hao, he would not have gotten involved in such a strange game of life and death. If it weren't for his girlfriend being such a dirty bitch, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. At this moment, Wu Di's heart was filled with resentment towards everything, vaguely feeling a chance of turning into a ghost after death. "Brother Wu, don't be a human in your next life," the long-haired man said, an evil glint flashing in his eyes, his hand suddenly reaching for Wu Di's neck. At that moment, a voice abruptly rang out. "Wait. I have something to say, please listen." Chapter 58, New Game Rules. "Wait. I have something to say, please listen." With this confusing voice, everyone immediately looked at Jiang Xiao. The killing intent in the long-haired man's eyes dissipated. The whole person froze in place, unsure of what to do. This kid. The woman in the cheap house secretly gritted her teeth. From the beginning, Jiang Xiao acted very differently from the others. In fact, in his 100+ years of existence, he had never encountered such a unique human. Facing everyone's gaze, Jiang Xiao spoke, "I think the game rules need to be changed." "Changed?" The woman in the cheapao was taken aback. "Huh?" Wu Di and the others were also confused. Yes, it's obvious that this gentleman's story just now was not angering. Far from being as good as the story of that fat man. Jiang Xiao suddenly added, "But when that fat man was telling it, I actually felt nothing inside, even felt a bit like laughing." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but glance at Wu Di. At this moment, he couldn't express his feelings, his face was terribly dark.
Just now, when the long-haired man put a green hat on him, Wu Di had nearly exploded with anger, almost swallowing the long-haired man whole.
Now Jiang Xiao said that story hadn't made him angry? What exactly do you want to say?
The woman in the cheapo said impatiently.
Jiang Xiao replied,
I just want to say that the joys and sorrows of people are not the same. This brother has completely found a loophole in the rules of this game. If it were someone else, he might have lost instead. At that moment, Wu Di finally understood why the long-haired man had approached him to team up earlier. He had prepared a killer move from the very beginning.
Enough! I have already won, how much more do you want to stir up?
The long-haired man's expression was extremely poor, unable to hold back his words.
Yang Qi! UTM, shut up!
Wu Di shouted suddenly. This might be his chance to turn the tables. How could he let it go? Brother Zhang Hai, please continue. Saying this, Wu Di looked at Jiang Xiao with a friendly tone.
Not enough fun.
Jiang Xiao shook his head, it's too boring, this won't do.
Moreover, isn't this game meant to create more of the negative emotions in our hearts? What do you think, Sister Ghost?
As he spoke, Jiang Xiao suddenly glanced at the woman in the cheapao. The woman in the cheapao frowned slightly.
What did he mean by this? Did he know her weakness?
Thinking this, the woman in the cheapao said, so what do you think this game should be like? Very simple, draw lots. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao looked up and smiled at the woman in the cheapao. Now we are already in a high-tech era, Sister Ghost, you have to change your somewhat rigid rules.
Shut up.
The woman in the cheapao felt speechless inside.
However, she also understood Jiang Xiao's meaning.
If she chose an opponent, she might have the upper hand in her hand, but others might not feel much tension. But if it's decided by drawing lots, then they would have to tell a truly touching story, just like the first boy in Wu Di. In this way, the negative emotions she absorbed would indeed increase. Soon, the woman in the cheapao made a decision, okay, let's do it your way. Wu Di breathed a long sigh of relief.
No matter what, his little life was saved for now. How can this be? I clearly already won. Besides, there are only 5 of us now, how can we draw lots?
On the other side, the long-haired man couldn't accept this fact and shouted loudly.
Good question.
Jiang Xiao's eyes brightened, and he coughed, that's right, we really only have 5 people now.
But there is a way, how about you join too, Sister Ghost?
Almost instantly, everyone looked at Jiang Xiao in shock.
Bro! What kind of person are you? Playing this game with the heart-distracting ghost? Why not challenge King Yama instead?
What did you say?
You want me to join?
The woman in the cheapao, for a moment, thought she had heard wrong, staring at Jiang Xiao in surprise.
I said, Sister Ghost, can we play around together?
Jiang Xiao flashed a bright white smile, paired with his handsome face. It was indeed a very charming smile.
Crazy. This guy is a complete lunatic. My God. How can there be someone like this in the heavenly secret palace?
At this moment, Wu Di and the others felt as if they had heard an unbelievable tale, finding it hard to believe.
This guy not only invited the heart-distracting ghost to join the game but also boldly challenged her? This completely overturned their worldview. Are you sure?
The woman in the cheongsam slowly narrowed her seductive eyes.
You're not scared, are you? Jiang Xiao feigned surprise. Ah ha 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 ha.
In an instant, the woman in the cheongsam burst into wild laughter. Interesting, this is the first time someone dares to play this kind of game with me. At this moment, Wu Di and the others felt numb. In their eyes, Jiang Xiao's action was no different from touching a tiger's butt. But this guy still felt it wasn't enough, and even touched the flower. Before long, everyone drew lots and was divided into 2 groups again. Wu Di and another young man were grouped together. Wang Hao was in the same group as the long-haired man.
This is my last chance. I absolutely cannot give up.
There was not a trace of anger left in Wu Di's eyes.
Compared to the thought of living, what was the pain of being cheated on?
He kept recalling what bad things he had done since childhood. Better to say it was pillaging and looting, something that would make people furious and drive them crazy. The other 3 were also deep in thought.
Time gradually passed. The final result.
Wu Di and Wang Hao became the true winners. As for the long-haired man and another young man, they were killed by their former teammates.
In the tightly sealed room,
3 cold corpses stood on iron chairs.
Haha, I finally survived.
Wu Di felt like he had just returned from the gates of hell, drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, he finally understood Wang Hao's feelings from earlier.
In front of him was a way to live, why take the risk to challenge the heart's demon? Pa!
Looking at the corpse of the long-haired man beside him, Wu Di spat. I'll send that stinking bitch over to you when I go back, let you 2 be the doomed lovers. But deep down, he felt a bit regretful, regretting that he didn't kill the other himself.
Oh? You won? Nice story. Beside him, Jiang Xiao glanced at Wu Di. Zheng Hai is just a madman, but I really have to thank him. Wu Di snorted coldly, secretly thinking. In his eyes, Zheng Hai's ending was already doomed. Ha! Jiang Xiao chuckled softly and withdrew his gaze. Wu Di and the others were thinking about how to win the game, to survive. But he was contemplating how to deal with this heart's demon. Clearing his mind. Jiang Xiao looked at the woman in the cheongsam in front of him and smiled. Let's begin. Chapter 59, Where is the Ghost? In the Heart. The final scene. One person, one ghost. Jiang Xiao versus Heart's Demon. In an environment filled with the stench of blood, perhaps because 3 more people had just died, the atmosphere was even more oppressive, thick with the scent of death. Let me go first, little fellow. The woman in the cheongsam sat on a tall stool, her long jade legs crossed elegantly, the cheongsam wrapping around her beautifully. Time is tight, I should go first. Jiang Xiao said with a smile. Oh? The woman in the cheongsam raised an eyebrow, then lazily said, whatever, it doesn't matter. On both sides, Wu Di and Wang Hao looked at this scene with heavy expressions. For some reason, the heart's demon felt even more terrifying to them than before. Jiang Xiao glanced at the bright red candles on the table, organized his thoughts. Let me think about how to start. Got it. The story started during the Republic of China period. Before Jiang Xiao could finish, the woman in the cheongsam interrupted, wait. I've said before, the stories you tell must be based on your own experiences. All right. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao pouted, one day I was bored, so I went to play in a villa and encountered a female ghost. And then, this ghost was from the Republic of China, her name is Xiao Yun. Swish. As soon as these words came out, the woman in the cheongsam's expression immediately changed. Kid. What exactly do you want to say? The woman in the cheongsam abruptly stood up from her stool, killing intent radiating as she stared at Jiang Xiao. Wu Di and the others were utterly confused. What exactly was Jiang Xiao trying to say? Could it be that he never intended to tell his own story from the beginning? How did it all come back to this seductive spirit? Feeling the malevolent aura radiating from the woman in the qipao, Wu Di involuntarily took a step back in fear. Jiang Xiao, however, remained unperturbed and continued, that girl, you, for some reason, heard something from a certain vixen, and she ended up suspecting her husband was cheating. Hiss. The red nails on the qipao woman's delicate fingers suddenly sharpened and lunged toward Jiang Xiao's throat in an instant. What a foolish act, deliberately provoking a seductive spirit. This scene made Wu Di's heart skip a beat, and he furrowed his brow. Strange, what story is Zheng Hai telling? Why is the seductive spirit reacting so strongly? Feeling the sharp chill, Jiang Xiao didn't even blink. Indeed, for some reason. Clearly, at this moment, the woman in the qipao was filled with murderous intent towards Jiang Xiao, yet her outstretched jade-like hand hesitated in midair, eventually weakly drooping down. You, shut up. The qipao woman gritted her silver teeth, her eyes blood-red, and spat out in hatred. What's wrong? You seem really angry? Jiang Xiao feigned surprise and spoke. The qipao woman suppressed her urge to kill the person in front of her, coldly saying, I told you to shut up. Don't, keep going. Ignoring the other's threat, Jiang Xiao continued, well, that girl, you, suspected her husband of cheating. And for some unknown reason, it seemed to have become a mental illness for her. No matter what her husband did, she always felt there was foul play. At this point, Jiang Xiao suddenly shivered. Why did it feel oddly familiar? Shaking her head, Jiang Xiao collected her thoughts. Until the final day, she was driven mad by her own jealousy. In the end, she personally severed her husband's head, thinking that this way, no other woman could take him from her. Because of this reason, after that woman died, she transformed into a seductive spirit. Ultimately, she stood before me. After telling this story, Jiang Xiao looked at the other expectantly and asked, so, what do you think? How was my story? Crack. Suddenly, the walls around the crowd began to crack. At the same time, the ground rolled like a muddy dragon, with bottomless fissures spreading out. What's happening? Is this dream world about to collapse? Wu Di watched the changes in shock. Meanwhile, the seductive spirit's aura kept rising, her originally short hair quickly grew long, and even after reaching the ground, it didn't stop. Her previously charming face twisted rapidly, her features stretching like clay, resembling an abstract painting. Looks like I really shouldn't give you any chances. At this moment, the woman in the qipao had completely transformed into her true form. Standing 3 meters tall, her arms hanging down to her knees, her once fair skin now a ghostly white, she was entirely the picture of a hideous, malevolent ghost. A vile aura surged from her, quickly reaching the level of a high-grade ghost. Similarly, this dream world lost its stability. The ceiling and walls continuously shattered, revealing a pitch-black space behind. Indeed, my guess was right. Looking at such a terrifying scene, Jiang Xiao thought to herself. Since the seductive spirit could pull them into the dream world and imprison them in iron chairs without any spiritual power, why didn't it directly kill them? The answer was that it had put all its strength into those iron chairs. It didn't even have the strength to kill them. And because of this, it intentionally set up such a deadly game, letting everyone turn on each other. If Wang Hao had dared to strike at the seductive spirit, everyone might have escaped long before. But whether it was that fat guy, the later long-haired boy, or Wu Di, the three of them were all crushed by their inner cowardice. In front of a path to survival, they completely lost their ability to think of anything else. Of course, the reason Jiang Xiao deliberately told this story to the haunting ghost was partly due to the experience in the hall before. When he first entered this villa number 17, he heard three strange sentences through the light switch. At first, Jiang Xiao thought those strange sentences were about the master's encounter. But later it should not have been. Because this family was killed by the haunting ghost, and the male owner's corpse was also intact. Since that was the case, the story behind those three sentences must belong to another existence. At the same time, the hint given by the shadow in his pupils. Ghost, where? In the heart. Initially, Jiang Xiao thought this sentence reflected the encounters of Wu Di and others, but when combined with those three sentences and the haunting ghost, then, it seems that this sentence is actually about this ghostly entity. At this moment, the haunting ghost retracted its abilities, the dream world was about to collapse, and those iron chairs as the main source of power naturally turned to nothingness at the first moment. Swish! After freeing himself, Jiang Xiao immediately distanced himself from the haunting ghost and summoned his own life spirit weapon. Black light. In an instant, black light like liquid flowed around Jiang Xiao's entire body. Mystification. Thick white mist instantly spread out, and at the same time, Jiang Xiao's right hand turned pale and shriveled. Chains. The scarlet flame mark between his brows shone brightly, looking extraordinarily eerie. Swish. 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 In the briefest moment, Jiang Xiao directly activated three abilities, and the spiritual energy within him surged like a mighty river, completely spilling out. Boom. The entire space's gravity increased several times. The others had no time to react and their bodies suddenly sank, the bones in their legs cracking loudly. What the hell? What kind of monster is this Shanghai? Wu Di stared in shock at the simultaneous use of mystification and chains. At the same time, the haunting ghost was also pressed into the ground, unable to move. Roar! Roar! The haunting ghost opened its bloody mouth, desperately trying to resist. However, as soon as it barely stood up, in the next instant, a blue arc of light pierced through the white mist and directly hit its chest. Blue light flash. In the vast mist, Jiang Xiao gripped the dagger with a ghostly hand, his gaze cold. This was his current strength. With several abilities activated at once, ordinary blue-level ghostly entities were not to be feared. In the next instant, Jiang Xiao's figure flashed, using the cover of mist to approach the haunting ghost up close. The black dagger, imbued with the upgraded black light, increased its power by more than 40%, combined with Jiang Xiao's body strength comparable to red-level ghostly beings. In just a few breaths, the outcome was already decided. As the mist dissipated, Jiang Xiao's right hand returned to normal, and the scarlet flame mark between his brows gradually faded. Beneath his feet was the dying haunting ghost. In the distance, Wu Di swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror. Is this guy a monster? Twofold spirit master? No. The strength Jiang Xiao showed at this moment was clearly the level that only a threefold spirit master possessed. Whether it was the red-level ability chains, or the fact that he dared to fight up close with a haunting ghost, it was all something that he could only look up to. Ha! Jiang Xiao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, glancing at the haunting ghost beneath him, and muttered to himself, the abilities are interesting, I wonder what will happen if the shadow absorbs it. Currently, his shadow could directly devour white-level ghosts, but blue-level ghosts had to be in a weakened state to be consumed. Additionally, it must be said that tonight's encounter gave Jiang Xiao a long-lost pleasure. Indeed, the ghosts in this world are the most interesting things. Honey, it's obviously you who has been cheating on me all this time. It's all your fault, On the ground, the heart-confusing ghost was, at that moment, like a madman, constantly tearing at its chest with both hands, screeching and roaring. Sharp red nails sank deep into flesh, blood gushing out like a fountain, pooling on the ground into a puddle of crimson. Chunks of flesh and prominent white bones were continuously excavated, gradually revealing a hidden, pitch-black heart beneath. Why did you say I have a ghost in my heart? If that's the case, how about I take my heart out for you to see, okay? Okay? Seeing such a nauseating scene, Jiang Xiao sighed, shook his head, and ultimately chose to let the shadow consume it. The pitch-black shadow turned into a quagmire, swallowing the heart-confusing ghost's corpse bit by bit. This scene was fully exposed to the eyes of Wu Di and his companion. This guy is definitely not old Zhao's student. Wu Di stared at Jiang Xiao in horror, constantly wanting to retreat. The fear Jiang Xiao instilled in him at this moment was no less than that of the heart-confusing ghost, and was even more terrifying. What kind of thing is the other party's shadow? How could it alive swallow the heart-confusing ghost? Bang! As he kept retreating, Wu Di suddenly stumbled and fell, only then realizing that the iron chair that had vanished moments ago reappeared for no reason. At the same time, the surrounding scene returned to how it was before, identical in every way. Ah! Don't come over. I beg you. Woo woo woo. The plump Wang Hao was now terrified, losing even the courage to summon his life spirit tool. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao walked towards the two, a trace of a sinister arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. How about we play a game? The kind where losing means death. Chapter 60, A Moment of Bloom. Sigh, another day of waking up handsome. The next morning, Jiang Xiao said to his reflection in the mirror, fortunately, this world doesn't have any beautiful ghost women, otherwise, even as an 8th rank spirit master, I wouldn't dare to go out easily. In the living room, Jiang Chan took a bite of fried dough sticks and muttered, already narcissizing early in the morning, I'm truly fed up. It must be said that Jiang Xiao, after absorbing the Hang Ghost Soul Pearl, was undeniably stunning. With jet black, straight hair, long sharp black eyes, delicate lips, and sharply defined features, he resembled an eagle in the night, cold and proud yet imposing. Xiaochan, what hairstyle do you think I should get? Give me some suggestions. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao looked at Jiang Chan in the living room. Jiang Chan rolled her eyes, too lazy to respond. By the way, how long until you reach the 2nd rank spirit master? After coming back to her senses, Jiang Chan asked. The rank of spirit master is related to the purity of spirit power, and methods to improve it besides the breathing methods taught by the Heavenly Machine Palace include directly absorbing soul water dew. Fortunately, as specially recruited students of the Heavenly Machine Palace, soul water dew is not precious, supplied almost daily. Still quite far away, Jiang Xiao replied, speaking of which, didn't we just become 1st rank spirit masters? Are you already planning to break through to 2nd rank? Smart. Jiang Chan proudly raised her little head, who am I? I'm a genius spirit master with 12 skill slots. In at most 2 weeks, I should be able to become a 2nd rank spirit master, and then I can absorb a Hanged Ghost Soul Pearl. Congratulations, congratulations, Jiang Xiao said in a very perfunctory tone. As Jiang Chan's younger sister, she immediately caught on, once we enter the Sun Yuan Ghost Abyss, remember to cling onto my big leg. So do you still need to cling to my leg tonight? As Jiang Xiao said this, he walked out, let's go, it's time to head to the Heavenly Machine Palace. Along the way, various gazes were unavoidable. Jiang Xiao didn't expect that one day, when walking alongside Xiaochan, his turning back rate would surpass hers. Jiang Xiao. As soon as they reached the gate, a cold voice came from behind. Jiang Xiao turned his head and saw Ji Wang walking towards him in a red dress. It was still that mesmerizing red outfit, as the breeze blew, the dress fluttered like countless blood-red butterflies, her ink-black hair dancing in the wind, stunning in a way that words could not describe. For reasons unknown, as she approached, Jiang Xiao felt an inexplicable urge to step back. Ji Wang's attitude towards Jiang Xiao was special, and Jiang Xiao's feelings towards Ji Wang were also different from others. Since crossing into this world, Jiang Xiao had treated most people casually, even much less seriously than he treated ghosts. Seeing a beautiful girl and making a few flirtatious remarks was quite normal for Jiang Xiao, after all, everyone has a love for beauty. However, Ji Wang felt completely different from other girls to him. She was a woman he could not control. Once he tried to get closer, he would be magnetically drawn in, making it impossible to separate. With 2 lives behind him, Jiang Xiao had this intuition. He did not want to hang himself on a tree too soon. Besides, the story of that captivating ghost from last night was still fresh in his mind. He was genuinely afraid that what he would lose in the end would not just be his head, with Ji Wang's icy and unfathomable nature. What did you do last night? Ji Wang gazed deeply into Jiang Xiao's face, her autumn-like eyes laced with curiosity. I didn't do anything, just went out for some barbecue and ordered a few pork hearts. Jiang Xiao's lying was as natural as drinking water. Really? You sneaked out alone for barbecue last night? Jiang Chan suddenly exclaimed and then tugged at Jiang Xiao's right hand, saying, let's go. Tell me which barbecue place you ate at? With that, Jiang Chan started pulling Jiang Xiao towards the classroom. Ji Wang stood there, motionless for a long time. At that moment, Jiang Yu appeared from somewhere. Ji classmate, why are you standing here all alone? The girl in red did not speak, her delicate face showing frost. Sigh. Jiang Yu sighed. There was no helping it, this student was just like that. Aside from occasionally chatting a bit with Jiang Xiao, she was completely an iceberg to everyone else, no amount of sunlight could melt her. Could it be that the nightmare ghost left some lingering troubles? Jiang Yu thought quietly, since Lord Su has just returned, why not ask him to help take a look? Thinking this, Jiang Yu felt it was quite feasible, and did not hesitate to turn and leave. At noon. While everyone was eating, Ji Wang walked side by side with a white-haired man under the shade. The latter's snow-white hair was long, reaching his waist, and his pure white robe was embroidered with 3 golden stars. He wore a mysterious bronze mask on his face, and his pair of cold eyes seemed to hold the brilliance of countless stars, incredibly deep. It's clear that the seed of nightmares did not remain in your mind. The white-haired man walked with his hands behind his back, like an ancient gentleman, his tone warm and gentle, like a spring breeze. The girl did not speak, her autumn-like eyes showing no ripple. "If there's nothing else, I will take my leave." After a moment, the white-haired man said. Suddenly, at that moment, Jiang Xiao finally spoke. "May I ask you a question?" The white-haired man was somewhat surprised. After all, this was the first time she spoke. Then, he said lightly, "Feel free to ask." "What is a ghost, in your eyes?" "Are you asking me about my views on ghosts?" "Yes. In my eyes, ghosts are always the deadliest enemies of humanity. As deadliest enemies, they must be eliminated, no other view is needed." The white-haired man spoke in a calm tone, like discussing a trivial matter. Jiang Xiao fell silent, not speaking again. "I'm leaving." The white-haired man waved his robe and turned to leave. With his identity, to stay by this new student's side for 10 minutes had already cost Jiang Xiao a great deal. The autumn wind was bleak, and a few withered yellow leaves fell from the branches, slowly landing on the girl's shoulder. Jiang Xiao's delicate face remained expressionless, yet for some reason, it felt even colder to others. At night, Jiang Xiao finished playing Demon Spirit Alliance and suddenly received a message. "Jiang Xiao, what is a ghost? In your eyes." Jiang Xiao. Looking at this message, Jiang Xiao thought of the female ghost at home, the veteran driver of bus 444, and the bewitching ghost. After a moment, he replied, "A ghost is a very interesting existence." In the next room, room 1703. Jiang Xiao lay in bed, holding her phone with both hands, staring at this message for a long time, unable to look away. Then, on her cold and delicate little face, a captivating smile suddenly bloomed. Like a night blooming serious, fleetingly beautiful. Chapter 61, The Second-Year Spirit Master Team. "That bald guy, look at your support, she's being surrounded by 2 enemies. Why aren't you helping her? Break through. Don't just think of defense, go cut into their core output. My god. Can your lightning pearl be aimed properly? It's skewed to outer space." At Tiangong Palace, on the playground. One spirit master team after another was conducting drills. Their respective fated spirit tools emitted spiritual light, various abilities dazzling, the situation intense. At this moment, Jiang Xiao had a dark expression. Hurry! Hurry! That guy's copper skin is almost gone, you two go directly, don't hesitate any longer. Beside him, Jiang Xiao constantly reprimanded the boys and girls, pointing out strategies as if he were the mentor of Class E. "Jiang Xiao, I'm asking, do you really not consider your teammates' feelings?" Finally, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but speak up. In the center of the playground, Jiang Chan and her team were fiercely battling another spirit master team. Jiang Chan held a heavenly grade fan, unleashing Ghost Wall which instantly disoriented the 2 opponents, temporarily robbing them of their ability to act. Zhao Yuming's pair of purple, enchanting eyes scanned the battlefield, searching for the enemy's flaws. Su Xin concentrated fully on Jiang Xiao. The latter, like a blood rose on the battlefield, her red dress fluttering in the wind, her delicate white hand slicing through the air, striking at the enemy's vital points. Swish! A green light was added to Jiang Xiao, keeping her in peak condition, her stamina seemingly boundless, never fatigued. The opposing spirit master team was relentlessly pushed back, completely defenseless. The 4 teammates were fighting fiercely, while Jiang Xiao sneaked over to the side, casually taking a break. "It's fine, Xiao Chan and the others are already strong enough." Jiang Xiao replied, "Besides, 4 against 5 is definitely better than 1 against 5, right?" Hearing this, Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Now, Jiang Xiao was completely on a different level compared to this group of peers. With the 4 abilities plus a body comparable to a red-level ghost, competing against these first-level spirit masters was like a king bully picking on a lowly bronze. Hey! Whoever, is the chaotic flow of the water ghost used like this? Use it where there are more people. Break their formation. Don't just target a single person, this isn't a solo match. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao yelled at a thick-set boy with a voice full of frustration. The latter was speechless, thinking that if he didn't unleash his abilities, he would be forced out of the battlefield. Also, why was a student like you standing next to Teacher Jiang, pointing fingers at me? Sigh, so boring. After a long while, Jiang Xiao sighed. Tiangong Palace had already limited his improvement, and the Spirit Master world now had a clearer outline in his mind. Staying here, he wouldn't see much scenery, fighting those ghosts was far more interesting. If you really think you're capable, how about I take you to visit the 2nd year? Jiang Yu also felt that letting Jiang Xiao remain by his side like this wasn't a solution. Oh? Is that possible? Jiang Xiao's eyes lit up. How many abilities does a first-level Spirit Master have? If it were the second-year second-level Spirit Masters or the third-level Spirit Masters, it might have some interest. Jiang Xiao thought for a moment and said, it should be possible. Immediately, the two walked deeper into the Tiangong Palace. Arriving at another spacious training ground, the floor here was different from other places, paved with unknown black giant stones. At the same time, the battle in the distance was much fiercer than that of Class E's group of boys. Green light flash. A heroic young man wielded a curved dagger, slicing through the air and releasing a green arc of light toward his opponent. The latter held a shield, and at the same time, azure spirit energy condensed in front of him, forming a light shield. Boom! The green light flash did not break through the opponent's defense. But in the next moment, another slender young man appeared silently in the center of the opponent's team. Mystification. Using a charge skill to close the distance, then releasing Mystification, ensured that the opponent was trapped in a foggy environment, unable to break free for a short time. However, the opponent reacted quickly, a gust of wind surged, actually blowing away the thick white mist. But the other team seized the opportunity to break through the shielded young man's front line and directly penetrate into the weak core area. Watching a few familiar abilities being used skillfully by these people, Jiang Xiao nodded and said, not bad. Since that's the case, you can practice with these people. Jiang Xiao just thought about how to let this troublemaker Jiang Xiao go outside, otherwise, if he stayed in Class E, his teaching plan would be disrupted by this one person. There was no choice, everyone was still learning linear equations, while this guy had already started studying calculus. The key was that if he could behave himself, it would be fine, but he kept standing next to him, constantly scolding those classmates, making everyone else uncomfortable. Jiang Xiao? Why are you here? Suddenly, a short-haired woman in a black outfit walked over. Jiang Xiao glanced at Jiang Xiao with a headache and said, I have a student here who wants to practice with your second-year students. The short-haired woman's eyes immediately changed. So arrogant? Just bored, Jiang Xiao replied. Turns out to be a troublemaker. The short-haired woman smiled, then waved her hand into the distance. Kong Fan, come here. Soon, a robust young man walked over. Instructor Zhang, what's up? The young man asked. The short-haired woman pointed at Jiang Xiao. This first-year student wants to see higher-level combat, you go teach him a few moves. Ha ha. Hearing this, the young man smiled and looked at Jiang Xiao. Sure, my team is resting right now, so I have nothing to do. But I must remind you in advance that I am an output-type Spirit Master, with all three abilities being damage-type skills, so if you get hurt later, don't come looking for me. After saying this, he prepared to take Jiang Xiao to an empty space to teach this first-year student what low profile means. Wait. But just then, Jiang Xiao spoke up. What? The young man turned his head in confusion. Are you scared? Is that it? No. Jiang Xiao smiled, revealing a big white tooth. I want to ask, if I fight with you, can you call your teammates too? Damn. Kong, are you serious? What's wrong? We finally have a bit of rest time. It's not that I want to be serious, but this kid is too damn arrogant. On the training ground. At this moment, only Jiang Xiao and another second-year Spirit Master team remained. Recalling the previous exchange, the young man said fiercely. The 5 people here wore expressions of helplessness and a hint of latent anger. A first-year student actually thought about challenging second-year students and even came alone to take on a Spirit Master team. What do you think you are? A red-level ghost? At this moment, nearby second-year students who were competing also stopped fighting. Various gazes focused on the black silhouette in the center. Isn't this a joke? Kong Fan and the others really have no shame. I wonder what Mentor Zhang is thinking. Isn't this wasting our time on purpose? The murmurs reached Jiang Xiao's ears. To these people's opinions, he only smiled lightly. Swish! A flash of dark light appeared in his hand, as a black dagger silently slipped out. At the same time, a faint crimson flame mark faintly glowed between his brows. The foundation couldn't hide this bloody brilliance, strange and enchanting. It's starting. He gently uttered 3 words, and in the next second, Jiang Xiao's figure instantly vanished from everyone's sight. In an instant, everyone was astonished. Interesting. Suddenly, a voice as gentle as jade sounded out of nowhere. Jiang Xiao turned to look and saw that the white-haired man wearing a bronze mask had somehow appeared behind him. Lord Su. Jiang Xiao quickly clasped his hands in respect. Lord Su. The short-haired woman beside him immediately bowed. No need. The white-haired man merely raised a hand, and then his gaze fell upon Jiang Xiao's distant silhouette, his eyes deep. Chapter 62. This new student is too ferocious. This kid's speed is incredible. On the training field, the young man looked astonished, unable to believe what he saw. In the next moment, a pitch-black dagger gleamed with cold light, like a venomous snake striking towards his neck. What? The young man completely did not expect that the opponent had already advanced in front of him in the blink of an eye. Kong Good, be careful.
Fortunately, a teammate behind him immediately summoned his destined spirit tool, a mirror.
Shadow shift. Swish. Kong Fan's position suddenly switched with that teammate's.
Seeing the prey in front of him suddenly change, Jiang Xiao was a bit surprised.
This ability is not bad?
Shadow shift was the ability of the blue-level ghost, Dreaming Ghost, allowing position swapping with any object within 10 meters. This ability doesn't shine on its own, but in a team, it becomes invaluable. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao smirked coldly, the dagger wrapped in dark light swiftly reversed its grip and struck heavily at the opponent's temple.
Thud.
Instantly, the latter collapsed to the ground unconscious with a loud thud.
Lao Lu.
Kong Fan shouted in rage.
This freshman actually killed a member of his team instantly at the start? Don't be careless anymore, this kid is very formidable. Quickly form a formation.
Immediately, Kong Fan said coldly. Soon, everyone took their positions, surrounding Kong Fan in the center.
Oh? This guy is indeed the real core of the team?
Seeing this, Jiang Xiao made a judgment in his heart. The young man had said earlier that he had 3 damage skills, such an output role is naturally the core of a team.
Kid. Don't get too cocky.
Kong Fan gritted his teeth, then the curved dagger in his hand erupted with spirit light, gathering rich spiritual power into a crescent-shaped arc that instantly pierced through the air, charging at Jiang Xiao.
Blue light flash. The opponent had actually absorbed a blue wood ghost's soul orb.
However, Jiang Xiao's lips curled up, then he also returned with a blue light flash.
Swish. 2 blue arcs collided in the air, stirring up a strong wind. Wait. Jiang Yu, how can your student's blue light flash be so much faster than Kong Fan's?
Suddenly, the short-haired woman from afar appeared puzzled.
A clear disparity.
Kong Fan's previously released blue light flash was unexpectedly crushed by Jiang Xiao's blue light flash midway, the speeds were over a double difference. It should be known that soul orb abilities are related to the spirit master's realm.
That boy should still be a first-level spirit master, right?
Jiang Yu said, what else could it be? Jiang Xiao absorbed a mutated blue wood ghost soul orb.
A mutated blue wood ghost soul orb?
The short-haired woman's eyes involuntarily revealed an envious look. Ghosts are beings that cannot be understood by common sense, each ghost possesses various strange abilities.
And the mutated soul pearls are born only with an extremely small probability. For spirit masters, any mutated soul pearl is like a treasured existence.
After all, most soul pearls can be bought if you have money, others can possess the same abilities you have, but mutated soul pearls are one of a kind. While the two were talking, the white-haired man beside them stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze beneath the bronze mask still calm and unruffled.
What the hell? Is this really a first-year student?
On the outskirts of the training ground, the second-year students, who were originally prepared to see a joke, now showed completely different expressions.
Every face was filled with shock. On the other side,
seeing that his green light flash was being suppressed by the opponent, Kong Fan gritted his teeth.
How can this be? Isn't he a first-level spirit master? Without thinking much, the tension escalated.
Kong Fan suddenly shouted, Xiao Chen, Lao San, you two cover for me. After saying that, he no longer hid behind his teammates, but instead gripped his curved knife and charged at Jiang Xiao.
All right.
The 2 teammates on the side nodded in response.
They then unleashed their own abilities. Mud Pit. Beguilement.
Jiang Xiao first felt the ground he was on turn into a quagmire, making it difficult to move.
Then, an invisible shockwave hit, directly affecting his mental state.
A feeling of dizziness flooded Jiang Xiao's brain, and for a moment, even the scenery in front of him became blurry. However, soon Jiang Xiao shook off the daze.
At the same time, Kong Fan, holding the knife in his right hand, charged directly at him. That curved knife was raised high, wielded with overwhelming force toward Jiang Xiao.
Jiang Xiao's pupils shrank suddenly, his right hand muscles tightened, gripping the dagger to meet it head-on.
Clang!
The clash of their fated spirit tools produced an ear-splitting sound.
Seeing Jiang Xiao not backing down at all, Kong Fan was shocked. Why does this kid have so much strength? Is he really a first-level spirit master? But in the next instant. Ha!
In an instant, Kong Fan slashed 3 times in the span of a single breath. Each slash swept through the air with a howling wind, overwhelming in power. The interval between the 3 slashes was negligible, even creating a series of afterimages in the air.
Night Whisper.
Jiang Xiao was very familiar with this ability. Because when he played the game God and Ghost Alliance, he had used this skill for a while. In God and Ghost Alliance, Night Whisper could break the attack speed limit, allowing for 3 slashes in 1 second.
An extremely useful blue-level ability.
At this moment, however, it brought Jiang Xiao considerable trouble.
But,
facing the thunderous 3 slashes, Jiang Xiao showed not the slightest hint of panic in his eyes.
Black light.
In an instant, the black light that had gathering on the dagger flowed like water over his body, forming a thin veil of light. Crack! The first slash, the opponent's dagger could not withstand it and fell to the ground, dissipating into spiritual light. Kong Fan's eyes brightened with joy. The second slash, the curved knife struck the thin veil of black light on Jiang Xiao's surface. A trace of worry appeared in Kong Fan's eyes. What if the opponent is seriously injured? There was no time for excessive thought. The third slash, the curved knife struck again at Jiang Xiao. Then, Kong Fan's eyes were left with sheer astonishment. Not a scratch. How is this possible? Kong Fan looked at Jiang Xiao, who had no injuries at all in front of him, unable to accept it. Whoosh! At the same time, the crowd not far away also discovered this scene. My god! This kid actually took Kong Fan's Night Whisper head on. What on earth is going on? Look! Suddenly, someone noticed the black veil of light swirling around Jiang Xiao's body, and shouted, that kid is using a different ability. But what ability is that? Everyone was stunned. No one knew what ability was swirling around Jiang Xiao's body. The bronze ghost's bronze skin? Not quite. Bronze skin directly turns the skin into a dark bronze color, without creating a black veil on the surface of the skin. The next competition need not say more. Taking advantage of Kong Fan and the others recovering, Jiang Xiao intensified the offensive. The black light returned to the dagger, carrying a fierce killing intent, swiftly defeating the opponent. Then, Jiang Xiao swiftly executed a green light flash. Whoosh! The dazzling green arc of light, with a speed far exceeding normal, hit the remaining few people in an instant. How could this guy's green light flash be ready so quickly? Does anyone remember when he last used green light flash? This group of second-year students was stunned, their bodies feeling weak. The disdain in their eyes disappeared without a trace. No one dared to underestimate this first-year newcomer anymore. 1 against 5. What does this mean? Could it be that he has reached the same level as our mentor? Suddenly, someone hesitated to speak. Not far away. Jiang Yu's heart was filled with complexity at this moment. Chapter 63, Lord Su. Still not enough excitement. Looking at the fallen second-year students, Jiang Xiao's tone was disappointed. You guys are too weak. Upon hearing this, Kong Fan's face darkened. Being defeated head-on by a newcomer made him start to doubt himself. In the future, when they entered the ghost realm, could these people really contend against the ghostly beings? All right. The short-haired girl angrily said to Jiang Yu, hurry up and take this monster away, don't come to my class to show off, just seeing him annoys me. Jiang Yu? How did he show off? And, the key is that this is Jiang Xiao. The Jiang Xiao he previously looked down upon, who only had 3 skill slots. I don't know what kind of luck he's had to even take in such a seedling. The short-haired girl gritted her teeth in anger, and still taking him around to show off, Jiang Yu, I never realized you were such a person. Jiang Yu's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Zhang Qian, I really didn't mean that. Jiang Yu wanted to explain. Then what do you mean? The short-haired girl glared at him. I don't mean anything. What does that mean? I just wanted him to stay somewhere else, not to hurt my classmates' self-esteem. Alright. So you're saying you're not showing off? Jiang Yu was completely speechless. How did it get more and more confusing? At that moment, a gentle breeze blew by. Jiang Yu and the other person widened their eyes in unison. They saw a silver-haired man walking slowly toward the training field. Lord Su? Jiang Yu's eyes widened in shock. At the same time, Jiang Xiao also noticed this mysterious man wearing a bronze mask. With long silver hair flowing down his back, untied and unbound. His immaculate white robe made him look like a celestial being, elegant and ethereal, evoking a sense of longing. Let's have a match. The silver-haired man spoke slowly, his voice warm and soothing like the spring breeze in March. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu and the short-haired girl's expressions changed suddenly. How is it possible? Why would Lord Su personally come down to compete with Jiang Xiao? Jiang Yu felt as if he had heard a fairy tale, completely unable to believe it. On the training field, Jiang Xiao felt as if facing a great enemy, taking a few steps back. Who are you? Even though the other party was wearing a bronze mask, Jiang Xiao still felt an overpowering presence. My surname is Su. The silver-haired man said, then quickly added, if you win against me, I can tell you a secret. Secret? Jiang Xiao was somewhat puzzled. He should already know his own secret, right? The silver-haired man said, about your past. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao's expression changed. Jiang Cheng has a past with me. The silver-haired man's deep gaze fell on Jiang Xiao's brow, noticing the scarlet flame mark. You are his adopted son, this much you should know. The silver-haired man stated, aren't you curious about your lineage? Jiang Xiao hadn't actually paid attention to this point before. The main character has traveled here, taking the place of another, completely unaware of any thoughts on this matter.
At this moment, hearing what the other person said, Jiang Xiao became a bit curious. What do you mean? Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and noticed Jiang Yu's surprised expression in the distance. This white-haired man in front of him is definitely a strong figure from the Heavenly Machine Palace. The white-haired man placed his left hand behind him and waved his right hand. If you can touch the corner of my garment, then you win.
Really? Jiang Xiao glanced at the left hand tucked behind the man's waist. Could it be that this guy only wanted him to use one hand?
What I say is never a lie.
The white-haired man's tone was very calm.
Look! There's a hanging ghost.
Suddenly, Jiang Xiao pointed at the distance, speaking in a tone almost as if coaxing a child. As soon as he finished speaking, he bent his body slightly and transformed into a shadow, charging towards the white-haired man. The crowd felt speechless inside. Jiang Yu slapped his forehead heavily, unwilling to witness the scene. I knew this kid was never serious, but this is Lord Su.
Can't you not embarrass yourself like this?
The eyes behind the white-haired man's mask revealed a hint of amusement. Then, he casually waved his right hand. Heavy spiritual power surged like ocean waves, instantly preventing Jiang Xiao from advancing even a step.
So powerful. What level is this? Jiang Xiao's pupils contracted slightly.
The man's wave of hand was akin to a green-level spiritual force. This was the strength of a high-level spirit master. Knowing he couldn't break through from the front, Jiang Xiao gritted his teeth, summoned his life spirit tool, and released a strike of green light flash towards the man. Whoosh! The crescent-shaped green arc rushed towards the white-clothed man like lightning. However, Jiang Xiao's strongest attacking ability was once again easily dismissed with a light palm from the man.
Mist transformation.
Suddenly, a thick fog rose around them. Jiang Xiao, dressed in long sleeves, was not worried that the mutated ghost hand would be discovered by the man. Taking advantage of the fog cover, he quickly and quietly approached the man's back. However, the white-haired man remained standing still, not moving at all. Even his gaze showed little change, as if he hadn't sensed Jiang Xiao behind him.
In almost an instant,
Jiang Xiao found the opportunity, and with all his strength, he charged towards the man like a fleeing rabbit. But just as he was about to touch the man's sleeve, the white-haired man suddenly turned around as if he had anticipated it, grabbing Jiang Xiao's outstretched wrist with his right hand.
Is this all you can do? The white-haired man's calm voice echoed in the fog. Are you planning to take revenge for Jiang Chang, or are you intending to live an ordinary life, plain and simple?
Jiang Xiao remained silent, pouring all his effort into breaking free from the man's grip. Yet, even with his current red-level ghostly body, he couldn't escape that thin, white, delicate grip.
Damn! Jiang Xiao cursed angrily. This was his first time being bested by someone else.
Jiang Chang entrusted me with a matter. The white-haired man seemed to completely ignore Jiang Xiao. He asked me to guide his children when the opportunity arises.
If you can only reach this level, then I will choose Jiang Chan, do you understand? You can choose whoever you want, it's none of my business.
Jiang Xiao gritted his teeth in anger.
How could this guy be more pretentious than him?
It made him feel as if he desperately wanted the man's guidance. Unfortunately, you do not understand what kind of opportunity you have lost today. Disappointment flickered in the white-haired man's eyes. Then, he casually waved his right hand. An overpowering force came, and Jiang Xiao was directly thrown out, while the dagger transformed into spiritual light, dissipating in the air, and the fog quickly cleared away.
This scene was witnessed by everyone. Sigh.
Jiang Yu shook his head and sighed. As for the others, they were completely shaken by the strength demonstrated by the white-haired man.
From beginning to end,
the other party did not summon their life spirit weapon, standing still the whole time, and defeated that genius newcomer with just a single wave and a capture? On the ground, Jiang Xiao seemed to have passed out, completely unresponsive. Seeing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. Could it be that Lord Su just made a mistake?
It's very possible. After all, who was the other party? If they miscalculated just a bit, an ordinary first-level spirit master could be severely injured.
Thinking this, Jiang Yu hurriedly wanted to step forward. The white-haired man also looked at Jiang Xiao, his gaze carrying a hint of confusion. After a short while, Jiang Xiao, lying on the ground, still showed no reaction. The white-haired man's brows slightly furrowed beneath his mask, and he walked slowly toward Jiang Xiao. Looking at the unconscious Jiang Xiao, the white-haired man shook his head, feeling increasingly disappointed with the other's performance. He waved his white robe, crouched down, and placed his hand against Jiang Xiao's pulse, wanting to sense the situation inside his body.
At that moment,
Jiang Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and with his right hand as fast as lightning, he struck toward the bronze mask.
Chapter 64, Codename, Ghost Driver.
Swish! Just as Jiang Xiao was about to succeed, the white-haired man suddenly disappeared from in front of him. What the heck? Jiang Xiao was stunned.
In the blink of an eye, such a living person just vanished. What kind of trick is this?
The others were also dumbfounded. From their perspective, the white-haired man seemed to have used body flicker to abruptly teleport from beside Jiang Xiao to the empty ground next to him. However, body flicker requires a specific target. What the white-haired man did was more like a flash from a game. Sigh, Jiang Xiao sighed and said, "What a shame, I didn't get to see what this guy looks like." Ahead, the white-haired man stared quietly at Jiang Xiao without speaking. After a long time, he turned and left, disappearing from this place. Lord Su! Lord Su! Jiang Yu hurriedly followed. The short-haired woman also quickly chased out. As for Jiang Xiao, he shrugged. Actually, if he had reached out to grab the hem of the other's clothes just now, it should have counted as passing. But the white-haired man's tone and attitude really annoyed Jiang Xiao. It felt as if without his guidance, Jiang Zhao's future would also be unable to seek revenge for Jiang Chang. Moreover, back when Xiao Chan got that diary, Jiang Xiao had already made up his mind to flatten the ghost gate in the future. Why would he let an outsider know his determination? Therefore, Jiang Xiao ultimately wanted to take off the man's bronze mask, making this so-called Lord Su lose face. What a pity, it didn't succeed. He must look ugly. Real handsome men like me selflessly let those girls feast their eyes every day. Muttering a few words, Jiang Xiao stood up, patted his body, and left without caring about the others' gazes. Because of this incident, Jiang Xiao's mood wasn't good the whole afternoon. The strength displayed by the white-haired man was overwhelming. In front of him, Jiang Xiao felt as powerless as when facing that ghost driver at the beginning. This feeling made Jiang Xiao very uncomfortable. Strength is the foundation for standing in this world. Jiang Xiao may appear careless and unconcerned about everything, but when it comes to fundamental matters, he is much more serious than anyone else. Thus, that night, even when Jiang Chan asked him to help her rank up, Jiang Xiao did not agree. Returning to his room, Jiang Xiao fell onto the bed, words floating in his mind. Shadow, ghost trick, original ghost, Jiang Chang, ghost gate. These seemed far from him, so far that they felt like stars in the sky, impossible to touch. So annoying. Jiang Xiao buried his head in the pillow. Bang! At that moment, a heavy object landed on the bed, and a gentle voice rang out. Put it on. Jiang Xiao turned his head in surprise, shocked to see that a pure white figure was standing in his room. The silver-haired Lord Su appeared in his room like a ghost. What the hell? How did you get in here? And don't come closer. I'm calling the police. Jiang Xiao could hardly believe it. How did this person silently sneak into the room? Where was Xiao Chan, who was in the living room? As if sensing Jiang Zhao's confusion, Lord Su casually said, "There is nowhere in this world I cannot go." As always, full of charisma. Jiang Xiao picked up his phone. "I'm really calling the police. I'm really going to do it." As he said this, he secretly glanced at the other person. TSK, this guy was wearing a mask, so he couldn't see his expression at all. Knowing he couldn't peek into the other person's secrets with his small actions, Jiang Xiao could only look at the object on the bed. A black wristband, made of an unknown material, seemed to absorb light that fell upon it. "What is this? What do you mean by giving me this?" Jiang Xiao asked. Lord Su did not respond. He folded his arms and surveyed the arrangement of the room, suddenly speaking, "Why haven't you gotten rid of the female ghost in this house?" Jiang Xiao frowned. "Why should I get rid of it? Ghosts must be eliminated, of course." Lord Su's tone revealed no emotion. Jiang Xiao was too lazy to explain the story about Li Sihan to this guy. "How to deal with it is my business, not yours." Lord Su looked deeply at Jiang Xiao, suddenly saying, "Aren't you going to ask about your origins? Didn't you bring it up yourself?" Jiang Xiao retorted. "You really are as hard to grasp as Jiang Yu said." "Yeah, my sister is quite normal. She's watching TV in the living room right now. Why not give her some pointers?" As he said this, Jiang Xiao was about to open the door to send him away. "You were picked up by Jiang Chang." At this moment, Lord Su spoke up. Jiang Xiao stopped his movements. "Put on this wristband." Lord Su quickly glanced at the black wristband. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly. At that moment, words inexplicably appeared in his eyes. "This person's background is unclear, you better not do as he says." After a brief hesitation, Jiang Xiao chose to put on the wristband. In fact, compared to the mysterious big shot from Tiangong, he was more wary of his strange shadow. After seeing the wristband on Jiang Zhao's right hand, Lord Su continued, "Do you know where Jiang Cheng found you? In a trash can or a sewage ditch?" Jiang Xiao yawned. Lord Su was silent for a moment before finally uttering two words. "Ghost pool." Instantly, Jiang Zhao's expression changed dramatically. He was actually picked up by Jiang Chang in a ghost pool? Lord Su said, "That is your origin, as for the rest, there's no need for speculation." Jiang Xiao didn't know what to say. How could he not speculate? What place was the ghost pool? Why would Jiang Chang find him there?
Could his bizarre shadow be related to this? In an instant, all sorts of thoughts flooded Jiang Xiao's mind. Next, I will stay in Tianwang town for 3 weeks. Lord Su said, as for you, you are of no use in Tiangong now. Pack your things tomorrow and follow me to the Tsang Yuan ghost pool. The next second, the other person dropped another bombshell. Jiang Xiao's throat felt a bit dry. Isn't it too sudden? Scared? Lord Su glanced sideways at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao quickly shook his head. No problem, I'll pack my things right away. What a joke. Why not cling to an opportunity right in front of him? The group leading to the Tsang Yuan ghost pool from Tiangong was merely a bunch of 3-tier spirit masters, and Jiang Xiao figured those people would be lucky to just hunt a few white ghosts, celebrating for a night if they encountered a green-level ghost. But if it were this Lord Su, would he take him to the depths of the Tsang Yuan ghost pool? Just as Jiang Xiao was lost in thought, Lord Su spoke again. Wait a moment, tonight you still need to go with me to a certain place. What? Jiang Xiao was confused. The palace entrusted me to come here to deal with a ghost. What kind of ghost? Suddenly, Jiang Xiao seemed to recall something, and his heart trembled a little. Sure enough. The next moment, Lord Su's cold voice sounded. Codename, Ghost Driver. Chapter 65, Ghost Driver. The Heavenly Mystery Palace actually sent a big shot to solve the supernatural event of Bus 444? Jiang Xiao was truly surprised. It seems that the red level incident defined by the Heavenly Mystery Palace for the Ghost Driver was merely a cover to calm people's hearts. After all, that Ghost Driver hadn't rampaged in Tianwang town. But if the Heavenly Mystery Palace had directly revealed that a very terrifying malevolent spirit existed in the town, probably most people would live in constant fear. This matter reminded Jiang Xiao. What others say can only be trusted 30% at most. Jiang Xiao, do you know why I chose you and not Jiang Chan? Lord Su suddenly spoke. Because I'm more handsome? Jiang Xiao asked tentatively. Lord Su glanced at Jiang Xiao. That's one of the reasons. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao was quite amazed. So this big shot has an interesting personality. Lord Su said lightly, I like pretty things. Your face can barely be considered good-looking. Being complimented isn't important, what matters is that the one complimenting you is a big shot. This especially made Jiang Xiao feel delighted. Also, I hope that in the future, you will be the one to seal the ghost den, not Jiang Cheng's own biological daughter. The next moment, Lord Su's words felt somewhat discouraging. Jiang Xiao speechlessly said, so in your eyes, I'm just cannon fodder? No, I have more confidence in you than Jiang Chan. Lord Su shook his head. Your shamelessness and your unusual thinking might find a glimmer of hope in the ghost den. Is he complimenting me? Is he really complimenting me? Jiang Xiao held back the urge to roll his eyes. However, sealing the ghost den is still a life or death situation. Lord Su slowly said, Jiang Cheng only left behind Jiang Chan as his bloodline, I hope you understand this. Alright, not just you, I also don't want Xiao Chan to enter that kind of place. Jiang Xiao waved his hand, speaking carelessly. Very good. Lord Su was quite pleased. Although this young man was a bit peculiar in other aspects, when it came to important matters, he was surprisingly sensible and needed no further persuasion. We should go deal with that ghost driver. Suddenly, Lord Su glanced at the bright moon outside the window, and his tone became grave. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but be curious. Between this mysterious big shot of the Heavenly Mystery Palace and that equally unfathomable ghost driver, who would be stronger? On the street at midnight. There were very few pedestrians, most hurried along, occasionally looking back as if fearing something was following them. This is the night of this world. Buzz. Buzz. A deep red bus slowly stopped at the empty platform side. The bus door opened, and a chill rushed out. At an unattended platform, an ordinary bus would close its doors in 3 seconds. However, this deep red bus waited for a full 10 seconds. As if it had picked up some invisible passengers, the bus emitted a satisfied engine roar and slowly drove off into the distance. On the bus, a 10-year-old boy was tilting his head, looking at the elderly lady in front of him, who preferred to hold the handrail rather than take a seat. Granny, why aren't you sitting with so many empty seats? The little boy asked. Visibly, the elderly lady's body shivered. The wrinkles on her face bunched together, she struggled to speak. I'm fine standing. Old hag, you didn't even bring money when you went out, hurry up and get off at the next stop. The middle-aged driver in the driver's seat angrily shouted. This scolding fell into the elderly lady's ears. Yet it made her feel completely relieved. In her sight, the whole bus was packed full of passengers. And each passenger looked so strange. There was a long-haired girl in a blood-stained white dress, a middle-aged man with a bloody hole in his eye socket yet no pain on his face, a pale-faced boy. They chattered about their experiences, each word deepening the old woman's inner fear. My husband set a trap with a prostitute to kill me for my insurance money.
Later, when I went back, I stuffed his and that prostitute's mouths full of coins at night. Ah ha 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 ha. That night was truly a memorable, beautiful memory. I am a single mother, and one day I suddenly died of a heart attack at home. It took a long time for anyone to notice I was dead. But my child was still waiting for me to feed him. I'm so worried he's hungry now. I really want to get off and go back. I really want to see my little treasure. Driver, can you please stop? I want to get off. Your kid is dead, right there on your neck. Did you get your eyes chewed out too? The response to the latter was a curse. The old woman shrank back and glanced to the right. There sat a woman whose body was like a broken doll, with a little ghost on her neck, its skin blue. The little ghost kept gnawing at the woman's head and neck, as if it were starving. Even though the flesh was chewed into pulp, the woman showed no pain, only anxiety in her eyes, still murmuring. Little treasure, are you hungry? Mom is so worried about you, woo woo woo, it's all Mom's fault, it's all my fault. Watching such a nonsensical scene, even the dullest elderly person was scared stiff, their legs trembling. On the whole bus, only that little boy seemed normal. But he, as if unable to see those ghostly passengers, asked himself why he didn't sit down? This child must be taken away. The old woman gritted her teeth, determined to take him away at the next stop no matter what. Soon, the next bus stop arrived. Get off quickly. Get on again once you have money. The middle-aged driver scolded in disgust. The old woman felt a sigh of relief, then bravely rushed to the little boy, taking his hand and walking toward the door. Wait. He is different from you, he has paid. At that moment, the middle-aged driver suddenly spoke. The old woman was stunned and looked at the little boy beside her. The boy looked up at her with his innocent, deep black eyes. Child, the child is innocent. The old woman's eyes were nearly filled with tears from anxiety. I already said, you old hag, are you deaf? If you've paid, you have to finish this ride. The middle-aged driver cursed loudly. What money? The old woman remembered the 2 yuan coin she had thrown in when getting on, which the driver refused to take. It's this money. Suddenly, the little boy took out a stack of paper money from his pocket, smiling brightly as he asked, Do you want me to help you pay this money? Seeing the 4 big characters Heaven and Earth Bank on it, the old woman was so scared that she could hardly breathe. This is, Eventually, the old woman closed her eyes and fainted on the spot. Damn it! Dying at this moment. The middle-aged driver cursed in anger, then without any extra actions, waited 10 seconds and then closed the bus door again. The deep red bus started again, slowly driving toward the dark mountains in the distance. Time gradually passed. The environment outside became more remote and desolate. The ghostly beings on the bus grew increasingly restless. I want to go home. I don't want to leave. That damned woman isn't dead yet. How can I leave with a heart like this? Let me go. At this moment, the middle-aged driver suddenly slammed his fist on the steering wheel in anger. Shut the hell up. The ghosts on the bus instantly trembled, like mice meeting a cat. There's a situation up ahead, I'm going to check it out first. Anyone who dares to get off the bus, don't blame me for scattering your souls. After saying that, the middle-aged driver pulled up the handbrake, stood up, and opened the door. Leaving the bus, the middle-aged driver stepped onto the ground, looking at the pure white figure standing in the middle of the road, he coldly said. There's a spot in the passenger seat saved just for you. Chapter 66, Dimensional Shift, vs. Time Stop. At night, the stars were like a battle. In the desolate wilderness, a pure white figure stood quietly. With long silver hair cascading to his waist, a spotless white robe embroidered with 3 golden stars. Wearing a mysterious bronze mask, his pair of icy eyes seemed to contain countless starlights, profoundly deep. Buzz. A deep red bus, like a giant beast, stopped right in the middle of the road. The ghosts on the bus let out a series of howls, their frenzied and violent aura enough to horrify anyone and change their complexion. The middle-aged driver stood by the front headlight of the bus, gazing at the pure white figure ahead. He said coldly. There's a spot in the passenger seat saved just for you. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xiao could not help but swallow hard, feeling tense inside. I need to back up a bit. Worried that the battle would involve him, Jiang Xiao shuffled back into the bushes. On the other side. The middle-aged driver glanced toward Jiang Xiao's direction. That kid is here too? Oh. Lord Su looked a bit surprised, wondering how Jiang Xiao had any connection with this ghostly driver. To the middle-aged driver, Jiang Xiao was just a rather special human. Being a first-level spirit master, nothing else could change the outcome of tonight. What he truly faced was only the white-haired man in front of him. I didn't expect the Tiangong Palace would send their chief, they really think highly of me. The middle-aged driver slowly spoke. Lord Su's tone was indifferent. I also didn't expect you to dare expose yourself in Tian Tian town. Why not? The world is vast, everywhere is your territory. The middle-aged driver squinted slightly, saying, but like chickens and dogs, mere creatures dare to arrogantly call themselves great. In terms of life levels, we have long broken free from the shackles of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Survival of the fittest, it naturally evolves. In the end, you are nothing but fossil remnants buried deep in the earth. After a lengthy speech, Lord Su's gaze remained calm and undisturbed. He only glanced at the group of twisted, grotesque ghosts on the 444 bus, his tone slightly sarcastic. Is this what you call the future? Then can the being standing before you open a new chapter? The middle-aged driver suddenly took a step forward. In an instant, a chilling wind blew, the surrounding forest rustled, and faint sounds of ghostly wails came from afar. Dark clouds covered the sun, the originally bright moonlight vanished, and the environment suddenly turned dim and gloomy. Codename, Ghost Driver, danger level, above you on Ghost, suspected to possess intelligence, understands human knowledge, has immense growth potential. It is suggested to immediately dispatch 3 7th-level spirit masters to eliminate him. Lord Su recalled the seriousness of this mission, and now faced with this Ghost Driver, he finally understood why. Ordinary ghosts only followed their instincts, either hunting humans with a thirst for blood, or playing with humans to elicit their fear. But this Ghost Driver in front of him actually wanted to completely replace humans with ghosts. I've heard of you. The chief of the Tiangong Palace's middle court, an 8th-level spirit master, with only 3 abilities yet suppressing 3 ghost dens, including a mysterious ghost. The middle-aged driver spoke slowly as purple, eerie patterns gradually surfaced on his body, his originally dark eyes turning blood red. Master Su stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze calm. I am very curious, how exactly did you kill the faceless ghost? As soon as the words fell. In the next second, the middle-aged driver's body slowly melted away into the void like ice in water. Disappeared? In the distance, Jiang Xiao looked somewhat stunned. The vast plain quickly left only Master Su and the deep red 444 bus. Only the surrounding atmosphere filled with dark energy reminded him that the other party had not truly vanished. Whoosh! A very thin purple line suddenly shot out from the void, slicing through Master Su's white robe at the waist, revealing the white inner lining. Before Master Su could react, suddenly, a terrifying purple claw appeared again from the space on his right, howling through the air, aiming for Master Su's head. Silent, the killing intent emerged. Master Su's foot pressed down, his body like a feather floating back a dozen steps, avoiding this fierce attack. At the same time, he retaliated with an attack, dense spiritual power transforming into a palm print that struck forward with the force several times greater than azure light flash. An astonishing scene appeared. This strike clearly hit that purple claw, but it inexplicably passed through, as if striking a wall of air, finally dissipating. What kind of ability is this? Divine might? Hiding in the grass, Jiang Xiao was filled with shock. In his past life on Earth, there was a comic Naruto, where one character could freely traverse different dimensions, making the enemy's attacks miss entirely. The ability of this ghostly driver before him was strikingly similar. On the other side, that purple claw, having failed its attack, turned transparent once more, lurking in the void without a trace. A bit troublesome, but... Master Su's brow furrowed slightly beneath the mask, then he raised his right hand. No wonder the palace lord had me come personally to deal with this beast. Whoosh! A pure white spiritual light burst forth. A bronze ancient bell appeared in Master Su's palm. As big as a fist, completely covered with dense inscriptions. As soon as it appeared, ripples like water formed in the surrounding space. The spiritual power within surged like a never-ending river. Master Su gently lifted his right palm. That bronze ancient bell slowly rose to above his head. Dawn! An incredibly loud bell sound suddenly resonated throughout the world. The bell's tone was melodious yet heavy, as if it could penetrate the soul, an indescribable feeling. In an instant, the weed swaying in the field suddenly stopped moving. Jiang Xiao became as still as a clay figure, turning into an immobile puppet. In the distance, a field mouse sensing danger was about to flee but also became frozen in place. The ghosts on the 444 bus also stiffened, their chaotic black hair not falling back but eerily suspended in midair. The whole world, at this moment, seemed to become a still image. Time stop. An indescribable godly power. This was why Master Su could overpower a crowd of legendary spirit masters with just 3 skill slots, becoming the chief of the Heavenly Machine Palace. The ghost driver, whose body was completely ethereal, was forcibly pulled out of the frozen time and space. Without wind, without sound. In the silent world, only the pure white figure stood out remarkably. This ends here. Master Su slowly walked towards the ghost driver. Behind him, that ancient bell floated in midair, emitting ripples of spiritual power, forcibly fixing the surrounding space. The purple patterns on the ghost driver's body at this moment seemed alive, twisting and climbing, its blood-red eyes filled with brutal rage. Even though time stop was such a godly ability, this ghost driver still maintained a thread of awareness in the frozen time and space.
It glared fiercely at Master Su, straining with all its might to break free from this invisible confinement. Trying to establish a world for ghostly beings? Ridiculous. Looking at the hideous monster before him, Lord Su's eyes were filled with disdain. As he spoke, he slowly extended his right hand, reaching toward the head of the ghost driver. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Seeing the purple patterns all over the ghost driver's body, one of them transformed into a deep black. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from it, sweeping in all directions. Roar! The ghost driver let out a terrifying roar that broke through the imprisonment of time stop, raising its head. What is happening? Seeing this, Lord Su's expression changed slightly, and he immediately prepared to unleash his second ability to end it on the spot. Boom! 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 At that moment, the distant deep red 444 bus also broke free from its stasis, rapidly charging toward Lord Su. Bang! Lord Su's pupils shrank, and he transformed his right hand into a palm, forcefully sending the bus, filled with ghosts, flying back. At the same time, the ghost driver completely broke free from time stop, turning into a fierce light and darting into the distance, like a desperate fugitive. Suddenly, Lord Su's expression changed. Does this guy really want to escape into Tian Network Town? Whoosh! Retrieving the bell, his life spirit tool, Lord Su turned to Jiang Xiao on his right and said, "This bus full of ghosts is up to you." After saying that, he too transformed into a beam of white light, following closely behind. Jiang Xiao stood there, his face filled with shock. What just happened? Because of time stop, in Jiang Xiao's perception. It felt like watching a movie, and suddenly he fast-forwarded 10 minutes, totally unaware of what happened in between. It hurt so much, it hurt so much. Just then, a mournful wail echoed from the distance. Jiang Xiao turned to look, and to his horror, he discovered that the 444 bus had tipped over on the ground, resembling a catastrophic accident scene, the entire vehicle in shambles. There was a deep dent in the front, as if struck by some primal beast. At the same time, the twisted door was violently ripped off. One by one, the hideous and grotesque ghosts emerged from within. Chapter 67, Jiang Yu's Fantasies. A bus full of white-level ghosts, including 2 green-level ghosts, posed considerable pressure for Jiang Xiao. Fortunately, he now possessed the extraordinary control ability, Chains. As soon as the gravity field unfolded, the slightly weaker white ghosts immediately lost their ability to move, lying flat on the ground, utterly unable to budge. Mystification. A thick fog slowly rose. Jiang Xiao, with his pale and haggard ghostly hand, gripped a dagger, his inner spiritual power swiftly flowing, and within a few breaths, he used green light flash to eliminate the 2 green ghosts. The vermilion flame mark between his brows gradually dimmed, and Jiang Xiao cancelled Chains. With his current first-level Spirit Master realm, the burden of Chains, a red-level ability, was considerable. 5 seconds passed. Along with the use of Mystification and Green Light Flash, his inner spiritual power was almost depleted, even making it impossible to use Green Light Flash again. However, at this point, there were only some white ghosts left. With bodies comparable to red-level ghosts, Jiang Xiao effortlessly wiped them all out. Colorful soul orbs slowly rose, these were the spoils from slaying the ghosts. Jiang Xiao counted them briefly. There were 15 white-level soul orbs and 2 green-level soul orbs, which when converted to RMB, amounted to over 400,000. Wow, money comes so quickly? Jiang Xiao was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the income of those Spirit Master teams was far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. However, correspondingly, the dangers they faced were even greater. Perhaps these soul orbs were too low level, the current shadow ghosts seemed to look down on them, maintaining an eerie silence at this moment. Picking up his spirits, Jiang Xiao gazed curiously towards the direction of Tianwang Town and murmured to himself. I wonder how that Su Big Shot is faring against the ghost driver. The next day. Early morning. Jiang Xiao dumped all the soul orbs collected last night onto the sofa. Beside him, Jiang Chan opened her mouth in disbelief. Bro, what have you done? Why are there so many soul orbs? Just checking to see if there's anything you need. Jiang Xiao replied. Suddenly, Jiang Chan picked up a soul orb glowing with a purple light, shocked. This is the soul orb of the smiling ghost, right? But isn't the smiling ghost a blue-level ghost? Ah, others may not understand, but you know me, Xiao-chan, Jiang Xiao chuckled. It's just a blue-level ghost. After a while, I'll catch a few and keep them as pets. Jiang Chan. After a moment, Jiang Chan shook her little head. No way. Teacher Jiang said last time that even if I become a second-level Spirit Master, having a blue-level ability and a red-level ability is already a huge burden. Alright, then I'll ask Sister Su Xian later. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao smacked his lips. Red-level soul orbs are much stronger than blue-level ones, and they come with a significantly greater burden for Spirit Masters. If it weren't for the seal being obtained by the Shadow Ghost swallowing, Jiang Xiao himself might not be able to handle the consumption of the Hanging Ghost Soul Orb.
Suddenly, Jiang Xiao remembered something and said seriously, "Little Chan, I might have to leave for a while." "What?" Last night, the battle between Lord Su and the ghost driver seemed not to have affected too many things. In Tianwang town, everything was as usual. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but wonder, what was the outcome? Why isn't that white-haired big shot giving any confirmation? Arriving at Tianji Palace. Because of yesterday's events, Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Xiao with an unusually strange gaze. Lord Su actually personally took on this student? What on earth is going on? In response to the other's gaze, Jiang Xiao flashed a big white smile, beaming. Jiang Yu's face darkened, and he immediately turned his head away. Now Jiang Xiao was certainly no longer the so-called bad student. On the contrary, to outsiders, Jiang Xiao had even become something of a pride? This left Jiang Yu with nowhere to complain. Last night, when having dinner with a few friends, they spoke of this matter with envy. At that time, Jiang Yu had kept his head down, eating in silence. He really didn't have the face for it. When Jiang Xiao first entered the class, everyone could find out what his attitude was just by doing a little digging. Additionally, Jiang Yu didn't want to use Jiang Xiao as a point of bragging. Students like Jiang Chan are much better. Thinking this, Jiang Yu shifted his gaze to Jiang Chan, silently encouraging her, "Work hard. You must surpass that wayward brother of yours in the future. Little Xian, come here, I want to show you a treasure." In his seat, Jiang Xiao scooted closer to Su Xian. Su Xian's chubby cheeks turned a shade of red. Jiang, classmate, don't do that. Hey, don't be scared, I'm not a bad person." Jiang Xiao chuckled and secretly slipped his hand into his lower body. Seeing this, Su Xian buried her head into her ample bosom, refusing to even look at him. Wow! Who would have thought little Xian's thoughts were so dirty? Jiang Xiao quickly took out a smooth soul orb from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Hearing this, Su Xian secretly lifted her head and glanced, then her face filled with shock. Jiang, classmate, is this what you wanted to show me? What else would I show you?" Jiang Xiao said with confusion. Su Xian's round face turned bright red again. Annoyed, she stood up, ready to leave. Hey, it was just a joke." Jiang Xiao quickly pulled her back, laughing. "I think this night-walking ghost soul orb suits you. Here, it's a gift." As soon as the words were out, Su Xian froze for a moment. "Isn't the night-walking ghost a blue-level ghost? This is too precious, I can't accept it." Su Xian immediately shook her head in refusal. The ability of the night-walking ghost is shapeshifting. A skill very suitable for team assistants. Almost every Spirit Master Team's assistant would be embedded with a night ghost orb. The market price is naturally not low, but right now, Jiang Xiao actually said he would give it to me? "Xiao Xian, you are my assistant, how can you be worse than others?" Jiang Xiao forcibly stuffed the smooth soul orb into Su Xian's small hand. "Just like this, don't say anything, someone is coming." Just then, he saw a figure appear outside the classroom, so he stood up and left. Looking at Jiang Xiao's back, Su Xian felt the smooth touch of the soul orb in his hand, and for a moment, his heart was filled with complexity, unsure how to describe it. At the same time, Jiang Yu also noticed that pure white figure outside the classroom. His face suddenly changed dramatically, and he quickly forgot about the classmates in the classroom and hurriedly went out. Lord Su. At this moment, who else could be standing in the corridor outside the classroom but Lord Su? Dressed in a moon-white robe, with long hair as white as snow, from a distance, he looked like an immortal, ethereal and untouchable. Jiang Yu's heart shook, and he felt somewhat puzzled. Has Lord Su been appearing around me a bit too frequently lately? Isn't someone of such stature supposed to be elusive? Could it be that Lord Su intends to observe me? Thinking this, a sudden wave of joy rose in Jiang Yu's heart. Stuck at the triple spirit master level for years, Jiang Yu felt that his breakthrough was hopeless, and he can only become a mentor at the human palace, peacefully nurturing students. If Lord Su were to guide me, perhaps I would have a glimmer of hope. With this thought, Jiang Yu's breath and heartbeat quickened. What will happen to these students if I go with Lord Su? Jiang Yu's mind had already begun to wander wildly. At that moment, a gentle voice entered Jiang Yu's ears. I am here to find Jiang Xiao, to take him away. Chapter 68, Farewell. Brother, are you really leaving? At the Tianji Palace, near the entrance. Jiang Chan looked at Jiang Xiao with reluctance. Jiang Xiao smiled and ruffled her hair. It's just for 3 weeks, I'll go with Lord Su to the Tsan Ghost Realm first. When you arrive later, I can be your tour guide. Do you think this is a vacation? Beside them, Jiang Yu felt a mess inside. He couldn't figure out why Lord Su would personally take Jiang Xiao to the Tsan Ghost Realm for training. This must be the strongest mentor in the history of Tianji Palace, right? So it's decided, I'm leaving. Jiang Xiao was carefree by nature and didn't care about such small matters, waving his hand as he prepared to leave. Jiang Chan puffed up her cheeks, feeling low. Nearby, Zhao Yumeng and Su Xian offered some comforting words. This kid can finally go wreak havoc elsewhere. Jiang Yu felt an immense sense of relief, as if a huge stone had been moved from his heart. Just as Jiang Xiao was about to turn and leave, he suddenly paused for a moment. In a distant corner, a fiery red figure stood quietly.
Ji Wanga.
This girl in red also appeared.
Is she here to see me off? Why doesn't she come over and chat for a bit?
Jiang Xiao smiled at Ji Wanga, waving his hand. To his surprise, Ji Wanga also slowly raised her right hand, then awkwardly imitated him.
Suddenly, an unusual emotion surged in Jiang Xiao's heart. It felt like a gentle scratch from a cat.
Beside him, Lord Su also noticed Ji Wanga, his delicate brows slightly furrowing under the mask, then relaxing.
Let's go.
With this command from the big shot, Jiang Xiao immediately withdrew his gaze. Alright.
Let's hit the road. As always, he was a bit offbeat. This kid.
Jiang Yu rubbed his forehead. Suddenly a strange thought flashed through his mind.
He wouldn't treat Lord Su the same way he treats me, would he? In the vehicle.
Jiang Xiao looked at the flowing scenery outside the window, his gaze deep.
The cool autumn wind blew his black hair into a mess.
The side profile at this moment was unmatched in handsomeness.
Lord Su suddenly glanced at Jiang Xiao. What is that mark between your eyebrows? Does it look good? I spent 500 on the dye. Not really.
Jiang Xiao pouted and then proactively brought up last night's events. By the way, Lord Su, that ghost driver.
He ran.
Lord Su's tone was calm at this moment.
Ran?
Jiang Xiao was a bit surprised. How could that be?
In his memory, the experienced driver had no way to defend himself in front of this white-haired boss, yet he actually managed to escape?
Lord Su said faintly, there is another powerful ghost in Tianwang town.
Another one?
Jiang Xiao was instantly shaken inside, quickly looking back at the gradually shrinking Tianwang town. Last night when I was about to slay that ghost driver, a red-clothed ghost appeared. Lord Su revealed a piece of news that could shock the world.
So, this Tianji palace, under its very eyes, actually hides two supreme ghosts?
Jiang Xiao found it hard to believe.
Lord Su nodded. Jiang Zhao's heartbeat quickened, then the Tianji palace. This matter is up to the higher-ups to decide.
Lord Su interrupted Jiang Zhao's words. As for you, right now, you just need to improve your strength. I can only stay by your side for 2 weeks at most. During these 2 weeks, how much you grow will depend on your own efforts.
Indeed, a ghost driver of that level was currently not something he could challenge.
Since Tianji Palace has Lord Su, there must be other figures like Lord Bai and Lord Zhang. When the sky falls, there are still tall people to bear it. Jiang Xiao was only 16, and unlike Japanese high school students, saving the world was too far away. For Jiang Xiao, he currently had 2 goals, one big and one small. The small goal, to solve Zhao Chen's group, and let the female ghostly Sihan of 1701 gain true relief. The big goal, to go to the ghost pit of Fengmen and slay the Fengmen ghost. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath, his mind clear, no longer confused. At this moment, Lord Su glanced at Jiang Xiao and, noticing that the boy showed no significant shock, inwardly approved. A 16-year-old boy, upon hearing that 2 supreme ghosts were hidden in the place he lived, was able to quickly overcome the fear and panic. This was especially rare. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao tugged at the black bracelet on his wrist, puzzled. Lord Su, what exactly is this bracelet for? What surprised Jiang Xiao was that Lord Su did not respond for a long time. It was only after Jiang Xiao thought he wouldn't answer that Lord Su finally spoke. Perhaps one day, you'll understand, but I hope that day never comes. Vaguely, Jiang Xiao felt that this sentence contained some extremely important information, but he couldn't know it for now. The car headed west, quickly passing through the long tunnel that cut through the mountains. As the light reappeared, Jiang Xiao knew he had completely left Tianwang town. On the national highway, car after car sped by. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but feel as if he had returned to the days on Earth.
Did he miss it? Not at all.
Jiang Zhao's heart was only filled with curiosity for the upcoming journey to the ghost pit.
Xiangzhou was in southern China, but Jiang Xiao had no idea where the Sun Yuan ghost pit was located.
It was a long and silent journey. In the middle of the night, the car carrying Jiang Xiao and the other finally stopped at the foot of a vast mountain.
Is the Sun Yuan ghost pit this mountain?
After getting out of the car, Jiang Xiao, carrying his backpack, was a bit confused. The mountain before him looked like a giant beast lying dormant in the night, with dense trees and plants, and its appearance was not much different from other mountain forests. No, come with me into the mountain. Lord Su, wearing a spotless white robe, still drew attention even in the night, like a divine being. After finishing his words, he stepped forward.
Jiang Xiao followed closely behind.
What is special is that within this great mountain, there is actually a road, with light shining on both sides. At this moment, on the mountain path at night, there are not only Jiang Xiao and the other 2, but also some other adults. Grouped in 3s and 5s, like a team. Occasionally, their conversation can be heard.
Oh, old Chen, are you ready to enter the Sun Yuan Ghost Abyss again? Isn't that the new students from the Tianji Palace coming here to experience it? By then, our Spirit Masters teams won't be able to get in. Good luck to you, see you later. Captain Wang. Look at your group, just coming out? Did you obtain any valuable high-level soul orbs this time? Barely, just one Tian Kuei Ghost Orb, which is not bad. Wow. Tian Kuei Ghost Orb? No wonder it's the Cheetah Spirit Master team. You can take down curse-level ghosts, I admire you. Not at all, we just took advantage of the time when that Tian Kuei ghost was weak, and a few of us seized the chance. Not much time, I just got a big shot asking for this Tian Kuei Ghost Orb, I need to deliver it quickly. On the mountain path. Some are going up the mountain, some are coming down, some have happy expressions, while others look sorrowful. Seeing these Spirit Master teams, Jiang Xiao curiously asked, Lord Su, what exactly is that Sun Yuan Ghost Abyss? Lord Su looked at a stone cave ahead and said, that Sun Yuan Ghost Abyss is just inside there, a tomb. Chapter 69, Welcome the Chief. Tomb? Jiang Xiao followed his gaze. It was a huge stone cave, the entrance as large as a truck, dark inside, only a rough outline visible. In the circular clearing in front of the stone cave, some Spirit Master teams are gathering. Each one exuding a sharp aura, giving off a strong presence with every movement. These people, who lick blood on the edge of knives, are elite even among Spirit Masters. Spirit Masters generally have two development directions. One is stationed in cities, solving some supernatural incidents occurring within them. The other is these Spirit Master teams entering ghost abysses to hunt spirits and earn soul orbs. The latter is far riskier and more rewarding than the former. These people are even stronger than Jiang Yu. Jiang Xiao thought to himself. Right now, the gap between him and the third-tier Spirit Masters is not big, but compared to these Spirit Masters who have trained in the ghost abysses for years, there is still a distance. Whether it's the experience of fighting spirits or the application of abilities. However, Jiang Xiao is very confident that he can grow to unimaginable heights in a very short time. The life spirit tool that can infinitely advance, capable of swallowing shadows of various spirits. These two are his greatest support. As soon as Lord Su brought Jiang Xiao here, many gazes subtly fell upon them. Mask? White clothes? Never seen such a person at that Sun Yuan Ghost Abyss before. One big and one small, is this some legendary Spirit Master bringing their junior to train? What if they only want to go inside for some experience? A whispering murmur. Soon, a burly man walked up to them. Little brother, are you planning to enter the Sun Yuan Ghost Abyss? The man casually asked. Lord Su did not speak. Jiang Xiao said, why? The man grinned widely, you look like it's your first time at the Sun Yuan Ghost Abyss, do you need me to escort you two inside for a look? Trust me, we of the Baowu Spirit Master team are all top-notch, guaranteed you won't encounter any accidents in this Ghost Abyss. Before Jiang Xiao could respond, the man patted his chest with a bold tone. Oh? Jiang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Is it really just like a tourist spot, where someone comes to be a tour guide? Old Lin is at it again, conning newcomers. From a distance, someone mocked in a low voice. Who doesn't know that his Savage Tiger Spirit Master team is just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp, at most just leading others to circle around a few tombs on the outskirts? They can only fool those young masters and misses who have just left home and lack experience. These people seemed to deliberately speak a bit louder, reaching the man's ears, and immediately, a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Sure. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao looked at him with great interest. The man was instantly overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Xiao spoke again, but I have a question. Feel free to ask, I'll answer anything. To what area can you go deeper? Well. The man's expression hesitated for a moment, and then he gritted his teeth, the third tomb chamber, and further back are some curse-level ghostly beings, and I don't think you would actively seek trouble with cursed ghosts, right? To everyone's surprise, Jiang Xiao shook his head, no, I actually plan to seek trouble with the cursed ghosts. The man immediately burst into hearty laughter, ha ha ha. Young brother, you don't look big, but you sure have a big mouth. Do you know what a cursed ghost is? I'm afraid if you encounter one, you'll be so scared you'll want to cry for your mother. Jiang Xiao narrowed his eyes, ready to speak. Cursed-level ghosts? It's been a long time since I've encountered such weak ghosts. A voice that was extremely calm suddenly sounded. Swish. 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 As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was startled. Most of those present were still teens of 3-layer Spirit Masters. Even encountering a hanged ghost, which is a red-level ghostly being, could take a long time to deal with, and if not careful, could result in casualties. As for curse-level ghosts, only some powerful Spirit Master teams could handle them. But right now, this white-haired man just said weak ghosts? I've seen people show off, but I've never seen someone show off this much. The expression on the man's face also stiffened for a moment, then he sneered, "You really aren't afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away? Old Lee is here." Suddenly, a commotion arose from a distance. "My goodness! Old Lee has appeared. Hurry, hurry, let me see Old Lee." Everyone immediately surged toward the back, making it so crowded that no water could leak through. "What? Who is Old Lee?" Jiang Xiao was puzzled. "Why are these spirit masters acting like fans chasing a star?" Hearing this, the man from the Savage Tiger Spirit Master team couldn't help but sneer. "Seems like this young master is truly new to the Sun Yuan ghost market?" Old Lee is the head of this ghost market. A 5-layer spirit master powerhouse from the Tiangong Palace. With this statement, Jiang Xiao finally understood why these spirit masters were so excited. So they were thinking about how to curry favor with the person in charge. "Old Lee. Old Lee. Listen to me, our White Elephant Spirit Master team really encountered a mutated red-level ghost." "Enough, enough, you say this every time. How often do you think mutated ghosts can be found?" The reply was an old voice. "Old Lee. You have to believe me. When we encountered that red-level ghost, guess what it was doing? It was actually doing its business. Don't you think that's a mutated ghost? Which normal ghost would do its business?" Everyone was sweating profusely. At the same time, an old man in a green shirt with white hair, looking excited, quickly walked toward the man. "Oh? Is Old Lee looking for me?" The man from the Savage Tiger Spirit Master team scratched his head. Could it be that my tricking of the newcomers has finally made the Tiangong Palace unable to tolerate it? With this thought, the man secretly pulled away from Jiang Xiao. At the same time, everyone also shifted their attention. These Spirit Master teams usually have to be mindful of Old Lee's temper, so naturally, they had to pay full attention. First, the soul beads obtained during their time in the ghost market have to be shared with the Tiangong Palace. The reason is simple: sealing this Sun Yuan ghost market is the responsibility of the huge Tiangong Palace. Sealing doesn't come without a cost, on the contrary, the resources consumed by the Tiangong Palace every day are incredibly expensive. This is the only way to profit from the sheep. Secondly, if something goes wrong in the ghost lair, I can contact Old Lee. If the situation permits, they can appropriately send out the spiritual masters from the Heaven's Machine Palace for support. This is directly related to one's life. Therefore, Old Lee holds a significant position in the hearts of these spiritual masters. During festivals, bringing a few blue-grade soul pearls to visit is naturally not worth mentioning. On ordinary days, meeting them, flattering them with a few words is also common courtesy. That old Lin guy spends all day not thinking about improving his strength, just relying on deceiving newcomers to get by. Now look, Old Lee can't stand it anymore, he will definitely give him a harsh scolding. Seeing Old Lee rushing towards Old Lin, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude. But the next scene surprised everyone. Old Lee ran over, hurriedly approached Old Lin, then directly ignored him, finally standing in front of the man in the white mask. Facing the latter, the old man bowed deeply, his tone filled with strong respect. "I am Li Mu, respectfully welcoming the chief." Chapter 70, The Sun Yuan Ghost Lair. "What? Chief?" Seeing this scene, everyone at the entrance of the Sun Yuan Ghost Lair was dumbfounded. Old Lee is a spiritual master from the Heaven's Machine Palace. Could it be? Could this white-haired masked man be the chief of the Heaven's Machine Palace? Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with immense shock. What kind of lineage is the Heaven's Machine Palace? Established since the Han Dynasty, with a history of over 1,000 years, every spiritual master regards it as a holy place in their hearts. It can even be said that without the Heaven's Machine Palace, perhaps the Hua nation would have long been eroded by various sinister beings. Inside the Heaven's Machine Palace, legendary spiritual masters are as numerous as carp swimming across the river. However, even so, there is still one position that stands above all legendary spiritual masters. That is the chief. Is this white-haired masked man in front of me truly the mysterious chief spiritual master of the Heaven's Machine Palace? In an instant, everyone was filled with fear and humility, bending down and bowing their heads, respectfully calling out. "Respectfully welcoming the chief. Respectfully welcoming the chief. Respectfully welcoming the chief." A sea of black figures. All the spiritual masters here had lowered their proud backs. Even the man from the Violent Tiger Spiritual Master team was so frightened that his legs gave out, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. I hope the chief will forgive my transgressions. He was genuinely scared. Who is the other party? The chief spiritual master of the Heaven's Machine Palace. Let alone dealing with curse-level ghostly beings, even those supreme malicious ghosts deep in the ghost lair, others have not failed to defeat before. If those words were to spread, he might find it hard to move an inch in the future. At this moment, only the man in the white robe, Lord Su, stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Xiao. Watching the scene before him, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but glance at him. Isn't this way too high profile? follow me,"
Lord Su said in a calm tone, ignoring everyone's greetings, as he walked slowly towards the cave entrance. Old Li kept his head down, only catching a glimpse of Lord Su as he seemed to lead the young man into the Sun Yuan ghost lair. Almost instantly, Old Li noticed Jiang Xiao's appearance.
"What a handsome young man."
Old Li thought to himself, "I've never seen him before, I don't know which family's young master he is."
A young man who can stand beside Lord Su?
What kind of identity could he have? Either one of those young prodigies from the Heaven's Machine Palace or the descendants from those long-standing spiritual master families that hold the same history as the Heaven's Machine Palace.
Moreover,
a thought suddenly flashed through Old Li's mind.
What is the true purpose of the chief coming here?
The cave was dry and cold, surrounded by grayish-white rocks, resembling bones, looking somewhat eerie under the light. As soon as they walked a few steps, Jiang Xiao noticed that at the end of the stone wall ahead, there were 8 talismans pasted in the shape of the 8 trigrams. In the center was embedded a pure white soul pearl. Swish! Suddenly, as Lord Su approached the stone wall, 2 tall, thin men appeared out of the dark on either side.
These 2 are even stronger than elderly. Feeling the cold aura from them, Jiang Xiao's pupils couldn't help but constrict. "Chief.
Lord Su." Both men lowered their heads, speaking respectfully. Lord Su said lightly, "Thank you for your hard work." Hearing this, the 2 felt warmth in their hearts, realizing that Lord Su was indeed the same as rumored.
"Open the door."
Saying this, the 2 spirit masters of Tiangong each used their skills. The symbols on the stone wall burst into light, and at the same time, Jiang Xiao noticed that there were almost invisible patterns etched on the wall.
The spiritual power slowly illuminated those patterns, finally converging on the pure white soul pearl at the center.
In an instant, the originally cold and hard stone wall transformed into a faint white light curtain. Jiang Xiao was stunned, not expecting that the way into the ghost den was like this.
"Don't hesitate, this magic array can only maintain its opening for a maximum of 5 seconds.
Lord Su said, walking into the light curtain with his hands behind his back. Overcome with intense curiosity, Jiang Xiao immediately followed him in.
In the cold darkness,
the surroundings were not silent, on the contrary, occasionally, there were sounds of dust falling from corners and faint footsteps. Seeing Lord Su ahead make no move, Jiang Xiao pouted, opening his phone flashlight to shine it around. To his surprise, he really found himself in a tomb. A narrow corridor led slightly forward where he could vaguely see a large stone door, with 2 unknown stone beasts on either side.
The Sun Yuan Ghost Den is an ancient tomb that has been passed down since the Ming Dynasty.
Later, due to certain reasons, it turned into a ghost den. As he walked slowly down the corridor, Lord Su explained, there are a total of 10 tomb chambers here.
The first 3 chambers are places where white, blue, and red level ghosts appear, while the latter chambers host more high-level ghosts.
Next, I will not make a move easily, you will have to rely on your own strength to survive 2 weeks in the first 3 chambers. At these words, Jiang Xiao's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
The first 3 chambers, white, blue, red level ghosts. Doesn't that mean he has to have the strength to defeat red level ghosts alone to barely survive 2 weeks?
After all, ordinary red level ghosts require a team of triple spirit masters to slay.
Are you scared?
Seemingly seeing through Jiang Xiao's thoughts, Lord Su's tone turned slightly cold.
I was just thinking about what the environment in the chambers is like.
Jiang Xiao replied unkindly. Lord Su said, each individual chamber is quite large, roughly the same size as 1/10 of the southern courtyard of Tiangong, and as for how many ghosts are hidden within, no one knows. At these words, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but feel even colder inside. No wonder the ghost den is so full of danger. It truly is a forbidden zone for the living, a paradise for the dead. And this was just one chamber, which was already as big as 1/10 of the southern courtyard of Tiangong.
How many ghosts would there be in the entire Sun Yuan ghost den? Jiang Xiao shivered, not daring to think further.
Especially since, for some reason, at this moment, only he and Lord Su were in the corridor.
Wasn't there a group of spirit masters at the entrance? Why couldn't he see anyone now?
It felt as if only the 2 of them remained in the entire ancient tomb.
This feeling was indeed a bit nerve-wracking. Even with Jiang Xiao's nerves, he now felt a bit uneasy.
At this moment, Lord Su finally led Jiang Xiao to the stone door of the first chamber. Placing one hand on the stone door, without any extra movements, the solid stone door opened with a creak.
At the same time,
the 2 stone sculptures on either side slowly turned. As if coming to life, it gazed at Jiang Xiao.
Isn't the Tian a fierce beast? How could the owner of this ancient tomb think of using such a thing as a guardian beast?
Jiang Xiao wasn't too frightened, instead, he felt a bit curious.
The Zhang Yuan ghost cave was formed later, it's impossible that the ancient tomb's owner knew he would turn into a ghost after death, right? Chapter 71, The First Tomb Chamber and the Yellow Earth Ghost. In the Zhang Yuan ghost cave, Jiang Xiao entered the first tomb chamber accompanied by Lord Su. Unlike ordinary tombs, this place was unique and vast.
The environment was not pitch black, ghostly fires floated in the air, emitting a greenish glow. Standing on the flat ground, Jiang Xiao noticed several raised burial mounds in the distance. The atmosphere was somewhat eerie. The lonely wind whispered mournfully in the tomb chamber, as if lamenting for the deceased who slept here.
Where is the spirit master team?
Jiang Xiao looked around, puzzled. Lord Su replied lightly, most of the ghosts in the first tomb chamber are white level, besides, this area is quite large. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao finally understood. Suddenly, Lord Su threw a blood-stained wooden token to Jiang Xiao. This token is cursed by a vengeful spirit, stained with unshakable resentment. It can help disguise some of the living's aura.
This was the advantage of having someone else along.
Jiang Xiao quickly caught the blood-stained token and immediately sensed a strong smell of blood.
The Tsang Yuan Ghost Cave is an ancient tomb, where most of the low-level ghosts are yellow earth ghosts and iron mine ghosts.
Lord Su said, in the first tomb chamber, we will only stay for 3 days. During these 3 days, I want you to kill 30 yellow earth ghosts and 10 iron mine ghosts.
Iron mine ghosts? Jiang Zhao's eyes suddenly brightened.
Yellow earth ghosts are white level, they mostly lie deep in the grave, reaching out from the soil to grab the living's feet. Their sole beat ability is Earth Wall, which is pretty much useless and not worth discussing. As for iron mine ghosts, they are blue-level spirits formed from the resentment in iron mines over many years. Jiang Xiao was excited because of the first advancement path of Black Light. Requirement: Iron Mine Ghost Soul Bead, Black Armor, can condense a black armor on the surface of the body, increasing defense by 10 times. The Black Mist defense produced by Black Light would already not be inferior to the Bronze Ghost's Copper Skin. If the defense could be boosted tenfold, he would become a human shield, wouldn't he?
Wait.
Jiang Xiao shook his head.
He was an all-round spirit master, after all.
On the other side, Lord Su looked at Jiang Xiao with some surprise. 30 yellow earth ghosts and 10 iron mine ghosts in 3 days.
This kind of task could not be considered easy for a first-level spirit master. Why did this young boy show an excited expression?
Although yellow earth ghosts are white level, they prefer to gather together. Especially since this is a tomb, I don't want you to fall into a tide of yellow earth ghosts and ask me for help.
Lord Su reminded him.
Jiang Xiao confidently replied, don't worry, even if I fall into a tide of ghosts, I still have a way to protect myself.
Oh? Lord Su was unaware that Jiang Xiao possessed the extraordinary controlling ability of chains.
In that case, let's find a place with less energy to set up camp. Remember the characteristics of the yellow earth ghosts, the area where we camp must not have burial mounds around. Lord Su earnestly taught and carefully explained the key points. Memories suddenly flooded in, recalling long ago, when he was still a low-level spirit master, he had also undergone trials in various ghost caves under the guidance of his elders. Now, he no longer needed these things, he could easily overpower most ghost caves with sheer strength.
It was just. Those past experiences were indeed worth reminiscing about.
Looking at the busy figure of the young man ahead, Lord Su's eyes beneath the mask were filled with calm. After the tent was set up, Jiang Xiao took a sip of mineral water, tightened the bottle cap, and stood up, saying, "Does Lord Su have any further orders?"
"None for now." Lord Su's response was as concise as always.
"Then I'll go take a look around." Jiang Xiao cracked his knuckles, his fighting spirit soaring in his heart. Lord Su felt a bit surprised.
Is this young man really not afraid of ghosts?
Even for himself, when he first entered the ghostly realm, he was constantly urged by his elders and accompanied by peers, which was why he took that first cautious step.
"I'm off." Jiang Xiao waved his hand and walked boldly towards the dim horizon. "Don't wander too far." After pondering for a moment, Lord Su reminded him. "Why does it feel like I'm talking to an old woman?"
Sigh. Jiang Xiao complained, feeling a bit strange. He didn't know what kind of relationship his cheap old man had with this chief of the Heavenly Mechanism Palace. Given the other party's status, it was surprising that they would spend a full 3 weeks on him like a personal tutor.
Not thinking too much about it.
During this ghostly trial, Jiang Xiao appeared fearless, but deep down, he was already on high alert. On the vast land, ghostly flames flickered, casting eerie light on the protruding yellow earth tombs, without tombstones, like graves of lonely spirits.
Who?
What puzzled Jiang Xiao was that, despite being a sealed ancient tomb, there was still a chilling wind brushing against him, carrying a dead silence that felt icy. Swish! With a flash of spiritual light, he gripped the black dagger in reverse. At the same time, a black radiance clung to the surface of the dagger.
Black light.
This white-level ability was very useful. It could enhance the dagger's lethality with relatively low consumption of spiritual power. Jiang Xiao stepped toward a tomb mound while closely observing the surrounding movements of grass and wind. Swish! Just as his right foot lifted, a withered ghostly hand suddenly shot out from the muddy ground.
Damn! The ghostly hand grabbed Jiang Xiao's ankle, and a chill of energy entered his body.
Jiang Xiao immediately circulated his spiritual power to dispel this chill, then forcefully lifted his right foot. Rip. That wrinkled, withered ghostly hand was torn apart. Lord Su naturally didn't know that with Jiang Xiao's current body strength comparable to red-level ghostly beings, these low-level yellow earth ghosts were no match for him, even if 30 attacked together.
Land, old man. Come out, Grandpa Jiang. Jiang Xiao shouted loudly as if he were stomping like a giant. Boom.
The ground beneath him instantly caved in, exposing a buried yellow earth ghost. Without wasting time, he directly reached out to forcibly pull this yellow earth ghost out. This yellow earth ghost looked like a 70-year-old man, dressed in ancient attire, with deeply sunken features and wrinkled, iron-gray skin, with thin and dry limbs. In reality, without its ability to ambush from the ground, Jiang Xiao suspected even a normal young person could crush its skeleton with a single punch. Without wasting time, the black dagger sliced through the ghost's neck. Then, a candle-yellow soul orb slowly rose. The market price for a yellow earth ghost soul orb was only 3,000 or 4,000, even less valuable than an Apple phone. After collecting it, Jiang Xiao headed toward the next tomb mound. But just as he took a step, he suddenly halted.
Ahead, in the darkness, a giant black shadow was staring straight at him.
Chapter 72, Door-Breaking Ghost and Nightmare Ghost.
Iron Mine Ghost.
Seeing this, Jiang Xiao was not surprised but rather delighted. Standing over 3 meters tall, its skin glimmering with a metallic sheen, with a dull expression on its features, it was clearly an iron mine ghost.
Swish! Jiang Xiao's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the iron mine ghost.
At the same time, the dark dagger burst with spiritual light, piercing the face of the iron or ghost at a tricky angle. However, what Jiang Xiao didn't expect was that even with the black light attached to the dagger, it left no trace at all.
Such a thick skin. Jiang Xiao immediately pulled back, quickly organizing his thoughts in his mind.
The gap between green-level ghosts and white-level ghosts was vast, and in some ways, the iron or ghost's physical body was even stronger than that of a bronze ghost.
Blue light flash.
After a brief moment, Jiang Xiao planned to use the blue light flash to see if he could break the turtle shell of this iron or ghost. The dazzling blue arc of light struck the body of the iron or ghost with incredible speed, like a lightning bolt. This time, a crack finally appeared on the opponent's body, about the width of a fingernail. At the same time, a series of creaking sounds came from the earth. It was as if something was moving quickly underground.
What a hassle!
Jiang Xiao frowned, as the fluctuation of spiritual power attracted ghosts like sharks sensing blood. It seems I need to resolve this quickly in the future. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, 2 pale ghostly hands suddenly burrowed up from the ground, attempting to grab his ankles.
Get lost!
Jiang Xiao crushed the withered ghost hands underfoot, causing a murky yellow liquid to ooze out. At the same time, Jiang Xiao's right hand began to gradually turn pale and withered. A thick fog suddenly rose. This barely concealed some of the attention of the other ghosts.
In the mist,
the iron or ghost looked around in confusion, relying solely on the spiritual power in the air to judge where the living person was located. However, at this moment, Jiang Xiao had completely disappeared into the fog like a cow sinking into the sea. Holding his breath, the black light on the dagger also faded, trying not to create too many spiritual power fluctuations. Sure enough, at this moment, Jiang Xiao, transformed into a shadow, completely lost the target for the iron or ghost. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark light surged. In almost an instant, the dagger glowing with black light struck the previous wound on the iron or ghost's abdomen. Crack! Despite the iron or ghost's unusual defense, it still suffered another heavy blow, and the crack deepened a bit more. In the next moment, the iron or ghost extended its massive hands to grab the black figure in the white mist. But Jiang Xiao's movements were incredibly nimble, grabbing the iron or ghost's large hand instead and using his legs on the ground to force his waist, executing a shoulder throw that sent the iron or ghost crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! The earth resonated with a dull impact.
In the distance, Lord Su's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? An incredibly exaggerated scene. Difficult for ordinary people to believe.
In fact, the iron or ghost was just an unusually defensive green-level ghost. After absorbing the hanged ghost's soul pearl, Jiang Xiao's physical body was comparable to a red-level ghost. On the level of strength, Jiang Xiao could suppress the opponent with just one hand. The subsequent battle became much simpler. Once the buffer time for blue light flash was up, Jiang Xiao unleashed it, and in just a few moves, the iron or ghost was cut in half at the waist. The black soul pearl slowly rose. Jiang Xiao's eyes lit up as he grasped it in his hand. Feeling the spiritual power within himself, he realized that the previous battle consumed about a quarter of it, and as long as he didn't use the chain's red-level ability, he could handle the current battle comfortably. Without thinking for too long, Jiang Xiao immediately handed over the iron or ghost soul pearl to the dagger for absorption. Before long, Jiang Xiao felt another change within himself. Whoosh! Rich light burst forth from his body.
In an instant,
the dark light dissipated, slowly revealing a cold pitch-black armor. The armor appeared to be forged from underworld iron, its entire body pitch black, with sharp barbs on the forearms, and the breastplate depicted a terrifying devilish image, quite fearsome.
Black armor. From now on,
Jiang Xiao's innate spiritual weapon's second ability was no longer black light, but a kind of black armor that the world had never seen before. And this black armor was also his first ability that reached the third stage.
Looks quite fitting.
Jiang Xiao took a few simple steps and felt no sense of restriction at all. Looking at the black armor adorned with strange patterns, Jiang Xiao suddenly stabbed the arm guard with the dagger in his hand.
No trace was left at all. Such strong defense.
Jiang Xiao was shocked, and after a brief hesitation, he boldly decided to test the defense of this black armor using green light flash.
Clang! The sharp blue arc struck heavily against the black armor.
Jiang Xiao himself was shaken by the impact, almost coughing up blood.
Can't avoid the impact.
Jiang Xiao murmured, and then his pupils contracted slightly. There are still no scars? He saw that the fierce and menacing protective heart mirror had not even a trace left. The defense of this black armor far exceeds that of the iron or ghost.
Jiang Xiao's heart was filled with joy.
At the same time, his innate spiritual weapon produced a new change. He saw that after the branch of the black ghost soul orb was illuminated by spiritual power. The rich spiritual power broke through the bronze ghost soul orb and the iron or soul orb in succession, extending a new branch once again. However, this time there were only two branches. The first branch had a red hole, indicating required, sealing ghost soul orb, ghost armor, can seal evil spirits into the ghost armor and gain part of their abilities. The more evil spirits sealed, the higher the advancement to 100 ghost armor, 1000 ghost armor. The second branch had a white hole, indicating required, nightmare ghost soul orb, spirit armor, can transform into a second avatar. Indescribable. Jiang Xiao's heart was shaking at this moment. This is the fourth stage soul orb? Whether it was the sealing ghost or the nightmare ghost, both were far beyond his understanding. Even now, Jiang Xiao still didn't quite understand what level of ghost the sealing ghost was, nor the nightmare ghost. However, the abilities they corresponded to were simply extraordinary. The ghost armor was actually like his shadow, able to seal evil spirits and absorb their abilities. Of course, it particularly mentioned that it was only part of it. But it was still enough to shock the eyes of the world. As for the spirit armor, it was even unheard of.
What was a second avatar? Cultivating immortality?
Right now, Jiang Xiao's little heart was thump-pounding uncontrollably. Previously, he thought that his strongest trump card after crossing into this world was that shadow ghost that could swallow everything.
But now,
the innate spiritual weapon, which originally had only 3 skill slots, had suddenly surged forward. The fourth stage soul orb was already so incredible. So, what about the fifth stage? Chapter 73 Ghosts beyond the Xian level cannot be spoken of. 1 yellow earth ghost soul orb, 2 yellow earth ghost soul orbs, 3 yellow earth ghost soul orbs.
In the tent,
a campfire blazed on the ground, while Jiang Xiao roasted the meat cans he brought, counting the day's harvest.
Beside him, Lord Su couldn't help but speak. Jiang Xiao, you've counted 7 times already, is it really necessary? Aren't I forgetful? By the way, Lord Su, do you remember how many yellow earth ghost soul orbs I have in total?
Jiang Xiao happily looked at the yellow earth ghost soul orbs scattered on the ground, asking.
26.
Lord Su wore a bronze mask, making it hard to read his expression, and spoke with some helplessness.
Only 26?
Sigh, had I known, I would have come back later.
Jiang Xiao expressed his regret. In fact,
in just one day, he, as a first-layer spirit controller, had slaughtered 26 yellow earth ghosts in the Tsong Yuan ghost swamp.
This could be considered quite an exaggerated achievement. If only
this young man would stop bringing it up repeatedly, that would be even better. No, I need to count one more time, maybe I missed one?
Wait.
Suddenly, Lord Su spoke in a rare, urgent tone.
What's wrong?
Jiang Xiao blinked his big eyes,
looking at the other person in confusion.
Lord Su took a deep breath and said gently, don't you want to ask me something about ghostly beings and spirit masters?
Ha.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao chuckled silently in his heart.
You're acting all cold and indifferent to me. For a full 2 hours, no matter how Jiang Xiao deliberately made small talk, this white-haired elder remained as still as a mountain, eyes closed, seemingly in slumber.
So Jiang Xiao intentionally went on, counting those 26 yellow earth ghost orbs without a hint of boredom. 1 yellow earth ghost orb, 2 yellow earth ghost orbs, 3 yellow earth ghost orbs.
As if counting sheep.
The whole tent was filled with Jiang Xiao's soft murmurs. This was the first time Lord Su had encountered such a young person and felt utterly helpless. Lord Su, can you take off that mask? Immediately, Jiang Xiao asked. No, the other replied very concisely.
Lord Su, are you male or female?
After a moment's thought, Jiang Xiao asked his most concerning question. Despite the other's voice being a rich male tone, gentle and refined. However, Lord Su gave off such an ethereal feeling that was hard to describe. What if they were female? Look, before, Lord Su intentionally mentioned being a member of the Appearance Association, fond of beautiful things. Thinking this way, Jiang Xiao had a small hope in his heart. Change the question. In response, Lord Su did not give any answer. Lord Su, what is your name? Change the question. Lord Su, what fruit do you like? Change the question. Jiang Xiao? You're really not giving me a chance? Helpless, Jiang Xiao could only ask a serious question. Lord Su, what is your relationship with my father? Friends. This time, Lord Su indeed provided a clear answer. Jiang Xiao curiously repeated, friends? What kind of friendship allows a chief from the Heavenly Mechanism Palace to escort a mere first-level spirit master like me? What level of ghost is the door-sealing ghost? Jiang Xiao asked again. Lord Su's tone became slightly serious. Xian ghost. Xian ghost? Jiang Xiao frowned, hearing yet another unfamiliar term. The first 6 levels of ghosts: white, blue, red, misfortune level, disaster level, calamity level. Lord Su explained slowly, these 6 levels are categorized based on the severity caused by the ghost. If a blue-level ghost can cause dozens of casualties in a city, then a misfortune-level ghost can cause thousands or even tens of thousands of casualties. As for the calamity level, it can be seen as a provincial event. If left unchecked, a calamity-level ghost's nightmare could overshadow an entire province. So that's how it is. This relates to most of the ghosts seen before. As for the later ghosts. At this point, Lord Su paused. The ghost driver from Tianwang Town ranks just after the calamity level, in the 7th level called Yuangu. At this level, they undergo some changes. Changes? Jiang Xiao frowned. The principles remain unchanged. Even if they believe themselves to be transcendent, their essence is still ugly monsters. Lord Su waved his white robe indifferently, his tone laced with disdain. Jiang Xiao glanced at the bronze mask on the other's face. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable anger hidden beneath the disdain. Behind Yuangu, there are Xian ghosts, which means that the door-sealing ghost is even stronger than the ghost driver. Saying this, Lord Su hesitated for a moment. On that day, it seemed the other had faint signs of a breakthrough. So at the Yuangu level, their intelligence can match that of ordinary people, and they can establish their own ghost dwellings. Jiang Xiao recalled what the ghost driver had said earlier and pondered. In the next moment, hearing that the door-sealing ghost ranked above the ghost driver, Jiang Xiao felt a jolt in his heart. Are there any levels beyond Xian Ghost? After a while, taking this opportunity, Jiang Xiao decided to ask everything. Yes. At this moment, Mr. Su's tone became serious. However, there are only 3. Only 3? Jiang Xiao was surprised, then asked, what are those 3 ghosts? Cannot say. Cannot say? Everything about them is a taboo. Some things I can avoid, but you cannot. Even if just one of their names is remembered in your mind, strange things may happen at night. What Mr. Su said at this moment completely shattered Jiang Xiao's worldview. Unknown, unviewable, indescribable. Just saying their names can give birth to bizarre events? Jiang Xiao shivered. This world is far from as peaceful as you see. Mr. Su's voice was very serious. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't say these things to avoid plunging them into despair, but you are different. Ha? Jiang Xiao was extremely surprised. What's different? If you have the opportunity in the future, try to come to the central courtyard early. Mr. Su looked deeply at Jiang Xiao. At that time, perhaps you will understand. Jiang Xiao was speechless. So, the last time I asked you about the bracelet, you answered me like this too. Let's go to the next tomb tomorrow. Suddenly, Mr. Su spoke. By the way, how long until you become a 2nd-level spirit master? Jiang Xiao answered without hesitation, almost there. Good. Mr. Su nodded. For a moment, there was no conversation. In the tent, the only sound left was the crackling of the campfire. Time quietly passed by. Jiang Xiao curled up in the corner, closing his eyes to sleep. In the reflection of the firelight, Mr. Su sat sideways, staring at Jiang Xiao's profile, silent for a long time. Chapter 74, 2nd-level Spirit Master. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 weeks later. In the dim and heavy world, a pitch-black figure stood like a demon. The dark armor was covered with strange patterns, looking as if it had been forged in a hellish furnace, exuding a cold and iron-blooded aura. The faceplate fell off, revealing a handsome and striking face. The fiery red mark between his brows was slowly burning. In front of him stood a young man with a drooping neck and a thin figure. To be precise, he should be a ghost. A hanged ghost. Swish. Swish. Two fields of gravity opened simultaneously, causing both Jiang Xiao and the opponent to sink down about an inch. The surrounding white-level ghosts, with their claws and fangs, were firmly pressed to the ground, unable to move. At this moment, Jiang Xiao, already a second-level spirit master, had enough spiritual power to maintain the chains for 15 seconds. Currently, he had been in a stalemate with the hanged ghost for 7 seconds. Crack! Suddenly, Jiang Xiao braced against the gravity, slowly walking towards the opponent. The hanged ghost was slightly stunned. The next moment, Jiang Xiao's dagger drew a brilliant arc of blue light. Blue flash. With the realm of the second-level spirit master, the power of blue flash increased again by 10%, while the flying speed improved. In an instant, the crescent-shaped blue flash struck the hanged ghost's body. A ghastly wound appeared on its chest. The latter immediately extended its long, snake-like red tongue and licked the wound. Suddenly, the wound, originally deep enough to see the bone, began to heal. As a red-level ghost, the hanged ghost naturally possessed not just a gravity field, but also an exaggerated healing ability. Whoosh! That crimson tongue did not retract, but instead swooped towards Jiang Xiao's neck, trying to strangle him like a giant python. Jiang Xiao coldly smiled, not dodging, allowing the abnormal red tongue to wrap around his neck. A cruel look instantly flashed in the hanged ghost's eyes, pulling with all its might. However, what it did not expect was that its once unstoppable long tongue could not crush the black armor at Jiang Xiao's throat. So disgusting. Jiang Xiao looked at the slimy red tongue, his eyes filled with disgust. The defense power of the black armor was exaggerated, several times that of the copper skin of the bronze ghost pearl. The tongue of the hanging ghost had become its vital point at this moment. A glint of brilliance flashed in Jiang Xiao's eyes as he grabbed that tongue and yanked it back forcefully. Swish! The emaciated body of the hanging ghost was pulled up into the air. In an instant, with his right hand holding the dagger, Jiang Xiao seized the opportunity and stabbed it hard into the ghost's forehead. Roar! Roar, roar! The hanging ghost let out an extremely enraged roar. Both sides simultaneously cancelled the gravitational field, each wanting to kill the other with their claws. Boom! The left fist, covered in black armor, struck the hanging ghost hard, sinking it deep into the ground. Before the ghost could rise, Jiang Xiao lunged forward, gripping its neck and applying force with one hand, snapping its throat with a crack, then violently tossing it into the air. The next second, Jiang Xiao released the green light flash again. Swish! This time, the rich spiritual light finally sliced the hanging ghost completely in half. Ha! After an intense battle, Jiang Xiao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. His internal spiritual power was nearly exhausted, the black armor automatically disappearing, and the dagger dissipated into spiritual light in the air. Ahead! A blood-red soul pearl slowly rose from the corpse of the hanging ghost, emanating waves of evil aura. Jiang Xiao suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly stepped forward to grasp the soul pearl of the hanging ghost. Now with my current means, I can barely kill a hanging ghost. It seems my peak strength is about at the level of a red-grade ghost. If outsiders were to know Jiang Xiao's thoughts at this moment, it would certainly stir up a great storm. The higher the grade of ghost, the more teamwork is needed to kill it. Especially for the hanging ghost, which possesses perverse crowd control abilities, just a 5-fold gravity range can make a typical triple-tier spirit master unable to move. Coupled with its strong self-healing capacity and cunning red tongue, one could say that an ordinary triple-tier spirit master team might not even dare to guarantee defeating a hanging ghost. Right now, Jiang Xiao was only at the second tier of spirit master, yet he managed to kill a red-grade ghost by himself. Even within the Tiangong courtyard, it was rare for anyone to achieve this. Over the past 2 weeks, Jiang Xiao had absorbed various experiences in battling ghosts like a sponge, growing at a jaw-dropping pace. The abilities progressed after upgrading his innate spiritual weapon were akin to the product of a game designer's imbalance. It was like a newly released hero that immediately ranked up in a week without any thought. Jiang Xiao was currently that abnormal. If you could have this hanging ghost soul pearl absorbed by the shadow, then the ability of the lock would be greatly enhanced. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao was taken aback. In his eyes, a line of text he hadn't seen for a long time finally emerged. Oh, not lurking anymore? Jiang Xiao spoke with a teasing tone, as if he had caught a group leader who had been lurking all day. So you really looked down on those earlier ghosts? Now you only speak if it's a red-grade soul pearl to satisfy your appetite? No response. Jiang Xiao held the soul pearl of the hanging ghost firmly, shaking his head. No, the gravity field of the lock is barely enough, but the green light flash tends to fall behind in damage. This was not due to a fear of the shadow. After upgrading to black armor, his offensive capability diminished by 1 tier. Relying solely on a green tier ability like the green light flash clearly wasn't enough. When taking down that iron mine ghost earlier, Jiang Xiao had noticed this. The previous hanging ghost had been the same. The green light flash was as feeble as scraping, the damage pitiful, and the ghost's tongue would just roll and heal its injuries. Tonight, after absorbing this hanging ghost soul pearl, the green light flash will upgrade to the evil light flash, and the damage will significantly increase.